Your Highness, can you see me? That shout from the man nearby makes Lai Han jump, though the gravity of the situation hasn't even hit him yet. I am sorry, but who are you? The man looks completely stunned. Don't tell me you don't recognize me. He stops, then slaps a hand against his chest. But don't worry, I will continue to serve you regardless. I am Piero Garden, your personal physician. Lai Han has no idea what he is talking about. Honestly, he thinks the guy standing there might just be completely insane. Still, his throat is parched. He asks Garden to get him some water. Piero Gardin moves like a blur, handing over a cup encrusted with diamonds and gems. Lai Han eyes the thing skeptically. It doesn't look like a prop. As he takes his first sip, he notices a massive mirror placed right in front of him. The reflection staring back is a complete stranger, someone Lai Han has never seen before in his life. Lai Han chokes on the water. Garden panics, letting out a shriek louder than any ambulance siren from Li Han's old life. Garden rushes forward, frantically wiping the spilled water from the prince's face. It starts to click. This looks exactly like the setting of Rakiel Adria Magentano, a brainless novel Lai Han read before he got hammered and took a header into the Han River. He didn't die. Instead, he somehow got sucked into the story. What kind of twisted joke is this? Lai Han can't accept it, so he tells Garden to slap him. The man recoils. How could a loyal servant ever lay a hand on his beloved prince? Left with no choice, Li Han takes matters into his own hands and he doesn't hold back. The sting in his right cheek confirms that this is not a dream. He really is the crown prince from the book. He is Rakiel now. That means all the mountain of debt and interest from his failed clinic back home? That's just a ghost of his past life. He is free. He is royalty. He wants to jump up and celebrate, but he holds it in. Before he can even process the joy, the world spins and he collapses backward. Garden lunges to catch him. Lai Han realizes the truth: this body is incredibly dangerously weak. He digs through his memories for the plot of this novel, The Emperor of the Demon Sword. In the story, Rakiel is just a side character who appears early on, a sickly boy confined to his bed since childhood, and he dies at 22. Li Han is speechless. Seriously? The heavens just turned him from a debtor into a walking corpse? Lai Han's voice trembles. How old am I right now? You are 21, Your Highness. That honest answer sends Lai Han's spirit straight into the depths of hell. He curses under his breath. Only 1 year left? He thought he had escaped his debts to live the high life as a prince, but now he is just a man with a ticking clock. As the crown prince, Rakiel surely received the best medical care money could buy before Lai Han ever arrived. Yet nothing worked. The book mentioned priests constantly visiting to bless Rakiel, and yet he died anyway, unable to overcome the illness halfway through the story. Li Han clenches his fist. He wants to live, and the only way out is to save himself. He orders Garden to bring him as many sharp needles as he can find. Garden is confused, but he obeys anyway. That night, Lai Han sits on the bed and checks his own pulse. It's what he feared, the death pulse. It's a strange, erratic flow found only in those on the verge of death. Garden returns with the needles, but they are far too thick for any real acupuncture. Lai Han picks the smallest one, heating the tip over a flame. Garden watches him with wide, suspicious eyes. Your Highness, what are you doing with those needles? I am going to stick them into my body. Lai Han says it with a calm that makes Garden's blood run cold. Garden dives for his feet, tears streaming down his face like a broken faucet. Please, Your Highness, calm down. You are the heir to the throne. I know you have suffered, but you cannot hurt yourself like this. Stop right there. It is not what you think. I am doing this for a valid reason. So if nothing bad happens when I insert this, you have to trust me from now on. Rakiel says this so calmly that Gaiden cannot stop him despite his growing panic. Do not worry. You will not regret this. He takes off his shirt, lies flat on the bed, and starts taking deep, steady breaths. The first needle must hit the pressure point for his lungs. He needs to restore his breathing before attempting anything else. To achieve that, the first target along the 12 meridians is the lung meridian. Rakiel plunges the first needle in decisively, but the gauge is so thick he cannot help but groan in pain. Next come the pressure points on his upper arm. Just then, a virtual window pops up before him with a message: your body is responding positively to your acupuncture method. Internal organ functions are showing slight recovery signs. Your lungs have started working again. As the text appears, Rakiel feels his breathing stabilize. Fresh, oxygenated blood begins to flow through him as his lungs exchange air properly. The system confirms this event grants him his first 100 health points, bringing his total to 100. Rakiel, or rather, Prince Rakiel, now stares at the virtual window for a long time, then reaches out to touch it. Seeing this bizarre behavior, Gaiden breaks into a cold sweat. There is clearly nothing in front of him, yet Rakiel keeps swatting at the air like he is hunting mosquitoes. Gaiden starts to genuinely wonder if the prince has lost his mind. Seeing the old man about to burst into tears again, Rakiel has to reassure him, Gaiden, I am not crazy, so please stop overreacting. As he speaks, Rakiel picks up another needle to pierce the Yunmen pressure point. The needle is still massive, but his body is slowly adapting to the sharp pain. Striking the Yunmen point correctly reduces the chest spasms racking this frail body. After a few more needles, another wave of pain hits. It seems using these substandard needles is much more painful than Rakiel anticipated. Godin stands to the side, praying silently. He is convinced the prince of the Magentano royal family has snapped. The evidence is clear the prince keeps hurting himself, and Gadin is helpless to intervene. Watching Gadin kneel by the bed and ramble on, Rakiel finds himself speechless. He knows explaining it right now would be useless. He has to focus on finishing the job, so he proceeds to needle the various pressure points along his arm. Thanks to Rakiel's masterful technique, many meridians begin to open up. As the pain fades, his body feels light and comfortable, as if he is resting on a massage chair. Still, he has not felt any real vitality yet, so he decisively drives the needle into the cheese point. The acupuncture treatment for his left lung is a massive success. Rakiel is thrilled. Or more accurately, his lungs themselves are thrilled, dancing with joy after years of being shackled by illness. Rakiel has no idea how this health point system works to trigger such an unscientific effect. As his lungs stir to life, even his large intestine seems to vibrate in sync with that noisy internal rhythm. Rakiel reads the shifting text on the virtual window, feeling like his medical knowledge is being insulted. Whatever a little insult is worth the health points. Clearing his lungs adds another 200 points to his total. Rakiel now has 600 points, enough to unlock his very first skill. Seeing the word skill, his heart begins to pound with genuine anticipation. He imagines game-like effects, swinging a sword to create light or firing flames from a magic staff. Wait, are these skills straight out of a fantasy novel? The thought alone is incredibly exciting. Rakiel immediately tells the system to display the available skills. There are 10 in total: pulse taking, acupuncture, cupping, moxibustion, herbal medicine, identification, harvesting, decoction, billing, and the Osrahan treatment. Rakiel feels a wave of disappointment. He was expecting something more epic. As a traditional doctor in his past life, he has already mastered all of these. Since he must choose one, Rakiel weighs his options carefully. For any doctor, whether Eastern or Western, the foundation of all treatment is the diagnosis. Only with an accurate diagnosis can a physician provide the correct regimen. He decides to unlock pulse taking first, spending 500 health points and leaving him with 100 remaining. A new status window pops up right in front of him. The system confirms he has successfully unlocked Pulse Diagnosis Level 1. By feeling a target's pulse, Rakiel can now evaluate their health and view a full summary report. The first thing Rakiel does is check his own pulse, no more guesswork needed. The system handles the analysis instantly, and his health report materializes on the screen. At 176 centimeters and barely 53 kilograms, no wonder his body is this weak. Even worse, his organ health scores are all hitting rock bottom. The final verdict evaluates his physique as F-rank trash, with a life expectancy of just 91 days. Rakiel is stunned, nearly bolting upright. He expected it to be bad, but 3 months left? That is brutal. He just finished a round of clockwise acupuncture. By easing the pressure and using rhythmic breathing, he carefully removed the needles one by one. As the final needle comes out, the status window flickers and changes. His lifespan jumps from 91 to 92 days. It actually works, and he immediately starts treating the other side. But this time, his lifespan doesn't budge, and he ends up coughing up a mouthful of blood. A red alert flashes on screen, warning him that his body is dangerously overloaded from overtreatment. The system analyzes his condition and suggests a hard limit of 3 acupuncture sessions per week. Garden watches his prince spit blood and looks like he is about to burst into tears again. Rakiel ignores him. He got too excited and forgot acupuncture alone cannot cure the root of the illness. The patient actually needs to be strong enough to withstand the stimulation of the nerves and meridians. But right now, Rakiel's body is in a critical, alarmingly fragile state. The acupuncture works, sure, but his vessel is too broken to handle the treatment frequently. He needs 3 full days of rest before he can try again. If he only treats himself every 3 days, he only gains 1 day of life, a measly 1-month total extension. That is not nearly enough, and he would still end up dead, just like in that story. He needs a better plan, and herbal medicine might be the fastest way to stabilize his health. Thinking of that, he starts pushing Garden again. He assumes the royal pharmacy has good stock and asks if they keep toxins like aconite root. Garden looks hesitant but nods they do keep it in stock, even if it is not in the main hall. Good. Rakiel grins like he hit the jackpot and demands Garden bring him the root. Garden asks what he needs it for, and Rakiel says it is to eat 2 words that terrify the man. He drops to his knees, struggling to hold back a fresh wave of tears. Rakiel sighs, wondering why he is stuck with such a crybaby, and explains it is just part of the therapy. He orders Garden to bring the herbs within 5 minutes, or his prince will be in grave danger. Garden looks at him with deep suspicion but eventually scurries off. Rakiel realizes he has found Garden's weakness whenever his life is on the line. The man obeys unconditionally. That aconite root is genuinely lethal. Rakiel knows this as a modern doctor, and Garden knows it too. But there are actually two types of aconite root. Rakiel specifically wants the smaller side root, even though the aconitine in it can stop a heart cold. But Rakiel knows how to neutralize and control the toxin. He can turn poison into medicine. Even with Rakiel's confidence, Garden is clearly still doubting him. The man has never heard of turning a deadly poison into a medicinal herb. Seeing Garden's loyalty, Rakiel decides to explain the detoxification process briefly. Once neutralized, the toxins in the root become a potent remedy that is vital for his recovery. He stops and asks if that makes sense, hoping to finally convince him. Garden looks at the ground, clearly struggling, and timidly replies that he still does not believe it. I do not know where you got that information or if it is reliable, but if it helps you recover, I will help you until the end. Garden leaves the prince's room with a candle in hand. To be honest, what he just said is not very convincing. But Rakiel's body is growing weaker by the day, to the point where the imperial family is desperate for any working method. So, Garden thinks trying this detox thing is at least worth a shot. In exchange, once the process ends, Garden will personally test it first to ensure safety. When the monkshood root finally arrives, Rakiel is too excited to wait until tomorrow and dives right into brewing his tonic. Rakiel cooks the medicine using all his medical experience from his past life, the pot bubbling away, letting off a foul, pungent scent. Garden sniffs it repeatedly, sensing something is off. After all, it is brewed from poisonous ingredients, making him even more anxious. When Rakiel is not paying attention, Garden suddenly bursts into tears and grabs his hand. Your Highness, please reconsider, please. Rakiel jumps in surprise. Then, he thinks of a mischievous prank. If you are so scared, why not try it first? He only intended to scare Garden, but the old man looks completely determined. Very well, Your Highness. Rakiel is stunned. Is this old man not supposed to be a coward? Why did he agree without a second thought? Come to think of it, in the novel, Garden is incredibly loyal and devoted. He was not even the royal physician at first, just an assistant. Even the initial doctors, full of confidence, eventually quit when faced with the prince's illness, and Garden is the only one who stayed by Rakiel's side. The man is truly flawless. It is a shame that after the prince died, he was framed for it and sentenced to death. Watching Garden's back as he prepares to test the medicine, Rakiel feels conflicted. He is such a patient, loyal servant, he deserves to live a much better life. Perhaps from now on, instead of just fighting for his own survival, Rakiel needs to try to save Garden from the gallows too. Still, he is not quite ready to share the good stuff with him just yet. It took quite a while to brew that pot. If he lets Garden test it, who knows how much longer he would have to wait. So, Rakiel tells Garden to calmly wait for the medicine to cool down before drinking, and he actually believes it. But watching Rakiel's skilled movements, Garden gets curious. Come to think of it, how do you know these recipes? Garden's question makes Rakiel feel a bit uneasy. His loyalty belongs to the real Rakiel. If he finds out that he is not the real prince, it will be a huge problem. So, without blinking, Rakiel starts spinning the most ridiculous story possible. He claims a sorcerer visited him in his dreams every night, saw his sickly, dying state, and took pity enough to grant him a few special remedies. The story sounds so absurd that even Rakiel cannot bring himself to believe it. Yet, Garden reluctantly accepts it. By now, the medicine has cooled down a bit. Rakiel seizes the moment while the other man is still lost in the story and, moving as fast as a mouse stealing food, drains the bowl. Garden is stunned, left in a daze. The prince actually resorted to dirty tricks just to stop him from testing the poison. As for Rakiel, 5 seconds after finishing the bowl, his body starts to react, his heart pounding violently. It feels like it is about to explode right out of his chest. It is uncomfortable, but he refuses to believe his own remedy is useless. Sure enough, after holding on for a bit longer, a system notification pops up. It says the tonic Rakiel brewed is perfect. The root removed the cold and pain from his body while boosting his metabolism. Most importantly, it awakened the Azrahan energy core. Rakiel is genuinely shocked by this unexpected gain. The Azrahan energy core is a technique created by the legendary swordmaster Javier Azrahan and the noble he served, Lloyd Frontera. This technique is passed down only to the direct Magentano royal line, making it a symbol of the crown. Since this body is the crown prince, he must have been taught the Azrahan core since he was a child. It is just a pity that due to his sickly physique, he could only awaken it now. The level 1 Azrahan core technique creates a circle around Rakiel, helping him process or increase mana absorbed by that circle while circulating it. At this very moment, Rakiel feels like there is a donut coating his heart. He can feel life surging through his entire body with every breath he takes. It is the first time he has ever felt something called mana. The sensation makes Rakiel want to shout out loud. But a second later, the bowl in Rakiel's hand slips and shatters into pieces. A sudden sharp pain strikes, strangling his heart as if it is about to break. The circle around his heart seems to be tightening its grip. Garen panics as the crown prince collapses before his very eyes. But Rakiel is beyond hearing anything now. The system blares red warnings while the mana circle crushes his heart with unrelenting pressure. The growth between his heart and the circle has snapped out of balance, a lethal flaw that could stop his heart cold. Rakiel gasps for air, fighting to stay conscious while the system confirms his internal structure is failing. Is it possible the mana circle and his heart are no longer compatible? It makes sense weak from birth. He never trained his mana and only unlocked the skill at 22. The mana circle is like a ring that no longer fits, slowly choking the life out of him. Rakiel clutches his chest, desperate to stop the agony, but he cannot shrink his heart. Only one option remains. He must force the mana circle to expand. With his last shred of focus, Rakiel closes his eyes and dives deep into his own body. In his mind, he sees it the mana circle tightening like a noose around his heart. To survive, he has no choice but to grab the circle and stretch it by sheer force of will. This is no ordinary rope, it is raw mana, and the resistance is crushing. He feels his consciousness fading, but memories of his past life's failure spark a desperate, burning rage to fight back. He can still see it clearly, the ruinous rumors that his clinic was a disease hotspot. His doors closed, patients fled, and the stress cost him his health. Even his hair began to fall out in massive clumps. Debts and interest piled up until he was forced to mortgage his own home just to scrape by. Thinking of that home, now lost, something primal and fierce awakens in the depths of Rakiel's spirit. He pours everything into one final push, fueled by the relentless hunger of a man who knows exactly what it means to lose. Against all odds, Rakiel forces the mana circle to give way, stretching it wide. As awareness returns, the first thing Rakiel sees is Garden's tear-streaked face staring back. Beside him, the system window shifts from a terrifying red to a calm, steady blue. Through this intense surge, the king of his organs, his heart has finally awakened. He can feel it thumping hard against his ribs, a rhythmic celebration as if his entire body is welcoming its ruler home. It is still a fragile, broken vessel, but the strength of his heartbeat proves life is finally returning. The system confirms the balance is restored and marks Rakiel as the first in history to secure a mana slot. Rakiel blinks, still trying to grasp the meaning of this new feature. It feels like an inventory slot in a game, but he will have to test its functions to be sure. He remembers the man crying beside him and knows he needs to ease his fears immediately. Rakiel suddenly bolts upright, startling Garden so badly he nearly jumps out of his skin. His sudden burst of energy leaves Garden confused, especially after seeing him in such agony moments ago. It was just a side effect of the medicine. Rakiel lies smoothly, thumping his chest to prove he is fine. The reckless action only makes Garden panic even more. After witnessing Rakiel's near-death struggle, it is impossible for the man to believe he is truly recovered. Rakiel has no time for explanations and simply orders Garden to clean up the mess on the floor. Then, he adds a quick, casual thanks. Garden looks completely shell-shocked by the sudden gratitude, but Rakiel ignores the confusion and moves on. With Garden gone, Rakiel turns his attention to the true potential of his new mana slot. If he understands correctly, this is a top-tier technique that allows him to store materials infused with mana 10 liters per slot. He can even store items by consuming them, so he glances at the water carafe by the bed to test his theory. It seems like the perfect candidate for his first experiment. He considers the concept of a median lethal dose, a technical term used to measure the toxicity of a substance. It represents the amount that would be fatal to 50% of test subjects. In simple terms, consuming that amount means Rakiel has a 50-50 chance of losing his life right here. Even if he survives, the pain or permanent damage would be catastrophic, and for his current weight, that dose is just over 5 liters of water. Rakiel has a scrawny build, so 3.9 liters is his absolute limit. He lifts the water container with both hands, shaking. This body is pathetic. Rakiel gulps it down, testing if he can store the intake inside himself. Halfway through, a status window appears. He has stored 1 liter without feeling full. To be sure, he drinks more. Even after 10 liters, his body remains perfectly normal. He finds he can release the water just as easily. The feeling is incredible. Rakiel feels like a human camel, able to pull out as much as he needs. Now that he understands the mana slot, he wants to combine it with Azrahan core techniques. Since that technique specializes in absorbing, amplifying, and releasing mana, maybe it can release stored water in a new way. He focuses, sensing mana circling his heart. A sphere of water forms in his palm. Rakiel is stunned by this unscientific sight. He tries to pour the water back into the bottle, but things go wrong. He intends to control the flow, pouring it slowly back into the container, but the release is too powerful, shattering the intricately carved glass bottle on the table. Looking at the shards, Rakiel feels a pang of guilt. He expected a gentle flow, not a whirlpool. Worse, a major problem arises. The loud crash echoes, and Garden rushes in with the guards, terrified. They assume an assassin attacked the prince. Rakiel quickly lies, claiming his own anger caused the mess. The captain of the guards and Garden exchange looks. Rakiel catches their suspicious stares. Even he finds the excuse ridiculous. Moments later, the guard captain bows politely. "Are you injured, Your Highness?" Rakiel lets out a loud breath. Do they actually believe him? Or are they just playing along because he is royalty? Soldiers quickly clear the debris. Then, the guard captain orders Garden to escort Rakiel to the second bedroom. Garden even carries him. After tending to his wounds, he tucks him into bed. The royal treatment is no joke. They really do take care of everything. Rakiel stays still, trying not to draw more attention. The accident keeps him thinking. The mana circle and meridians near his heart have created a mana flow. The current surges through his right shoulder and arm, amplifying and erupting with massive force. It is laughable that Garden believes Rakiel broke a simple vase with that much power. Until he masters this mana flow, Rakiel knows he must avoid causing any more trouble. He has meddled enough for one day and needs sleep. He must experiment carefully to keep his true identity hidden. Yet, his recent strange behavior has already been reported to Emperor Asterion Testarossa Magentano. After hearing the news that the prince is harming himself with needles and even poison, the emperor is furious. What in the world is he doing? The next day, Rakiel starts by boiling 10 liters of medicinal herbs. To be safe, he forces Garden to leave the room before he begins. Otherwise, the old man might faint seeing him chug all that medicine at once. Garden keeps peeking in, worried, watching Rakiel prepare the strange concoction. "You are drinking that again? But Your Highness, did it not cause you terrible pain yesterday?" "I told you." "I just choked. I am worried because you made so much this time. It is only for experiments. I will only drink a little and toss the rest." Rakiel reassures him, though Garden remains skeptical. The prince has been acting odd lately, but Rakiel kicks him out once again. Finally rid of his living surveillance, he starts his mana storage mission. Rakiel lifts the 10-liter pot with all his might and gulps it down. His mana slot absorbs it all without him feeling full. He actually feels refreshed. Next up, Rakiel spends days slowly infusing the medicinal broth into his system, letting the ephedra and asarum do their work. His organs soak it up, responding with a boost to his HP, though 500 points barely makes a dent. It is nowhere near enough to truly extend his life. Soon, a new problem arises. The constant, steady dose has his internal organs feeling completely sick of the bitter brew. Rakiel remains firm. However, he is the one in charge here, and they are his organs after all. What he orders them to consume, they consume, as he continues the slow drip of medicine. Then, during dinner, a notification flashes his lifespan has increased by 50 days, and he leaps up in pure joy. It is actually working. The maid carrying his meal jumps, dropping the plate as it shatters on the floor. Rakiel rushes to apologize, but the girl just trembles, hitting the floor to beg for mercy. Watching her shake, Rakiel feels a wave of confusion. He tells her to stand. It is not her fault. He asks if she is hurt, his voice genuinely concerned, yet she only shudders harder at his words. She begs for forgiveness, pleading with him not to use the whip like he did before. Rakiel is stunned. Was he, in this broken body, really cruel enough to lash out at servants? And to think he is stuck with this massive target on his back, he asks her, in disbelief, if he truly whipped her. He hopes for a denial, but she confirms he never did it himself. The guilt begins to crush him. He demands she explain the full story. It turns out, when she spilled a single drop on his sleeve, the original prince had his guards do the whipping for him. Hearing this, Rakiel feels a burning rage. That pathetic prince was a monster. No wonder the heavens cursed him with illness. He tells her to clean up and leave, though she scrambles away as if escaping a prison cell. Seeing her flee, Rakiel sinks onto the bed, feeling the weight of the prince's dark reputation hit him hard. He calls Garden into the room, feigning memory loss from his illness as the perfect excuse to clear the air. He needs to know exactly how he treated Garden and the rest of the staff in the past. Garden looks eager to talk, but Rakiel cuts him off sharply before he can even start. He warns the old man lie to him, and he will drink the bowl of poison right in front of his eyes. It is a simple threat, but it stops Garden cold. Left with no choice, Garden begins to tell the brutal truth. Only then does Rakiel realize just how tyrannical and cruel the former prince truly was. Now it makes sense why the guard unit believed the lie about him breaking the water vase in a fit of rage. Their prince was never known for his kindness, yet this brings up a haunting question for Rakiel. He asks Garden why he isn't afraid, considering he was the one closest to the prince's wrath. Garden answers with conviction he trusts him, because he knows who Rakiel really is inside. He recalls a day years ago, when he was just an assistant doctor and Rakiel was barely the size of a sprout. During a massive, pouring rainstorm, when the entire palace was in a panic, Garden found the boy huddled under a tree, shielding a tiny chick from the downpour. Garden always believed the prince's later cruelty was just a symptom of his sickness, and that his true self would eventually return. He says his faith has finally been rewarded, smiling as he remembers Rakiel's recent sincere gratitude. Rakiel laughs, teasing the old man for being so happy about his change in character. Looking at Garden's warm smile, Rakiel feels like he has found a real father figure, someone far more present than the emperor he has yet to even meet. To show his appreciation, Rakiel gives all the desserts from his meal to the old man, something likely never done by any royal before. Even that is not enough to truly repay the depth of Garden's loyalty. He swears, on his honor, that he will survive this. He does it for himself, and to ensure Garden never faces the unjust death he suffered in the novel. But as Garden stuffs his mouth with pastries, the door flies open. A servant rushes in, breathlessly reporting that the emperor has summoned Rakiel at once. Moments later, inside the grand and magnificent imperial palace, Rakiel walks in, dressed in his royal prince attire with a steady, determined stride. Rakiel Adria Magentano stares straight at the emperor. He immediately drops to his knees. Rakiel Adria Magentano offers his deepest respects to the sovereign of this land. Emperor Asterion Gestarosa Magentano watches him, his gaze heavy with thought. After a long moment, the emperor freezes. He sees something truly unexpected. Alien tracks Rakiel with a glare. How could someone so frail master a cure like that? Rakiel's body trembles from the strain of kneeling. Rakiel senses the shift in the room. The emperor feels uneasy. Perhaps his entire perception of this man is wrong. Silence drags on. Rakiel grits his teeth, forcing his legs to hold firm despite the violent shaking. It is numbing. Just speak already so he can stand. Finally, Asterion breaks the silence. Is life at the secondary palace to your liking? Rakiel bows his head. Yes, your majesty. But inwardly, he is fuming. Does the man really intend to keep him kneeling this long? Asterion's brow furrows. He heard rumors of Rakiel stabbing himself with needles and drinking poison. Is that true? Rakiel jerks his head up. No, that is not it at all. The emperor snaps. You fool. How dare you claim the blood of this royal house? Asterion rests his chin on his hand. You carry my proud lineage. Do not throw your dignity away. Rakiel only lowers his gaze in silence. The emperor points to the crown. If your health makes you too weak to bear its weight. Rakiel's eyes sharpen, hanging onto every word. Is it not time you made a wiser choice? Rakiel studies Asterion's face with suspicion. A wiser choice, he wonders. The old fox is clearly plotting something for this meeting. Asterion leans forward. I will not beat around the bush anymore. The emperor's voice turns cold. I want you to renounce your princely title and yield it to your younger brother. Rakiel is stunned, but a thrill runs through him. Is that all? Rakiel answers without a moment of hesitation. My apologies. Your Majesty. Rakiel smiles, calm as ever, but I must refuse. Asterion's hand grips his throne until the veins bulge. What? The emperor stands up, voice booming. You refuse? You dare refuse me? Rakiel remains unmoved. Yes, that is right. He tells himself to stay steady. The pressure is suffocating, but he cannot fold now. This reaction was expected. The man has always had the power to strip his title away. Asterion only asked because he wanted a clean, voluntary resignation, a way to crown the younger brother with kindness. It is a clever political play, making the heir appear to crown his successor willingly. Rakiel knows he is viewed as a useless failure, but he has no intention of playing along. Rakiel watches the emperor's fury with grim satisfaction. The man must be rattled. Asterion descends the steps. Do you not respect my decree? Does the title of prince mean that much to you? He looms over Rakiel, looking down with contempt. Do you only find satisfaction in bringing shame to me and this entire dynasty? Rakiel considers the words honestly. He does not care for the title. He plans to hand it to the younger brother or anyone else and just live his life. But if he agrees to this deal, this country will fall into ruin under the younger brother. In the original story, the boy looks talented, but that is a facade. A time of chaos is coming. The younger brother has a hot temper and zero skills to manage the aftermath. His reign would destroy the empire and the royals alike. Rakiel must stop this at all costs. Rakiel stands up. I may look frail to your eyes, but I have not lost my wit or my wisdom. He continues, this title has little value to me, but the peace and prosperity of our house means everything. The emperor's gaze turns razor sharp. Well said. Rakiel meets that stare with newfound confidence. There is more to it than that. Rakiel puts his cards on the table. So, I would like to make a counter-proposal. Asterion pauses. A proposal? Rakiel places a hand over his heart. Give me a chance to prove who can truly bear the weight of this crown. Between me and the younger brother, who is the better choice? Back at the palace, Rakiel walks through the halls, completely exhausted. Garden follows close behind, deeply concerned. Rakiel turns his head with a faint grin. It is nothing. He just wanted me to hand over the throne to my brother. Garden looks like he has been struck by lightning. Rakiel waves a hand dismissively. Do not worry. I already said no. Garden covers his mouth in total shock. Rakiel's face lights up with a grin. He turns around and gives a thumbs up. I even challenged the younger brother to a sword duel. Rakiel suddenly stops, his mood darkening. Garden, what are you doing? Garden gloomily packs his gear away. He murmurs that he's already preparing to leave. A loud shout cuts through the room. Asterion stands by the window, deep in thought about the earlier exchange. Does the boy want a chance to prove which one of them is more worthy? Asterion stares out into the distance. Is that really his nature? Fine, the offer is accepted, expectations are running high. Jekyll and Garden are wrestling over the bag now. I told you I would win. Garden refuses to believe it, tugging the bag back. How could you possibly win? The next morning, the city is bright with clear blue skies. A massive crowd gathers around the palace grounds. Flags flutter in the wind while the high and mighty take their seats. Asterion watches from above, his gaze icy. Surrounded by spectators, the second prince stands in the center, warming up. The noblewomen cheer with excitement. Prince Theode is so handsome, surely his victory will be glorious. Theode walks toward Jekyll. Finding the prince stretching out, Jekyll looks up in confusion. It is Theode Magentano, the second prince of the empire, his face etched with worry. Brother, Prince, you really do not have to do this. The second prince continues, I hate to say this, but you know how this ends. Jekyll stands, face twisting in annoyance ends. Are you already declaring your own victory? They face off as Theode speaks up. The emperor proposed this duel to help prove your worthiness for the throne. Jekyll groans in frustration. What nonsense, Theode gripes while clutching his head. You know the outcome will always be the same. I do not want you risking yourself for that. I will not allow it. I refuse to let you sacrifice anything for me. Jekyll wears a cunning smile. They are both in for a surprise. Sorry to interrupt. Garden drags out a massive iron shield and drops it by Jekyll with a loud thud. The sound startles the crowd, leaving everyone stunned and curious. Even Asterion looks taken aback. He grips the armrests of his chair, staring in pure bewilderment. Even Theode is left completely speechless. Jekyll provokes him with a smirk. You really do not intend to lose. Determination is written all over his face. Early the next morning, a voice echoes through the castle. The crown prince is acting strange. Quiet. What if someone hears? A crowd forms a circle, whispering frantically. Do you not see it? The second prince has natural swordsmanship and magical power. He even trained under a legendary knight. Jekyll stands with his heavy shield, striking a confident pose. Garden watches from the sidelines, clearly worried. The crown prince does not stand a chance. This is just a cruel joke. Flashback to his intense training. I told you, I am being serious. I want to win. Garden looks devastated, hesitating as he speaks. But Highness Jekyll cuts him off. It is fine. I am glad no one expects anything from me. So there is no pressure. Upon hearing that, Garden clutches his chest and shouts, Of course I believe you will win. Jekyll looks skeptical. Who actually believes that? But Garden is already cheering, full of excitement to boost his morale. Jekyll stops his training, panting, his hands clenched tight. If I can just block 3 attacks from the second prince. He holds up 3 fingers with resolve. I will win. Back to the present, Garden prays, please, let him return safely. From high above, Asterion makes an announcement that draws every eye. Today, he declares, this match will decide the heir to the throne. The crowd falls into a tense silence. The rules are simple. Jekyll listens closely. If the crown prince holds out for 5 minutes or defeats the second prince, he wins. Theode draws his sword. If the crown prince fails to meet either condition, victory goes to the second prince. Now, the two of them stand ready to clash. Theode thinks to himself, Brother, it has come to this. I will end it as quickly as possible. A loud voice rings out. The match begins. Suddenly, a sword clatters to the ground. Asterion stares in shock and confusion. The crowd begins to murmur. What? Is it over already? How boring. That is Jekyll. He has tossed his sword aside. Even the second prince looks bewildered. Are you surrendering? Theode is secretly relieved. I never wanted to draw my blade against someone so frail. Thank goodness. Theode scans the crowd, lost in thought. Still, I cannot believe he gave up this easily in front of all these people. This could ruin the royal family's image. Theode stands frozen, paralyzed by the uncertainty. Should I ask him to continue the fight? No, I should not. After all, he is sick. But the emperor is watching. Ignoring everyone watching, Jekyll grips his shield tight. He plants his feet, setting it firmly in front. It is huge. Heavy, a loud clang rings out as he forces it into position. Theode is stunned. Defensive stance? He really plans to hold out for 5 minutes instead of attacking. If that is the plan, Theode thinks, I will just crush him right now. A sinister grin spreads across Theode's face. He starts pulling up his power, eyes burning with battle hunger. In a flash, Theode launches himself forward, lightning fast, appearing right before Jekyll in a heartbeat. Elion watches from above, thinking that strike has serious weight behind it. That power, that magic, the shield will shatter no matter how he tries to block. Below, Jekyll grits his teeth against the brutal impact. Even while hammering away, Theode is secretly praying. Brother, please don't just fall backward and look like an idiot. Even if you want to lose, at least drop to one knee so you keep some dignity. The dust clears. Jekyll is still there, standing steady, holding that shield. Next, a strike from above. Theode's eyes go wide. He actually blocked that. The crowd is speechless. Whispers erupt everywhere. What just happened? The crown prince blocked the second prince. Even the emperor is leaning forward, eyes fixed on the center. Surely the second prince went easy on him. He is just too kind. Jekyll's eyes turn cold. There is only one goal now: victory. Theod is furious. That gaze, he thinks it is not luck, but that changes nothing. He bares his teeth, readying the next strike. Theod grips his sword with both hands, charging in like a wild beast with even more force than before. Jekyll's hands are weakening, struggling to hold against the sheer pressure. For a split second, he loses his grip, sent flying back across the arena. Garden shouts in panic. Jekyll scrambles to find his balance. Damn it, his head is spinning and his wrists have gone numb. He remembers his past life. As a cop, he has blocked plenty of hits worse than this. This strike? Nothing he cannot handle. Theod looks on, amazed the shield is still standing. They clash again and again. Theod pours everything into the assault, yet that shield refuses to budge. Theod keeps attacking. Jekyll keeps holding, and it is absorbing the impact better than expected. A confident smirk plays on Jekyll's lips. It is even more effective than he imagined. After a long exchange, the second prince starts to slow down, breathing hard. I do not know what you are playing at, Theod begins, but both men cut him off, screaming as they collide. Theod leaps high into the sky, diving down for one final, devastating strike. Jekyll has been waiting for this moment. He plants his feet. He practiced this stance for exactly this opening. The system interface flares to life. I thought you were looking to die, the system quips, but we worked day and night to push the shield's rank up to the absolute limit. We nearly worked ourselves to death. Jekyll recalls the long, grueling preparations. It was specially forged by the royal blacksmith. Right now, Jekyll is downing a cocktail. He smiles to himself, a perfect, lethal drink for his dear younger brother. The system announces the loading function is ready. Jekyll triggers the order point: 2 liters of mana, both energies swirling together. Suddenly, Jekyll's aura snakes out, tangling around Theod's legs. The crowd watches, utterly baffled. The Emperor is frozen in shock. Even Theod looks confused. What is happening? Theod stands with his sword, but he is swaying, his feet stumbling as his face turns bright red. Theod looks around, dazed, coughing as he tries to regain his focus. What is going on? He mutters. Jekyll just watches him, eyes sharp and calm. Theod, according to the records, cannot handle even a single cup of alcohol. Seeing Theod stumble, Jekyll laughs inside. He spiked that drink with a cocktail of 20 different strong spirits last night. Theod tries to stay upright, voice slurring as he struggles to speak. My strike landed, but something else hit me. It is mixed with my mana. His vision blurs, the world tilting sideways. Something is wrong, he thinks, yet his battle instinct pulls him forward, gripping his sword one last time. Focus. Stay centered. The outcome will be the same. I just need to take him down in 5 minutes. Visions of the king and his court flood Theodore's mind, the praise, the honor, finally gaining his father's elusive gaze. Thousands of voices cheering in the palace as he takes his place, the pride of the empire. It is for the best. Theodore steels his resolve. For the crown, for the empire, and for his frail older brother. Jekyll watches Theodore's state with sharp, focused eyes. Has he already been hit? Theodore grunts in suspicion, his face flushed from the drink, sword pointed with shaky determination. I will win. He lunges forward in a desperate strike. His strikes are lightning fast, fueled by raw intensity. Come on, brother. Jekyll deflects the savage blows, disbelief creeping into his thoughts. He is actually tanking the effects of my cocktail. Theodore raises his blade, the sunlight burning like liquid power against the steel. Theodore grits his teeth and brings the blade down hard against Jekyll's solid shield. Jekyll grunts, straining every muscle to hold the line. Time for the second round of this cocktail, brother. A tenth of a liter of the cocktail is released from the circle. Jekyll's eyes burn with focused intent. Drink it all, finish it in one go. Theodore's eyes widen as he feels something strange seeping into his veins. In his mind, he is sitting at a quiet bar, the air thick with golden, warm light. Theodore looks around, bewildered. I was just in the middle of a duel. Across from him, a bartender calmly shakes a cocktail. Moments later, the man slides a vibrant, crimson drink across the counter. The bartender gestures toward the shadows. That gentleman over there paid for your drink. Theodore looks over at Jekyll, who is calmly sipping his own glass. Sensing the gaze, Jekyll turns his head, catching Theodore's eye. Jekyll flashes a friendly, mocking smile and raises his glass, a silent invitation to a toast. Back in reality, Theodore panics, his face reddening as the heavy alcohol takes hold. Am I hallucinating? Jekyll tosses the heavy shield aside, choosing to fight head-on. He takes a long, deep breath. Time to sober you up, brother. He dashes forward, closing the distance while Theodore stands reeling in his drunken stupor. The system alert chimes. A fresh wave of liquid energy floods the circle. Mana swirls into a vortex in Jekyll's palm. This might sting a little. He unleashes the full force of the spell. Just take it. Theodore takes the brunt of the heavy impact, gasping as pain ripples through him. He is sent flying backward, completely defenseless. His sword slips from his grip, clattering across the arena. Theodore lies sprawled on the ground, helpless in front of the entire crowd. The spectators stare in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to process what they just saw. Even Astjan looks shocked, eyes wide at the unexpected turn of events. Jekyll smiles, satisfied with his work, and begins to retract the mana. The arena stays deathly quiet. Ayan frowns, his mind racing. Was that truly the core technique of Astrahan? He stares at the dissipating mana, refusing to believe his own eyes. I must have seen it wrong. He glances at the others nearby, their own auras clashing in the air. Despite the chaotic energy filling the atmosphere, he can clearly feel two powerful mana currents resonating around Jekyll. Even from this distance, the resonance of the magic circle is impossible to miss. Theodore slowly begins to stir. He wakes up in a fog. Suddenly, he sits bolt upright, finding Jekyll calmly massaging his ankle. Theodore breaks into a cold sweat. Brother. Jekyll cuts him off, channeling mana into the injury to begin the healing. Hold still, I am purging the stagnant mana. The group stares, stunned by the purity of the light Jekyll emits. That is the Astrahan core technique. How is that possible? Jekyll replies with casual indifference. So what? Maybe I am just a late bloomer. Theodore looks around, scrambling to find his precious sword. Despite his frustration, he has to face the reality of the fight. I lost. Jekyll barely cares, giving a careless shrug. Why are you so surprised? Blood trickles from a cut on Jekyll's forehead, but he ignores it. It is fine. Honestly, I did not expect that outcome either. Theodore points, his voice rising in alarm. Your head is bleeding. Jekyll quickly wipes at the blood, surprised. Oh, I must have hit your shield when I was blocking that strike. Theodore sighs, his shoulders slumping as he thinks, Brother, what are you? Theodore watches Jekyll with a heavy heart, remembering how his brother fought with everything he had, never stepping back despite that frail body. He can't help but feel a sharp sting of self-reproach for his own earlier arrogance. And how did he act during the fight? He fought as if victory was already guaranteed. Theodore scoffs at himself, he was far too proud. Jekyll interrupts his thoughts, calling out loudly. All done now. Jekyll struggles to his feet, but his focus stays on his brother. Are you feeling better? Theodore clenches his fists, full of shame. I am incredibly ashamed of my own behavior. Jekyll just raises a brow, confused by the outburst. No, I mean your physical condition. Theodore freezes, then quickly answers, I actually feel much better. Jekyll smirks, clearly proud of his own power. Really? He thinks to himself. Satisfied. Of course I absorbed all the impurities right out of you. Suddenly, Theodore drops to his knees, bowing with intense sincerity before his brother. With a solemn posture, he speaks clearly. The second Prince Theodore Palmo Magentano. Theodore continues, shocking Jekyll, he is officially conceding the duel. He announces his defeat clearly for everyone to hear, including the Emperor and the gathered subjects. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd as they stare at Theodore in disbelief. Then, they erupt into cheers, raising their hands to honor his honesty. Jekyll stands there, stunned by the sudden change. He stays frozen for a moment, then reaches out with genuine joy. I actually did it. Amidst the cheering crowd, Garden wipes away tears of emotion. Oh, Your Highness, it is hard to believe you could ever be this happy. Jekyll's eyes widen with pure excitement. It is finally here. A series of system notifications flood his vision, listing his new achievements. You have successfully treated someone other than yourself for the first time in this world. A new skill has been unlocked. Requirement for Tier 1 healing fee active. Your lifespan increases when you extend the life of a patient. Current conversion rate is 2,000 to 1. Seeing the system rewards piling up, Jekyll clenches his fists in excitement. Perfect the system, confirms the Tier 1 fee has triggered, extending Theodore Palmo Magentano's life by half a day. The unit is too small, the minimum calculation is 1 full day. Jekyll stares at the text. Well, that is good enough for now. He thinks to himself the important thing is that he felt like a mosquito draining energy. If he keeps treating patients, Jekyll thinks with a grin, he can just keep siphoning off their lifespan to add to his own. Jekyll starts imagining all the rare medicinal herbs he can finally afford. It is actually lucky, regardless of how many herbs he drinks. He thinks back to how his body used to be riddled with needles like a cactus. It felt like pouring water into a cracked jar. A pathetic scene plays out in his mind, with Jekyll as a small frog drowning under the water. A total failure. Jekyll smiles, satisfied and hopeful for the future. But that ends now. Suddenly, Astellin's voice cuts through his thoughts. Why are you not answering my question? The Emperor repeats his demand, his tone stern. I will ask one more time. You used the Astrahan core technique in the duel just now, did you not? Jekyll does not hide it and simply nods. Yes, I used it. Astellin keeps pressing, how were you even able to use it? Jekyll responds vaguely. I am not entirely sure. Astellin frowns, clearly doubting the answer. Not sure? Jekyll maintains his stance. That is correct. Deep down, he feels a wave of annoyance. How can he explain that acupuncture all over his body created the skill? Astalin suddenly provides his own answer. That is right, the day you were born, I personally carved the Astrahan core technique into your heart. Jekyll bows respectfully. It is my honor, father. Astalin says coldly, but you had such a weak body that you could not withstand the power. Jekyll has no interest in explaining, so he just says indifferently, I apologize, father. Astalin stares at him. You have surpassed your brother despite that weakness. Once again, Jekyll just gives a perfunctory reply. Thank you. Astalin flares with anger and warns him. You have also ruined my mood and my plans. Jekyll bows to show remorse, but his expression lacks any real sincerity. I apologize, he wonders silently. Was that a compliment or an insult? With that, Astalin turns as if to leave. But a promise is a promise, and a deal is a deal. Today you defeated your brother, so as agreed, I will not strip you of your prince title. Suddenly, he turns to glare at Jekyll. However, he continues with a stern warning. I will continue to watch you closely. I will constantly question and test your ability to inherit the throne. Do you understand? Jekyll does not answer immediately, his hands clenching in frustration. Astalin turns back in a rage, staring him down. Why are you not answering? Jekyll finally speaks, his voice slow and respectful. Jell stands tall, looking the mighty emperor straight in the eye with a bold critique. He notes the emperor has been neglecting sword practice lately, all for the sake of state affairs. Astian watches in silence as Jell urges him to keep training and relax his muscles, even adding that he needs more vegetables in his diet. He doesn't stop there, bluntly suggesting the emperor should quit smoking too. Terlian flares up in anger. Is that really how he speaks to his ruler? But Jell stays calm, standing his ground. Jell explains it is purely out of sincere care, and a while later, sunlight filters through the trees as a carriage rolls down a forest path. A powerful voice inside the carriage tries to dodge the earlier talk, brushing it off as nothing more than naive demands. Alien sits deep in thought, clearly bothered by the reckless Azrahan core technique that Jell used. He stomps his foot in frustration, thinking about how dangerous and foolhardy that stunt truly was. With such a frail body, it could have ended in disaster. Yet Alien finds himself sighing, his heart heavy with worry. It reveals just how desperate the boy really is. Alien recalls the lonely shadow of young Jell and feels a pang of pity. A child who lost his mother at birth, always living with pain, now grown into this complicated young man. He has pinned his hopes on the Shuncourse, only to be disillusioned or to be disappointed, but he recalls the fierce determination in Jell's eyes during the match. Once again, Alien finds his expectations rising for the young prince. That tiny spark of hope Jell showed today has managed to stir his cold heart yet again, and later that day, the carriage rolls through the quiet streets. Jell stares out, lost in dark memories of his past life and his father who suffered a stroke. He vividly remembers freezing up, standing there as he watched his father lying motionless in a plain hospital bed. They had just been laughing together, and then the call came, but it was too late. Jell feels a deep ache thinking about Asterian's fate. The Emperor is also at risk of a stroke, and since Jell died early in the original novel, he scowls with firm resolve that cannot happen again. The Emperor must stay healthy and keep the throne, and Jell plans to extend his life by demanding a medical consultation fee. He drifts further into his own troubled thoughts. He never wants to experience that kind of pain again, but Garden suddenly breaks the silence, calling out to him in a loud voice. Seeing Garden's miserable expression, Jell snaps back, startled, but then he sees tears streaming down the man's face. Garden asks him to address the tears, and Jell breaks into a cold sweat, begrudgingly giving in to the request. Garden leans in close, satisfied as Jell asks about the tears, insisting they are genuine. Garden gets a bit dramatic, sympathizing with how hard and exhausting things must be for him. Jell helplessly holds up a hand to stop him, thanking him for the sentiment but insisting that he needs some rest for the busy day ahead. Garden looks at him suspiciously, asking if he has real work to do, and Jell confirms his plans. He has to meet someone, and as night falls over the busy streets, Garden joins Jell for a fancy dinner. Garden hesitates, asking if this is the Sorrentino Garden, and Jell confirms it. It is one of the 10 most famous restaurants in the capital, and Jell leans in to ask if Garden knows the place well. Garden quickly replies that he is quite familiar with it, eyeing the strange disguise Jell is wearing with deep suspicion. He asks why the prince is in disguise, staring at the bright orange wig Jell has decided to wear. A knock at the door interrupts them, and a waiter enters, bowing respectfully to ask for their order. Jell immediately lists exactly what he wants: pasta with no sauce or noodles, and a salad without the greens. He adds another request for some grape wine, saying he plans to stay until sunset. Garden watches, confused by the strange demands, until the waiter suddenly drops the professional act and tells them to follow him. Jell understands instantly and stands to follow, leaving a completely bewildered Garden behind to watch them go. Garden hurries down the hall, whispering to ask what the prince ordered, but Jell only hints that he will see soon enough. The waiter pushes a wine cabinet aside, revealing a hidden staircase tucked away behind it. He tells them to head straight down, and Garden stares at the passage in total disbelief. He wonders how such a place could exist in this restaurant, looking at Jel with growing questions about how the prince could know this. Jel lets out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he is lucky everything is still exactly like the novel. Garden keeps asking what this place is for and why they are there, but Jel only gives a cryptic answer. He is just here to collect a medical fee, leaving Garden even more confused than before. They reach the bottom of the stairs. A decaying door and a cracked wall come into view. Jel continues the explanation. I have someone to meet here. He turns to Garden with a question about a name. Garden, have you ever heard of someone called Damien? Garden answers vaguely. He has never heard of him. Jel confirms it. Of course you have not. He walks up and swings the door open. Beyond that door lies a blood-soaked arena. Two fighters are battling to the death while the crowd cheers for their bets. Garden sees blood splattered everywhere. He hesitates, Your Highness. He looks around the squalid space. This is the place. Jel crosses his arms and speaks with excitement. I told you, this is the secret location. He scans the area, searching for someone. Where could he be? Suddenly, something catches Garden's attention. He stares at a muscular man radiating intensity in the arena. That is the one named Damien Ken. He cannot help but exclaim he looks incredibly strong. Jel looks at the man with disdain and retorts. Are you mistaken? A figure appears from behind an iron gate. The man walks into the arena with an arrogant air. Jel watches the newcomer with pure interest. He has finally shown himself. The man steps forward, exuding overwhelming power. Jel notices the murderous aura radiating from him. The main character of this novel. Jel says the name aloud, Damien Ken. Damien stands there with a cold, handsome face. A soft light shines down on the two fighters in the arena, accompanied by the excited roar of the spectators. The manager looks at a fighter, dissatisfied and stern. If you are finished, get in there. The man scratches his head, reluctant to step out. All right, fine. The manager shouts out loud, Good, it is time for today's main event. He introduces Damien with great enthusiasm. A genius, the fencing prodigy Damien Ken. He first entered this coliseum at 17 and became champion by defeating everyone in just 3 months. Then, he announces Damien's opponent. And Damien's opponent for today will be from deep within the shadows. A pair of lethal eyes lock onto the enemy. A massive foot stomps out of the iron cage. A monster emerges, releasing a wave of pure rage. The giant creature roars in fury, radiating an intimidating presence against the smaller Damien. Jel backs away in fear. It is a real giant, so close. Garden does not fare any better. He clings to Jel's cloak in a panic. Your Highness, he stammers, pointing toward the arena. What is that? Where are we? Garden asks, terrified. Are they letting that giant eat people alive? What kind of place is this? The monster roars and charges at Damien. Damien does not show a hint of fear. He barely shifts his feet before the monster strikes. The giant's hand sweeps near Damien's face. The spectators gasp, but the strike misses, finding only empty air. The monster grunts in frustration and confusion. He tries again, desperate, swinging his fist at Damien. But like before, Damien avoids every attack with ease. Moving with incredible speed, Damien dodges the lethal blow. He narrows his eyes. It is time for a counterattack. Damien grabs the sword at his hip, preparing to strike. The monster keeps roaring, aggressive as ever. Damien delivers a single, swift, decisive slash. Damien gazes coldly at his enemy. He slices through the creature, blood splattering onto his sharp, handsome face. The massive monster is cleaved in two. The spectators witnessing the scene fall into a stunned, momentary silence. Moments later, they erupt into cheers, amazed by Damien's skill. Amidst the cheering crowd, Damien ignores them and walks away coldly. Jel is left speechless, mouth agape. He actually took it down? He is far more terrifying than I imagined. Watching him leave, Jel becomes even more convinced that must be why he is the protagonist. He recalls the plot of the novel, a man who could stand on par with Javier. A master known as the strongest in history, a fencing genius. Jel hurriedly prepares to leave. Stay vigilant and follow me, Garden. Garden jumps in surprise, panicking as he answers, Yes, yes, Your Highness. The two walk down a deserted, heavily guarded corridor. They stop before a fierce-looking guard. The guard stares at them aggressively. Who are you? Wait, he suddenly turns, his attitude shifting as he clutches a gold bar in his hand. Oh, you may pass. Jel smiles slyly at the guard's greedy expression. He quickly opens the door and peeks inside, greeting Damien in a friendly manner. Excuse me. Damien is wiping the monster's blood off his face. He stares back at Jel with suspicion, staying silent. Jel walks closer, body stiff. He tries to reassure himself. Do not be afraid. Garden watches the boy's awkward gait and tries to stifle a laugh. Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Jen picks up a bottle from Damien's table, turning it over in his hand. Pity, he says. Why would you waste time on cheap painkillers like this? Damien frowns, brow furrowed. eyes narrowed in suspicion at the stranger, and you think these actually help you sleep. Who are you? Damien demands. Jen ignores the question, voice dropping to a smirk. Am I not exactly what you need? Damien reads the intent instantly. Are you here to sell medicine? Jen keeps it casual, how perceptive. Damien doesn't care, tossing aside a rag and gesturing toward the door. Get out. I have more than enough medicine. Jen drops the bottle, not moving an inch. What good are those cheap pills doing you, really? Damien's face darkens, grip tightening on the hilt of his blade. Then Jen drops the next line, and Damien freezes. Keep popping those, he says, and you will never escape the pain in the back of your neck. Jen watches Damien stiffen, eyes alight with excitement. He has him hooked now. Time for the show. A screen flickers to life, showing human anatomy in vivid detail. Jen pulls out a small pointer, eyes bright. Listen closely. He taps the back of the neck on the image, precise and clinical. Chronic pain usually settles right there. Jen steps closer to Damien, masking his game with a thin veil of sympathy. Your neck and shoulders, they're stiff, aren't they? He begins to knead Damien's shoulders, testing the tension, feeling that tightness. Jen probes with a sharp glance. Damien says nothing, but his eyes reveal everything. He's wondering how this stranger knows his secret. Damien stays silent, watching Jen with cold, cautious intent. Jen switches tactics, contorting his face to mimic the agony of the nerves. When it gets bad, it spreads half your head, your forehead, right between your eyes. Jen's forehead beads with sweat, his body curling in a mock display of suffering. Damien breaks into a cold sweat just watching him. It feels like your eyes are about to pop out of your skull. Jen pauses, eyes distant, imagining the sea crashing against the shore. The pain comes in waves. See it rises, crashes, then dies down, only to start all over again. Jen acts it out, breathless, face twisted in frustration at the relentless cycle enough to drive anyone mad. Right when you think it's ending, it begins again. Absolute hell. Damien listens, cold and still, absorbing every word. But instead of fixing the root, you just lean on these painkillers. Damien finally breaks his silence, voice laced with doubt. You mean to tell me these pills aren't medicine? Jen shakes his head. No, not at all. Damien looks annoyed, patience wearing thin. He talks too much. Maybe he should just kill him. Jen sighs at the cold shoulder. You have a mouth, don't you? Say something. You pathetic fool. Damien glares, eyes flashing. Do you ever give me a chance to speak? Damien demands the truth about Jen's identity. Just who are you? Jen doesn't even hesitate, blunt and honest. I am the crown prince. Damien doesn't buy a word of it, blade flashing from its sheath die. Jen flinches, hands up. Wait, he insists again. I am not lying. Kuzma sent me. Damien pauses, the name hitting home. Kuzma sent you. Jen sees the shift. The memory of the name connecting. Yes, the one who sponsors you. The broker at the Roman arena. Damien falls silent, lost in thought, the weight of the connection settling in. Jen nods at the scattered pills. Kuzma said you were complaining about the supply. He says the harvest has been rough, making it hard to find what you need. Damien leans in, eyes keen. What do you mean? Jen smooths his clothes, voice brimming with confidence. I have another way to kill the pain. He circles Damien like a predator. Tell me, do I look more trustworthy now? Damien remains skeptical. You have new medicine for me. Jen adopts the soft, gentle tone of a healer. No, pills aren't the answer. You have to remove the root of the problem. He reaches out, tapping Damien on the shoulder. Take off your shirt and lie down. I will heal you as I explain. Damien hesitates, then finally relents. He strips down and lies on the bed as instructed. His back is a map of scars, remnants of brutal, life-or-death battles. Jen asks with mock concern, are you scared? Damien looks at the mysterious mark on his own back and scoffs. Of course not. Jen's voice takes on a devilish, playful edge, really. Damien snaps his head around, voice rising in frustration. I am a warrior. Damien starts listing his deeds. I have killed men, he says. I have been wounded and risked my life more times than I can count. Jen cuts him off, pulling out a strange object. Yeah, I get it. He places the heavy object onto Damien's back, Damien watching in total disbelief. Jen smiles. Here we go. Jen holds up a flaming torch, eyes glinting. This is your first time with cupping, right? He brings the fire close to the glass cup. Damien is still trying to defend his pride. I am a warrior, he repeats. The fire catches, the cup sealing onto his skin. Damien is stubborn to the end, muttering, this little trick won't make a dent on me. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream tears through the room. Even the guards outside jump in shock. The guard gasps in pure terror. Damien's entire body is shaking from the agony. Jel just offers a mocking smile. What a child. Do you still dare to call yourself a warrior? Look at you, are you actually crying? Jel's sharp tongue hides a real concern for his patient. He thinks to himself it must be unbearable. But just hold on. Jel eyes the strange mark on Damien's back. Damien is trapped in the underworld because of that exact mark, a mysterious brand with a sword right in the center. The curse activates every single time the blood starts circulating. He recalls the battles of the other puppets who bore that same curse. During those brutal matches in the arena, they endure absolute, blinding pain. They're like puppets, forced by someone else just to survive the agony. And the one holding those strings is Kuzman. Damien has to borrow money from him for painkillers, then fight again just to pay it back. Gel crosses his arms, clicking his tongue in pure disgust at the ruthless exploitation. Fight drugs, a never-ending loop. That bastard Kuzman. The room fills with thick smoke from the steaming tool. Damien's current state is critical. He checks the tool, half the tip is burned away. He needs high heat to erase the mark. Gel flashes a sly, cunning grin. If he heals the protagonist, the strongest man in the novel, and keeps him on his side, that is one extra life secured. A devious, excited thrill hits him when he thinks of the future. It will be even better if he heals the other gladiators too. Damien is drenched in sweat, teeth clenched, fighting through the burning pain from the massive tool on his back. Time passes, the thick smoke finally clears. Gel speaks up, all right, that is enough for now. Sit up. Damien trembles as he pulls himself up. His back is raw and red, showing a massive circle from the steaming device. Gel watches the mark fade slightly and feels satisfied. It is actually working. He puffs out his chest, proud of his own work. How do you feel? Better, right? The pain is gone, isn't it? You must feel refreshed now. Damien follows the instruction, slowly sensing the changes in his body. He is shocked to realize he really does feel much better. He stammers out his disbelief. It is true. It is better. I really do feel better. Damien's mood lifts, his face finally showing a hint of warmth. It has been so long since I felt this comfortable. Gel just rubs his nose, feeling pretty pleased with himself. No need to be so formal, but you are not fully recovered yet. He blunders on, you need to do this a few more times. I mean, have the treatment a few more times? Damien looks confused. Is that so? Gel gives him strict instructions. Yep, if a blister forms on your back, do not touch it. Avoid any excessive activity and stay away from greasy food. Damien asks suspiciously, excessive activity? Suddenly, Gel jumps up and shouts with a bit of frustration. It means, stop fighting. Seriously, is that so hard to understand? Damien resists, hesitant to answer. But he clenches his fist. That guy Kuzman will not allow it. Gel understands his burden and reassures him. Do not worry, I will handle that. Damien stares at him in total shock, then asks with suspicion, just who are you? His voice softens, almost pleading, please, tell me your name. Gel puts on a cold, aloof face and lies with a straight, pretentious tone. Oh, did I not tell you? I am Prince Crow. The room falls into a long, dead silence after such an arrogant claim. Damien clearly does not believe him, but he does not push it further. Fine, I suppose you have your reasons. Gel freezes, unsure how to explain. I am serious, you know. He coughs awkwardly to brush past the moment. Anyway, from now on, just do exactly what I tell you. He orders Damien, his voice turning serious. Tonight, no matter what happens in the arena, do not run anywhere. Just stay here, quiet and obedient. Damien looks lost, confused by the order. Gel suddenly gets aggressive, pointing a finger at him. Do not ask questions. He turns to leave. Staying here is the only way you stay safe. He glances back at Damien one last time, adding a cautious warning. Only this way will you ever see me again. Damien freezes, deep in thought, unable to give an immediate answer. He suddenly drops to one knee before Gel in a sign of respect. I understand. Stepping out, Gel walks down the old corridor with Garden following close behind. Garden calls out to him. Your Highness, Gel asks suspiciously. Garden cannot help but voice his confusion. Why would you find him and treat him? This place is neither safe nor legal. He is still completely baffled by what he just witnessed. I truly do not understand what happened today. Gel does not stop walking. He gives no real explanation, just hints you will understand soon. For now, just do what you need to do. That is, serve me. Garden asks with uncertainty, what must I do? Gel gives a serious description of someone to look for, a man with black hair and a ponytail. He is big, and he has a vicious temper. Meanwhile, over at the arena, the bettors are still roaring and cheering for the fighters. Outside, the tavern hums with life, high-priced wine flowing, patrons enjoying the night. Garden scans the room with a sharp eye, following the tip. He spots the ponytail, looking meaner than expected. A target matches the description. He catches Giel's gaze and points subtly toward the man. I think we found him. Giel follows the gesture, his eyes narrowing to get a better look. A massive man, hair tied back, face twisted into a permanent scowl. Giel nods, fits the report perfectly. He strides over, pulling out a chair across from the guy, ready to weigh his options. Let's see what we're working with. Giel studies those eyes, truly vicious. He leans in, voice low, testing the waters. Kuzman? The man doesn't deny it, just glares back. Who are you? Giel cuts straight to the point. Then you must know Damien. Just one question. Giel keeps his tone cold. I want to buy out Damien Ken. Kuzman stays silent, weighing the request. Giel presses on how much to clear his debts and tear up the contract. Kuzman spits out an insane figure. Trillions. Only a prince could afford that price. Huh. Jeal keeps his cool. Really now. Well, what a coincidence I am Prince Crow. Cusman just laughs, sneering. If you're Prince Crow, then I am too. I'm Prince Crow, the drug dealer. Jeal blinks. Stunned, he just called himself what? Cusman loses his temper. Buy it or get lost. Jeal just rises calmly and starts to walk away. Cusman watches him go, brow furrowed. He runs the face through his memory. He's never seen this guy before. He snaps his fingers for a server, who rushes over, bowing low. Yes, sir. Cusman growls the order. That brat from before. He glares at Jeal's retreating back. Find out who he is. Is he an arena worker or a hired hand? The underling nods, taking it in. Torture him if you have to. Cusman adds a final chilling command, rip him apart and toss him in the river, like always. An hour later, the tavern doors swing wide open. Cusman is mid-laugh, glass in hand. What the hell is this? A man stumbles in, feet dragging, then collapses at Cusman's feet, bloody, beaten, and broken. Cusman stares. Dilk, he shouts. Shocked what the hell happened to you. Dilk doesn't answer. The tavern doors burst open again. Jeal marches in with a squad of heavy soldiers. He peels off the orange wig. Jeal pulls a royal badge from his coat. The soldiers roar, Royal Inspector, make way. Jeal steps forward, the badge glinting as he shows his true face. An hour earlier, on the bustling streets, Garden had been sweating, constantly glancing behind them. Jeal isn't having it. Just walk naturally. You're being way too obvious. Garden scratches his head, feeling sheepish. My bad, Prince. Never done the bodyguard thing before. Yeal feels eyes on them. Someone is tailing them. I knew it. Yeal doesn't even look back, just keeps walking. When Cusman feels threatened, he sends dogs to follow the source of his fear. Dilk is tailing them from the shadows. Jeal remembers the tavern table. That's why I played right into his hands. He scoffs. He's so predictable. Dilk pulls a dagger from his sleeve, moving in to strike. He turns to attack, but slams right into a hulking figure in armor. The guard stares him down with pure intent to kill. The squad swarms him. You're under arrest for attempted assassination of royalty. Back in the tavern, Jeal holds his badge high. The soldiers bellow, echoing his authority. Royal Inspector, move. Cusman teeth grit, realizing he's completely cornered. Garden looks over, confused. Royal Inspector. Since when? Jeal shrugs, playing it off. Just wanted to see how it sounded. He tosses the badge to a soldier. Good work. Garden just stares, blank. Right. Cusman breaks out in a cold sweat. What is happening? He stares at the badge, completely lost. Why are the royal guards here? Yeal cuts through the silence, pointing a finger directly at Cusman. I, Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano, command you tear this place apart. The soldiers snap to attention, charging forward as Jeal screams to keep them from escaping. Garden watches, stunned. Everything went exactly as the prince planned. He watches Jekyll's soldiers raiding the scene, noting that the crown prince has completely changed lately. One by one, the staff of this shady tavern are dragged away. Garden silently praises the shift Jekyll is even dismantling underground organizations and showing genuine concern for national security. Jekyll wears a satisfied smile as he surveys the chaos. He praises his soldiers with radiant enthusiasm. They are incredibly efficient, truly impressive work. A thrill runs through him. As he calculates his impending gains, it will mean a massive influx of life force. Jekyll suddenly recalls Cusman and lets out a mocking chuckle. Where did that drug dealer go? He wonders. While Cusman hides tensely in a nearby shadow, Jekyll keeps up his bright, teasing demeanor. Where could he have possibly gone? Hearing this, Cusman panics. If he gets caught now, he is finished, so he scrambles desperately away from the tavern. As he flees, bitterness gnaws at him. Why is the crown prince actually competent, and why would he ever buy Damien? None of it makes sense, but he pushes the thoughts aside, sprinting toward a nearby door to find a place to hide. He bursts through the entrance, planning to hole up in a small room until the heat dies down. As Cusman steps inside, a dozen swords point directly at his throat, and sweat beads on his face in sheer disbelief. Seeing the soldiers waiting for him, Jekyll grins deviously. Told you, I knew he would come here. He holds out a hand to Garden, demanding his winnings. Come on, pay up those 500 credits. Garden sighs, reluctantly handing over the coins while Cusman stands there frozen. What on earth is happening? Jekyll puffs out his chest and strolls toward him with his soldiers feeling confused, trying to rack your brain for answers. He stretches lazily, adding that paying for medicine is actually quite important, leaving Cusman completely bewildered. What? Cusman manages to stammer before Jekyll's expression shifts, his gaze turning icy as he stares him down. Pay the debt. I hate people who skip out on medical bills, Jekyll states, and that kind of behavior requires a firm punishment. Cusman is left reeling. What is he even talking about? While Jekyll calmly explains, I am talking about the pain medication for Damien. Didn't I ask you how much he owed? And you just couldn't seem to remember. Jekyll continues his taunts, and I was even generous enough to offer you a deal. You were the one who decided to throw it all away, Jekyll says, and the words send Kuzmin into a trembling rage as he draws two sharp blades. But before his knife can even graze the prince, a massive hand slams directly into his face. His jaw distorts, a tooth goes flying, and he drops his weapon to the ground in agony. A towering soldier stands in front of Jekyll to shield him, while the prince peers over the guard's shoulder with a mocking smirk. Kuzmin hacks up blood, choking on his own pain. As the soldiers level their blades at him, "You had better kneel down right now." Kuzmin scowls, frantically weighing his options. Damn it, he thinks. There is no other way out. He bites down on a pill hidden between his teeth, desperate to activate his final trap. He starts the countdown. This pill is actually a miniature bomb. 5 seconds until detonation, he visualizes the blast, a violent explosion and shockwave tearing through the room. Smoke will choke the air, paralyzing everyone nearby and likely killing anyone unlucky enough to be close. Kuzmin figures the toxic smoke will drop the soldiers, allowing him to spit out the trigger and escape in the confusion. The thought of taking the prince's head sends a spark of excitement through him, and he looks up with a twisted, confident smile. It is a perfect plan, he thinks, puffing out his cheeks as he prepares to spit the pill out at the final second. He counts down to 2, but a hand suddenly clamps tight over his mouth. Jekyll is already right in front of his face. Jekyll holds his jaw shut, asking with mock curiosity what is wrong, trying to spit something out. Kuzmin thinks in horror, how does this brat know about my secret weapon, as Jekyll counts down the final second for him. The pill detonates directly inside Kuzmin's mouth, and his limbs go limp as the paralyzing agent hits his system. He struggles to keep his consciousness, pleading with himself to stay awake, but he knows he only has 3 minutes left. I can survive this with the antidote, he thinks, fingers clawing toward his pocket, but a hand reaches into his coat even faster. The stranger pulls out a vial filled with a strange, glowing blue liquid. Jekyll inspects the bottle, remarking that Kuzmin must be dying to know how he figured it out, leaving the criminal completely stunned. Jekyll observes his shocked expression and lets out a dry, biting laugh while popping the cap off the vial. Guess what this is, he taunts, while a sweating, helpless Kuzmin reaches out in a desperate, failed attempt to stop him. It is too late. Jell gulps down the entire medicine bottle, smirking right in front of Kuzmin. Kuzmin can only curse under his breath, that absolute scoundrel. Watching Jell finish every last drop, Kuzmin is helpless. His hands shake uncontrollably as he just stares. Seeing Kuzmin's pathetic state, Jell just feels more energized. This is satisfying. Kuzmin's face darkens, desperate. He reaches out, begging for his antidote back. Jell just smiles, tosses the empty bottle away, and says no. The bottle shatters against the floor. Jell looks at him and reveals the truth. I am the one who poisoned you, Jell says, beaming. He needs this mission to unlock the healing skill. The system pings with a notification 0.01 liters. Kuzmin grows dizzy, foam forming at his mouth. He groans in agony before collapsing onto the floor, completely unconscious. Jell smiles, giving a thumbs up. Stage 1 is ready. He eyes the spot on Kuzmin's back, right between the 5th vertebrae, exactly 1.5 inches apart. Jell presses hard into the point. Kuzmin jolts awake, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. Changes ripple through the man's body. Jell chuckles to himself, time for the antidote. The system updates. Pumping 0.01 liters of antidote, he keeps his hand pressed firmly in place. Kuzmin's eyes roll back, mouth agape, before he slumps back to the floor, unconscious again. The system chimes. Healing skill level 1 activated. Patient Kuzmin treated. Lifespan increased by 21 years, 2 months, and 1 day. Extra lifespan added. 3.81 days rounded up to 4 days. Total adds up to 118 days. Seeing the stats, Jell's eyes widen. He clenches his fist. That is exactly what I wanted. He orders his men to seize the target. Jell's gaze is sharp. He has what he needs time to head back. Inside the palace, Damien leads the group, pushing back waves of soldiers. The last guard stands his ground, trembling at their overwhelming power. He looks at Damien. How are these fighters so strong? As Damien advances, the guard shouts in terror, I told you not to come any closer. Before he can finish, Jell appears. The other soldiers gasp the crown prince. Damien's attention shifts to the voice. Jell approaches with hands behind his back. Now, do you believe I am the prince? Damien slowly lowers his sword. Dark memories flood his mind. He remembers his mother dying right in front of him. That was the last time he saw her. That rainy, stormy day, I still dream about it. The day I was left all alone in this world. Or rather, the day I was discarded. Suddenly, a shout breaks his trance. He gasps, eyes snapping wide as he sits up. Jell and Garden are waiting. Seeing Damien wake, the doctor introduces himself. I am Pierre Garden, the prince's physician. Damien reaches out to shake his hand. I am Damien Ken. Jell cuts the pleasantries short. Turning to leave, enough of that. Follow me. We have a busy day ahead. Garden asks curiously, Prince, what are you planning? Jell snaps back, planning what? Do you think I would lie to you? Damien stays seated on the bed, deep in thought. Moments later, inside the steam room, everyone is gathered. Damien asks plainly, "Where are we?" Gel smiles, "The treatment room, obviously." Sirio stares in shock. "You saved us from hell and you are letting us stay for treatment? Why are you so kind?" Gel doesn't know how to explain. He thinks he finds it weird. "And honestly, I am not doing this out of the goodness of my heart." He looks at them. Most are in their 20s, the oldest barely over 30. If he cures their curses, he gains massive vitality. But if he says that, they will think he is insane. Gel speaks up clearly. "Nothing in this world is free. You think I am just being nice? Don't get it twisted." He folds his arms. "I am incredibly sickly. I have all sorts of conditions." A man from the group interrupts, raising his hand. "Isn't that common knowledge in the kingdom?" Gel is annoyed, thinking to himself, "Fine, you get the most painful treatment." Gel continues, "Even so, the royal doctors cannot cure me. I have tried every therapy. My condition only gets worse, so I decided to find my own cure." JK turns toward Damien. He knows exactly why they are all here today. Damien answers flatly. He expects they are here to test a new therapy. JK drops a question that makes the room go cold. "Damien, how do you think you were cured?" Damien holds his gaze after the first session. His nerve pain nearly vanished. The others exchange uneasy glances, it seems. Damien really does swear by these results. JK presses on. "Did anyone feel any discomfort during the treatment?" Silence fills the room. A small smile forms on JK's face. It is working. Now he can go all out. He calls out for them to strip and lie down soon. Pathetic screams echo through the hall. 6 days pass. The room is a mess of bodies, some waking, some still dead to the world. Gilles observes the scene. They are vomiting, drenched in cold sweat. It looks horrific. Gilles bites his nails in frustration. This is hell. Withdrawal symptoms from the painkillers make further treatment impossible. Then he spots Damien sitting nearby. Gilles approaches and calls out Damien. Damien looks over. "Yes, sir?" Gilles asks if he feels dizzy. Damien admits he does. "And the nausea?" Gilles asks. Damien replies he is trying his best to hold it down. Gilles is stunned, eyes wide. He thinks to himself, so this is why he is the main character. Looking at the state of everyone else, he knows he needs to change tactics fast. He ends the session, tell them to rest and drink plenty of water. Once they leave, he turns to Sergio. "You, stay." Gilles approaches. "Are you suffering from the withdrawal?" Sergio denies it. He is fine. Gilles points to the bed. "Lie down. You look terrible. Let me help." Gilles pulls out a sharp needle with this. He needs to stay focused. Truth is, he has no idea if acupuncture will actually work here. But Sergio has been on the painkillers. The longest his withdrawal is the worst. He is the perfect test subject. Gilles presses near the abdomen. A strange aura vents from Sergio's body as the needle sinks in. While Gilles is still analyzing the reaction, Sergio suddenly lunges forward, completely out of his mind, pinning Gilles to the ground. Huge hands wrap around Gilles' throat, crushing the air out of him. Gilles' face turns purple. He gasps for air. The room is empty. Only the two of them. He tries to force the hands away, but Sergio's strength is just too much. Every effort feels useless then. A sudden loud thud. Sergio slumps to the side, eyes vacant. Gilles finally sits up. He gasps for every breath. Damien appears, pulling Sergio off and asking if Gilles is all right. Gilles takes his hand. "I am fine." He looks back at the unconscious Sergio. Withdrawal makes his nervous system hypersensitive. He watches the body. It must be acting like a live wire. Even a tiny prick probably feels like a sword piercing him. A new plan forms. He needs much finer needles for this. That night in his office, JK stares at a letter in his hand. The blacksmith confirms it. They can forge needles as thin as a thread. But the blacksmith warns it is hard to keep the thickness consistent. Without a dwarf's skill, it is nearly impossible. Gilles sighs and drops the letter. This is enough to drive a man insane. He has no time left. The withdrawal symptoms are only getting worse. He paces back and forth. What can he possibly do now? The system pings, stress levels critical. Stress is the root of many diseases. The system advises him to resolve it. Deep inside his body, his lungs are literally massaging his heart, singing a happy tune. "We are two lungs." The heart sighs pity. "Should I give you a hint?" The liver chimes in, grabbing his leg. Better hear that hint before the sphincter opens. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of JKL. What in the world is this? The screen says spending HP unlocks skills or summons monsters. He reads it. Heart racing. A summon? Just like in the novel. No hesitation, he hits summon. A random beast is on the way. A summon with a mind of its own, loyal to the end, packed with versatile skills. Costs 300 HP. He has 500. Shall he proceed? Jay presses the button, praying for something actually useful. System confirms. 300 points gone, 200 left. Before starting, speak the skill you want. The summon will inherit that desire. He screams without a second thought. I need tiny needles. A summon that provides them, stable and endless. System accepts. The request is locked in right before his eyes. 3 mystery boxes appear. The red one says happy poop. The green one says iron poop. And the blue one? Cactus that likes to poop. Jay stares, dizzy. What kind of messed up names are these? The system explains these candidates satisfy his request at different rates. No refunds, no exchanges, no undoing the summon, choose wisely. He grimaces. So it is one jackpot, one mediocre pick, and one total disaster. Jay mutters the names again. The blue box starts shaking violently. He just stands there, paralyzed by the choice. The box keeps vibrating while Jay keeps his eyes squeezed shut. Then, sudden silence. The heart can't take the suspense anymore, screaming, just pick the cactus. Fine, fine. He relents. System confirms candidate 3. The moment the selection locks in, the blue box erupts. Golden lightning arcs everywhere. Jay prays hard, please, I am low on HP. Just like that, a tiny, adorable hedgehog falls right into his palm. He blinks in shock. It is sharp. Wait, it is just a hedgehog. A red bag appears on the creature. The system explains the user guide for Goium. Feed it sunflower seeds to change its size. Jay is totally lost. The bag is full of items. Red seeds make Goium grow huge. Stays big for 12 hours. Blue seeds shrink it. Feed before the timer runs out. Infinite needles level 1 pull one out, and a new one grows right back. Chestnut attack level 1 turns into a projectile. Explosive needles shoot white, brown, and black. Pain levels change by color. He thought he was getting a normal pet. Everything is needle-based. He looks at Goium. Can I pull one out? The creature squeaks, seeming to agree. Is it really painless? Goium is trembling in fear. Jay decides I will take a white, a brown, and a black. He tests the white one. Tiny prick perfect for a fighter. Then the brown one. Stings like a bee. Goium shrieks. What about the black one? Level cold. Jay stares at the dark spike and shivers. That looks terrifying. I will save that for an enemy. Needle problem solved. He is grinning now, clutching the little guy tight. Goium is mine. The hedgehog chirps happily. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the royal palace room. My lord? Garden stares at the creature on Jekyll's shoulder, completely baffled. Seeing his shock, Jill explains quickly, say hello to him. This is Gok, the one who asked. But how do you have it? The boy rambles on before turning away entirely. You can ask Gum for the rest. At the name Gum, Garden seems to realize something. He wonders silently, is that a summoned beast? 300 years ago, the genius Lai Frontera had a pack of mice and a dragon assisting him. Rare summoned beasts occasionally choose their human partners, serving them for the rest of their lives. They are mysterious creatures. He wonders how did Jill obtain one. He watches Jill walk away. My prince, is there something about you I do not know? Meanwhile, Sergio wakes up. He grips his blanket tight, shouting, forgive me, I committed a grave sin yesterday. Seeing his sincerity, Jill replies, do not worry about it. Painful experiences cause such reactions, but you will feel nothing now, no matter how many needles I use. Sergio asks blankly what, but you have done nothing. Jill points to his arm I already have. White needles cover Sergio's arm. He shouts in pure shock, what is this? Jill moves swiftly, using needles on the others with a smug look, darting from bed to bed. Great. Everything goes smoothly if I keep up this pace. Something blurs past, looking at what just my afterimage. A familiar sound chimes. Yale cheers, there it is. The system screen shows medical treatment skill level 1 activated. 14 patients treated for the curse. 80 days of life energy gained. 171 total. The skill levels up. Medical treatment level 2. Conversion rate improved. Jill cheers, my skill leveled up too. He is so excited he cannot help but dance, leaving Damien stunned. Damien's hand clenches. He eyes Jill warily. He is the prince. What did we do to make him so happy? Why is he so pleased by our recovery? Jill remains lost in his own joy. Good, I am done with the gladiators. He looks at the recovered men. They walk normally, but Jill wears a sinister grin, a new plan forming. Elsewhere in the palace, someone holds a steaming cup of tea. A soldier rushes in. I am here to update you on the prince's periodic report. 2 days ago, 14 gladiators were appointed as the prince's bodyguards. The emperor looks up, shocked. Bodyguards. The soldier replies, yes, the royal guard special squad, ordered to stay by his side always. The emperor asks, what did GL give them? Wages and countless benefits. The emperor's face darkens. GL was once too sickly to leave his bed, yet now he has an army of gladiators. The emperor laughs. He keeps doing interesting things. The soldier adds he gathered all the servants and bodyguards, stabbing them ruthlessly with needles. The emperor's smile vanishes, his eyes wide with surprise. He cannot understand what is happening. Jill is still busy testing white needles on his staff. As the needle strikes, the servant yelps. Jill asks, does it hurt? The servant replies, no pain. Jill asks calmly, then why did you scream? It is just a needle. Jill turns back with excitement. All right, next patient. A few days earlier, on a bright sunny day, Jill waits in the courtyard. Someone approaches and clears their throat. Jill turns around. Hey, how did the cupping therapy feel? It is Damien. he replies seriously, still a bit sore. Yale continues, it is a shame you will not need cupping therapy again. Damien looks confused, excuse me. Yale explains, you finished treatment, you are cured. Anh hỏi thật sao? Gio đáp lại đúng thế, tôi đã xác nhận hiệu quả của phương pháp và xong vài thí nghiệm rồi. Damian đứng chết chân. Một luồng suy nghĩ nào đó vừa chạy ngang qua đầu anh. Anh cúi người ngay lập tức, giọng thành tâm vô cùng. Cảm ơn vì tất cả những gì Gio lao tới chặn lại ngay. Cậu nghiêm mặt nói tiếp, nghe ta nói đã, ta muốn kỹ năng kiếm pháp của cậu, không muốn tiến cậu đi đâu cả, đừng để tài năng đó lãng phí. Gio chìa tay ra, hãy trở thành vệ sĩ của ta đi. Không cần khúm núm biết ơn hay thề thốt lòng trung thành gì đâu, ta trả công hậu hĩnh. Cậu sẽ có lương hưu, cả chế độ nghỉ phép nữa. GL thầm tính toán Damian sắp chạm ngưỡng bậc thầy kiếm sư cao cấp, hội chứng đó sắp tới rồi. Cậu ta là người hiểu rõ thực lực bản thân nhất. Chắc chắn cũng đã lường trước điều này. Hội chứng đó khiến giác quan nhạy bén đến mức cực đoan. Kiểm soát không nổi, người đó sẽ mất ngủ trầm trọng, tệ hơn nhiều so với lúc nhận dấu ấn. Ta có thể giữ cậu ta lại chữa trị, nhưng khả năng cao cậu ta sẽ chọn cách rời đi. GL quyết định tình hình này chỉ có cách cho đi và nhận lại. Cậu tự tin khoanh tay nói ký hợp đồng thuê, nghỉ phép sau sinh. Thậm chí cả trăm con cũng có. Damien vẫn lặng thinh. GL cười gượng, hiển nhiên rồi. Ai mà chẳng cần thêm quyền lợi, thêm tự do nghỉ việc lúc nào tùy thích, cộng thêm một căn biệt thự sang trọng nữa. GL liên tục hứa hẹn mà không biết hàng loạt ánh mắt đang đổ dồn từ bụi cây gần đó. À rồi, chắc cậu cũng rành đàm phán hợp đồng đấy nhỉ. Cậu chốt hạ một tuần làm việc 4 ngày, khó mà từ chối được đúng không? Một loạt đấu sĩ từ trong bụi cây lao ra, đồng thanh hét lớn, thuê cả bọn tôi nữa. GL kinh ngạc thốt lên, cái gì? Mấy cậu ở đó từ bao giờ thế? Bọn họ đồng loạt hỏi ngài chữa cho chúng tôi để thuê đúng không? Chúng tôi muốn trả ơn, bảo vệ ngài khi Damien vắng mặt và cả lời hứa cải thiện sức khỏe nữa. Jill hỏi lại, không phải vì ta chữa trị nên các ngươi mới ở đây sao? Các ngươi thích tiền và quyền lợi đến thế à? Bọn họ không do dự hô vang, vâng thưa ngài. Cậu bất lực nghĩ có cần phải thật thà thế không? Hình ảnh tờ giấy tuyển nhân viên bán thời gian dán trên tường bỗng hiện lên trong đầu cậu. Tuyển người không thích môi trường làm việc như ở nhà. Jill lẩm bẩm, trung thực thế này cũng tốt. Đám người suốt ngày lải nhải về lòng trung thành dễ gây thù chuốc oán lắm. Xây dựng một lực lượng độc quyền riêng cũng là một nước đi hay. Vệ sĩ hoàng gia không thuộc về mỗi mình ta, thứ tự mệnh lệnh dễ xung đột, nhất là khi hoàng đế ra lệnh. Cân nhắc kỹ lưỡng. GL quyết định chấp thuận ngay. Được rồi, tất cả được tuyển các ngươi là đội vệ sĩ hoàng gia độc quyền của ta. Cả đám đấu sĩ vui mừng đến mức không đứng yên nổi. Bọn họ hò hét gọi tắt là SLG. Damien đứng lặng lẽ lắng nghe. Nhìn vẻ mặt hạnh phúc của mọi người, anh bất giác khẽ mỉm cười. GL quay lưng rời đi, thầm nghĩ dù chữa khỏi hết cho bọn họ, tuổi thọ bổ sung cũng chẳng được là bao, kéo dài thêm 100 năm, mình cũng chỉ nhận lại được 18 ngày. Mắt cậu mở lớn sức này thì sao tự đi tìm bệnh nhân được. Trước mắt cậu là cung điện rộng lớn với khuôn viên xanh mát. Thời gian trôi nhanh, trời đã tối, ánh trăng sáng rực cả khoảng không. Trong phòng lớn, ánh sáng leo lắt hắt vào từ cửa sổ. GL ngồi đó, vẻ mặt nghiêm nghị, ta phải xây phòng khám ở cung điện phụ. Damien tò mò hỏi, ý ngài là sao? Cậu ngước mắt, ngươi không biết phòng khám là gì à? Anh trả lời, tôi biết. Garden đứng trước mặt GL, người run lên bần bật từng nhịp. Ông ấy không nhịn nổi nữa, khóc lớn kêu to, điện hạ. GL giật nảy người, ngửa ra sau hoảng hồn. Lại sao nữa? Giật hết cả mình. Guardian ánh mắt sáng rực, siết chặt tay nhìn lên trời đáp. Oh, I get it now. I finally see the true nobility in your heart. You want to heal everyone by building this clinic. Gel had not expected this, but it actually makes sense. Gel jumps up, adding, yes, exactly. You finally understand my true intentions. Garden becomes deeply moved. To think the prince cares so much for the people while struggling with his own illness. The two strike a dramatic pose together, all for the sake of the people. Damien watches the entire spectacle from the sidelines. He stands frozen, completely at a loss for words. Once the theatrics end, Gel reverts to normal and says, I am thinking of treating my palace staff first. Garden replies, your own people in the palace, my prince? Gel explains, if I set up a clinic inside the palace to treat them, would they feel comfortable coming in for care? Garden hesitates, realizing the point. It is a prince's residence after all, so people likely feel too intimidated to visit. Gel continues, so we need to promote successful cases to put them at ease. Word spreads quickly after that. Gel wears a confident smirk, sensing victory. More and more people will surely flock to this traditional medicine clinic once the healers prove their worth. Sometime later, standing alone in his room, Gel tallies his success, 500 patients treated. But as he thinks about the result, he suddenly stomps his feet in pure frustration. Why is everyone here so healthy? He paces frantically, annoyed that healing 500 people only added 2 days to his lifespan. This is bad. I need someone who is actually suffering from a severe chronic illness. Just as he thinks this, his eyes widen in sudden realization. Wait a minute. Moments later, Garden drops a stack of papers on Gel's desk, saying, these are the files for the 500 patients. Wiping sweat from his brow, Garden adds, as you instructed, we collected info on their family, gender, age, and conditions. Gel stares at the pile, a sinister smile spreading across his face. If the staff are all healthy, I can just target their family members instead. I am a genius. Without a second thought, he starts digging. Deep in these records, There must be someone suffering from a grave illness. Page after page, Jel flips through the files with intense, unwavering focus. Yet, his efforts yield nothing. His face falls as he sinks into a dejected slump. What? How can I not find a single person? Where are they? His frustration turns to genuine anger. Why is every single relative in this kingdom as healthy as an ox? Only 10 files remain. Suddenly, Damien speaks up. My prince, I find this truly disappointing. Jel stops and looks up, asking, You feel disappointed? Damien replies bluntly, Forgive me, but I must ask, do you view these patients merely as your tools? Jel stares back, stunned and completely caught off guard. What? Damien continues, You said you needed test subjects, so we gathered as many as possible, but now you seem to be waiting for someone to be on the brink of death. The words hit Jel like a dagger to the heart, leaving him speechless. Garden, standing nearby, can't take it anymore and rushes to intervene. How dare you be so rude? The prince must have a plan, Damien retorts. Is that so? Jel trembles, struggling to maintain his composure. Jel thanks Garden for defending him, but he knows Damien is not entirely wrong. Garden scratches his head, unsure what to do next. Oh, my apologies, Your Highness. Damien suddenly shifts gears, scolding, My prince, you are being far too harsh. How can you humiliate a loyal retainer who has stood by your side like this? Garden, despite being defended, snaps back. Watch your tone. For are your own words to the prince not just as harsh? Watching this petty drama unfold, Jel wonders what on earth these two are even doing. The bickering gives him a headache, so he snaps. Get out, both of you. Left alone with his work, he grabs his head and sighs. This is terrible. Only 10 pages left. Just as he says that, a long, handwritten note catches his eye. It reads, I do not know if I am allowed to say this in the survey, but I will write it with all my courage. I have an 8-year-old brother, but once or twice a month, his body shakes violently and he foams at the mouth like a demon possesses him. I have asked several doctors, but they find no cause, and even the priests failed to exorcise the evil spirits from within him. Reading this, JK can't help but smile. Found it. The next day, Jill has the maid bring his brother to the chambers. She stammers, This child here. Beside her, a boy with dark red hair shrinks back, shivering. She continues, He is my younger brother, George. The others quickly retreat to the door, leaving the boy alone with Jill. Hello, Jill says. The boy stammers back, Hello, Your Highness. Seeing his fear, Jill smiles. Just call me JK. But JK thinks to himself it's not just the boy's first time at the palace. He has to face the crown prince too. He's likely terrified rather than curious. While thinking, JK reaches into his pocket. This is the best way to help a young patient relax. Yale extends a hand covered by a white cloth toward George, sparking the boy's curiosity. It's a brightly colored candy, the kind every child loves. George is just like any other kid. The boy's eyes light up. Seeing his joy, Yale offers the treat. Here, a gift for you. But as Jiel's hand nears, George recoils, looking wary and afraid. Jiel asks, What's wrong? The boy replies, I'm not allowed to let anyone touch me. JK presses, Can you tell me why? After a long, hesitant silence, the boy finally whispers, I am possessed by an evil spirit. That's why other kids tease me. They call me a freak. Hearing that from a young child, JK feels a sharp pang of bitterness. No, he snaps, you are not a freak. George clenches his fists. I fought them yesterday because they kept mocking me. But I lost. I felt strange, then everything went black. JK asks, Everything went black? George remembers the moment. Yes. Sometimes I feel these strange things, and my body starts to tremble. My whole body shakes and goes numb. It feels like I'm being lifted into the air and dropped. The sky fades away and I hear strange noises. The boy's face looks heartbreakingly sad. When I wake up, all my energy is gone. Jill listens intently, then says, I understand. Even so, you've endured so much. He moves forward and pulls George into a gentle, comforting hug. George, you are so brave. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, the boy's eyes fill with tears. JK, you shouldn't touch me. I'm possessed by evil spirits. Jill instantly retorts, There is no evil spirit. As his hand rests on George's back, the system activates. Pulse detected. Scanning now. Assessing the patient's general physical health. Wait, irregular brain waves indicate symptoms of seizure. This could lead to serious generalized tonic-clonic seizures. Hearing the diagnosis, JK concludes the condition silently. It's known as epilepsy. Usually, it's manageable, but when brain waves become chaotic for unknown reasons, it causes convulsions and loss of consciousness. Yeel stands up and looks at the boy. No matter what, even if you were possessed, you wouldn't be a freak at all. Really? The boy asks. Jiel points to himself confidently. Of course. I am the crown prince, remember? I am always right. JK thinks to himself, Thank goodness I identified the epilepsy. But even if I try to treat him, I can't find the cause yet. It's maddening. I don't have the tools to scan him, like an MRI machine. Just as he's deep in thought, George's weak voice calls out, Prince, I mean JK. JK looks down, surprised. But before his eyes, George is turning blue, his body jerking in rhythmic spasms, eyes rolling back, gasping in pain. I feel strange. Seeing this, Jill worries. A seizure? Why now of all times? The others nearby panic, equally horrified. Dr. Garden cries out, "That child!" The maid loses her composure, collapsing to the floor. He retreats, trembling. It's true, he really is possessed by an evil spirit. Without hesitation, Damien draws his sword, pointing it at the boy. "Your Highness, please, get away from him!" Seeing everyone treat the poor boy with such hostility, Jill is furious. He grits his teeth, unable to take it anymore. He raises a hand and shouts, "Stop it!" His eyes flare with something intense. This has absolutely nothing to do with any evil spirit. It is just sickness. He says the child is merely ill, and patients like this need protection, not judgment. He immediately barks out an order. The boy is in agony. "Someone bring a pillow right now." The maid trembles, rushing to comply. "Yes, Your Highness," she stammers, and moments later the pillow arrives, allowing George to be settled down gently. Even so, the boy's body keeps seizing, rigid and foaming at the mouth in a terrifying display. Garden asks in a panic if he should wipe the foam away with a handkerchief, but G instantly shakes his head to stop him. "Do not," he warns. His jaw muscles are locking up, and if he bites down on that cloth, he could choke. We can do nothing right now. He must wait for the seizure to pass, but just as he speaks, his eyes widen at a surge of bright orange energy erupting from George. He wonders in total shock, how can I possibly sense mana coming from him? Then it clicks: the Astrahan core method, he realizes, known for being incredibly sensitive to raw mana currents. Mana is just energy flow. He thinks if I can see it clearly and accurately, I can track it. G places a hand on the boy's chest, eyes closing tight as he focuses, desperate to uncover the source of the epilepsy. After a moment, he opens his eyes, and he is no longer in the room. He is standing somewhere deep inside the child's body. Surrounded by a web of nerve pathways, G scans the area, his mind racing. Mana currents are everywhere, surging wherever they please, so he reaches out to touch the flow right in front of him. I need to focus, he tells himself. An opportunity like this rarely comes along, and I have to find the root cause. He keeps moving, observing everything: the spinal nerves, the cranial nerves, though exhaustion is already starting to pull at him. He has found nothing yet, and the boy's heart seems unable to take much more strain. It is fluttering erratically, so he pushes himself harder, sweat pouring down his face as he forces his body to keep going. Finally, he reaches a strange pocket of space, and it is radiating a blinding, intense light. He looks at it and lets out a joyful cry: the vagus nerve. This is the origin. His eyes widen as he sees the signal errors in the vagus nerve causing the seizures in the brain and throughout the body. Thinking fast, G looks at the others and orders them to cover the boy with a blanket and let him rest, telling them not to wake him. His expression turns serious. He warns them not to make any noise, not to cause any commotion whatsoever. The moment he finishes, G collapses onto the floor, completely unconscious, leaving everyone to cry out in alarm for His Highness. Even while passing out from exhaustion, a look of pure satisfaction remains on his face, while the others panic, begging him to wake up. They plead with him, but inside, G feels incredibly relieved. He finally found the cause and knows he can treat the boy. The day fades into a silent, dark night. G finally opens his eyes, jolting awake after a long, deep sleep. He sits up on the bed, holding his head and groaning. He must have activated the Astrahan core at max efficiency while he was out. Just then, he realizes Damien has been standing right next to him the whole time, asking if he is awake. G jumps and curses, telling Damien he scared him half to death and thought he was the Grim Reaper. Damien replies that he has been asleep for half a day, and G immediately asks how the child is doing. Damien says George woke up in the evening, but he is still extremely exhausted. G sighs with relief that was expected, given how severe the seizures were, and Damien adds that the boy went right back to sleep after dinner. G stands up and heads for the door, lost in his own thoughts. He knew it was possible, but he never imagined he could diagnose it this accurately using the Astrahan method. It is way better than an X-ray, he thinks, grabbing his coat from the closet. Now that he knows the vagus nerve is the root, there is only one way to treat him: stimulating that nerve. Noticing he is about to leave, Damien asks where he is going in the middle of the night, but G just smiles with a confident look. Growing more excited by the second, G laughs and tells him they are going to go hunt for lightning. In a large palace room, 2 soldiers stand guard outside. 2 familiar figures approach from the shadows, causing the soldiers to jump and shout in alarm, demanding to know who goes there. They freeze in confusion when they see it is actually G and Damien. G cheerfully waves, thanking them and asking to be taken to see Janatus immediately. The soldiers quickly open the way, leading them through the corridors until they finally arrive before a massive door. Outside, strange glowing symbols pulse with an eerie emerald light. Without hesitation, Gilles throws the door wide open and charges inside. A figure in pink cat pajamas bolts upright, shouting in shock, "What in the world?" then blinks, realizing who it is. "Prince, you are here?" It is Janetis, the royal court mage. Gilles walks right up to him, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "Janetis, sorry for the sudden visit, but I need a favor." Janetis stares in confusion. "Sorry?" Gilles taps his own forehead. "Please cast a lightning spell on my back." The words hit Janetis like a physical blow. He stammers, completely baffled. "Say what?" Just the day before, the Emperor had summoned Janetis for a private talk, worried that Gilles has been acting far too strangely lately. The Emperor's face clouded with concern, it is true. He behaves so oddly that I worry what he might do next. Yet, as he spoke, the corners of the Emperor's mouth twitched into a knowing, hidden smile. Janetis is sharp. He saw through the act immediately. He kept his suspicions to himself, silently thinking, typical. "Your Majesty, every parent becomes a fool when it comes to their child. I have served you my entire life. I know your deepest thoughts." Back in the present, Gilles is still pleading, shaking the man back and forth. "Please, cast it on me," leaving the mage feeling utterly helpless. Janetis eyes the prince with a weary, searching gaze. He truly has changed. He thinks he has become even crazier. He asks the obvious question, "Why would I ever want to hurt you? If anything happens to you, I will be executed." But Gilles cuts him off. "Wait, I am not asking you to kill me. I just need a trickle of current that cannot kill me." Gilles explains with a bright smile. "This is for something important. Please, just keep it running for 3 straight hours." Janetis is speechless. It is such a bizarre request after all. Lightning magic is inherently destructive. Used by a high-level mage, it can rival a natural disaster. But he wants it scaled down to mere static electricity and held steady for 3 hours. The precision required is insane. Janetis finally speaks up. "Prince, do you realize how incredibly difficult that request is?" Gilles stands in silence, deep in thought, before answering honestly, "Of course I know. It is like driving on a road with a 30-kilometer speed limit for 3 hours straight. That is exactly why I came to you." Gilles slings an arm over Janetis, grinning with infectious excitement. "Who else has your level of control, Janetis?" The old mage preens at the flattery, blushing slightly as he rubs his nose. Gilles keeps the pressure on who is the most talented mage in our entire empire. The nearby soldiers and Damien watch this scene unfold, cold sweat dripping down their faces in sheer dread. Janetis strokes his beard, a secret part of him starting to enjoy the challenge. He tries to interject, but Gilles cuts him off. "If something happens to me, do not worry. I will not hold you responsible. Even if I am injured or die, you will bear no blame at all." El points to the soldiers and Damien. "They will be my witnesses." The group turns pale, mentally screaming, "Please, leave us out of this." Seeing the mage's lingering hesitation, Gilles turns dead serious. "I am not up to anything evil. I just want to save someone," and Janetis finally relents. "If that is the case, I will try," he asks. "Shall we begin?" Gilles is thrilled, a confident smirk spreading across his face right now, and the preparations begin. Janetis watches Gilles sitting on the ground, staff in hand, thinking to himself, "I cannot be reckless with a child. I must test it first to ensure it is safe." He asks Prince, "Are you ready?" A brilliant blue mana erupts from Gilles' body. With eyes shut, he gives a small nod. Janetis hesitates no longer, raising his hand to manifest a golden current. "Very well. I begin." Janetis focuses, straining to keep the current as faint as static. As the spark hits him, Gilles jumps slightly. It feels like an ant bite. Closing his eyes, he smiles with relief, just as expected from a court mage. "I knew he could do it now. It is my turn. I will absorb this current, convert it, and jumpstart the electrical signal." I align the electrical signals to perfectly mirror the kid's nerve impulses. Every glitch in that vagus nerve, I'm taking full control now. Gilles' lips curl just a bit. A satisfied, sharp smile. The Astrahan core technique is seriously broken in the best way. Honestly, didn't think I'd nail it on the first try. He turns toward Janetis, hand raised enough. Janetis flinches, voice trembling. "Wait, stop? You mean it's already enough?" "Not exactly. I can keep going. I could do this all day." Gilles lets out a panicked shout. "It hurts!" I said stop. By dawn, every gladiator and servant in the palace has gathered outside the grand chamber doors. The whispers start immediately. "Why did he call us all here again? What's he even planning?" Someone else chimes in. "Heard he's rounding up the biggest gossips in the city to help him out." "What?" I seriously can't keep up with what goes on in that guy's head. The doors slowly creak open. The maid at the front gasps, eyes widening in pure shock. Inside, George sits across from Gilles, and there's Janetis, standing guard. Gilles holds up a needle, grinning at the kid. "Don't bother holding back the nerves. Bitter medicine cures the sickness. Medical work is always going to sting. No lying here." George stammers, voice shaking with terror. "Will it hurt a lot?" Gilles replies, "Just a tiny bit, like a quick pinch." The closer George looks at that needle, the more he trembles. "It sounds like it's going to hurt." Gilles soothes him. "It won't hurt, I promise. The kid asks again, not even noticing the needle is already buried in his neck. I already finished, Jill says. Didn't even feel it, did you? He stands up, walking over to Janitus. They share a silent, knowing look. The real pain, the hard part, is just about to start. Janitus doesn't hesitate. He swings his staff directly toward Jekyll's body. Deep inside, Jill feels the energy surging. Good. Everything is flowing smooth, the electrical currents building up perfectly. This is exactly why he invited the crowd. He needs them to see this, watch close, and spread the word. Tell everyone about this revolutionary treatment. It's what you'd call viral marketing. Dr. Garden is the only one falling apart, looking like he might faint. I can't believe the prince is literally being fried by lightning. Jill taps the needle on George's neck. Time to channel the refined current. He drives the power deep into the kid's body, moving with lightning speed. He reaches the tangled mana fibers, but something feels off. His eyes snap open in surprise. Wait, this is bad. Panic rising, he rushes forward. Damn it, the mana flow is jagged. It's going to trigger a blowout from the blockage. The seizures are starting. Outside, George's face is turning dark. The kid grips his chest, gasping. Jekyll, how much longer do I have to hold on? Inside, Yale pushes his limits, fighting to salvage the situation. We have 3 minutes tops before the seizures hit. Worst case, 1. He stares at the chaotic mana rivers. I have to hit these electrodes with the counter signal now. I'm running out of time. Even cranking the Astrahan core technique to the max, this takes 30 minutes. Should I quit? Try again later? But if I let him seize now, the rumors will be a disaster. And who knows how much longer Janatus can hold the pressure. Damn it. An invalid like me doesn't have the luxury of taking it slow. He calls out to Janatus. Gio keeps his face perfectly neutral, glancing back. Triple the lightning magic. Right now. Janatus looks like he's seen a ghost, eyes wide. Sorry, come again? Just do it, I'll explain later. Janatus tries to warn him that much power will be excruciating. Gio doesn't even blink. Doesn't matter. Seeing that steely resolve, Janitas stops arguing. He triples the voltage, blast hitting Jekyll's body dead on. Understood, Your Highness. Ignoring the agony, Jill focuses. 10 seconds to the seizure. I need to absorb more magic, clear the path, and finish this treatment. Inside the boy's body, Jill advances, hunting for the root cause, finding the artery to anchor the electrode. He reaches the target vessel, the carotid artery. He wraps it tight with a mana scroll, mind racing, 5 seconds until the seizure. Outside, George can't hold it back anymore, foaming at the mouth, writhing in pure pain. Gel counts down, sweat beading on his brow as mana surges around the chamber. A massive shockwave hits, but Gel barely manages to secure the carotid artery. His pulse races, every drop of sweat betraying his extreme mounting anxiety. If the counter hits 0, red and blue electrical discharges will push the tether back. No. George, previously trembling and pale, suddenly gasps, his eyes snapping wide open. He looks around, relieved, and asks JK if he is all right. JK just smiles. Janitas breathes a heavy sigh, his tension finally beginning to drain away. Beside them, George's sister stares in total disbelief. Could it really be over? George usually loses consciousness when the pain hits, yet here he sits, awake. JK trembles, clutching his arm, whispering that it was far too close for comfort. A system notification pings immediately. Level 2 treatment fees have been successfully triggered. Vagus nerve stimulation complete. George gains 3 days. Life expectancy now 161 days. JK grins at the prompt, quietly celebrating the extra time secured for his patient. The system warns that he pushed his body past its limits using the Astrahan core. Because of that strain, his Astrahan core technique has leveled up to level 1. Mana capacity increases by 130%, though more stats are needed for next. HP hit 1200, currently 200. Gel clenches his fist. This gain is huge. Another alert confirms he successfully endured the massive surge of raw electricity. His lungs and large intestine now possess metal affinity and resistance against wood. Metal counters wood, and the liver awakens then. Someone kicks the door wide open. It is gone, storming in with a loud shout, acting like he owns the place. He throws his bag down, demanding it be held, leaving the other organs stunned. While the large intestine looks thrilled, the heart is far less impressed. The heart coldly asks who this newcomer is, only for the large intestine to celebrate. It cheers about escaping the new guy role, but Gan is having none of it. Without a word, Gan stares coldly and delivers a stinging slap to the intestine. He snarls at the smaller organ. Does he want to die for mocking him? The system reports Gan adds 300 HP, while the others contribute 500. With Gan's arrival, his total HP climbs to 1300, an absolute win. JK feels fantastic, a leveled technique, a new organ, and a massive HP boost. When the system asks if that is all, he just stares, wondering what else remains. A voice cuts through his thoughts. It is George calling out his name. JK turns, and the boy looks at him with genuine, wide-eyed innocence. JK removes the needle from the boy's neck, flashing a calm, confident smile. George asks why his vision stayed clear this time instead of fading into darkness. JK promises the boy he will stay stable for the rest of his life. George's eyes sparkle with pure shock, unable to believe the pain is truly gone. JK jokes that if he is lying, George can take his prince status tomorrow. Behind them, the maid tears up, whispering JK's name with overwhelming gratitude. George lunges forward, and the siblings collapse into each other, sobbing with relief. JK watches them, thinking it was a perfect success as everyone around them cries. He looks at them, already planning how to turn this into a reputation boost. Soon, everyone will flock to him for healing his gaze, hardening with ambition. He will fix them all and claim their gratitude, securing his own legacy. Suddenly, the room spins, his vision blacks out, and Dr. Garden and Damien rush forward. What now? Passed out again? The system pings with a reply. Of course, the stress was just too much. Night has already fallen in Jekyll's grand chamber. Lim Deem rests on the bed, breathing steadily after a long, exhausting day. Suddenly, his eyes flutter open. Lim Deem looks up, wondering how long he was out. His body feels completely stiff. Seeing Jay awake, Garden stands by the bedside. Prince, you are finally up. Lim Deem turns to look at everyone, smiling. Why are you all just standing there? Do you not have anything else to do? Garden's face darkens. He mumbles about being tired of watching the prince sleep. The doctor can't hold it back anymore, tears streaming down his face. Why did you have to go through that? I prayed so hard for you to wake up. Jekyll looks on, stunned. What is this? Why are you crying? Damien explains that he has been asleep for 2 days. Jekyll bolts upright, completely shocked. Wait, 2 days? Janeda steps forward slowly. After a moment of silence, he speaks softly, my prince, his face looking even more weary and aged than usual. Janitas trembles while looking at him. Do you want to get me thrown into a dungeon? How am I supposed to explain this to the king if your light magic knocked you out? Lim Diem knows it was his own fault, offering nothing but a quiet apology. He suddenly remembers something else and asks, wait, what about George? How is he doing? At the mention of his name, the boy pops up from nowhere, grinning widely. I am feeling much better. George runs over, looking happy and healthy. Jekyll is surprised. Wait, what are you doing here? George replies that he bothered everyone until they let him in. The boy grows flustered, his cheeks turning bright red as he hides his hands behind his back. I wanted to give you this. George pulls out a wooden bracelet carved into the shape of a heart. Jekyll's eyes widen as he takes the gift. You made this while I was asleep? He stares at the bracelet. He feels a bit conflicted, thinking to himself that this is honestly a bit too much. I only saved him so I could live longer. He doesn't know my real motives. His thoughts break as George speaks up. Jekyll? The prince looks up to see the boy beaming with excitement. I want to become someone amazing too. I want to help others just like you. The words hit Jekyll hard, leaving him frozen and speechless. After a moment, he calms himself and grips the bracelet tightly. This is made really well. He looks at the innocent boy, whispering a thank you. Jekyll continues, adding that the best reward he could ever get is seeing the boy healthy again. The surrounding group is visibly moved by his words. Jekyll feels a sudden wave of shyness, clearing his throat to hide it. I need to rest a bit more. I am still quite tired. Everyone immediately understands, answering in unison that they will leave him to rest. They head toward the door, but George stops abruptly on his way out. The boy waves back, see you later. Jekyll returns the wave with a smile, yeah, see you later. The door clicks shut, leaving the room in its usual quiet. Jekyll sits on the bed, deep in thought, staring down at the wooden bracelet. He holds it up to inspect it, sighing, who even wears something like this? It is so plain, not a single gemstone on it. Yet, he finishes his thought with a small smile, but I like it. Time to sleep. Jekyll puts on the simple bracelet and drifts off into a deep, well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, in a quiet residential area, a loud voice rings out, Mom, I am home. The mother peeks out from inside, surprised my son, why are you back? A young man with a bright face enters, bag in hand, grinning, is that all you have to say? I am on leave, so I came back home. She asks again, still puzzled, leave? He answers that it is a special leave. During the family meal, his mother remains curious, did the prince just suddenly give you 5 days off? He nods, explaining that almost everyone at the palace is on break. His father chimes in, how has the prince's health been lately? The young man smiles, I think it is much better than before. His father is delighted, but the son pauses, looking conflicted. I think it is because. His expression reveals real confusion and concern. He has been doing some strange things lately. His parents look at each other, utterly bewildered. Strange things? The son explains that the prince said he wants to heal people just like a doctor. He pulls a scroll out from the side of his bag. Watch this. The scroll hits the table and unfurls with a sharp snap. 3 heads lean in, eyes locked on the text. Pure shock. Then a sudden gust sweeps the paper right out the window. These flyers are plastered everywhere across the city. Busiest streets, crowded walls, even the main notice boards. People stop, stare, and start whispering. What is this? The header reads grand opening. Imperial Traditional Medicine Clinic, free treatment, back pain, joint issues, acupuncture, teeth, weight loss, all treated directly. Prince J.K. Adria Magentano, lead royal physician. Piero Garden, expert in impossible cases. People read it and wonder he treats spine issues too? Sunlight floods the royal palace, warm and bright. Gio stands by the window, looking out with a grin. Rumors should be spreading like wildfire by now. Garden opens the door and walks in. Your Highness, it is time to head out. J.K. nods. Let us go then. They walk down the corridor together. Garden asks, up so early, Your Highness? He replies, it is the first day of the royal clinic after all. Garden taps his chin right, and I brought all the medicinal herbs you requested. J.K. asks, even the licorice? Garden bows. I made sure to prioritize it. J.K. beams, truly satisfied. Perfect. We need a massive stock buy every bit you can find, no matter the price. As J.K. starts to walk away, Garden calls out, understood. But Your Highness. J.K. stops, turning back with a puzzled look. Garden asks, voice serious, may I ask where you learned these methods? J.K. is taken aback. These methods? The new medicines? Or how to reduce joint pain by poking needles into people? As a doctor, I am just curious. J.K. stays silent, so Garden explains honestly, I have not been sleeping well lately. I am fascinated by your techniques, but even after trying so hard, I cannot grasp how they work. He looks down, avoiding eye contact, and it is making me feel a bit discouraged. Seeing him like this, J.K. stays still. He thinks, is he sad? He must feel like a failure for not understanding the logic behind these treatments. I know exactly how that feels, because I am a doctor too. J.K. lets out a breath, his expression smoothing into a mask. After a moment, he speaks honestly. I am from another world. Garden stares, blank. J.K. continues there. I was not a prince, just a regular guy named Lai Han. I made my living using the exact same traditional medical techniques you see here. Garden frowns, brows, knitting together a prince. I am asking you this after serious thought. J.K. scratches his head with a wry smile. That is why I told you the truth. Garden pouts. I would be sad if you were just teasing me. Still not buying it, Garden asks one more time. Can you stop joking and tell me the real answer? J.K. replies, I already did. And besides, why do you even want to know? Garden answers bluntly, because I want to be a better doctor. I want to see that same satisfaction you feel. J.K. cuts him off. You are already that kind of doctor, are you not? Garden freezes, completely stunned. Enough talk. J.K. turns away conversation over time to get to work. Only J.K. truly knows Garden's real potential. He smiles to himself. I have made it this far only because he has been by my side helping. Outside the gate, the sign is clearly posted. This way to the Royal Clinic. J.K. thinks I hope we actually get patients on opening day, not just flies buzzing around. I hope they aren't avoiding us because it is a prince's place. He imagines the clinic shuttering early. Maybe he is overthinking it. Gio walks, silently praying, please, let there be a crowd of patients. Finally, they reach the entrance. He flings the doors open and shouts, welcome to the Traditional Medicine Clinic. But the second the words leave his mouth, he looks down and the street is completely empty. His spirit shatters. His face loses all color, going totally hollow. This is a disaster. J.K. looks zombified, dragging his feet down the steps while Garden looks on, worried. Suddenly, Garden stops, glancing to the side, stammering, Your Highness. J.K. sighs, what now? Garden urges him, please, look down. J.K. shifts his gaze and the sight makes him freeze in his tracks. His eyes go wide, I am saved. A massive crowd of people is waiting right there for treatment. Chaos erupts in the waiting area. Hey, stop shoving! Get back in line, I was here first! What are you talking about? And just like that, another workday begins with a sea of people waiting outside. Jay feels the rush, he knows it. The first day is always the busiest. Inside, he examines an old man. Let me take a look. Someone else pokes their head in. Prince, sorry to bother you while you are busy. The man asks awkwardly, what should I do now? Jay replies, just walk around and see if any patients need a hand. Wait, that is not how you prepare the medicine. Troubles are already brewing. JKL continues using mana to diagnose. The nursing system is still a mess. It will take a while to get it running smoothly. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. You have gained enough experience points from treating multiple patients. This experience builds your foundation, and your pulse-taking skill has leveled up. Pulse-taking level 2. You can now feel the patient's pulse to diagnose their health, spotting risks and early warning signs. You can get results by checking the report. A general health check reveals more about the condition of the patient's internal organs if you wake them up inside your own body. JK gasps. What? Inside him, his own organs are already prepped for a massive, full-scale internal checkup. Heart stretches and speaks up. Everyone, it is time for a date. Shall we see how things look? Lungs sound incredibly excited. So thrilling, there are so many people here. Heart continues. I told them we were the best anyway. There are plenty of new people to get to know here. Even gallbladder is hyped. This really is the best. But liver does not feel the same. Wake up, people look right in front of us. It is just a bunch of old folks. The system updates the consultation results. Heart was fooled, there is nothing unusual with the heart or lungs. Me? Nothing wrong. Gut detects mild constipation. Liver finds signs of inflammation in this old man, he needs to stop drinking. Jay asks, surprised? Inflammation from alcohol? Is his liver in that bad of a state? Liver replies, exactly. His liver is literally crying. 50 years of alcohol abuse has destroyed it. At this rate, it will fail completely in 5 years. Getting this direct data from his own organs, JK thinks this consultation method is amazing. Accurate diagnosis is everything in medicine. I need to wake up the other organs quickly. Thinking this, he looks at the man before him. Sir, your liver is severely damaged, the man replies. Yes, Jay continues. That is why you feel tired and your skin is yellowing. Your liver is exhausted. I will prescribe a Xiao Yao San decoction for today. Take it for 10 days. Based on the next checkup, I might add cinnamon twig and poria. His expression darkens as he emphasizes, and you must stop drinking, starting now. The words hit the man like a lightning bolt. What? Jay continues, your liver is in terrible shape. You will not last 5 years if you keep this up. The man stammers. But Jay cuts in. Can you not eat without drinking alcohol? The man nods frantically. Then Jay drops the sentence that leaves him completely frozen in terror. I am ordering you to stop drinking, not as a doctor but as a prince. If you dare disobey, I will throw you in prison. The day stretches until evening. A loud shout rings out from the room. That is it for today. All patients with non-urgent issues, please come back tomorrow. After the shift, everyone approaches JK with praise. You did great, Prince. I apologize for the mistake with the medicine. I am not sure if I did it right. Seeing their concern, he smiles. Do not worry, you all did well. Let us keep it up tomorrow. Privately, he knows the truth. Without a formal nursing system, this is as good as it gets, but we will struggle with more patients. We need to establish a nursing rotation for patient care. Remembering his past colleagues, a pang of longing hits him. I wish Nurse Kim and Nurse Lai were here right now. Outside, hurried footsteps approach, and someone shouts, Over here! Dr. Garden bursts in. Prince, we have an emergency. The man behind him, carrying a woman, adds, I am the eldest son of the Dinri family. Greetings, Prince. The woman is in bad shape, face flushed, struggling to breathe. He begs, Please, save my mother, please. Soon the woman is lying on the bed. Jake sits beside her. Her fever is so high. How long has she been like this? The man answers. She was healthy until this afternoon. Keel takes her pulse while the man explains she started feeling cold at noon and has only gotten worse. After a thorough check, he finally identifies the illness. It is not a normal sickness. This is the exact plague that once wiped out 40,000 soldiers. JK's face pales with worry. Sweat drips as he recalls the devastation caused by Napoleon. As far as he knows, this is epidemic typhus, a dangerous bacterial infection spread by Borrelia bookdog fairy. JK asks again, Gan, are you absolutely sure? It answers positive. I detected the bacteria in her liver. Hearing the definitive proof, he breaks out in a cold sweat, unable to find the right words. Once he steadies his nerves, he turns to the man. When was the last time she bathed? The man looks completely blank. What? Keel presses on. I need a clear picture of the patient. The man replies, she bathed just yesterday. He asks with a serious look, yesterday? The man confirms yes. She always uses warm water every single day. Keel frowns in confusion that is strange. A person this clean should not be infected. He continues, well, sure, you house, especially the bedroom area. The man replies, she is very tidy and clean. He asks, no ticks or fleas? The man says no, none at all. Keel starts weighing his theories. Could she have visited somewhere unsanitary in the last few days? The eldest son of the Dinri family thinks, then jolts in shock. Actually, she did. He explains that half a month ago, her carriage broke down on the way back from visiting relatives. She had to stay at a farmer's house. The couple let her sleep on their bed. Keel sits in silence. She started running a fever today, and that stay at the farm was half a month ago. The more he thinks, the more certain he becomes. Everything fits the incubation period for typhus. Keel turns to him. I believe that is where she caught it. The eldest Dinri son looks surprised she caught it there. He explains it is epidemic typhus, transmitted by the bites of fleas and ticks. Her condition is spiraling. This is bad. Her fever is dangerously high for someone her age. Keel grits his teeth in the worst-case scenario. She could face lung infections, organ failure, or necrosis. He looks at the maids, listen closely. Strip her clothes and wipe her down with warm, clean towels. Then help her into a patient gown. One maid asks timidly, what about her old clothes? Keel responds, burn them, along with the bed and mattress. After you finish bathing her, you must all bathe and burn your own clothes as well. He warns them with a stern face, anyone who disobeys will be fired immediately and face the harshest punishment. They jump at the threat, nodding in unison, we understand. JK turns to the eldest Dinri. Son Yu, go notify her family. He gestures sharply, hurry. They scramble outside, yes, at once, sir. Once they leave, JK turns to his own task. He heads to the kitchen. After struggling with the brew, he eyes the liquid. It is usually for malaria, but it should be effective for this fever. He is using rong roots, a thick, herbal soup. It is a fever reducer made from dong roots and chim mahong. JK approaches the Dinri lady with the bowl. Please drink this. It will help you feel better. She is cared for day and night. From morning until night, there is never a break. The maids try their best to keep her body warm. Yet, everything seems to be getting worse. Her face is pale and blue, sweat pouring out like rain. Keel stands by, watching. He thinks I have already replaced 3 maids in 3 days caring for her, each working 8 hours, yet there is no progress. The high fever is wearing her down. He looks at the empty bowl. The dong root medicine is not strong enough. The balance of yin and yang has vanished, and the internal energy in her body is nearly drained. I must balance her energy first, or the fever medicine will not work. JK stands there, calculating in the silence. I need a herb that can restore yin energy. He thinks, come on, you useless spirit, why are you so slow when I need you? Just as he thinks that, his eyes widen. That is it, that place. A spark of excitement hits him. Lord Garden, please prepare my carriage. It is a place filled with hidden treasures. I am not certain, but I might find the herbs there. Only royalty can enter, and the security is incredibly tight. They depart into the night. The carriage tears down the road. As the prince, this is my only shot I have to get the emperor to help. Damien waits outside the grand chamber, keeping watch. Inside, Rakiel Adria Magentano drops to his knees before the throne. He speaks up, my father, the wise and powerful emperor. I offer my humble greetings. The emperor looks surprised. Why are you here at this hour? That icy stare still feels like a blade against his neck. He's as terrifying as ever. Rakiel hesitates for a heartbeat, then finds his voice. The reason I came here. His eyes lock onto his father's. I need access to the secret domed vault tonight. The emperor leans in. Curious, a domed vault? For what purpose? Rakiel sighs, his expression darkening as he bows his head. He explains, you must have heard about the free clinic I opened in the outskirts. I've been treating many patients. 3 days ago, a noblewoman arrived in a critical state. The emperor frowns, and what does that have to do with the palace? Rakiel doesn't blink. It is because of a vital medicinal herb that is only kept within these palace walls. The emperor listens, but he isn't buying it yet. I am not convinced you are telling the truth. How do I know you are not using these patients just to gain entry for your own selfish gains? A smirk tugs at his lip. He thinks to himself, this is interesting, testing me. I actually respect the audacity. Rakiel pouts, visibly annoyed. He thinks, that old man is clearly enjoying this game of cat and mouse. The emperor is definitely plotting something, and convincing him is no easy task for a middle-aged man living in a prince's body. Frustrated, he stands up abruptly. We do not have time for these mind games. Right now, a patient's life hangs in the balance. The emperor's face turns stormy, brows knitting together. How can you prove your methods are even correct? Rakiel stammers, well, about that. The emperor continues, you were always weak and sickly, with barely any time to study, and now you claim to be a doctor? I cannot help but doubt you. He surges to his feet, shouting, I cannot be certain anything you do is right. Whether your medicine works or you can actually save anyone. Rakiel stays perfectly still. I understand. You want to test me. A confident smirk spreads across his face. That is it, isn't it? The emperor drops the act, looking straight at his son. You are right. He points to the man standing by his side. The test is simple. The captain of the royal guard is ill. Diagnose him. If you succeed, I will grant you entry to the secret vault. A rare opportunity. He cannot afford to lose this. Rakiel steps forward, fingers pressing against the captain's wrist. The emperor watches, amused. There is no way he can figure it out. Only Roberto, his wife, and I know the truth. Finally, Rakiel speaks. He drops a bombshell that leaves everyone in the room stunned. Captain, you are going bald. The silence in the room is deafening. Not a single sound. The emperor springs up, pointing at the shaking captain, but look, his hair is thick and full. Rakiel just smiles and yanks the wig right off the man's head. That is because he is wearing a hairpiece. The captain looks like he is about to shatter, eyes welling up with tears. Exposed and humiliated, he can only think, please, both of you, just stop it. Rakiel strides toward the door, leaving the shell-shocked emperor and the weeping captain behind. Let's go. Damien follows him out into the hallway. Damien asks, was ripping off his wig not a bit too much? Rakiel replies, it is fine. I will treat him later. Right now, that does not matter. As they walk, they both come to an abrupt halt. Rakiel beams, staring ahead the secret domed vault. A massive glowing door stands before them, radiant and magnificent. Meanwhile, the captain is still sobbing into his hands. Can you ask him to treat me next? The emperor pats his shoulder. Try visiting my son's clinic next time. Rakiel and Damien stand before the door, feeling the mysterious power radiating from it. This is the palace vault. The guard spots them and bows deeply. Your Highness, he offers a card. Please, take this. Rakiel stares at the card. Confused. What is this? The guard explains. It is the entry pass for the vault. You need it to get inside. What happens if I do not have it? All magic attacks within the dungeon trigger once you step in. The ticket records exactly how long you stay. If you exceed the time limit, the guard pauses, then makes a gesture that leaves them both stunned. Stay too long and you die. He quickly adds that JK is permitted to stay until morning. JK panics, glancing at his makeshift watch. What, only a few hours left? He rushes forward, shouting for Damien to hurry, but the guard blocks the path. The prince cannot enter there. 3 distinct doors reveal themselves. The guard warns them this is the high-level restricted area. JK feigns ignorance, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Sorry about that. I really had no idea. Inside, JK frowns that guard is sharp. He didn't fall for the act. He recalls his encounter with a stallion. Since you passed the test, I grant you access to the basic area tonight to claim 1 item. JK cries out in disbelief. What? Stallion stares back, unimpressed. Do you have a complaint? JK quickly denies it, but his face says everything. Not exactly a complaint. He desperately tries to persuade him. I worked so hard to pass that test, only to be stuck in the basic area. AN remains calm, voice dripping with sarcasm. It doesn't look like you worked that hard to me. JK refuses to give up, pouting as he pleads. You never said which area. You just moved the goalposts after I passed. Stallion looks at him, thinking his son has truly got some thick skin. Back in reality, JK and Damien head in another direction. That emperor is so stingy. Is he actually trying to help, or what? JK swipes his pass across the door scanner, vowing not to seek the man's help unless absolutely necessary. The machine beeps green. The massive doors groan and swing open before them. The guard salutes. See you later, Your Highness. They step into a room filled with towering shelves. JK puts his hands on his hips, surveying the room with a bitter smile. This will take all night. The magic hourglass begins to drain. He turns to Damien. We have to find the item here. How do we even start? Damien thinks for a moment. Something cold. Right. An item, potion, or crystal covered in ice. JK hands him paper and a pen. If you find anything like that, record the location. I will check it later. They split up to cover more ground. I will take this side. You take that one. Agreed. JK carefully inspects every item on the shelves. Damien stays focused, notes in hand. As time runs low, JK moves to a different row of shelves. JK rubs his chin. Maybe it is just because this is the basic area, but I see nothing. I hope Damien is having better luck than I am. This side is completely empty. Just then, Damien stands frozen before a strange object. They meet up shortly after to compare notes. Did you record the locations? I did. JK sighs at the illegible, messy handwriting. What on earth did he write? The scene shifts to the glowing ceiling of the basic vault. They move toward the location Damien marked. Not many ice attribute items here, are there? Not a single one. JK stares at the display. Is this really our only hope? He checks the information plaque. Name, Eternal Snow. Type, Shield. Origin, unknown. Class, basic. Description. When mana is channeled into the core, it creates an ice shield. JK repeats the text to himself carefully. Eternal Snow. He studies it, whispering that it looks just like the bell at the coffee shop. Suddenly, a detail catches his eye. The core converts mana into an ice shield. The shield shatters when it takes too much damage. The fragments are pure, solidified magic. They vanish over time. Please be careful not to touch or ingest them. JK reaches out, touching the Eternal Snow, and yelps at the freezing temperature. He channels his own power, gripping it tight, repeating the instruction about mana and the ice shield. Tiny holes on the disc glow as his energy surges through. The power is so immense the disc trembles, catching him off guard. Wait, is this actually just a coffee shop bell? I feel like I should be picking up my order. He shakes his head, forcing himself to focus. Right the way it shrieks when I pump too much mana in, I need to keep the flow steady. It takes a precise amount of mana to manifest the ice shield, so it stays a basic skill. Jekyll concentrates, channeling the calm memory of a pre-isekai bath. Time to treat this just like adjusting the shower temperature. Soon, watching the energy flow evenly, Jekyll beams. That is it, I just need to keep this rhythm going. An ice shield instantly forms above the plate. Success. Jekyll happily shakes his hands, marveling at how big the shield is, yet how weightless it feels. He peers through the translucent ice, cheering internally it is cold, and this is how I can finally heal the lady from House Dinrier. He turns, eyes shining as he looks at the person behind him. Damien, I need your help once more. Damien watches him, lost in thought. I truly have no idea what is going on in his head. Their secret conversation quickly unfolds in the room. What do you need me to do? I will explain later, let us go. Time to get more material. Excuse me, more material. I mean, let us go heal the patient. Moments later, the guard outside sees them emerge and cries out, Your Highness. He starts but stops cold when he realizes Damien is the one walking out. The guard eyes the sword at Damien's hip in shock. You chose that blade. Then, familiar footsteps and a sharp voice cut through the air. Damien, what do you think you are doing? Jekyll watches with a sour expression. I am beyond disappointed in you, but looking at Jekyll, decked out in royal jewels and gold, he pauses. The guard quickly prompts him with caution. You really should put those back, Your Highness. The scene shifts to a quiet, moonlit window where hushed voices drift inside. Garden wakes up, startled by the noise. Why me? Why am I the one awake? He walks to the window, staring down at the two figures. Your Highness, you have returned. A satisfied smile touches his lips, he notes. The prince seems quite close with Damien these days. He watches them move in sync and whispers to himself. Damien. I always thought he was a stubborn, losing cause, but he has been doing a fine job guarding the prince. Before he knows it, he is holding a tea tray. Smiling, the sickly prince finally has a friend like Damien to play around with. Garden carries the tea down to them, thinking to himself that perhaps he can finally put some trust in that lad. Morning light breaks, rays of dawn hitting the ice shield Jekyll just summoned. Garden freezes. What is going on? He watches, utterly bewildered, as Damien draws his sword. Why is he pulling his blade? Before the question finishes, Damien leaps, bringing his sword down against the shield with brutal force. As the strike lands, the tea tray slips from Garden's hands. Garden screams, clutching his face in panic and assassination. But just minutes before, Jekyll had stood before Damien, serious. Listen closely to me. Yes, Your Highness. Damien watches him, his expression a mask of cold neutrality. You only want to help the patient sincerely, so I will follow every order without a single doubt. It is like Jekyll can read his mind, and he chirps excitedly. Is that so? Can you strike me with your sword? Damien's face turns grim, he wonders. Has the prince finally gone mad? They continue their intense argument into the night. I need you to hit me hard enough to shatter the ice shield. You are serious about this, sir? Yes. Damien stands in stunned silence, his respect for Jekyll just plummeted to zero. The current chaos is the result of that moment. The sudden clatter of his blade accidentally wakes Garden. My goodness, why is this happening? Garden watches their intimate, frantic conversation from afar, oblivious to the context. Are you trying to frame me for treason? You have to strike me so I can save the Dinrier lady. It is the only way for all of us to survive. Jekyll gestures to him, are you the same way? He points to himself, grinning with confidence. I am the same. Damien stares, sighing in disbelief. What on earth are you thinking? He asks, clearly frustrated. I need a real explanation. You have read the entry about the eternal frost in the secret vault, have you not? The eternal frost core reacts to mana by pulling it toward the center, forming a thick layer of ice. The ice shield shatters once it takes too much damage. The shards that fall away after it breaks are pure, concentrated mana. They dissipate naturally, but be careful not to touch them or handle them recklessly. Damien listens and replies that is true, but what does that have to do with you making me hit you? Jekyll answers I need to use the ice shards formed by breaking the shield to create the medicine. Damien mulls it over for a long moment, then suggests why not just set the shield down and let me hit it that way. JK shakes his head immediately, no way. He channels his power, snaps a shield into existence, and says now you see it. He stops the flow of mana. The shield vanishes. He sighs, visibly annoyed, now you do not. JK carefully explains to Damien to keep the ice shield up, he has to keep pumping mana into it. Damien looks conflicted, finally voicing his dilemma, but I need to be safe. You want me to break the ice shield without hurting you, right? Seeing Damien gets the point, JK smiles with interest exactly. Damien quickly refuses. Your Highness, that could be seen as treason. How could I ever do something like that? He would never. But his next words leave JK speechless. I cannot afford to die penniless. Applying the golden rule of negotiation, strike first to win, Damien makes his demand. Please reward me every time I strike your shield. JK grins wickedly, so you want to be paid to hit me? Yes. Damien places a hand over his chest, bowing with solemn formality. Your Highness, I consider you my patron. I truly respect how you care for everyone without asking for a thing in return. JK listens to every word, but this time is different. I have to get paid. JK clicks his tongue, memories of Damien's harsh life flooding back. He remembers that scrawny kid, everything always came down to a lack of money. Then he thinks of the scarred, lonely back he grew into. The endless fights against monsters. JK smirks, thinking to himself, even in the novel, this guy is a total miser. Garden brings tea while they are acting buddy-buddy, just like the story. Garden asks, you are reading what, sir? I knew you were like this, but you are even more shameless in person. Sunlight peeks over the mountains. Dawn light hits the ice shield JK just summoned. Fine, I will pay you 1 day's wages for every hit. Getting the agreement, Damien draws his sword immediately. I hope you pay on time, Your Highness. He brings his sword down in a heavy, ruthless strike against the shield. The tea tray slips from the servant's hands. Garden screams in horror treason. He promptly faints. The ground around Damien cracks, but JK's shield does not even have a scratch. Seeing this, Damien raises his sword again. It seems this much power is not enough to break it. I will try again. JK squeezes his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. Damien watches, calmly teasing him. I have not even swung yet. JK shakes, urging him on, just do it. As the words leave his lips, Damien strikes again. Right. Damien proceeds to hack at the shield relentlessly. A moment later, the blows stop. JK is still standing there, trembling. Damien lifts his sword, wondering if he needs to hit harder. Suddenly, JK snaps, you jerk. You just want more money, do you not? Damien ignores the jab, his eyes fixed with resolve this time. I will get serious. He puts everything into one final lunge, slamming into the shield. A crack appears. It shatters. JK spins around, cheering success. You did it. A long, healthy life, royal luxury, here I come. After the celebration, JK turns around, let us collect the ice shards and go. They notice Garden passed out nearby, wondering why he is sleeping outside. The scene shifts. JK stands in the kitchen, preparing kudzu decoction, royal jelly, jujube seeds, peony root, licorice root, ginger, and cinnamon. Just a standard soup. He adds the next ingredient. Now, adding the ice shards, putting this into the cycle. Once the ice is in, the system chimes. Experience increased significantly by using a new method, new skill unlocked. Decoction brewing opened. Level 1 brewing skill. Your medicine will be 10% more effective than standard brews. Through ingredient analysis, you can now see detailed info on effects, side effects, and toxins. A bowl of ice-cold medicine appears on the table with a system ping. Find a new formula based on traditional tonics. Kudzu decoction. The system message fades. Tim calls out with a bright face, Master JK, here's the kudzu and ice tonic you asked for. The system pops up again for a choice. Decoction skill. Ingredient analysis. Do you want to activate? Yes or no? JK wears a wicked grin, making his choice obviously, yes. A soft tone chimes as data streams across his vision. Kudzu root powder mixed with ice, a deep brown liquid for mana recovery and fever reduction. The instruction is simple, take 3 doses daily after meals. A warning flashes for patients with chest pain or heart attacks. The name JK glares back from the screen. He clenches his fist in excitement. This skill is broken. No more manual testing, and it even restores mana. Lady Dinri Jekyll stands tall now, fully confident that Jekyll can finally save her. He and Damien carry the medicine to another room. The occupants jump to their feet the moment they enter. Your Highness. Jekyll approaches the eldest son of the Dinri house. How is she holding up? He bows his head slightly, answering slowly she still has not recovered. JK eyes the room, calculating. He watches Lady Dinri closely, noting her mana levels dropping steadily by the hour. He scoops a spoonful of the medicine, praying it works, then leans in, drink up. Lady, it will be quite cold. She winces at the taste, gasping it is so bitter. Jekyll offers a small, reassuring smile. The bitterer the medicine, the better it works. After the treatment, he sits down to talk with the Dinri family. As night falls, he stays by her bedside, monitoring her condition throughout the dark hours. By the next morning, he is back in the kitchen brewing a fresh batch. 10 days pass, and the servants start looking at him with strange, sparkling admiration. They stare at his back as he sits, whispering to each other in awe. Is he always like this? He is a completely different person from that sensitive brat before. Your Highness, I truly respect you. Even Garden is sobbing into a handkerchief. I always believed in you, my prince. The servants fawn over him, completely unaware that Jekyll is actually hanging by a thread. Jekyll looks haggard and pale, his face gaunt. He holds himself together somehow, but he is bone-tired. Being the doctor, the nurse, and the pharmacist all at once, Jekyll, you have to push through for the rewards. Suddenly, the system pings, congratulations, you successfully used the kudzu root powder to cure the fever. Your dedication to the patient's health is a true display of self-sacrifice. Everyone watching holds him in high regard, praising him endlessly while 2 angels appear, playing trumpets louder than the rewards themselves. The efficiency of the second-tier medical skill has increased by 50%. His eyes widen in pure shock. Wait, a title reward that boosts skill efficiency by half? The system continues. Lady Dinri's lifespan has increased by 27 years and 3 months. The extended life duration will lock in 5.3 days before the title bonus expires. 8 days added to his own lifespan, bringing the total to 146. Jekyll smirks perfect. If people around him keep respecting him, he thinks with a dangerous grin, he can actually extend his own life. I will make sure you all keep misunderstanding me even more. Sunset paints the sky as the carriage heads toward a mansion. Jekyll sits inside, gazing out at the passing view. He rests his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, he survived this time, but running a clinic solo is getting harder. Looking into the dark forest, he makes a silent call. He needs a professional nurse to help. The carriage wheels hit smooth ground and roll to a stop. Everyone steps out carefully. Lady Dinri stands by the carriage door, beaming with radiant gratitude. Your Highness, I cannot believe you went through the trouble of driving me home after curing me. I do not know how I could ever repay this kindness. Jekyll smiles professionally. Do not worry. I have gained plenty from this. The system alerts him heart, lungs, intestines, and liver have gifted you 200 health points for a successful treatment. Current health is 1500. He looks at her, voice calm. Do not worry about it. Seeing you recover is reward enough for me. Garden, the eldest son, and the lady all tear up, move to their core. Just as they prepare to offer their deepest thanks, they try to bid him farewell, but a hand shoots out to stop them. Wait. Jekyll stands at the door, voice firm. I need to speak with you. The eldest son points at himself. Confused me? Jekyll urges him. Get in the carriage first. The carriage creaks under the weight. The eldest son sits at the driver's bench, calling into the prince. Your Highness, we shall sit and talk like this? Yes, we have things to discuss right here. The same thing applies at Sineg. It is just a Korean department store chain. Everything fades into silence until a small flock of birds passes overhead, leaving the woods quiet and completely empty. The eldest son of the Dinry house rubs his shoulder while Jeal watches him from inside. His throat bobs, swallowing nervously. Why is he not saying anything? Just as that thought crosses his mind, the prince exhales a long, heavy breath and begins to rub his own shoulders while complaining. Goodness, I am feeling so sore all over. Hearing this, the eldest Dinry son suddenly feels a prick of conscience. Do not tell me, JK says, his face hardening with attitude. I spent days caring for the lady without a wink of sleep. Upon hearing this, the man gasps in wide-eyed shock. I knew it. He thinks to himself, then cautiously speaks up with an offer. Your Highness, I am thinking of how to compensate you. Do you not know I do not charge for medical treatment? I would lose my patience if I strayed from my advertisements. Still, Your Highness, I truly wish to repay your kindness. Getting the opening he wanted, JK lights up and exclaims, Really? But you are not my patient, and I take nothing from those I treat. The man feels as if something inside him is just shattered, and he stammers, Yes, you are right. Then, the prince pulls out a stack of papers to examine. He looks at the information sheet of the Dinry son and asks, You are a painter, are you not? He quickly and honestly answers, Yes, but I am only an amateur. At that, the prince's gaze turns firm and cold as he commands, I have some work I need you to do for me. A few days pass in the bustling Frontera square. At a stall, a bald man strikes up a conversation with the young man standing in front of him. Have you heard? What? The man reveals some shocking news. The prince is looking for servants for the palace. The young man is puzzled by this. Why are you telling me? With a glimmer in his eyes, the man places a hand on his shoulder and says, I thought you might be interested. You have been unemployed for a year. He hits right on the weakness. The young man retorts angrily, Landlord, why are you worrying about whether I am unemployed? Please stop talking. I am not behind on my rent. The landlord coldly points a finger at him, face looking menacing. You are 2 months late. Immediately, the young man changes his tune and runs off. I will go earn the money right now. He rushes right past a shadow standing there, someone who has been listening to everything the whole time. The cloaked figure grips an apple tightly in his hand, his face darkening to reveal a jagged tooth. He stays lost in thought, silent. The scene shifts to a museum covered in banners for the exhibition of the eldest Dinry son, drawing crowds from across the territory. People line up one after another to head inside the museum. Inside, a large crowd of townspeople gathers in front of a giant painting. JK claps his hands to congratulate the host of the exhibition. Congratulations on becoming a professional artist. Thank you, Your Highness. The prince looks at him, confused, and asks, Why is your face like that? Oh, this? He glances at the painting of Jeal in a stylish vest with the words I want you, then stares at the portrait of the three called Trio of Life, hesitating as he speaks. I feel like, he continues, staring at the painting called Life Returns to You, pausing briefly. He looks toward the painting of Damien drawing his sword titled I Sometimes Cry, feeling a strange urge to slash the canvas, while the eldest Dinry son confesses, It feels like a scam. Jeal smiles brightly and pats his shoulder for reassurance. It is fine, everyone uses Photoshop these days anyway. Hearing this, the man looks perplexed. What is Photoshop? He then voices his lingering curiosity. Your Highness, will my paintings truly help you with your advertising? The prince gestures toward the giant painting and replies proudly. Of course, it will be useful. Damn, this is great. Absolutely wonderful. Bring me the nursing recruits. The emotions of the viewers at this moment are pure bewilderment. I came because I heard the tickets were free, but what is this? After a moment of chatter, they suddenly notice a piece of paper on a pedestal in the corner. That note announces the call for nursing recruits. On the oil on canvas, it reads, You can become one of them, the angels in white. Learn experience and find happiness in life by becoming a nurse. Plus, you will be paid by a handsome boss, the prince himself. Sign up now. Reading this recruitment drive, voices start buzzing. Brother, I have to be honest, my dream is to become a nurse. What? Because of that recruitment notice, the registration office for the nursing entrance exam is suddenly swarming with people. Is the pay really that good? I heard the monthly salary can cover 2 years of rent. Among the crowd are the two men from the market earlier. The young man clutches the registration form and cries out, "Mother, I am going to become a nurse, make a lot of money, and repay you for raising me." The registration form clearly explains all the necessary information in detail. Working hours depend on the prince's health and mood, and it requires moving into the capital. To register, fill out the form and go to the office in Frontera Square for the test. The specific detail the cloaked man pays attention to is the requirement to move into the capital. The cloaked figure clutches the paper tight, while a few laughs ripple through the crowd behind. Damian notices the prince's wide-eyed excitement, a bead of drool forming, and leans in. "Is your highness really that happy?" Realizing he's lost his composure, he wipes his chin and regains his calm. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be?" Jekyll watches the bustling crowd and clarifies things for him. "If we can attract talented individuals to the palace, we can treat even more patients." He gestures broadly, voice booming with dramatic flair. "That is why. How could I not be happy?" He thinks to himself that this will surely extend his life. Jekyll watches, silently impressed. He is incredible and he pays very well too. 6 days pass in a blur. The familiar cloaked figure darts past, sunlight glinting off banners overhead announcing the arrival of the new nurses. A massive crowd has already gathered before the gates of a lavish mansion. Annis, in her cloak, looks up in awe, hands on her hips, waiting with eager pride. It is time. As she speaks, the host lifts a spoon, ready to command the stage. "Attention, everyone," he bellows, announcing that the first phase of the test is beginning. Selection. The crowd watches intently, hanging on to every word of the prince's event. The first stage of the nursing recruitment. The host strains his voice, shouting for all to hear, repeating the grand announcement that this is sponsored by the crown prince. "Show us your skills." He points forward, setting the stage. The first task is to reach the interview site. A murmur of confusion ripples through the crowd. "Strange. I feel like I have heard this all week." "You are overthinking it." The guards immediately start ushering everyone inside. Everyone is split into 5 groups of 10 for evaluation. They hand out detailed maps, ordering them to start here and move quickly to the palace building. Only the first 10 from each group will be interviewed. The guard's words spark instant panic. "Wait, what about the other 40? The guard answers coldly. "If you do not make the top 10, you are not qualified." Just as the crowd begins to grumble about the absurdity, the host shouts, forcing them into a desperate sprint. "Go! Group 1! They scramble past Garden and Jekyll, screaming as they rush by. After counting them off, Garden blocks the path, coldly declaring the rest disqualified. He turns to those panting and gasping for breath. "Good job." He points to the plates on the table, setting the next task. "We begin the next mission immediately." The second task. Garden watches them inspect the ingredients. Identify which of these 6 herbs has been ruined by improper storage. As they taste and inspect, he continues his instructions. Just as they focus, a strangely cloaked figure stands out. The cloaked person suddenly trembles in discomfort, letting out a sharp cry of pain. The hem of the cloak flutters before the figure collapses heavily to the ground, shocking the others. Silence falls as the nearby candidates freeze, staring at the fallen body. Panic flashes in their eyes as they glance at each other, wondering if the person is okay. Why is no one helping? Should I help? But another thought stops them cold. What am I doing? No time for this. The test is almost over. Jekyll watches them from the side, observing everything. He turns and nods slightly at Garden. Footsteps echo softly through the air. Garden steps toward the candidates, cutting them off. That is enough. He offers a gentle smile of gratitude. It is great to see such focus. Those who passed will be notified tomorrow. They turn away, dejected and weary. I could not find the herb. Am I disqualified? Once they leave, only the cloaked figure remains. Jekyll approaches and commands. You can stand up now. At his words, the figure stands up. It is Damien. He brushes the dust off his cloak and says slowly, glad they all bought it. He exhales, adding that he was worried it looked too dramatic. Jekyll tilts his head in confusion. What do you mean? Damien immediately demonstrates the pained fall again. Watch this. After performing the fall, he sits up and wipes off the blood, looking pleased. Does this not look more natural? Garden holds up a 10 out of 10 sign, eyes wide with pure admiration. You really can pull off anything, Your Highness. Jell steps in, offering a casual acting lesson. But the prince brushes it off to focus on the task at hand. No matter, thanks to Damien's performance, the evaluations were crystal clear today. What about the remaining 9? The prince delivers the verdict with icy calm, all rejected. Even as G tries to offer a sincere perspective, Damien cuts in without missing a beat. You mean to say that character is what matters most, Your Highness? The prince looks up at the bright sky, nodding in agreement. Exactly. That is why they failed. especially for a future nurse. Bring in the next group. The next few groups repeat the same desperate act, yet each one ends the same way, total failure. Even by the fourth group, the result remains unchanged. Not a single person makes the cut. Jel looks on, completely stunned. Does nobody here actually care about someone in distress? It feels hopeless. The prince suggests a change of pace. Damien, let's take a walk. Damien agrees immediately, and the two head out to stroll through the mansion gardens in silence. Jel is deep in thought, nervously biting his nails. There are no candidates left. What now? A sudden commotion at the gate cuts through his worry. A guard is blocking a stranger, claiming she is not human. Jel blinks, confused. What is that guard even talking about? She is not human. The person being blocked is Anis, who claps a hand to her chest, fuming. I am a human being. The guard stands his ground, cold and stubborn. No, you are not. Watching from a distance, the prince rolls up his sleeves, furious. This guy is a jerk. Why say that when we are already desperate for candidates? What is she, if not human? Just as he prepares to charge over, Damien stops him cold. That woman is a werewolf. Jel eyes Anis, looking for proof. A werewolf? But she doesn't even have a tail. Damien explains it away quickly. Your Highness, it is just hidden by those baggy trousers. Jel hums. Catching on a werewolf, huh? Damien watches him, silently worried that the prince might harbor some deep prejudice against werewolves. Suddenly, a vision of a wolf in pajamas pops into the prince's head, complete with a transformation sequence. It shifts to a powerful, muscular wolf, and finally, one with a nose so sharp it is sniffing at a water bowl. Drooling slightly, Jel thinks to himself, perfect. This is exactly what a traditional medicine nurse needs. Damien watches the prince's reaction and sighs inwardly. Well, I guess I was worried for nothing. Back at the gate, Anis argues her case firmly. I am a citizen protected by the laws of this empire. The guard scoffs with a sneer. You lose control and turn into a beast, don't you? Anis grits her teeth, voice trembling with rage. That is just a biased assumption. She clenches her fists. No, that will never happen. The guard laughs in her face. How terrifying. Are you looking at me with those scary beast eyes right now? His taunts push Anis to her limit. She grips her hands, silently cursing the guy. Jel finally steps in to shut it down. That is enough. Stop right there. The prince stares the guard down with cold authority. In my recruitment notice, didn't I state that any resident of the capital could apply? Even if she is a werewolf, she is still a citizen here. It is my fault, Your Highness. The prince turns his gaze toward Anis, his tone shifting. The one who needs to apologize is not me, but him. Jel places a hand over his heart and bows slightly to her. I apologize on behalf of this guard's disrespectful behavior. Anis performs a polite bow in return. I am Anis, daughter of Hain. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. The prince asks smoothly, so, you still wish to take the test? Yes, Your Highness. With her answer, the prince claps his hands together, grinning. Perfect. Why don't we start right now? Anis looks at him, bewildered. Excuse me? The prince leans in, his expression turning serious. Since you are a werewolf, your physical strength must be top tier, right? I have never seen it with my own eyes, though. He points to the guard who had been arguing with her. If you can beat him in a race, I will consider your first trial passed. The scene shifts to a small fountain in the garden grounds. Jel points to the fountain and explains it is 400 meters there and back. Whoever returns first wins, understood? No sooner does he finish than Anis sheds her cloak, pumped up. Understood. The prince turns to the guard, you had better get ready. The guard looks confused but obeys. A few metallic clicks later, he is down to his underwear and ready to go. Anis and the guard take their marks, both coiled and ready for the race to begin. The guard's brow furrows and he grits his teeth, mirroring the sharp, determined gaze in Anis's eyes. They both think they will win this easily. Jel flicks a flag in the air and shouts out to prepare. The guard stares ahead, jaw clenched tight. Anis mirrors him, locked in with total focus and determination. Jel drops the flag hard and yells for them to go. Anis bolts like lightning, instantly catching the guard off guard. Her raw power is on display as she leaves the guard eating her dust. Jel watches in genuine awe. Look at that speed. She eats up the ground with long, powerful strides. As she nears the fountain, Anis plants her foot and launches herself into the air. Her hand reaches out, brushing lightly against the fountain pillar. She grips the post, spins effortlessly through the air, and sticks the landing before exploding back into a sprint. The guard finally catches up, stops, and stares at her in total disbelief. Not wasting a second, he lets out a sharp breath and tries to power past her. Anis glances back, judging him silently. Too slow, I have this in the bag. The guard's face says it all. He scowls, sweat pouring down his face, and curses under his breath, damn it. Suddenly, his ankle rolls hard and swells up. Huh? He hits the dirt, tumbling over and over. A pained cry makes Anis pause. She turns to see him writhing. Did he just dislocate his shoulder too? She slows her pace, her momentum dying out. She lingers there in silence for a moment, then grits her teeth, clearly annoyed. She slams the brakes, cursing damn it, and turns around even though the finish line is right there. She charges back toward him with intensity, shouting out her frustration. Damn it, I wanted a clean sweep. Jel watches this unfold, his eyes fixed on her every move. Anis sprints back to the fallen guard, startling him as she looms over him. Without a word, she grabs his shoulder and arm, making him panic. What are you doing? Her tone is cold and threatening. Just shut up and hold still. A quick pop of bone echoes out. The guard screams in agony, but a familiar face steps in to rescue the terrified man. Good enough, that is plenty. Jel pulls out a heart-shaped necklace and announces it with flair. You are hired. The scene shifts from the training yard into the office. He slides a stack of papers across the desk. This is the employment contract. Read it carefully. Anis picks up the documents. Looking them over with a frown, it seems pretty complex. Jel just laughs, trying to ease her nerves. Don't sweat it. Take your time. Easy does it. Watching him, Garden and Damien whisper in the background. He is acting like an old man again. He is definitely more mature than his real age. As Anna studies the forms, he observes her closely. Jel gives a satisfied nod. Great physical strength and sharp intelligence, perfect. But I saw that look. He shudders, recalling the earlier moment. She was smiling while snapping that bone. He laughs, shoulders shaking, while his guards look on, confused. Even though she helped him, she definitely didn't make it painless. If she faces difficult patients out there, they are not going to be happy. He glances at the setting sun, musing such a pity. I wish I had more people just like her. Anis finishes the contract and lays it on the table. Jel leans in, grinning as he asks how the contract looks. She answers slowly, it is fine, but her eyes turn serious. I want to add a few clauses. He breaks into a cold sweat. Nervous, is that so? What kind of clauses? Anis speaks carefully. Actually, Her next words leave Jel stunned. I am the leader of a tribe of about 50 people. His eyes light up with pure greed as he repeats it. What? You have 50 more just like you? He flies over to her, massaging her shoulders to butter her up. Why didn't you say so sooner? He imagines a pack of werewolves in his head. Who could turn down 50 S-rank nurses? Anis continues her proposal. Please let them take the nurse exam. Jel nods, already turning his own plans over in his mind. Come here. The S-rank demand doesn't stop there. She asks him to solve the birth defect plaguing her entire tribe. A birth defect? Jel asks, caught off guard. Are you lacking food? Anis explains the reality of their situation, social ridicule that makes their lives miserable. She points to the appendage behind her, their tails. Jel stares in shock. A tail? He imagines a wolf-like figure with a tail wagging uncontrollably. It moves on its own, she explains. Jel, simple-minded as ever, asks why that is even a bad thing. Anis just hangs her head. We cannot hide our true emotions. As he thinks about those tails reacting to every mood, it starts to click. He realizes they are easy targets for swindlers because their feelings are always on display. Jel glances at her baggy clothes. Is that why you wear those loose pants? To hide them? Anis rubs her hands together. Yes, but even then, the tails are too strong. They twitch whenever we get excited. Jel probes further. What if you tied them to your legs? She shakes her head. They find a way to break free regardless. Suddenly, the tail itself seems to speak up. Hey, stop worrying about me and focus on yourself. Jel jumps back in total panic. Is that muscle conscious? He asks if surgery is an option. We tried, she admits, but we would never be able to walk normally again. A life without a tail is impossible. Plus, she reveals, they just grow back within a month anyway. He imagines a weird, lizard-like scene and lets out a laugh, but the humor dies instantly as he falls silent. Jel shudders. Wait, they actually want me to fix this? He realizes this is his only path to securing those S-rank nurses. Garden and Damien watch as Jel clutches his head in pure despair. I have never even attempted to treat a tail like that before. Jel looks pale and completely serious. I do not even have a single clue how to begin. He steps toward Anis. What if I become the official guardian for your tribe instead? Anis tilts her head. What do you mean by that? Jel promises to use his royal influence to back them. Anis immediately holds up a hand to stop him. I am grateful for the offer, but I must respectfully decline. She looks truly helpless. That does not solve the root of our problem. Her voice echoes with quiet resolve. If you change your mind or leave, we are right back where we started, or worse. She looks him in the eye. I am not here looking for a temporary fix. Jel sighs. So you need a permanent solution to the core issue? She confirms it. Yes, Your Highness. Jel lets out a long breath. Very well. Anis lights up with hope. Does that mean you will help us? I have no other choice, he admits. Do you have a plan? Jel closes his eyes, feeling the pressure. Actually, no. But I will start looking now. Anis watches him with admiration. He is so honest, she thinks. As he sits there deep in thought, she assesses him. If he is just giving empty promises, it will be a crushing disappointment. Anis stands up to leave. I will go and wait for your contact. Stay in the palace guest wing. Jel replies. The door clicks shut, leaving the room in heavy silence. Outwardly, he remains calm. But inside, his mind is screaming. They are far too talented to lose. I have to make this work. 50 of the best nurses, just sitting there. But if I cannot fix those tails, they are not working for me. Jel sprawls out on the sofa, hitting the cushions in frustration while his thoughts race. How do I handle a tail with its own consciousness? He grinds his teeth in annoyance. His face suddenly looks gaunt and pale. He sits hunched over books in the library, looking absolutely exhausted. I have checked everywhere, he mutters. Suddenly, Garden screams out Royal Scream Skill Level 1. The shout makes Jel jump out of his skin. You did that on purpose, right? Garden stands tall and answers no. JK presses on why. Is there a problem? Garden looks grave. If you frown and hold on to that stress, you will get sick. JK holds his chest. If you keep scaring me like that, I really will get sick. I might get heart disease. Garden shakes his head. Not you, your highness. Yeel stares down. What right do you have to decide that? Garden points to his forehead. All that frowning leaves wrinkles, and those are permanent. Maybe you should just stop frowning. JK just stares seriously. A mysterious smile hits JK's face. Looking at the library shelves, he thinks, is he really trying to help me? Clearly, yes. He feels both embarrassed and genuinely grateful. He thinks this guy is actually kind. He shrugs. It is fine, so what if I get wrinkles? I will just use filler and Botox. Garden looks blank. Forgive me, but what are filler and Botox? JK sighs. Just things I know. They are great for smoothing out wrinkles. Something clicks in JK's mind. Wait. He pictures tiny viruses and remembers botulinum toxin. A flood of thoughts fills JK's head. Among all known human toxins, this is the most powerful paralytic. His eyes sharpen a wolf's tail. Those tail muscles move on instinct, but he could force them into total paralysis. Kuzmin flashes through his mind. Perfect. He actually has that poison on hand. A grin spreads across JK's face. He leans in. Garden, I need Kuzmin's poison. It is in the secret vault, right? Garden nods. Yes. JK beams with excitement. Bring it to me, then take me to Annis. Elsewhere, Annis is mid-workout. 1, 2, 3, 4. She stops, sensing something. She opens the door to find JK and Garden. Why are you here so late? JK shoves her back inside. I think I found a solution to your condition. Let us go. JK thinks quietly. 2 things to check first. Location is the priority. He holds his hand behind his back, a white aura pulsing from his palm. Feeling the pressure points linked from brain to body, he thinks, yes, I see them now. He scans Annis's brain just as I thought. Her internal energy flows differently than a human's. He checks her shoulder points distinct from the standard Ren meridian points. Moving to her stomach and legs, he notes the hip points are much wider apart than in humans. He narrows his gaze, studying the strange veins. There it is, a vessel humans lack, leading straight to the tail. JK turns serious. I will stop talking now. Basically, she is close enough to human for this to work. He puts his hands on his hips. Can you transform into a wolf for me? Annis looks confused. Sorry? JK speaks up. Your acupuncture points shift during the transformation. I need to map them now. She stays silent, weighing the request. Finally, wolf ears sprout from her head. Her feet expand, sharp claws tearing through. Moments later, a massive werewolf stands there. Ferocious fangs, deadly claws. JK looks her over. Thought you would be bigger. You look like Denjay. Annis looks completely baffled. Right. JK explains with a sheepish smile that is just the name of a dog I used to own. That comparison makes Annis growl in annoyance. JK pauses. Wait, you cannot talk in this form? Because your jaw structure changed? He reaches for her hand. Which paw? JK treats her like a pet, and she growls again. Realizing he pushed it, he throws his hands up. Sorry, my bad. He makes a finger gun gesture toward her. Bang! She rolls around on the floor, looking surprisingly amused. Garden watches them both, a fond look in his eyes. Annis lets out another low growl. JK notices her agitation and rushes to apologize again. Is this actually working? He laughs, feeling relieved. Sorry. Let us start the checkup. Back in the library, JK sits and contemplates. Jekyll thinks his first task is done. Finding the location was easy enough, but this second part is a real headache. He stares at the wooden box full of pills. How much paralytic poison is safe to use? That is the burning question. He clutches one pill tightly, needing the exact composition to dose that tail correctly. An image of Kuzmin suddenly flashes through his mind. Should he ask Kuzmin for help? Jekyll immediately shuts that thought down. No way, he cannot trust that guy. He pops the pill into his mouth. Maybe he can just store it within his mana barrier to analyze it. The system suddenly flashes bright red alerts from deep within his own organs. His heart, lungs, intestines, and liver are all screaming in protest. Are you insane? Inside his body, the organs gather in a glowing circle. They huddle together, and the heart stares back in pure disbelief. Did he really just eat poison? The liver looks absolutely fed up. And who is supposed to detox that? The large intestine is still reeling. Is he seriously trying to test this on himself? The liver shouts in anger. I am right here. Why not summon a monster and feed it the toxin instead? Jekyll recalls his thorny-tailed creature. You want me to feed poison to my cute little summon. You all have gone way too far. The organs bark back through the system notifications. You are literally trying to poison yourself. Is that not the definition of going too far? The liver yells again. There are specialized summoning beasts designed to analyze materials, even toxins. Jekyll is stunned. An idea sparks in his head. Wait. A spirit beast that specializes in material analysis exists. A system notification from the liver pops up. Jekyll grins widely. Right, I met it back in the system waiting room. He tilts his head. What even is a system waiting room? A vision of glass tubes filled with strange objects flashes into view, illustrating the liver's explanation. The name says it all. It is just a waiting room. I had to sleep there until I awakened. Wait, does that mean all the other organs are sleeping too? The liver confirms it through the system. Naturally, the rest of the organs are waiting to be summoned. Jekyll rests his chin on his hand. What exactly is this system anyway? The system notification delivers a curt message from the liver. Stop asking. Even if I knew, I could not tell you. The board flashes bright red, displaying a chain and lock icon, signaling restricted access. It is the law. Information disclosure is strictly limited. Jekyll pleads with the board for more. Can you at least give me the basic traits? I have to clear the gotcha with gum again. The liver looks annoyed and picks at its ear. Not interested. Jekyll is clearly frustrated that he cannot squeeze any more details out. To get under his skin, the liver sends a mocking image of Jekyll and his organs through the system. The organs are clearly having a good time at his expense. The liver lets out a triumphant laugh. Jekyll grinds his teeth in rage. He jumps to his feet, staring at the screen with a clenched fist. Fine, keep your silence. He pinches his nose shut and tries to shout, but it comes out as a garbled mess, translating that he means he will make them spill the beans. The heart and intestines chime into the chat. The heart laughs loudly. What are you even doing? The large intestine joins in with a mocking tone. Are you holding your breath on purpose? The lungs notification flashes with pure confusion. Because he is pinching his nose so hard, Jekyll cannot breathe, and his face starts turning bright red. Inside, the lung stands to the side, turning green and shaking uncontrollably. The heart looks over, confused. Huh? What is going on? I am running out of oxygen. Seeing the chaos, the liver and intestines look genuinely worried. The system detects the emergency and flashes a warning. Your organs are panicking due to your actions. The lung is exhausted, its face turning black as it grabs its throat and gasps out, lungs, lungs. Finally, the lung collapses to the ground, and the heart, deprived of oxygen, falls to its knees beside it. Furious at the situation, the liver and intestines scream out, the lung is dying, you idiot. Another system message appears. Fine, fine. The spirit beast capable of material analysis appears in a blinding flash of light that fills the room. A box opens, and a creature in a clear bubble bounces out. Jekyll stares at the goldfish floating before him in complete shock. Jekyll calls out. The creature snaps its head around, locking eyes with him. Jekyll stares at Bob Book with a hunger that feels unsettling. Time to get along, he says. The creature shudders, letting out a terrified squeak. But when it spots the spike-tailed youngster, it perks up. The two creatures share a quick, happy handshake. Jekyll watches them from the table, arms crossed, observing their play. He opens a wooden box and picks out a single pill. Holding it out, he asks if Bob Book wants a treat. It tastes great, he promises. The creature stares at the pill as a system message flashes, warning that its internal organs are furious. You really are heartless, the system notes. Where did you even learn to be this cruel? Jekyll ignores it, crushing the pill into a liquid and forcing it into Bob Book's mouth. He watches intently as the creature swallows. A system notification chimes Immortal Goldfish skill, rank 1, activated. The reaction is instant. Bob Book's face turns deathly pale, looking utterly wretched. It starts to tremble. You liar, the creature whimpers before collapsing onto the table. Jekyll looks on, briefly caught off guard. A flicker of nervousness crosses Jekyll's face. He waits, then Bob Book's eyes snap wide open, bright and clear. The system confirms the revival skill worked perfectly. Bob Book plucks a red blood-like scale right off its own body. It's clearly holding a grudge. The tiny thing pulls out one of its own fangs, too. Looking pitiful, the creature uses the fang to scratch a record of the incident onto the scale. Jekyll watches, taking notes. Jekyll offers a wry, pained smile. Sorry about that, he mutters while studying the creature's diary. Bob Book has meticulously documented everything it ate, including the lethal ingredients. Jekyll takes the scale, thinking over every detail of the creature's toxic diet like he's spying on a secret. It's a powerful toxin, one that could seriously weaken a person's stamina. Jekyll's face lights up as ideas race through his mind. Perfect. Now he can calculate the exact dose needed for the anesthetic. He calls out for someone. Garden appears in a flash, standing perfectly straight. At your service, Your Highness. Jill is suspicious of how fast he arrived. Where did you even come from? He asks. Garden stammers, mentioning another spirit beast. Jill lies through his teeth, his nose practically growing a few inches with every word. It was searching for me all night, he claims. I must be getting famous. Garden just gives a blank, awkward smile. Jill notices the look and wonders why he's smiling like that. Garden finds his voice again. You remind me of a great historical figure, he says. Jill's curiosity is instantly piqued. A great figure, you say? Garden nods yes. It was Loy Frontera. Jill imagines a massive statue holding a scepter. Was that master designer really a king in this empire? He asks. Garden confirms it, adding that historical records credit him with having 5 spirit beasts. Jill is stunned. He was that capable, he asks. Garden explains he built the very foundation of this massive empire. They say he was quite the celebrity on Fridays. Jill is confused by that detail. Jill cuts him off. Never mind that. Go bring Magnus to me. Garden hurries away, calling out his agreement. Standing by the palace door, looking out at the vast blue sky, Anis follows behind the doctor. She's quiet, thinking I know he's the crown prince. But can he really fix this? It hasn't even been a day. Garden turns back, sensing her unease. His sudden shift catches her off guard. You look awfully worried, Garden says politely. Anis goes on the defensive. Are you saying that because you saw my tail? Garden looks surprised, his head dipping down as he scratches the back of his neck. My apologies, he says. Anis offers a soft, resigned smile. It's fine, she says. I'm used to it. We haven't even been properly introduced, have we? Garden shakes her hand, introducing himself as the Crown Prince's personal physician, Piero Garden. She introduces herself as Agnes, heir to the Robo tribe and daughter of Jacinto. Garden gestures politely, asking if he might offer a piece of advice. Anis nods. As they walk, Garden warns her not to be shocked, no matter what treatment method the prince proposes. That leaves her confused and wary. What do you mean by that? She asks, standing before the door glowing with golden light. Garden explains that when the prince describes the treatment, she will likely think he's gone mad. Anis whispers to herself, wondering what kind of method could possibly be that strange. Inside the room, Jill sits by the bed, smiling as he greets Anis. He stands, gesturing politely for her to sit, and Anis settles on the edge, asking if he truly found a cure in just one day. Jill leans back with pure confidence, telling her to just trust him. Anis looks surprised, asking for the treatment details, but Jill just laughs off her nerves. He picks up a needle, looking perfectly relaxed as he explains he plans to prick her tail with it countless times. Anis freezes, her mind screaming in complete terror. Then Jill holds up a vial, adding that he will inject poison directly into her body. He beams with pride, asking if she thinks it sounds cool. Behind him, the servants applaud in unison, while Anis internally wonders if he is out of his mind. She glances at Garden, her eyes wide with a silent plea for help. Garden just stares back with sparkling eyes, signaling for her to trust the prince. The servants all nod in agreement, their faces showing absolute faith. Even GL flashes a smile that basically screams, trust me. Anis is spiraling now. She realizes the prince is not the only crazy one here. Later, she sits in her room, head in her hands, surrounded by a line of servants and Jill watching her every move. Jill insists she has nothing to worry about, just keep trusting him. She eyes him suspiciously. He looks completely untrustworthy, but she has to try. She thinks of her tribe, hoping that if this succeeds, they might finally be freed from this cursed tale. She steals her resolve, telling Jill she trusts him. He snaps his fingers confidently, and suddenly the servants bring out a white sheet with a hole in it. 2 maids approach her, and Anis watches, wide-eyed. Soon, she is lying on the bed, covered by the sheet, her tail exposed. Jill stands nearby, silent, then turns to order the procedure to begin. The servants watch his every move with pure, wide-eyed admiration. He places a hand near her tail, channeling blue energy as a glowing heart appears before him. That surge of energy lets him visualize Anis's entire body, and he cannot help but marvel at the sight. The Astrahan core technique is truly brilliant. Jill stands amid a web of intersecting lines, realizing they prove the existence of meridian points, something no one had verified in thousands of years. Even with modern medical tools, those points remained a mystery. He used to feel skeptical about traditional medicine, but now he can actually see the points. Everything has changed. He can finally confirm them. He opens a case filled with needles, deciding it is time to move. He sinks a needle into a glowing point, the swan shoe spot, 1.5 centimeters deep. The system alerts him that the separation function is active. 0.01 milliliters of muscle-paralyzing toxin are released. Anis shudders, and Jill scans the glowing network, planning the next strike at the Mingmen and Yaoyang Guan points. His hands move with perfect, practiced grace. A trail of light races down her spine, clearing the meridians so magic can flow freely again. He pauses, staring intently at the next point, calculating his path. Her tail is paralyzed, but the hard part remains. He has to ensure it never recovers. Just as he thinks that, her tail twitches and brushes against his face. Gio blinks in shock at how fast the healing is. He narrows his eyes, determined, knowing this was still within his calculations. His speed increases, needles flying into the glowing network. He pushes to the finish, teeth clenched, sinking the final needle into the back of her neck. The acupuncture needle sinks into her neck, yet Anis feels nothing. Just a confusing, dull numbness. What is this? She wonders. Did he really just poke my neck? Did I ask for tail treatment or a brain surgery? A sudden jolt of electricity zaps through her, cutting her thoughts short. Then, the tail it starts to twitch. Seconds later, the tail goes completely limp and slumps to the floor. But look, her pinky toe is wiggling. Gilles throws his arms up in pure triumph, shouting that it is a success. He steps closer to retrieve the needle from her neck, telling her to go ahead and try moving. Anna stands up, still doubting, asking if it is really finished. Gilles nods, completely sure of himself. She stares, bewildered. How could it be that fast? She barely even processed what happened. Gilles asks if she feels anything special in her tail, so Anis finally looks down at it. Her face turns to pure shock. A storm of questions is raging inside her head. She should be feeling anxious, right? By now her tail should be curling up, but it stays perfectly still. She looks up, asking how he did it. Gilles explains he paralyzed the tail and rewired her nerves. His gaze shifts to her foot, where that little toe keeps twitching away. He explains he rerouted the tail's nerves to her pinky toe, so now it reacts to her emotions instead. The servants nearby start clapping, and Gilles gestures excitedly, laughing about how surreal a toe tail really is. Anise sits there quietly, her lips pressed tight. Suddenly, tears stream down her face, and she quickly wipes them away with her hand. Gilles watches her cry and smiles to himself from now on. No more shame for the wolf people. They are finally done with that life. Anis wipes her eyes, whispering her thanks to the prince. Gilles crosses his arms. Looking a bit cocky, he tells her a simple thank you just isn't enough. He did his part, and now it is time for her to keep her end of the deal. He shoves a stack of papers into her hands, reminding her of their agreement to bring her tribe here. Gilles excitedly shoves a pen toward her, urging her to sign right now. Anis just stares, thinking this prince is truly something else then. A loud laugh echoes through the palace. It is Gilles, laughing heartily inside the grand hall. He is standing there, arms crossed, feeling great. Garden asks if he is happy, and Gilles says, obviously. He surveys the room, packed with beds, nurses, doctors, and patients moving in a blur of activity. He thinks about his 50 S-rank nurses, a smirk forming as he eyes the 50 wolves. He glances at Anis, who is busy taking notes, satisfied they have the basics of nursing down. They have finished every bit of professional training. Every nurse is working with perfect efficiency. Gilles knows they understand medicinal ingredients, proper storage, cooking healthy meals, and dressing wounds. Other nurses discuss their shifts, fully prepared to run a medical ward. A nurse approaches to report that the new shift schedules are ready. Seeing everything run so perfectly, Gilles smiles, thinking it is looking good. He recalls the clinic running 24/7, with the wolf tails replaced by wiggling pinky toes. He grins, realizing everyone has already adapted to their new tails. He thinks it is just perfect. The system confirms the surgery for Anis and 50 wolves is complete. Another notification pops up, noting that since this procedure does not extend life, then the Tier 2 reward won't trigger. The system sends him a round of applause from his internal organs. Below the text, a graphic shows his organs cheering him on. He really is bold. Something at the edge of his vision starts to tremble. The system announces that his Earth attribute organ has awakened because of the noise. Gilles is stunned. A pair of bright, beautiful eyes blink open wide. The system says his stomach has woken up. His stomach pops up, looking round and cute, demanding plenty of delicious food pork cutlets on rice. Jay hears the boy introduce himself and thinks a stomach with a personality is actually pretty cute. The chubby organ manifests with a childish voice, craving sweet and sour pork. The boy throws his hands up, eyes bright with excitement. Fried chicken, he says. Pizza, I want to eat it all. The stomach whines loudly, complaining about feeling dizzy and demanding the food be brought up immediately. Gilles stares at the system notification screen, feeling helpless. What is wrong with this kid? There is literally no food like that in this world. The system board flashes an image of the stomach acting spoiled, begging for kimbap dipped in tteokbokki sauce. Watching those desperate pleas, Jay finds himself involuntarily salivating. He thinks to himself, honestly, I want to eat that too. He glances at the nurses working hard nearby and tells himself to hold it together. We really cannot afford any distractions right now. The system pings with another message from the stomach. Fine then, what about something sweet instead? Gilles pops a candy into his mouth, wondering if this organ has the refined palate of a primary school student. The notification displays an image of the stomach clutching the candy, licking it clean, as it adds 300 health points to Gilles' total. More system alerts pop up. The heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver are officially online, granting a massive 700 health points. Health hits 1,000. In Gilles' imagination, his internal organs look absolutely legendary. This means his organs can provide even more advice now, which should finally make his stomach issues a bit more bearable. A glowing system notification interrupts his thoughts. Because of his precise control during the tail paralysis surgery, the Astrahan core technique has leveled up. 2 rings of light begin to interlace around his heart, glowing with newfound intensity. The system displays the skill name Astrahan Core, Stage 1, Level 3. Mana output increased by 150%. The mana rings expand and pulse with energy, and GL feels the system notification confirming that his mana capacity has finally opened up. It feels like a water balloon inflating right inside his chest, and a wide, genuine smile spreads across his face. GL clenches his fist, marveling at how he scored so many health rewards before the day even truly started, until a voice interrupts him. "Your Highness," a nurse calls out. "A patient in Area 6 is acting strange," the man reports, and GL asks for details. The nurse notes that the patient's body odor is off and he seems to be spiking a fever. GL moves quickly toward the door, telling them that they should go and check on the patient together. He thinks to himself that regardless of the cause, his clinic's foundation is solid enough to handle it now this place is becoming stable. Pavang sits at his desk, his hands flying across the abacus with alarming speed as he calculates the monthly budget for the secondary palace. He stops, staring at the beads in confusion. Did he make a calculation error? Pavang tosses the abacus aside, grabs the ledger, and starts shaking so hard that the book rattles in his hands. He slams the book down on the desk, face pale with absolute dread. Pavang screams that they are finished, his legs carrying him out of the room at a desperate, frantic run. He bursts through the doors, shouting for the prince, causing Gil and the others nearby to jump in surprise. Gil turns to Garden, looking genuinely startled, and asks why he is yelling like the world is ending. He looks at Pavang and asks what is wrong, wondering if the man is feeling ill. Pavang gasps for air, bowing low. "I have an urgent report," he says. "Please forgive my lack of decorum," Pavang pleads, and Gil tilts his head in confusion. Pavang leans in close, whispering the news that the secondary palace's operating budget is almost completely exhausted. Gil shoots up from his seat, slamming his hands onto the desk. "What?" he shouts. "We are out of money? But I am the crown prince." His face hardens into a mask of pure tension as he realizes the gravity of the situation. If they are broke, they cannot do anything, let alone maintain the traditional medicine clinic. His dream of a long, comfortable royal life is collapsing right before his eyes. Gil asks with visible anxiety why they could possibly be out of funds. He demands details, and Pavang apologizes, but the explanation makes Gil's expression turn to pure horror. It turns out the prince himself cut the budget last autumn. Gil berates himself silently, cursing his own past idiocy. He feels like a total fool, and Pavang watches him, wondering if the prince truly does not remember that time. They move to the sofa to talk properly, and Pavang admits he thought the prince had his reasons, perhaps expecting not to live much longer. The room goes silent as Gil asks if he really chose to just give up back then. Pavang nods, explaining that back then, the palace budget was nowhere near as large as it is now. Hearing that, Gil slumps down, feeling the weight of his past karma, while Pavang speaks up again, sounding awkward. "Your Highness, you look much healthier this year than last, so perhaps you should find some joy in that." Gil lets himself slide toward the floor, muttering that there is absolutely no joy to be found in this disaster, leaving Pavang completely at a loss. Gil sighs, eyes squeezed shut. "No money means no fun," he grumbles. Gil kicks the air in frustration. Does everything have to be about money? Staring up at the ceiling, Jekyll fixates on one name, Adria Magentano. "You want to play like that? Fine." "Why are you doing this to me?" Gil wonders, his mind racing as he lies rigid on the bed. He sighs again. It is not like he cannot sympathize with Jekyll, but wallowing gets them nowhere. Suddenly, he sits straight up. "Can we not just request more operating budget for the infirmary this year?" Pav's reply hits Jekyll's hopes like a cold, invisible blade. "Impossible," Pav says. Jekyll curls up on the floor, looking absolutely miserable. "If we have no money, the clinic closes and I die." Pav stares, confused. "Your Highness, how does closing the clinic actually kill you?" Jekyll does not answer, just presses. "Are you sure we cannot ask for more?" Their conversation fills the room. Pav stands firm. "It is impossible, Your Highness. It would break imperial law. You can only request the annual budget at the end of the previous year." Images of the Emperor flash in his mind. "Only the Emperor," Pav explains, "is above those laws and can do as he pleases." Gil perks up, eyes gleaming. He clenches a fist. "Fine. I will just go ask my father." No time wasted, he rushes off by carriage, fast as the wind. The carriage returns just as quickly, bringing the bad news. The Emperor refused. Jekyll slumps over, his spirit completely drained, looking like a wilted flower. Staring at the dishes on the table, he mutters, "I cannot let the clinic close just because of money." His expression shifts cold, hard, determined. "I will not let money stop me again. This is the only way." He looks at Pav. "Do you have the inventory list for the infirmary?" "Of course I do," Pav replies. Gil is energized now. "Good, bring it here." Pav hesitates, excuse me, but why? Jill gives a chilling, wicked smile. I am selling everything. In the gallery, priceless paintings and statues stand in formal rows. Stone statues, Jill mutters. He glances toward the dining area. Everything is laid out perfectly. Sell the gold and silver cutlery, he commands. Sell it all. Pav nearly breaks down, touching the paintings, my precious treasures. I took such good care of you. He turns to Jekyll, trying one last time. Your Highness, please rethink this. Jekyll stares back, his face a frozen mask. No, my mind is made up. Seeing he cannot be swayed, Pav turns and walks away, sobbing, Your Highness, I truly hate you. A few days later, in Jekyll's office, he speaks with deadly seriousness. Listen closely. He paces the room. I have sold the luxuries we do not need. But this is just a temporary fix. Damien hears this and asks, Are you already planning the next step? Jekyll nods, Yes, this will just give us a little breathing room. If we do not build a stable, long-term revenue stream, this cash will vanish in the blink of an eye. Pav wipes his eyes, but Your Highness, we have sold everything worth selling. Gio laughs, I know, but from now on, we are making and selling medicine. Damien and Pav are stunned. What was that? Gio grins, that is right. From now on, I am a medicine-selling prince. In the busy Frontera Square, the crowds are bustling. An old man laughs, asking a passing nurse, Have you heard the latest news about the infirmary? The man looks exhausted. The infirmary? What happened? The old man continues, The prince sold off every luxury item in the palace. The man is shocked. What? Why? The woman asks, Why do you think? To keep the clinic running. The man gasps, He sold his treasures just to keep treating patients? The old man nods, Exactly. Is he not amazing? The prince is a truly good man. He says proudly nobody else would dare do such a thing. The others agree, even in history books, someone like him is incredibly rare. The man nods in agreement. I have to agree. The old man pictures Jekyll like a saint. Oh heavens, our prince is just wonderful. He imagines Jekyll with arms wide, a warm, glowing smile. I will heal everyone. The Church of Jekyll, eternal. The old man sighs. He really is our sunshine. Meanwhile, Jekyll sits at his desk, deep in thought. I have to make money. I have to keep this clinic alive. Jekyll knows that is the only way I keep on living. Damien and Pav step into the prince's private chambers. The question hangs in the air. The prince actually intends to brew his own medicine to sell. Pav the butler sounds hesitant. If funding is the issue, couldn't they just collect a small fee from the patients? Gilles shuts that down immediately. No way, they would lose customers. He needs as many patients as possible to extend his own fragile lifespan. Gilles declares it clearly he will never take their money. Not now, not ever. Instead, he plans to turn a profit by selling expensive, high-end medicine that actually works. It is going to be a luxury item, something people crave just to show off. He stomps his foot a branded product. He gestures wildly with excitement produced exclusively by the crown prince himself. Gilles beams with pride. The wealthy and arrogant families will practically beg for the status that comes with owning it. He is triumphant. It will define social standing, a super premium medicine. Damien asks with a doubtful look, while Gilles stays lost in his own hype. Does something like that actually exist? Gilles answers immediately, of course it does. It is a medicine crafted from Minotaur gallstones. Damien pauses. Confused, a Minotaur? Gilles ignores his skepticism. The drug will be called Enkung Nu Huang Minota. It is a legendary sedative everyone in Korea has heard of. Enkung Nu Huang is top-tier medicine, famous for treating brain issues, heart conditions, and blood pressure. He starts imagining patients everywhere lining up to buy it, talking to the press. It is the ultimate sedative. As Gilles and Damien stroll through the garden, Damien drops another question. With Minotaur gallstones, you really intend to create and sell this Minota version? Gilles answers absolutely. Damien still seems unsure. Will people really drink it? Gilles is 100% confident. They will think it is a rare treasure. People always fight over limited editions. It is just human psychology. Gilles offers a metaphor. They will not use just any bull, but something much rarer and stronger. With a proud face, he holds up 5 fingers. Quality and branding combined will make them want it. He can easily sell this at a 5-star price. Damien immediately rejects the idea. I do not think so. Gilles looks at him, feeling utterly helpless. Damien continues this sedative and its effects. I have never even heard of it. If it were that amazing, wouldn't everyone already know? Gilles answers cheerfully. It was incredibly famous in an ancient fallen kingdom. Damien asks with suspicion. Ancient and fallen? Which kingdom is that? Gilles replies it is called Joshin. Damien shakes his head. I have never heard of it. Gilles shrugs. That makes sense. I only heard about it in a dream. He adds joyfully, I learned the entire acupuncture and medicine-making process right in my sleep. Damien does not even seem surprised by the answer. I heard about that from Sir Garden. Damien thinks to himself, though, I never actually believed it was true. Damien imagines Garden's doting expression. Sir, you really are the best, he says with a smile. Damien thinks to himself, Sir Garden is so naive, and as a servant to the prince, he accepts this strange reality way too easily. Damien watches Gilles' back, deep in thought. But for me, all I care about is getting my paycheck on time. He speaks up so, do you intend to practice medicine without a license? Gilles stops in his tracks. He asks with a panicked look, wait, I need a license? Damien replies helplessly, yes, obviously. Damien explains there is a medical licensing exam, and even Sir Garden had to pass it. Gilles turns pale. He laughs awkwardly, I did not know that. He thinks to himself, this will not cause me any trouble later, right? Yale recovers, we need to solve the funding issue first. I have to get those Minotaur gallstones. Damien asks, are you planning to buy them from a herb shop in the capital? Gilles says no. When I checked other ingredients, they did not sell Minotaur gallstones. Maybe they do not use bulls for medicine here. Damien asks, then how will you get them? Gilles says excitedly, we will buy a live Minotaur. I am going to Gimo. Gimo is marked on the map right in the capital city of Magenta. Gilles keeps walking as he speaks. It is the commercial hub in the northeast corner of the empire, home to the top monster auction house. Damien asks with doubt, you intend to go there yourself? Gilles answers, of course. I need to check the Minotaur's condition myself. I have to inspect the gallstones firsthand. Damien listens to this crazy plan and thinks to himself he really has lost his mind. Elsewhere, a carriage is moving. Anna sits on the roof. Gilles walks over to Damien, smiling, hurry up, it is time to depart. Damien thinks to himself right now. Gilles walks toward the carriage. All right, let's move, Damien says. We leaving now? Of course, time's more precious than gold to me. Gilles suddenly spots something, eyes flashing with anger. Reaching out, he bellows a sharp command. Damien, get in the carriage. He is coming. Damien stands there, totally bewildered by the sudden shift. The carriage starts rolling, the driver's voice echoing out. Garden sprints toward them, face streaming with tears. My prince, why would you leave me behind? I am your head doctor. Gilles waves him off from inside the carriage. I need you watching over the clinic. Garden lets out a broken sob. Inside the carriage, Damien remarks, this ride is smoother than I expected. Gilles flashes a smug grin, I am the crown prince, after all. Traveling in comfort is only natural. This is first class, honestly. Turns out Damien and Gilles are lying inside a carriage filled with fresh flowers, surprisingly grand. Damien keeps talking, though the situation feels off. High above, Anna sits on the roof, thinking it has been 8 days since I left Magenta. Suddenly, her eyes snap open. She stands up, shock etched across her face. A sharp scent hits her the ocean. Anna shouts a warning, Prince, I see a seaport just past the hills. At her words, Gilles and Damien look out. They see the coastline gleaming under the blinding glare of the sun. Gilles calls it the Gimo port. At Gimo, ships are docking while crowds swarm the pier. As the carriage rolls into the port, Gilles frowns in suspicion. That is the Gimo monster auction house, he continues. Ahead, a palace rises up, incredibly ornate. The carriage grinds to a sudden halt. A bystander barks at them, clearly annoyed. Hey, old man, move this carriage elsewhere. You can't park here. The driver hops down, furious. Hey, do you have any idea who is riding in this carriage? The man laughs, completely unimpressed. Who could it be? The crown prince himself? Gilles leans out the window, a playful smile on his face. Is that so? The man freezes, his eyes going wide. A terrified gasp escapes him. He stammers, trembling the crown prince. Inside the auction house, the chatter is frantic as he sprints toward the mayor. Mayor, he cries out, something is wrong. It is Ajimo, the mayor of Gimo. He collapses, gasping the crown prince. Ajimo is dazed, completely lost, until Gilles strolls right in. The man points toward Gilles and his guards, shouting, the crown prince is actually here. The mayor pales, stammering what? The crown prince? Ajimo rushes over to Gilles, fawning over him. Oh my, your highness. Sweat beads on his forehead as he asks what favorable wind brings you to this place. Gilles chuckles. Oh, there is something I want to buy here. Ajimo immediately offers, in that case, we will provide additional guards for you. I do not need them, Gilles replies. He gestures to his own group. I already have plenty of men with me. The mayor hesitates, but Gilles adds with a light tone, I will leave after looking around a bit, so there is no need to worry about me. Even so, Ajimo insists you have traveled such a long way to reach us. Gilles feels a wave of irritation at the hollow flattery. How annoying. He brushes past Ajimo. I will visit your estate later. Yes, your highness, the mayor stammers. Gilles immediately barks at his men, move out, clear the front yard. Do whatever needs doing, just make sure everything is spotless. Watching them, Damien feels a sudden flash of empathy. I actually feel bad for them. It is like a military officer showing up for a surprise barracks inspection. At the auction, bidders hold up their signs, competing for the prize inside the cage. An iron cage sits up front, a monster lying motionless inside. Taking in the tense atmosphere, Damien mutters, this place is quieter than I imagined. I know, right? Gilles replies. Damien asks, puzzled, is it because this is a monster auction? I think so, Damien answers. Monsters tend to wake up if it gets too loud. The auction moves through different items, and the crowd grows increasingly desperate. Jill stifles a yawn, looks like it is almost over. They are not selling a minotaur today? Suddenly, dogs struggle to drag a heavy item onto the stage. It is a minotaur, sitting inside a massive cage, growling in fury. The beast lets out a deafening roar. Jill is genuinely stunned by its sheer size. He thinks that is enough to make 100 bowls of beef soup. It is massive. That thing could probably lift 30 tons in 3 sets at the gym. The host stands on the podium, shouting with excitement, today's special highlight is this minotaur. He continues, the 7 best hunting teams from the southern mountains joined forces for this, the main event. A rare minotaur, larger than any other. In its prime and incredibly aggressive, it took them 3 months to hunt and capture it alive. This is the finest prize we have ever had. It is perfect for breeding or as a prize display piece. The minotaur snarls. Seeing it, Damien feels a surge of excitement. I have to have it. Yiel gazes at the beast like an excited child. Eyes sparkling, they must have used an insane amount of sedatives to keep that thing down. It has to be mine. I will carve it up, claim every piece it belongs to me. The host continues, opening the bidding at 50,000 magan. Jiel sighs, whispering to Damien, are my ears playing tricks on me? Other monsters barely hit that price. Why is this one starting at 50,000? Damien stares back, unimpressed. Does your highness not even have that much? He points to the measly 100,000 Jiel brought. Jiel knows he is right, but that is his entire budget. This Minota will cost a fortune. Watching the crowd go wild, Jiel steels himself. He must secure this beast. Their eyes are burning with pure greed. He grumbles in frustration, knowing 10,000 won't cut it. Damien just tilts his head. Is that so? It is not pocket change. Jiel argues 100,000 is a massive sum. I could buy you a luxury apartment in the Gangnam district of Soon with this. Damien blinks. Genuinely confused me? Soon? Gangnam? Jiel curses under his breath, desperate for a plan brain think, he tells himself. Suddenly, an idea hits him. He calls Damien close, demanding he listen carefully. Leaning in, he whispers the scheme. Damien looks horrified. Does your highness truly intend to do that? Jiel grins, obviously. Damien asks again, voice trembling. Your highness, are you certain? I really don't know about this. He continues, wary, I do not know how you will take this. But that command sounds exactly like a thug. Jiel just laughs, unfazed by the insult. Damien sighs and stands up. I will be right back. Go. Good luck, Jiel replies. The host shouts out, we have an opening bid of 50,000 magan. Another bidder raises his sign, shouting 53,000. Then, someone else pushes it to 55,000. Jiel fumes, watching the clock. Damien, what are you doing? Time is running out. Suddenly, the mayor approaches, bowing low, your highness. Jiel eyes him suspiciously. What are you doing here? The mayor blunders. What did you say? Jiel panics, thinking to himself, did he not say he would bring extra guards? The mayor is sweating, realizing his entire political career depends on a single desperate move. He reads the look on the prince's face. Jiel wants his identity exposed. This is his chance to score big. Clearing his throat, the mayor lets out a shout, oh, Crown Prince, I beg you to hear my humble request. The crowd erupts in shock, buzzing with confusion. What? The Crown Prince? He is here? What is he doing? The mayor keeps going, loud enough for the back rows. One of our elite soldiers is waiting for your orders. Jiel plays along perfectly. Thank you. Yiel announces, I acknowledge your loyalty. He laughs at Damien's helplessness, and the mayor joins in, relief washing over him. Jiel remembers the auction. Oh, almost forgot. He flashes a smug smile and raises his sign, bidding 60,000. I am the prince. What are you going to do about it? He adds a condescending sneer for good measure. The room goes dead silent, everyone staring in disbelief. Look at that attitude. He has completely ruined the auction. The nobles begin to whisper amongst themselves, restless and agitated. How could anyone dare outbid him? Why was I not born into the royal family, they wonder. I give up, one mutters. The auctioneer stands frozen, jaw on the floor, screaming internally. What is the prince doing here? More importantly, he looks at the Minota in the cage, his heart breaking. How can we sell our best item of the day for a mere 60,000 magan? We worked so hard to catch it. This is highway robbery. He almost cries, wondering why fate is so cruel. Just then, someone in the crowd cracks a smile. He raises his sign, showing a bid of 70,000. He shouts the number, clearly 70,000 magan. The auctioneer nearly faints from the shock. What? 70,000? He finally manages to speak, asking if anyone dares to raise the price further. He is too stunned to function, staring at the man who just saved his day. The noble in the back is our savior. I mean, 70,000 magan. Jiel is left completely dumbfounded, stuttering, what? The guests start buzzing about this daring stranger. Is that not Guinness? Is he the favorite of the king of Mboa? They whisper, calling him the tycoon Guinness de Somme. He sits back, arrogant. What will you do now? Crown Prince. Regardless, I am not a citizen of Magentano. The murmurs in the hall grow louder. Guinness is our hero. He is about to chase the prince out of here. Keep it down, someone warns. You know the prince holds a grudge for a very long time. Just as predicted, JK is absolutely furious, screaming internally. I can hear every bit of it. His gaze is rock solid, he won't lose. Fine, Gines, you really want to play this way? Gines doesn't hold back either. Prince Magentano, are you seriously going to throw away your pride and try to outbid me with cash? He mocks the prince's ego. Come on then, let's see you try. Obviously, JK's pride is ignited, and he instantly raises his bid. He holds up a sign for 71,000 Megan. He's determined to win that Minoto. The host beams when he spots the bid, loudly announcing the prince's 71,000. He's clearly not one to back down. Gines immediately counters. 72,000 Magan for Gines. While this money war rages, no one notices the terrifying glare coming from the Minoto in the cage. 75,000 from the prince, 80,000 from Gines. The host prepares to call the final price for this prize. The main event of the day, a top-tier Minoto, is sold for 250,000 Magen. And of course, Gines is the one smugly walking away with the win. I beat you, Your Highness. JK is left completely stunned, petrified as his fortune vanishes. He watches the Minoto get hauled away, heart aching. No, anything but that. Suddenly, Damien speaks up. You're happy you lost, aren't you? Your Highness. His cold comment leaves JK blankly staring. Huh? Damien insists wasting over 100,000 on a Minoto is a bad move. Just as Damien warns him about burning through his budget, JK snorts, arrogantly thinking the guard is worried about his well-being. Such a cute, loyal kid looking out for my finances and acting so considerate. But Damien's next words make him want to collapse. If you spend all your money, you won't be able to pay my salary. So don't be so wasteful. That brutal reality check hits hard. Huh? Damien coldly declares the only reason he protects the prince is for the high, stable salary. He adds that if the pay stops, there is no reason to stay. JK stares in shock. What a capitalist demon. JK pouts and asks, don't you feel any gratitude since I saved you from the underground arena? Damien shrugs it off. Of course I do. But what does that have to do with my paycheck? That attitude forces JK to snap gratitude and finance are separate things. Huh? He laments internally. Seriously? Still keeping that deadpan face. Damien just replies naturally. JK stares at him in total silence. He thinks to himself the protagonist I loved while reading the story, Damien K. He holds Damien in such high regard. In terms of future potential, there is nothing in this world more reliable than having him on my side. The strongest being in the universe is currently guarding me. There is more than one reason I need him on my team. JK is calculating his own motives for keeping him close. I am certain he will follow me toward a stable life. That is the only way everyone stays safe and happy. After a moment, JK sighs in defeat. Fine. Don't worry. Your salary will never be late. Damien bows with perfect decorum. Understood, Your Highness. Next, JK calls out to Mayor Ale, ordering him to get to the carriage first. The mayor is startled. What? Yes, Your Highness. But as he watches JK sprint off, he chases after him, confused. But why are we running? JK obviously cannot tell the truth, so he just answers himself internally. Because I am embarrassed, that is why. At the same time, Gines looks toward where JK was standing, but no one is there. Scene shifts to a grand, beautiful villa. Deep in the basement, the auctioned Minoto is bound in heavy iron chains. Its eyes slowly open, letting out a weak cry. It cries out, eyes adjusting to see a shadow looming above. As its vision clears, it sees Gines standing there, admiring it. Gines chirps that it looks even better up close. He turns back to address someone else with clear delight. You should have seen the prince's face when I snatched this away from him. A figure steps out from the darkness, sighing how pathetic. With a hollow expression, the stranger asks, shall we begin the classification process today? Gines agrees instantly. Gines praises the man, calling him the best classifier in Jimo. The man fawns over him. You are too kind. I am only here because you are so generous with the compensation. Next, the man turns to the Minoto and asks for instructions. But may I ask, what style of classification do you prefer? Gines demands proudly make it look as magnificent as possible. I will extract it and present it to the king at his birthday banquet. The man nods, catching the drift. So, a powerful image is what you want. He suddenly pauses, asking, did you speak to that sorcerer I hired for the grading? Guinness replies, of course I did. He barks an order, open the door. The wooden door swings wide. A disheveled figure steps in, muttering, you must be busy, so I will start right away. He stands before the Minotaur, smugly brandishing his staff, declaring, I will kill it cleanly using vacuum magic. With those words, he unleashes his assault on the poor creature. The beast grunts in agony. Memories of its slaughtered family flood its mind, cruel humans. It recalls its child being murdered, then the humiliation of being caged and tortured. Fury boils over, driving it to fight back despite the restraints and the magical bombardment. Choking, it lets out a pained roar. Suddenly, the iron hook anchoring it to the wall snaps free. It stands tall, leaving the so-called expert frozen in disbelief. Even Guinness is stunned into silence. With a deafening roar, the Minotaur shatters its chains inside Mayor Ao's residence. Jake Keel lies sprawled on his bed, groaning. I am exhausted. My body aches everywhere. Damien observes, You are pushing yourself too hard, sir. Jake Keel's own organs seem to agree. My internal organs are protesting this insane schedule. Regardless, Jake Keel remains bitter about the auction, seething with resolve. Tomorrow, I am definitely buying a Minotaur for 100,000 Magan. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echo in the hallway. Two guards burst into the room, shouting, Your Highness, wake up! Something terrible has happened. Damien looks on, confused, while Jake Keel struggles to put on his shoes, complaining. What is it? I am so tired. One guard exclaims, We must get you to safety immediately. Jake Keel asks for an explanation, but before he can get an answer, a massive explosion rocks the room. Seeing the danger, Damien immediately moves to shield him, shouting, Get behind me, Your Highness. Before he can finish, something strikes him, sending him flying. He slams hard against the wall. Jake Keel calls out for Damien in terror. Suddenly, a massive hand with razor-sharp claws emerges from the dust. Sensing the imminent threat, Jake Keel freezes. He turns, pale, to face the giant Minotaur from the auction. Terrified, he stammers at the beast. Nearby, the bolts and chains clatter to the floor. The Minotaur stands with renewed strength, shocking the top-tier grader. Guinness is left speechless. The Minotaur lets out a piercing roar, its power erupting. The impact causes Guinness's mansion to crumble into ruins. In the basement, guards are crushed beneath the rubble, while Guinness screams, How is this possible? The Minotaur bellows, You are the cruelest one of all. It raises a fist, smashing it down near Guinness, who shrieks in pure panic. Even now, the man tries to puff out his chest. You filthy monster, do you know who I am? I am a top merchant and your master. Nearby, rapid footsteps patter against the dirt. The merchant, who was just posturing, is now running for his life, being chased down. Stay away. I will not be your master anymore. I promise, just stop. Ignoring his desperate pleas, the Minotaur continues its relentless pursuit, roaring in fury. Realizing he is outmatched, the merchant frantically hunts for a hiding spot, eventually spotting Mayor Jimo's house. He points toward it and shouts, What is that over there? The Minotaur looks in the direction he pointed, distracted, and he seizes the chance to vanish. When the beast looks back, it finds him cowering in a corner. It lets out an angry snort, realizing it has been tricked. In a rage, it slams its shoulder into a house, shattering the walls. Back in the present, it looms over Jake Keel at the mayor's house, eyes blazing. Jake Keel, horrified, can only stammer as he stares up at it. The tension is suffocating. The beast glares at him, and Jake Keel is frozen in place. Damien lies unconscious in the corner. The Minotaur's red eyes glow, and Jake Keel notices something. Wait, why do its eyes look like that? I have seen those eyes many times back at the clinic in Korea. He realizes that behind the rage, the eyes are filled with tears, a silent cry for help, with nowhere left to turn. Those eyes, the hollow gaze of a suffering patient. While everyone else is lost in thought, Minotaur lets out a sudden cry. It remembers, the auction cage. Then it recalls the moment the bidding paddle came down. The rage flares up all over again. You are no better than that last one. Jay is startled by the sudden shriek. Confused, he wonders why it is picking a fight with him. Minotaur hunches over, bellows, and glares with bloodshot, angry eyes. It swings its massive arm, aiming straight for him. Knowing there is no way to dodge the blow, he braces himself. Suddenly, Damien slams into the beast, knocking it back into the cave corner. Damien instantly teleports in front of GL, slashing deep into Minotaur. GL is wide-eyed with shock. Before he can process it, Damien shouts, Your Highness, get out of here, right now. Instead of running, Yale stands his ground. I will not die in a place like this. I have struggled way too hard just to survive until today. The beast answers with a threatening roar, unleashing a flurry of lethal punches. While Damien stays busy keeping the monster distracted, Geel retreats, watching the creature move. It is fast, too fast. One direct hit from that and I would have shattered every bone. My internal organs would be absolute mush. Geel, focused on running, forgets to watch his own back. The beast roars and swipes at him. In that split second, a foot appears, kicking Geel out of harm's way just in time. Geel lands hard, still dazed, looking up at Damien in confusion. Damien, did you just kick me? Right then, the chamber door bursts open, falling off its hinges and crashing down. Geel jumps in fright. Even in this death trap, Damien still has the energy for a little sarcasm. Looks like both of us are trapped here now. Geel flares up, do you think I do not know that? Damien suddenly goes quiet. He scans the area, eyes narrowed, and speaks up, Your Highness, I have something to say. Damien stammers, if we survive this today, you have to promise me a reward. Jiel is left scratching his head, completely bewildered. This request makes Jiel snap back. Are you trying to negotiate with me? What if I refuse? Damien does not hesitate, then I will just run away alone. Jiel is left helpless. You are truly wicked. Before Jiel can finish his protest, Damien hurries. When I count to 3. I will rush Minotaur and open a path for you to escape. The plan makes Jiel nervous, but he looks around at the walls closing in and asks, where exactly am I supposed to go? Damien points at a jagged hole in the wall. Jiel screams in horror, we are on the 2nd floor. Damien ignores the protest, speaking calmly, it does not matter, just jump down. Jiel cannot help but snap back. It matters to me. Damien, mid-battle, shouts back, it is better than being crushed to death right here. The reason Damien insists on jumping is simple. Judging by the commotion outside, the guards are already closing in to deal with Minotaur and the property damage. And just like he predicted, down below, Ale is barking orders at the guards, I will not let my life's work go up in smoke. Save his highness. Jiel hears this and questions it. You mean even if I fall and break my legs, they will just carry me somewhere safe? Damien confirms it. That is the only way out of here right now. Damien's grip on his sword tightens. It is time to execute the distraction. Here I go. Minotaur is locked onto Damien, who fights back while counting 1, 2. The speed of his counting makes Jiel shout, why are you counting so fast? Damien lunges at the monster, and Jiel makes a break for the exit. Just as he prepares to leap, Minotaur screeches. Tears stream down Jiel's face. He mutters to himself, seriously, why is my life always so cursed? As he jumps, something flashes past him. He instinctively grabs hold of it, and then, the most absurd scene imaginable unfolds. Instead of plummeting, Jiel finds himself hanging from Minotaur's arm. Even stranger, his fear of the monster is replaced by sheer panic at what he sees on his system window. Wait, what? Simultaneously, the system flashes red, blaring an emergency status warning. A moment later, the system scans Minotaur's entire body, generating a rapid emergency diagnostic report. Subject Minotaur, name Urus, race Minotaur, male, 48 years old, 712 centimeters tall, weight 14,923 kilograms. Blood type C2, heart function F. These parameters lead to a grim conclusion. Prolonged captivity, heavy sedation, and force feeding have caused severe systemic imbalance. The heart is failing. It is enough to make anyone shudder. This heart is in bad shape. After analyzing the cardiac condition of Urus, the system concludes unstable angina. The heart attack is advancing. If this continues, it will lead to myocardial infarction and fatal cardiac arrest. Jiel knows the agony of this condition all too well. Chest pain means the coronary artery is already half blocked. The pain must be excruciating, which finally explains why Urus is acting so frantic. It feels like a car ran over his chest. He was only losing it because he was in pain, and for that, he is sorry. While Jiel wallows in guilt, Urus suddenly jerks his arm, leaving Jiel dangling for dear life and screaming out in panic. Jiel grips tight and yells, look, I cannot even heal you right now because I am in a much worse spot than you. He glances down and realizes if he gets flung off this height, he will definitely end up as a shattered mess. Just as the situation turns dire, Urus lifts his other massive arm. Before the blow can land, someone strikes the beast, forcing it to roar in pain and halt its attack. It is Damien. Damien feels a flash of annoyance after the strike. Damn, he meant to hit the eyes, but the beast rushed him and clipped him with a horn. To avoid taking any real damage, he quickly dashes back to put some distance between them. He shouts out, Your Majesty, hold on, I am going to save you. And a mix of relief and misery crosses Jiel's face as he calls back, hurry. Damien lunges forward again, eyes locked onto the creature's flank. He maps out the most efficient strikes to free. Jiel hit the shoulder, cut fast, but he reminds himself not to slash too deep. All he needs to do is buy enough time to get Jiel out. Just a single opening is all he needs. He executes the strike, and Urus howls in pain, while Jiel keeps trembling, clinging to the arm and whispering to himself, I cannot take this anymore. The moment he thinks it, he lets go, and as he freefalls, he still finds the strength to tell Damien, do not expect a special bonus for this. He prepares for the end, honestly. Dying like this is not exactly how he wanted to go out. Suddenly, a figure leaps into the air, Anis in her beastman form, swooping in like a hero to rescue Jiel. Her heroic landing leaves him speechless. He can only stare, and as she touches down, shouts ring out. Your Majesty. 2 guards call out in relief. Checking on him frantically, are you all right? Jiel is too stunned and confused to do much, but stammer, oh, I am fine, and Serio, confirming he is safe, immediately turns to Anis. Go somewhere else. The safety of the king is the top priority. Get out of here. They carry him off, leaving the Minotaur Urus behind, and the beast seems to realize something is wrong, letting out a sharp cry. Once it spots Jiel fleeing, it lets out a furious roar, glaring at Damien with pure malice. Damien does not even flinch, laughing as he mocks the beast. Looks like you could not catch the prince. He levels his blade at the monster and sneers. Now you want to switch targets to me, huh? and Urus, clearly insulted, swings a heavy fist. He barely dodges it, thinking he better get hazard pay for this dangerous overtime shift. Another punch comes flying, and Damien takes his chance, tracing a line with his blade from the beast's hand all the way up the forearm. The collision of fist and steel is explosive, sending a shockwave that rattles the entire area. Damien staggers back from the impact, gritting his teeth that was tougher than he expected. While he has to fight to hold his ground, Urus just rages, and the two clash again in a brutal exchange of steel and fists. Mid-fight, Urus throws a strange punch, forcing Damien to retreat as he wonders, is that a feint? Suddenly, the beast leaps into the air, charging toward Damien, who immediately braces for the next attack. It closes the distance and swings, but Damien blocks it just in time, though the beast is only getting angrier, and then it uses its free hand to land a brutal uppercut. The force of the blow sends Damien flying, slamming him straight into a stone wall with a sickening thud. The wall cracks under the impact, and debris cascades down right in front of the others as the structure starts to give way. The falling rocks startle the guards, and through the thick cloud of dust, Damien's broken form comes into view. He wakes up in agony, a massive stone pinning his leg, and just as he is trapped, Urus appears. The beast stares him down, growling with terrifying intensity, but Damien stays remarkably calm. He knows he needs to shove the boulder off his leg to stand a chance, but as he struggles, Urus lunges again, leaving Damien to think hopelessly. Is this really the end? In the final heartbeat, a scream echoes, and something slams into Urus. A prickly tail creature rams the beast, sending it roaring in pain. Damien hears the name and blinks in pure shock. Wait, the tail creature? The beastly thing hits Urus and immediately rolls to a stop right beside Damien. Damien has no time to wonder about the creature, though because he is busy losing his mind over Gel. Why is that idiot here, when he just worked so hard to get him out? Jekyll is buzzing that direct hit was pure gold. Finally, he really nailed it. His heart is racing 100 times faster than his calm expression shows. That sunflower seed definitely packed a massive punch for his summon. But he can't just celebrate alone. He starts shouting at Damien, who is still pinned under the rock. Come on, Damien, let's go get that reward money. Damien, seeing how hyped Jekyll is, can't help but play along. That payday is going to be huge. The celebration is cut short though. Jekyll urgently shouts for them to just get out of here. Damien doesn't hesitate, slicing through the heavy rock, pinning his leg, but he suddenly can't lift his foot. He freezes in shock. His own leg isn't responding. Meanwhile, Urus is finally recovering from the barrage of hits. It rips the little creature right off its body, blood spraying everywhere, and hurls it straight past Damien. Jekyll screams out, "This is the moment." The little creature grabs onto the beast's spikes. Damien listens, grabbing those spikes in total confusion. Suddenly, he's airborne, swinging wildly through the air with the little creature in a truly insane display. They fly like birds before finally sticking the landing. Up high, Urus just stares down at them. It glares at Damien, who just barely escaped with Jekyll and their thorny little partner. The beast locks eyes with them then. Rocks start falling out of nowhere, smashing right into Urus before it can even react. Talk about bad luck. A massive boulder slams down just feet from them. Damien and Jekyll both stand there, completely stunned by the sheer chaos. The entire area is a wreck of debris and ruin, spread out right in front of the three of them. Realizing the immediate threat is gone, Jekyll pipes up with a grin. "Great work, little guy." The little creature squeals with joy at the praise. Jekyll quickly turns his attention back. "Damien, are you all right?" Damien sheathes his sword, his face stone cold. "Of course I am fine." But looking at his bloodied, tattered clothes, Jekyll knows that is definitely not the truth. Jekyll glances toward the pile of rubble, his mind shifting gears. Minotaur? He is clearly regretting losing such a valuable prize. It is a waste to just let a beast like Urus die here. People say its gall is top-tier medicine. But hey, he stops himself. No point dying for greed. Realizing there is nothing to be done, Jekyll turns his back on the ruin. "We have to get out of here." Suddenly, a bald head comes sprinting toward them, gasping for air. It is Mayor Alo, looking surprisingly determined. "From now on, let me escort you," he declares with a serious look. "I will get you to the safest spot in the city." Soon after, they reach the harbor where a massive ship is waiting. Mayor Alo leads the group, ushering Jekyll on board. He points toward the deck. "Your Majesty, please, board the vessel. Once we set sail, not even that Minotaur can touch a hair on your head." Jekyll thinks it over. Running away on a boat? Sounds like a solid plan. He steps onto the deck, then pauses halfway, turning back to invite Mayor Alo. "Mayor, you should come with us." But the man refuses, his voice steady. "I am not running away." Jekyll is taken aback by the sudden rejection. "Wait, what?" In the tense silence, the mayor's voice rings out with total conviction. "This is the city I was sworn to protect." He looks around at the people. Their prosperity and safety are all resting squarely on his shoulders. How could he possibly abandon them to save himself? He bows his head, begging Jekyll to leave while he stays behind to handle the crisis. "I will remain here to command the guards. Your Majesty, please go." Jekyll stops to really think. He had pegged the man as a glory hound, but leaving him here feels wrong. Just then, Damien urges him on Your Majesty, we really must leave. Jekyll hesitates. Seeing the struggle on Jekyll's face, Damien gives him some harsh advice. You don't need to feel guilty, Your Majesty. Everyone has their own role to play. The words snap Jekyll out of his trance, and he finally boards, realizing the mayor is right, his duty is to this city. Jekyll looks at the crew assembled on the deck. He realizes their role is to protect him, and his role is to survive and lead the royal family forward. Once everything is set, the order is given to sail. On the shore, Mayor Alo and the others bow in a final farewell. Suddenly, a sailor on deck screams out in pure terror, "Hey, what is that?" It is Urus. The beast is back, tearing through the harbor straight toward them. Then it launches itself into the air, crashing onto the deck. The wooden ship shudders and splinters under the massive weight of the beast. Then it lets out a deafening, furious roar. As it grabs the ship's mast, Jekyll screams out one last warning, "Everyone, get down!" Urus swings the massive sail. It slams right over his head. Panic sets in. Everything is a blur. He thinks, I'm losing it. What do I do now? Running is the only option, but there is nowhere left to go. The water churns violently below. He cannot swim. Suddenly, a red system notification flashes. Internal organs are spasming from pure terror. Everything inside is trembling. His own heart complains, what is the point of panicking now? Why bother with a brain anyway? They all remember he does not actually have one and they start crying. Right, no brain. Jell is just standing there, sobbing his eyes out. Damien appears right behind him. Stay low, he says. This mess might just be a blessing in disguise. He points ahead, crouch down near the debris at the stern and move carefully. Jell double-checks hide there. Damien confirms it, yes, it is the best chance you have. Jell suddenly remembers and turns back, what about you? Damien stays calm. I have already received so much from my king today. He stands tall, fearless, and declares time to get to work. Jell is stunned by his bravery, but does not hesitate. He turns and runs. Damien draws Urus's attention. As he strikes, Anis transforms into her beast form and leaps in. He lands a hit with his blade, and she follows up with a claw strike. The beast screams in pain. Urus grabs her tail, slams her into the ground, and she roars in agony. The remaining soldiers and the spike-tailed creature charge in. They are no match for Urus. With a single swipe, it swats them all aside. Damien stumbles, his leg is failing him, making it nearly impossible to stand. The deck is a graveyard of wreckage. Soldiers are groaning in pain. Jell is pale with fear but forcing himself to stay calm. Get a grip, he thinks. If I keep losing my head, everyone dies. His eyes lock onto Urus, watching every breath, every twitch. He even tracks the beast's heart beating inside. In this life-or-death moment, the system pings you are facing an unprecedented threat. This extreme experience has pushed the precise diagnosis method of Azrahan to a whole new level. The system adds an upgrade. Precise diagnosis is now a support feature for his pulse reading skill. Urus's form is suddenly broken down into intricate detail before his eyes. A new alert pops up, a nerve point scan feature that maps target pressure points to predict movement. It only works on living beings. Jell is floored. What in the world is this? This feels like a literal cheat code. Every movement Urus makes becomes crystal clear. He sees the muscle tension, the timing, the landing spots. Everything is plain as day. This is incredible. He thinks I can dodge every single hit. While moving to avoid Urus, Jell stops cold. He looks at the ruined ship. Wait, can I really just keep dodging like this forever? Seeing his people surrounded, he realizes he needs a real plan before his stamina runs dry. His mind races. Think. Remember. Come up with something. Seeing everyone fallen, he knows he has to act. I have to save them and myself. His eyes burn with resolve. Just then, he spots the small, spike-tailed creature lying motionless on the deck. A crazy idea hits him. He sighs, unsure if it will work, but he has to try. It is his role to lead. Urus comes thundering across the wooden planks. It lunges for the crew, but then something happens. Two sailors shout in sheer disbelief. What is happening? Look at that. Jell has suddenly grown massive, blocking the beast's path. The obstruction makes Urus roar in fury, while Jell grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. A red notification lights up. You have used the red sunflower seed meant for legendary beasts without authorization. The two Lockhorns, neither is backing down. Even mid-fight, Jell is still trying to process his own confusion. Bigger, I actually got bigger. He mumbles to himself, shocked by his own size, while the two sailors he saved stare, stammering, Your Majesty. Even Damien cannot believe his eyes. What exactly is this guy? The system continues to spam urgent warnings. You aren't some legendary beast, you're human. Red sunflower seeds carry brutal side effects for a mortal body. See a doctor immediately. JK screams this at himself, realizing he is the physician here. The system flashes the red sunflower seed expiration date. The massive stat boost is strictly limited to 3 minutes. As the system warns of severe backlash, Urus winds up for a punch. JK barely registers it. 5 days of total comatose state follow the boost. The timer ticks down remorselessly. 2 minutes and 37 seconds left. JK scrambles to dodge while panicking over the alert, so he has barely 2.5 minutes to wrap this entire mess up. Not to mention the 5-day coma afterward. His situation is looking pretty bleak. With his pathetic stamina, his hands shake, blocking Urus. If he fails, they are all dead. 100% death. That realization gives him just enough adrenaline to shove Urus away. Urus doesn't hold back, landing a heavy strike. JK takes the hit straight to the face. He staggers, nearly collapsing, but manages to plant his feet and stay upright. Urus looks genuinely confused. JK mumbles through the agony, it hurts like hell, but he's standing. A light touch would usually kill him, but he's playing by his own rules now, tit for tat. He lunges forward, slamming his head into the beast and screaming, "Take this." The impact leaves JK dizzy, but he holds his ground. 2 minutes isn't enough to kill it. His gaze shifts to the spike-tail creature nearby, and a wild plan forms. If he can just force the beast to calm down, Damien and the guards can handle the rest. He charges toward the spike-tail, shouting, "Hey, where are your spikes?" The creature seems to understand, offering a handful of sharp spikes. Armed with the spikes, JK turns back to Urus, leaving the beast completely bewildered. They collide again. JK uses the beast as a vault, planting his hands firmly on Urus. He leaps over, landing on the giant's back, and draws one of the spikes. One arm locks around its neck, the other raises the sharp point time for acupuncture, Golden Boy. He drives the spike into the Tianju acupoint. The beast lets out a deafening roar of pain. The hide is too thick. The spike doesn't penetrate deep enough to reach the mana flow. JK curses his own weak body. In a flash of insight, he screams for Damien. He needs Damien to strike the tail end of the spike. Damien leaps up, driving his sword down onto the spike's end. Urus howls in agony. Now that the first needle is set, JK shifts his focus to the next point. He needs to soothe its nervous system, shutting down the fight-or-flight response. He jams a spike into the Tianliao point and calls out. Damien hits it true. JK keeps working, finding every vital nerve as Damien drives each spike deep. Everyone on the ship watches, stunned by the perfect coordination. They hit the Yifeng point. Next is the Jiaosun point. As it pierces, JK feels the tension shift along the meridians. Urus thrashes wildly in pain. JK clings on for dear life, his heart pounding in his chest, like a giant toddler throwing a tantrum over a doctor's visit. He fights the struggle with one hand, doggedly driving in the final spikes. He mentally hums a lullaby as he hits the last point, Eargate, and Damien drives it home. The look in Urus's eyes begins to soften, the raw aggression fading away. A moment later, the beast stands there, confused and calm, letting out a soft sound. Seeing it settled, JK carefully pulls the spikes. The chest pain seems to vanish entirely. But this relief is nothing more than a temporary illusion. It wasn't the acupuncture at all, just a coincidence of the condition itself. He knows the agony all too well, that crushing pain that almost kills you, then just vanishes. While he's lost in thought, Anis, the thorn-tailed creature, and the others stare in shock. Even Uros looks confused, clearly wondering what just happened. Strange. The pain is actually gone. Uros turns to look at JK, who is busy praising Damien on his shoulder. Good job, Damien. Suddenly, the creature's hand reaches out and rests gently on his shoulder. The gesture catches him off guard. His eyes widen in surprise as he hears it speak, "Thank you, human." Hearing those words, he lets out a breath of relief. It's over. The pain faded at just the right moment, making the creature think he actually healed it. He collapses onto the boat, completely drained. Man, that was exhausting. Right on cue, a system notification pops up. Warning, your internal organs are suffering due to the sudden physical transformation. A message from the heart. What on earth is happening? Why is the body so massive? He stares at himself in total confusion while his stomach tremors and lets out a series of strange, rattling laughs. Blood flow feels all wrong. Breathing is erratic too, feels like the end is near. The large intestine pipes up with a grin since the body grew. Isn't the burden on me increasing too? The stomach brags loudly, I am truly magnificent. Suddenly, the system displays the stomach status, followed immediately by another notification. Remaining duration for the giant effect, 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The stomach's final message arrives just as it begins to shrink. Outside, JKL rapidly loses his massive size, right as the guards call out in a panic. Your Majesty. They swarm around him, screaming his title. Your Majesty. He forces out a few final words. I have something to say. I will be unconscious for 5 days. Do not make a scene. Minoto has calmed down, so everyone can rest easy, excuse me. With that, he falls into a death-like sleep. The system chimes with a status update for JKL. The giant effect has ended, and severe side effects are now kicking in. You will remain in a coma for the next 120 hours. The system even kindly adds sleep well. Everyone crowds around, panicked by his condition. What is happening? What is going on right now? Is this magic? While the deck is chaos, the sailors below are frantically bailing out water. Hurry up, bail faster. Realizing the situation is dire, they yell, Captain, the cracks are widening. We cannot patch them up. We have to get to the deck. If we stay here, we are all going to drown. The captain, still busy bailing, is oblivious to the top deck and cries out there is a monster rampaging up there. At that exact moment, the ship suddenly tilts violently to one side. A guard is left stunned, stuttering what? Once they recover their senses, they scream in absolute terror. The ship is sinking. Uros is startled by the shouting, looking around with a blank, confused expression. He seems to feel guilty, thinking, I am sorry, this is all my fault. While everyone tries to steady themselves, JKL lies there like a ghost, completely incapacitated. The sight makes them shriek for their ruler. Uros sees this and lets out a roar. I will repay the debt. I will save you. He grabs JKL and leaps off the ship, leaving Anis and Damien standing there in pure bewilderment. He balances JKL on his head and begins to slowly traverse the open sea. The guards lose their minds. The Crown Prince actually dared to touch His Majesty. Damien hasn't even processed the situation, only able to call out in desperation, Your Majesty. Damien is still tied to his chair, unconscious. He slowly stirs. As his vision clears, he sees his restraints and watches a rat scurry across his feet. He looks up, wondering if this is a dream. A bitter, nostalgic smile crosses his face as he thinks to himself. It has been a long time since I have seen this place, just like where I lived as a child. The silence is broken by the man sitting opposite him, a ridiculous interrogation officer from the Imperial Investigative Team. He sneers, Can you really sleep in a situation like this? I do not know if I should call you brazen or fearless. He stares Damien down. Do you not realize how dire your situation is? Damien calmly replies, I am fully aware. The interrogator scoffs, and yet you can still nod off so nonchalantly? The question is so absurd, Damien doesn't even bother answering, only thinking that is because you people have not let me sleep for 3 days. The interrogator grinds his teeth, spitting out every word. The Crown Prince has been taken by that monster. He slams the table. It has been 6 days. The news of Uros taking JKL reached the palace. It took 1 day to get to the capital, and Asterion ordered me here immediately. The distance from the capital is significant, and the journey took me 2 full days. The moment he arrives, news of JK remains non-existent. His frustration spikes. 3 days gone and they have found nothing, not a single trace, not even a lead. Without a single question asked, he turns his sights on Mayor Io, pinning the blame on everyone present. He accuses the mayor and his cohorts of wasting precious time, claiming they only pretended to search. The interrogator ignores the hunt for Geel entirely, choosing instead to stand there and badger Damien. Where did that Minoto swim off to? And the man from the Ango clan who bought it, where is he? The lack of answers only feeds his suspicion. His voice drops then, shifting into a sharp, mocking tone. Is that so? No, it is not that they failed to find them. He levels an accusation against Damien and the others without a shred of proof, claiming they are intentionally covering tracks to frame the Crown Prince. Naturally, the blatant lie pushes Damien to the edge, his voice gravelly with fury. You want to conclude that all of us who serve the Crown Prince are in league with that Minoto. Damien stares the royal interrogator down, his outrage plain. Is this really how he intends to frame the Crown Prince? Without a hint of shame, the interrogator shrugs. It is not that I want to conclude this, he says, but that I intend to expose the truth through your clear confession. When the interrogator asks if that seems unreasonable, Damien snaps that it absolutely does, only for the man to cut him off, insisting it is the truth. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he makes his stance clear. This world craves a simple answer, no matter how absurd the conclusion. He begins to tick off a list of those involved. Who bears the responsibility? Mayor Jim Moe, for failing to secure the city. Next, he turns his venom toward the guards of Jekyll. He points a finger at them and their subordinates, accusing them of failing to protect the prince with a shameless, baseless arrogance. He insists they are the ones who must shoulder the blame and the sins, just so this matter can be settled quietly. The words burn into Damien, his mind screaming in protest, shoulder the blame just to wrap things up. What could he possibly mean? Watching the man, Damien realizes this is nothing more than a rush to sweep everything under the rug. The interrogator places a hand on Damien's shoulder, offering a dark piece of advice. Think carefully, for only those who confess will receive mercy. The word hangs in the air, leaving Damien cold. Mercy, he says. His face twisting into a cruel smile means a quick and painless death. Damien erupts at the reply, his roar echoing through the space. Unfazed by the outburst, the interrogator sighs and says if that path is too difficult, he will simply try another way. Suddenly, a group of guards marches in, standing stiffly before Damien the moment he sees them. He knows exactly what comes next. Moments later, he is shoved into a cage, which is hoisted into the air. He is not alone. Mayor Io and the others are trapped just like him. Upon seeing him, they cry out in panic, calling his name. Damien's heart sinks at the sight of them trapped in the same misery. Damn it. Anis, even the mayor. He looks down, catching the sharp scent of fuel as soldiers douse the pile of wood stacked beneath the hanging cages. The smell of oil, is he really going to burn them alive? Just then, the man himself approaches. The hateful interrogator walks up, standing calmly as he tells them the time for conclusions has arrived. He leans in, fixated on the same question, asking if they are finally ready to confess. Damien stares back, defiant, stating he has nothing to confess, but he is ready to speak the truth. Thinking he has finally broken him, the man tells him to speak, but Damien's voice remains icy and calm. He points out that, under the guise of an investigation, the man is actively hindering the search for the missing crown prince. The accusation blindsides the interrogator, who demands to know what he meant, while Damien keeps the pressure on. He screams that he is the one best suited to find the prince, yet they are here wasting time on nonsense. Even now, the interrogator only sighs, dismissing him by asking if he is trying to escape. He gestures to his subordinates to finish off the guards of Jekyll, declaring the interrogation officially over. Damien's mind races in a rage. He thinks of the crown prince, desperate to survive rather than die pointlessly in this place. Just as the situation hits the breaking point, a thunderous sound echoes through the air, and a familiar figure appears, leaving Damien stunned. His eyes go wide in shock as he whispers the name Minoto. Uo slices through the chains, holding the cage with effortless ease. With one arm, it catches the cage containing Damien and gently descends, a passenger clinging to its back. It is Gilles. His sudden return leaves Damien, Annis, and Mayer, stunned in total shock. The interrogator and his guards tremble at the sight of him and Urus. Gilles lifts his head and glares at them. Why are you all here? Before revealing how Gilles made it back safely, let us look at the short documentary about where he has been. 6 days ago, Gilles, crown prince of the Magentano Empire, woke up inside a coastal cave. Urus, who wanted him dead just yesterday, now looks completely harmless. Gilles wakes up and jumps back in terror. What in the world is going on here? Urus gestures wildly, explaining everything, but Gilles only catches one point. So you saved me from starving to death. Gilles offers his sincere thanks. Thank you, we are friends now. Gilles thinks to himself that their misunderstanding is finally resolved. The system asks why their relationship flipped so drastically. Why are you suddenly so close with Urus? Gilles replies blankly. Our bull friend just got the wrong idea. He thinks I cured his illness and sees me as a savior. In truth, the pain just faded on its own. Gilles has no intention of correcting him. I think this misunderstanding works out quite well. The system is confused. Why would you think that? Gilles smiles with calculated intent. If he thinks I am his benefactor, he will keep following me. That concludes the documentary special about the prince and his golden dog. Comments online call Gilles a total devil. Back on the island, he makes an offer to Urus. I want to help you, just like you helped me, okay? Urus lets out a confused cry, and Gilles explains with a smug look. Your heart condition has not fully healed yet. If you leave it like this, you will be in pain again. Urus lets out a sound that seems to say he understands. Gilles places his hand on the beast. First, let me check your physical condition. Urus does not resist but grumbles in protest. I am not a golden dog, I am Urus. The system announces that the acupuncture skill is now active. Gilles checks Urus and exhales in relief. Good news, your chest pain has not gotten worse yet. We can return to Gimo and begin treatment. He moves on to the next area. Now, what about your gallbladder? After the check, he asks. Tell me, has your stomach been hurting whenever you move lately? Urus grunts in confirmation. Gilles states firmly, there is something inside your belly that needs to come out, and then you will feel much better. I will take it out for you, so just follow my instructions. Gilles begins a routine that leaves Urus bewildered, pressing down on key acupuncture points along the gallbladder meridian. He presses the Yuanye point located near the 4th rib. Then he moves to the Ryue point at the 5th rib, continuing down to the Kimen point near the solar plexus. Finally, he hits the Zhongwan point. He tells Urus to keep pressing those spots. Urus obeys, but as the pressure takes effect, the beast cries out in shock at the strange sensation. Gilles encourages him. Good, almost there. Now, clench your fist and strike your chest hard. Urus looks nervous, but Gilles reassures him. Trust me, hit it hard right now. Urus trusts him and slams his fist into his own chest repeatedly. The impact makes him cough as if something is coming up. Gilles watches closely. Almost there, Urus suddenly spits out something massive. Gilles stares in absolute astonishment. This is insane. The system confirms the acquisition of a Super Plus rank gallbladder stone. Gilles can hardly believe his eyes. Normally, a cow gallbladder stone is 5 centimeters at most, but this one is at least 20 centimeters long. Holding the treasure, he smiles at Urus. How is it, golden dog? Do you feel lighter now? Urus responds with a melodic hum. Gilles is genuinely happy for him. I am glad you are no longer in pain. Congratulations. Outwardly, he is kind, but inwardly, he thinks with glee that the beast is now his. After the long treatment, Gilles finally speaks up. We need to get moving now. Urus asks why. Gilles thinks of Damien and the others, then urges him to head back to Jimo. Memories of Damien's face flash back the concern, the silent assumption that his friends were in trouble. Urus lets out a hesitant, heartbroken cry. It's clear. The beast is terrified that returning means another brutal fight. JK stands firm with me. No one touches you, I promise. The creature trusts him, finally nodding. Urus carries him back to land, clinging to that vow. Back at Jim, the royal flags are flying. Strange. An Imperial investigation team? He realizes the timing. Perfect just in time. Standing on Urus, JK bellows out who is in charge here. The interrogator jumps, startled by his sudden appearance. Silence. No answer. JK's jaw tightens in pure rage. He roars the question again, who is in charge? Someone finally steps forward. JK climbs down from Urus, eyes locked on the man. He stops right in front of him, he asks with cold disdain. He can't stand the guy's attitude. The interrogator is still skeptical, voice booming with doubt. He demands to know who he is, the one who brought Minoto, the one wearing the crown prince's face. The audacity. The royal guards are stunned. Are you insane? That is clearly the prince. JK is beyond annoyed. Are you really trying to claim I am an imposter? The guy actually has the nerve to admit it. He claims the capital is in chaos, the prince missing, and vultures are circling everywhere. JK is done with the excuses. You want to verify my identity? Fine. He turns the tables. Why not verify theirs first? The interrogator stammers. What are you talking about? JK points to his captive friends. They are right there. Why ignore their sacrifice, their pain, their loyalty? The man stutters, completely thrown. JK ignores him and calls out to Damien. He recites Damien's service. He protected Rakiel Adria Magentano, the Empire's crown prince. He stood his ground with his life on the line. Damien looks on, stunned. JK speaks with raw pride about what Damien endured. You fought Minoto alone to buy me time to escape. That is pure courage. On cue, Urus rips the iron bars apart. Damien steps out, finally free. He breathes out a low, Your Highness, and Gilles beams with pride. Damien stands by his side as Gilles turns his gaze, face hardening like stone. He looks at Annis, daughter of Jacinto, my wolfkin medic. I remember that night when Minoto threw me from the mayor's villa. You risked everything to catch me. Urus reaches out, tearing the iron cage open to set her free. Without your reflexes and bravery, I would be nothing but a corpse right now, buried in the dirt. The cage falls away, and Annis steps onto the ground. Gilles stands beside her. This is courage. This is sacrifice. He turns to the final cage. Sergio, my special squad leader, you were the first one running toward me that night when I fled. Sergio is shaking, tears streaming down his face, Your Highness. Gilles continues, without that bravery, would I even be standing here today? Knight Frandon, you showed true honor, protecting the wounded and leading them to safety. Montero and Pedro, injured shielding the horn of Minoto, you held the line. Are you all right? Gilles sweeps his gaze over them all. I cannot forget Knight Hamilton, fighting with a broken sword, broken shield, but unbroken will. Sergio is a wreck, sobbing openly. He can barely speak through the tremors. They look at Gilles, at that presence, and they know. Your Highness. The soldiers watch in confusion, the truth sinking in. Whispers ripple through the crowd. They say he really is the crown prince, but how could he possibly have returned? People murmur, questioning how he could have tamed that Minoto beast. The investigator freezes, cold sweat soaking his collar, panic rising. Something is terribly wrong. He remembers his own certainty back then. He was sure the crown prince couldn't have survived a Minoto abduction, so he pinned the blame on the prince's subordinates. No evidence, no real reason, just convenience. Whether they were innocent didn't matter. It was just the usual procedure. When royalty dies, someone has to pay. If a noble falls to illness, the royal physician gets executed. That twisted logic is burned into his brain. He can't even tell right from wrong anymore. He looks up at JK, who watches him intensely. How is the crown prince alive? How is this possible? Fear takes over. The investigator collapses, his head hitting the floor with a heavy thud. He stammers, voice trembling, Your Highness, I beg for forgiveness for daring to doubt your identity. JK stares down, eyes cold, brow furrowed in thought. He turns his gaze to the hanging cage. The city mayor, you did well. The mayor, hearing his name, reaches out, visibly moved. Tears welling up, the mayor listens as JK continues that night. Despite the overwhelming danger, you didn't run. You stood your ground to protect this city. The cage slowly lowers. That is the definition of true noble character. You place duty above your own life. Gilles steps forward, resting a hand on the mayor in praise, a model for all nobility to follow. Overwhelmed, the mayor looks up, choking out a response. Thank you, Your Highness. JK turns sharply toward the investigator, voice booming in you, investigator of the inquiry team. The man flinches, sweat pouring down his face. You demanded I prove my own identity? JK looks around, addressing the crowd. It is not me who proves who I am, it is the people who stood by my side, those who risked everything for me. Jekyll's face hardens with anger, voice growing cold and sharp. They are the ones who prove my truth. The investigator knows he is finished, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Before he can stammer a word, JK cuts him off. You don't need to explain. I know exactly what you want to say. I've seen men like you before, in a past life, just like back in Korea. JK stares him down, asking one final thing. I asked who was responsible here, and you stepped forward. Jill asks bluntly, do you even understand what that means? To be responsible means to carry the burden. You will answer for your sloppy investigation, and you will face the punishment. Just like that, the matter is settled. The next day, cleanup crews clear the rubble. They chat as they work. One worker asks what happened to the idiot investigator. Someone explains intentional negligence and obstruction of the search for the crown prince. That is a long list of crimes. The heavier the sin, the longer the charge. If he is unlucky, he faces the blade. At best, life in prison. Definitely looks that way. Another worker leans in, curious. He looks serious, asking, is that story actually true? An older man looks grim. Remembering that night I saw it with my own eyes, that savage Minoto obeying the prince. It followed his commands, shattering the iron bars. It was absolutely unbelievable. Nearby, someone else strains to listen. And I still don't know how the prince made his body grow to match that beast. The conversation heats up as others gather around. He fought it barehanded, then drove those massive spikes into its back and neck. Someone scoffs, clearly not buying it. Give it a rest. Stop lying. The man gets defensive. It is true. Another person chimes in, suddenly remembering something. I just remembered a rumor floating around the palace. Has anyone heard the legend of the king of the crown princes? The crowd grows quiet, eyes wide with curiosity. They are dying to know. Above, in the room, Damien watches the whole scene below. He looks at Jill, who sits there, perfectly relaxed. Your Highness. Wanting to clear the air, Damien asks how he tamed that minotaur. Jill tosses a grenade aside and scoffs. Tamed it? Not even close. It just misunderstood the situation, and he let it happen. Damien stares, completely lost. Wait, what? Jill points out he grew massive earlier. He was just using acupuncture to calm Urus down, accidentally curing its pain in the process. Damien is reeling so it thinks you are some kind of healer. Jill just shrugs. Yep, it treats me like a savior. Damien notes that is a pretty good outcome for him too. Jill asks why he is so lucky, and Damien honestly admits he is just looking forward to the bonus pay. Yil is surprised, so he is finally being open about his greed for money. They laugh it off. Damien finds himself wanting to stick around this prince for a while longer. He smiles to himself, time to train harder. It would be embarrassing to slack off when the payout is this good. He clears his throat, composing himself. I can answer confidently because I finished the mission you gave me last night. Jill is floored. What? You found all those medicinal herbs in just one day? Damien nods. Demo is the largest northern port city, and there is more. The emperor has returned to the palace. He likely turned back the moment he heard you were safe. Jill freezes. So the moment he knew I was okay, he just left? Jill smirks, cold as ice, that man. But he is a nuisance anyway, so why bother worrying about him? Shaking it off, he sits down. The emperor is gone. The herbs are ready. Time to get to work. Damien asks what they are starting. Jill needs Minotaur bile sedative, ordering the kitchen cleared immediately. By the next day, they are prepped. Yil stands in the kitchen, staring down the ingredients spread across the table. He has fired up, a wild grin on his face. Let us get this started. His hands move in a blur, chopping everything into tiny pieces. He starts singing, humming a tune while pounding the ingredients into a fine paste that echoes through the room. Damien watches, cringing. Is he brewing medicine or just holding a concert? Finally, the easiest part arrives, rolling the mixture into pills. Jill stares at the round pill in his palm, satisfied that the Minotaur bile sedative is complete. He does not hesitate, tossing it straight into his mouth. Time to test it out. The system pings, his internal organs are buzzing with energy, his heart is racing, and his body feels like it is on fire. He feels unstoppable, though his stomach is definitely complaining about the taste. Why is good medicine always so gross? Another notification: he gained 500 health. His drug brewing skill activates, automatically analyzing the concoction. A status screen pops up with a massive list of chemicals: cholic acid, bilirubin, vitamin D. The list rolls on with complex compounds, one right after the other. It details the pill structure, effects, and calcium ion reduction. Jill skims through it, annoyed by the length, until his eyes catch one specific detail. It helps muscle relaxation and reduces chest pain and cardiovascular issues. He checks the dosage: 1/2 for adults, 1/3 for kids. Wait, what is this? He keeps reading about potential side effects like nausea or stomach aches, but it also promises deep, restful sleep without any addiction. He cannot believe it. This is insane. Outside, Urus is chilling in the grass, enjoying the fresh air. A man rushes over, calling its name. Urus sits bolt upright, looking toward the voice. It is Giel. He asks how the monster is feeling today. Urus happily signals that it is doing great. Seeing that, Giel smiles and pulls something from his pocket. Want to try this out? JK hands Urus a handful of freshly brewed pills. Eat these, he says, and the chest pain will finally stop. Urus stares at the medicine in his palm, eyes deep and thoughtful, lost in silence for a long moment. After weighing the choice, he doesn't hesitate. He pops the pills into his mouth and replies, I trust you, my benefactor. The medicine works its way inside, nourishing Urus's heart and coaxing it back to strength. Nerves and blood vessels stabilize as they heal. He can actually feel his body changing from the inside out. His eyes widen in surprise. Below, Jekyll watches with satisfaction, thinking that's it. The inflammation is clearing up. He'll be full of life again. A system alert pops up. You have given the patient Urus a sedative brewed from Minotaur bile. Drug efficacy increased by 10% thanks to your level 1 potion-making skill. Jekyll beams, thinking cured in a single dose. The system chimes again. You have gained 7 days of lifespan. Your expected lifespan is now 116 days. Your organs are thrilled with your achievement, granting you 600 HP. HP is now at 2100 time for a refreshing drink. Today is a massive win for Jekyll, who happily stretches out on Urus's back to relax. To him, this beast is a rare, priceless resource. From now on, you are with me. S-rank bile news travels fast, and a massive crowd gathers in the city square, buzzing with excitement. People look around, confused what is going on here. Someone asks, and another shrugs, unsure. Rumor has it the crown prince is holding an award ceremony to honor those who fought bravely that night. Suddenly, a giant shadow falls over them, causing the entire crowd to freeze, jaws dropped, eyes wide as Urus looms over them. Sitting tall on his shoulder, Jekyll waves down at the people. A booming voice announces, the crown prince has arrived. Jekyll grins, radiating warmth as he greets the citizens, ignoring the stuffy protocols as Urus kneels. Nearby, some onlookers shiver, whispering the legends about the crown prince's beast companion were actually true. Jekyll glances at the magical sound-amplifying orb on the table. Is this really the legendary amplifier? He thinks. It has been ages since I was this nervous. Forget the duel with the second prince. Stay calm. Jekyll steels himself and touches the crystal. He speaks clearly to the gathered masses, Damien, Kay, and the rest of you. You fought with incredible courage against the Minotaur, never wavering, all to protect the royal bloodline. Jekyll reaches into his robes as he speaks. Therefore, in the name of the crown prince, I formally recognize your service. He pulls out a box containing a glowing pill. Holding it high, I bestow this medicine upon you. The crowd stares in confusion, murmuring to each other. Only the mayor seems delighted, a wide smile spreading across his face. Jekyll looks down at him, thinking the mayor really knows how to handle a situation. He is a truly useful asset, but to understand why, we have to rewind 2 days. Jekyll was lounging around when a man approached, asking, you called for me, your highness? Seeing him, Jekyll smiles. I have a task for you, he says, glancing at Ivor. I want to host an award ceremony to promote a new medicine. The mayor looks genuinely surprised. An award ceremony, just to promote a new drug? Jekyll nods. Exactly. Because the last incident caused so much panic, I want to use this chance to honor those who protected me. He lifts a pill into the air, and I want to offer this medicine as their reward. Jekyll explains it is a sedative made from Minotaur bile, but Ivor freezes, his face pale and panicked. What is this guy actually planning, he wonders. Ivor starts to speak, but Jekyll cuts him off. I am not finished yet. Jekyll continues, medicine bestowed alongside a medal in the crown prince's name. That alone will be enough to make every noble in the empire desperate to get their hands on it. Jekyll adds this medicine. Before he can finish, Ivor breaks into a joyous grin, raising his hands. Brilliant. A perfect marketing strategy, truly worthy of a crown prince. We must make this ceremony grand, he insists. That is the only way to drive up the price and build real hype. Ivor rushes off, shouting back, give me 2 days. I have urgent business to attend to. Jekyll watches him go, thinking he definitely realized what I was doing the moment I changed my tone. Back in the present, Jekyll gives him a thumbs up. I will never forget this favor, he thinks, then clears his throat to speak. I, Rakiel Adria Magentano, crown prince of this empire, to honor your bravery and sacrifice, I have prepared this special medicine. Annis and Damien exchange a look that doesn't sound like the real reason. Jekyll's voice carries over the crowd. You are brave warriors, each of you who stood against the Minotaur. You deserve this powerful tonic brewed from Minotaur gall. The crowd murmurs, is this stuff actually safe? After all, it is made from a Minotaur. Jekyll holds the pill high, promising a stronger heart and clearer blood flow for anyone who takes it. He gestures to Urus standing nearby, citing his legendary endurance as proof of the pill's effects. He booms to the crowd. It even cures fatigue and guarantees a deep, peaceful sleep. Everyone stands frozen, stunned by his bold claim of dedication to the people. It is only because of your loyalty that I can offer this to the Empire, he declares, pointing forward. For 1 month only, we are releasing a special Imperial Prince edition at a discounted rate. Urus plays his part perfectly, raising a sign showing the price 9,999 main. Special offer. Limited stock. 1 pill per person, act fast before it runs out. Watching this, Damien and Annis exchange a weary look. He acts just like a con artist. Seo steps up, clapping a hand on their shoulders while holding his own sign. 100% handcrafted by the Imperial Prince. Don't miss out, buy it now. Jekyll keeps the hype going. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Hurry up, come get yours, he rattles off more incredible deals. Just 9,999 main. Limited supply. Only one per customer. Handmade by the Imperial Prince himself. The first Magentano special edition of its kind. Unmatched benefits, improved health, better circulation, and perfect sleep. Contact the Royal Clinic. See Dr. Garden made in Magentano. Sunlight floods the palace grounds. Jekyll stands on the dais, watching the crowd cheer below. I want it. I have to have it. Two men whisper nearby, it is pricey, but maybe we should borrow money to buy one? Jekyll strokes his chin, satisfied with the reaction. Events like this are perfect for recovering costs. He clears his throat, signaling the crowd to settle down. My dear citizens, as you all know, I am Rakiel Adria Magentano, the Imperial Prince and the head of the Royal Clinic, currently thriving in the capital. The crowd gasps. Jekyll pauses, glancing at the three people standing behind him. They look completely fed up, but Jekyll keeps going. I want to introduce my clinic today. Damien, Annis, and Seo stand expressionless, holding signs for the Magentano Royal Clinic. We have it all. Just come on over. Acupuncture, spinal adjustments, and weight loss treatment. Expert care for every illness, free of charge, internal medicine, surgery, rehabilitation, open every single day. Even Urus is getting in on it, standing there holding a sign. He lifts his massive hands, roaring for the orthopedic department. Come to the Royal Clinic, open 24/7, treating every ailment. Jekyll keeps the pitch going, explaining that while the clinic is new, their medical service is brand new. He beams at the audience. Has anyone here heard of the Royal Clinic yet? Silence falls over the square. Suddenly, an older man and a young guy raise their hands. I have heard of it. Me too. Jekyll grins. Turns out quite a few people know us. Under the scornful glares of Damien and Annis, he mutters, since I am already here, I should prove it. I cannot just advertise, can I? He thinks, preparing to reel in his prey. Jekyll speaks with passion. What kind of place is Gmo, the heart of the empire, the most beautiful hub in the North Sea? Only when you are all healthy can Gmo truly thrive. The crowd begins to tear up, clearly moved by his heartfelt words. When Gmo prospers, the empire grows strong. Jekyll bows sincerely. I truly wish for your health. Anyone here feeling unwell should step forward even for minor ailments. It is no problem. The crowd stares in shock as Jekyll promises that the director of the Royal Clinic will examine them personally. Sensing their hesitation, Jekyll clenches his fist. It is time to use his trump card. He addresses the crowd again. The first 100 people to step up will receive free medical consultation vouchers. Annis immediately objects. Isn't it supposed to be free anyway? Damien can only sigh at the situation. Jekyll grips a crystal orb, raising his other hand high, shouting with excitement, it is free. First come, first served. Begin. Hearing the word free, people scramble forward to secure a spot. Jekyll smiles triumphantly. Oh, his precious guests. Imagining them fighting over him, his smile only grows wider, or rather, his lifelong customers. The villagers line up neatly, waiting for their turn. Before Jekyll stands an old woman. He hands her a scrap of paper. He tells her to bring that voucher to the Royal Clinic, promising to prescribe the best medicine to improve her condition. The old woman listens as he adds that travel and lodging expenses from here to the imperial capital are all covered. Of course, it is all free. The old woman nods repeatedly, expressing her deep gratitude to Jekyll. Once she leaves, Jekyll claps his hands with excitement. He has handed out 100 free vouchers, and if 10% show up, that is more than enough. Contrary to Jekyll's excitement, Annis thinks with a gloomy expression, at least 10 patients. Great. Free medical care plus travel support to the capital. She wonders if she will ever be able to manage these costs. Jekyll keeps smiling, asking Annis if it is good, while she just cries internally, guard captain. They might end up selling everything they own. She then listens as Jekyll continues to imagine a bright future for the clinic. He believes that soon, no one in the city will be unaware of their clinic, calling it a strategic marketing investment. Damien, guarding from the side, looks at him with concern. It has been 9 hours. Are you all right? A moment later, Jekyll stretches. Oh, he suddenly clutches his arm in pain, wondering if he has pushed himself too far. The system notification pops up, informing him that his internal organs are demanding he follow labor laws, while his stomach trembles in protest. 9 hours of continuous work without a break. Is this guy insane? His liver screams in anger, demanding to know when they get to rest. Jekyll's feet feel heavy, and he senses he can barely hold on anymore. He cannot give up. Everyone is watching, and he must appear cool, even as his vision blurs and he sees their panicked faces. He refuses to show weakness, yet eventually, his body gives out and he collapses to the ground. Damien rushes over immediately, calling out to the prince, asking if he is all right. Jekyll forces a weak smile to reassure them, though he thinks to himself about this frail body. Suddenly, a system notification appears, stating he has diligently treated many patients in less than a day. As a result, he is exhausted, but his image has successfully reached the eyes of the people of Jimo. The sight of the crown prince collapsing after selflessly treating the people leaves them deeply moved. The people of Jimo have felt his sincerity and are incredibly appreciative of his efforts. Their admiration and praise generate a new power for his medical skills, and the Great Doctor Point system is activated. Voices continue asking if he is okay, but Jekyll focuses entirely on the new ability. Great Doctor Points are a form of reputation, earned by treating and saving lives. He gains them by building social status, creating historical achievements, or moving people's hearts. He receives 101 points, and as he contemplates their use, Jekyll wonders what they are actually for. The system replies that he can use these points to buy a free lie voucher, a discount coupon purchasable for 100 points. When used, the target will believe one of his lies absolutely and permanently. Jekyll laughs in bewilderment at the absurdity of it, and suddenly he feels his vitality returning. Is the system hacking the game, he wonders, reaching out his hand as Damien pulls him up. A system reminder remains in his vision when using the voucher. He must designate the target. Each voucher can only be used on one target at a time, for a single lie. He notes that divine beings or those near divinity might recognize the effect, and Damien asks again with concern if he is all right. Jekyll regains his composure, not forgetting to tease Damien, "If I am not okay, are you going to carry me?" Damien answers coldly that he will. As long as he gets paid above them, the sky is clear with warm sunlight and leaves floating in the air. Damien helps Jekyll move toward Mayor Ale, the voice of Jake Keel fading into the wind. "It really is you." Jekyll leans on Damien as they approach the mayor, whose eyes well up and hands tremble. "Are you certain about departing now?" The mayor sounds anxious, despite seeing Jekyll looking cheerful. "You have not fully recovered yet." Jekyll smiles back, saying it was just a cramp. "Do not worry so much, Mayor. Still, you should at least rest here for one more night." Jekyll insists it is fine, he can sleep on the carriage. The mayor frets that it cannot be as comfortable as a bed. Damien watches helplessly as Jekyll beams, claiming that sleeping in a carriage is actually quite comfortable. Jekyll places a hand on the mayor's shoulder, acting polite. "I have received such kind support during my stay here. Today's medal ceremony was a huge success." The mayor replies with emotion that it was all thanks to Jekyll. Before leaving, Jekyll turns back to mention that if they ever have the chance, they should visit the royal clinic. Mayor and Roberto stare in surprise. "Wait, what?" Remembering the image of the haggard Roberto, tears and mucus everywhere, the mayor breaks into a cold sweat. Luckily, Jekyll just waves it off with a casual "see you later," climbing into the carriage and waving goodbye to everyone. The carriage rolls away from the town, heading toward Magentano. The crowd stares in sheer panic. What on earth is that? A massive beast stalks behind the caravan, and suddenly, hurried footsteps approach. Jekyll spots the soldier, who instantly jolts in surprise. Urus glances over with sharp eyes, sniffing in the air. The man shakes his head to regain his composure, then snaps into a loyal salute. He introduces himself as Captain Micardo, leader of the 1st Company, 2nd Battalion, 6th Regiment. He requests an audience with the Crown Prince. Jekyll opens sleepy eyes. "All right, what is it?" Captain Micardo respectfully hands over a letter, claiming it is an imperial decree from the Emperor himself. Jekyll takes the document, feeling a dark premonition as he breaks the seal and stares at the words inside. His eyes widen in shock. Upon returning to the capital, the Crown Prince must immediately enter the palace to meet the Emperor. Jekyll pockets the letter, thinking to himself that the man never calls him just to look at his face. If he starts making him do anything bizarre or over the line, Jekyll thinks with a wry smile he will just use his free lie pass. Deep in the dark of night, within the grand palace halls, Jekyll kneels on one knee, announcing himself as Crown Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano, seeking audience with the Emperor. The ruler stays silent, watching him from the throne. After kneeling so long that his legs tremble, Jekyll thinks he is doing this again. "If you called me here, just get straight to the point." After a long pause, the Emperor speaks slowly, asking why Jekyll acted so irresponsibly and incompetently that his subordinates suffered. Jekyll understands immediately. Remembering how he got beaten up by us, he laments silently incompetent? "I almost died out there." The Emperor continues, asking if he heard that Minoto attacked the mayor's mansion. Jekyll answers honestly, "Yes, that is correct, Your Majesty." "Why did you not flee faster that day, leaving your own guards to face danger for nothing?" Jekyll looks up, shaking with suppressed rage. The Emperor cuts him off. "You want to say you did your best? You are wrong. You should have distanced yourself from the danger before it ever reached you. If you understood the weight of your position, you would be prepared for every single scenario. Jekiel bites back his anger, thinking how is he supposed to know the future? Is he a fortune teller? The Emperor frowns at his silence. Jekiel bows his head, answering that it is nothing. The Emperor erupts, pointing an accusing finger, shouting that his lack of foresight put his own followers in harm's way. Jekiel feels a surge of injustice, thinking the man does not care about him at all. The palace echoes with his angry voice. You are the one who will inherit my throne, care for, guide, and take responsibility for millions of imperial citizens. And yet, you allowed dozens of your own men to fall into such peril. The Emperor slams his fist onto the armrest, his roar echoing through the room. It is utterly shameful. Jekiel bows his head in frustration, thinking he cannot even argue back the man is actually right. As his anger fades, the Emperor lowers his voice, telling him to reflect on these mistakes and never repeat them. Do you understand? Jekiel responds, Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor leans forward, asking if he has anything else to say. Yiel bites his lip. He has to say something back, or this relationship stays entirely one-sided. No more holding back. Yes, Your Majesty. Sorry for being so sudden. But Jiel continues, Have you finally quit smoking like I advised before? The Emperor freezes in total shock. What? Jiel presses on. Whatever else you give up, you must quit smoking. That is the only way to keep your health for the Empire. The Emperor grinds his teeth, listening to Jiel lecture him. The person leading and protecting millions of subjects, that is the Emperor himself. Jiel thinks smugly, How was that, you old geezer? The Emperor awkwardly strokes his beard. That matter. Jiel is just trying to show true loyalty. He insists you must quit smoking. Your health is the peace of the royal family. This is not just empty talk. In another life, the Emperor suffered a stroke from smoking and stress. I have to make him quit. That way the Empire avoids the coming war and I stop his tragic downfall. After a moment, the Emperor smiles, leans back, and crosses his arms. Ever since that day, the day you dared to lecture the throne, he says in a serious tone, I have already quit. Jiel is stunned. Really? The Emperor asks, Is there anything else you want to say? Jiel stands up shakily. No, I will take my leave. The Emperor walks slowly toward him. By the way, he warns Jiel not to randomly eat food from legendary beasts even if it contains magic. He clears his throat into his fist, turning away. It definitely will not be good for your health. A cold night breeze blows through the window. Emperor Ale sits on his throne, silent. He thinks with a smile, Are you really that worried about me? Suddenly, the Emperor asks an aide, What about the new medicine my son ordered to be developed? The aide bows. As ordered, we have mobilized the Royal Intelligence Force to spread word about the sedative made from Minotaur bile. Ale turns his back. What is the result? The anonymous aide reports even nobles in the furthest reaches of the Empire now know about the sedative. The Emperor beams. Very good, excellent. Deep in the quiet night, the moon shines bright and footsteps echo clearly. Hey. Damien looks at Jiel's actions, confused. What are you doing? Jiel counts to 3, he is here. A man charges in at top speed, tears and snot streaming down his face, wailing for his highness. Jiel helplessly pats him. Then, seeing something disgusting, Jiel yells, Wait, and quickly pushes the man's face away. Stop it. Jiel smiles, patting Garden on the shoulder. Are you really that happy? Garden shrieks with resentment. You left me with a mountain of impatience. Jiel covers his ears to keep his eardrums from bursting. He tries to calm him down. I will write you a prescription later. Thanks for watching the clinic while I was away. Garden sobs. It is nothing. I am fine. Your Highness. Looking at the doctor's hollow face, Jiel says, Fine? You look completely drained. The night is quiet, filled only by their voices. Jiel, have you heard about the situation in the capital? Garden? Yes, Your Highness. I am very surprised. Jiel puts his arm around Garden and whispers to someone behind them. Really? But you know what? You will be even more surprised. Suddenly, Urus appears out of nowhere and lets out a roar, scaring the poor doctor half to death. Jiel begrudgingly praises him. Your acting skills have improved. You heard the rumor that I brought that back, right? Garden laughs. I have improved a bit? Damien watches the two of them walk ahead, feeling helpless. What is even happening? This clinic is full of weirdos. Jiel and Garden chat away. Jiel, is there anything else? Garden, since yesterday we have received some strange requests. Jiel asks, curiously strange requests? Garden nods. They want to buy a medicine we do not even have. Garden leads Jiel and Damien into a room. Looking at the massive stacks of paper in front of him, Jiel is stunned. All these letters are requests for the sedative? Garden nods quickly. Yes, servants from noble families are even lining up to buy it. Hearing this, Jiel runs to the window to look down. What? Jiel remembers, is this not that scene of people fighting to buy goods that I heard about? It is incredible, even more than I expected. No reason to refuse this. Jiel's eyes sparkle at the sight, let them in one by one. Inside that box is a glowing gem, the special edition Crown Prince version from 987. 10 days later, at the Royal Clinic, Jiel is happily examining patients, giving them instructions, when suddenly Garden approaches him. Your Highness. He leans into Jeel's ear, whispering, there is a message from the palace. They want you to come in. Jeel panics. What? To the palace again? Why? Garden looks just as confused. I really do not know. Your Highness, hurry, Blue already arranged the carriage for us. Heading to the palace, Jay wondered if someone was looking for trouble again. A servant scurried over this way, quickly. Jay glanced at the opening door. This is not the way to the office. Stepping inside, Jay stood frozen. The Emperor lay on the sickbed, a haunting mirror of Jay's own father from years ago. What is this? Why does he look exactly like my father? Memories flooded back a rainy night, a crowded internet cafe, 9 p.m. The group sat hunched before glowing monitors, the frantic click and clack of keyboards filling the air. Jay grumbled, head buried in hands, get off the game already. Frustrated, Jay hammered the mouse, but the character wouldn't move. Fingers rigid on the keys, face twisted in a scowl. Everything felt painfully slow. Beside the screen, a phone lit up. It kept ringing, but Jay just stared at the monitor, ignoring the call. The screen went dark, showing 6 missed calls. A friend looked over. Han, aren't you going to answer that? The phone kept buzzing. Jay stayed cold, completely ignoring the noise. A game over screen flashed in red. Jay frowned, clearly losing patience. The phone rang yet again. Jay pulled away from the keyboard and snatched up the phone, answering without a glance. Hello. The news hit hard. Jay bolted upright, slamming a hand against the desk, then bolted into the downpour. Arriving at the destination, Jay's hands shook, breath hitching in the cold rain, eyes filled with grief. Tears welled up. Inside, Jay's mother collapsed by the bed, sobbing. Jay's bag hit the floor with a heavy thud. On the bed lay the grandfather, unconscious, hooked up to an oxygen mask. Back in the present, the Emperor lay still just like that day in the hospital. Jay slapped a hand to his own face. Focus, you idiot. This is no time to dwell on the past. Jay leaned in to examine the situation. Stroke. The Emperor's facial muscles twitched. Jay noted the nerves and muscle signals were clearly malfunctioning. The Crown Prince turned to ask what happened. The captain of the guard stepped up. I can answer that, Your Highness. He gestured, and a physician wearing glasses stepped forward. Bao, the royal physician, ready to serve the Crown Prince. Jay turned sharply. How long has he been like this? Bao looked nervous. About a night. Jay felt a jolt of panic. A whole night? A withered vase sat in the corner, a bad omen. The prince pressed on what caused this. Petals drifted to the floor as the physician stuttered after dinner last night. The Emperor seemed strangely intoxicated. Jeel crossed his arms. Intoxicated? Strangely? What do you mean by that? The captain of the guard recounted the scene after just 1 glass of wine. His tongue slurred and he stumbled. Seeing the signs, I advised him to rest immediately. And this morning? Jay looked at the Emperor. Did you find him like this? Jeel clenched his fists, trembling classic stroke symptoms. He glared at the physician, the golden hour wasted by such incompetent care. The physician bowed, terrified of the coming blame. Jeel turned away. He looked at the Emperor, mind racing that cannot be right. He stopped smoking and took great care of his health. Why would he end up like this? Jay shivered, realizing this was playing out just like the story in the Emperor's sword scroll. Jeel thought even if the Emperor passes away, things shouldn't happen like in that book. If the second prince takes the throne, that is the one thing I cannot allow. He pictured the endless stacks of documents needing approval. The Emperor's seat was no easy life. Jeel imagined himself wasting away. With less than 200 days left, he couldn't carry that burden. He jolted upright. If the Emperor dies, I die too. Jay focused his energy to check the Emperor, desperate to find the cause of the stroke. He closed his eyes, praying it was not a brain hemorrhage. Using his medical knowledge, Jay analyzed the situation. Strokes fall into 2 categories. 1. A hemorrhagic stroke caused by a burst blood vessel. 2. An ischemic stroke caused by a blockage. Which one had the higher mortality rate? He gritted his teeth. Sweat dripping down. The hemorrhagic type was much worse. Please, he prayed. Please let it be anything else. His eyes snapped open. It seemed he had found the cause. Jekyll concludes. A cerebral infarction. Blood cells are visible. Ischemic stroke. At least there's no hemorrhage. But paralysis is coming. Loss of motor coordination. He watches Jekyll's energy flood the Emperor. Time to find the blockage. Only then can he judge the chances for recovery. Jekyll freezes. Deep inside the red blood cells, something strange. This isn't a natural clot. No internal pathways in the blockage. Jekyll's expression shifts to pure shock. The results don't make sense. He pulls his hand away medically. This is impossible. Nothing about this is natural. He stares, deeply suspicious. He glances at the guard and physician behind him. Something is definitely wrong here. He shakes it off. Treatment comes first. Save the Emperor. Investigate later. This place isn't sterile enough. He turns to the others. We need to move him for intensive care. The door swings open. A priest holding a staff steps inside. May the heavens bless everyone here. The captain brightens. The archbishop, dressed in gold, radiating a divine glow. The man bows. Archbishop Bertona, here to see the Crown Prince. Rakiel Adria Magentano. Archbishop Bertona speaks. Your Highness, are you here to heal the Emperor? Yes, he confirms. I felt a desperate prayer and followed it. I did not realize it was for His Majesty. The situation is grave. Let us begin at once. Rakiel steps aside and nods. Please use your divine power. Use whatever you have. The Archbishop begins to chant. A blinding golden light erupts, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The brilliance gently settles over the Emperor. Suddenly, the system pings, scanning for acupuncture points. With the system's help, Rakiel watches the damaged cells seem to revive under the golden energy. He reaches out, scanning the flow. The cells are regenerating. Floating blue spheres appear on the Emperor's forehead, absorbing the impurities. Rakiel covers his mouth, stunned. Brain cells should not be able to regenerate like this. He clutches at a tiny hope. Maybe we can actually save him. He prays silently. Please, just let this work. Finally, the chanting stops. The golden glow fades. Bertona collapses instantly, trembling and gasping for air. The priest looks up at Rakiel. Your Highness, it is done. Rakiel rushes over. You have done enough. He closes his eyes and initiates his internal scan. The clot is still there. It is still blocking the vessel. It must be removed completely, or the brain tissue will just die again. He stares at the obstruction. He pushes his consciousness into the cells, desperate for a solution. The clot is blocking everything. He steels himself. This is the priority. His gaze is sharp, though his heart races. One wrong move could kill the Emperor. He pulls back, arms crossed, searching his mind for an answer. What do I do? Reperfusion injury. The knowledge hits him. If he clears the blockage too fast, the returning blood flow will shatter the weakened tissues. It is a nightmare scenario. A perfect balance is required to avoid permanent, irreparable damage. He sighs, feeling helpless. Then, an idea hits. He slams his palm down. He turns to the guard. Roberto, call the royal mage here immediately. Roberto flinches. You mean Janetti? Rakiel approaches him. Remembering his past reputation, Roberto breaks into a cold sweat. He is terrified Rakiel will do something reckless. You intend to use lightning on His Majesty? Rakiel shakes his head. No. Roberto sighs in relief. But then, Rakiel declares it plainly, I am going to freeze him. Roberto screams. The sound echoes through the hall. The royal mage enters, trailed by 2 guards. Staff in hand, he strides into the Emperor's quarters and pushes the heavy doors open. Your Majesty, I have arrived, he announces, fulfilling the imperial summons. But the room is wrong. The Emperor lies still, surrounded by 3 figures wearing hungry, predatory smiles. The mage freezes. What is happening? Hearing the Crown Prince's demand, Janita stares in shock. You want me to cast a freezing spell on the Emperor, my prince? Rakiel nods, deadly serious. Janetta suppresses a shiver of rage. He grinds his teeth, wondering why the prince is making his life a living hell. He grips his staff, asking one more time if this is real. Rakiel replies, freeze him at the safest possible level. Then, Rakiel reaches out and rests a hand on the mage's shoulder, making him jump. Rakiel beams at him, gentle as a healer tending to a sick child. Janitas hesitates, but Rakiel steps closer, his voice dropping to a sincere tone. I truly need your help, Janetis. Without you, the Emperor is in grave danger. Janetis looks up, stunned. Are you being honest with me? Rakiel nods again. I have never lied to you. The mage weighs his options. It is a reckless task, but if the Emperor's life is truly on the line, a dark thought flickers through his mind as he eyes the prince. He suddenly envisions Rakiel, crowned and regal, clutching a wine glass. The Phantom Prince sneers, questioning him with chilling arrogance. Are you really suspicious that I would use you to harm the Emperor for my own thirst for power? The mage shakes his head. No, that is impossible. Looking at the prince's genuine worry, he realizes Rakiel has never acted like a power-hungry tyrant. He remembers the prince healing the commoners. He recalls how Rakiel ignores palace politics, focusing only on patients in the clinic. It is a strange, selfless path for a royal. He sighs, finally convinced he can trust this bizarre order. As you command, Your Highness. Rakiel exhales in relief. Good. Thank you for your trust. He turns toward the corner. Now, time for the treatment. He calls out to a spiky, adorable little creature that scurries over. It hops onto Rakiel's shoulder. He smiles, asking permission. May I borrow your spikes again today? The creature gives a thumbs up, then instantly fires off its quills for him. Rakiel catches the spikes and a large golden pill. Everything is ready, he thinks, glancing at the figure resting nearby. Now for the final piece, the blessing spell. The Archbishop sits in the corner, still breathing hard and shaking from exhaustion. Rakiel walks over and bows politely. I have a question for you, Your Grace. The old man looks up, of course, Your Highness. Rakiel asks if he can use that blessing spell again in 3 or 4 hours. Archbishop Bertona bows his head in regret. That is impossible, I'm afraid. The room goes quiet in shock. Jill calmly asks why. Bertona explains that the blessing spell can only be cast once a month. Jill hides his face in his hands. If only I had known, he thinks I would have saved it for later. He pulls himself together. Could I learn that spell? It is difficult, he knows, but imagine the utility. Combining medicine with a holy blessing spell would make farming those bonus longevity points so much easier. He dreams of the system rewards stacking up multiplied longevity, 5 times over. The Archbishop clasps his hands, eyes bright with sudden fervor. Do you wish to convert? Jill stares at him, completely lost. The old man grabs Jill's hand, sparkling with intensity. An excellent question, Your Highness. Faith is not some distant concept. Jill pales, pointing at himself in confusion. Even for someone of your noble blood, it is reachable. The Archbishop begins a long, winding speech about the blessing spell. It sounds elusive, he shouts with joy, but it is meant for everyone. He presses his hands to his chest. All you need is a devout heart and the will to practice. He launches into the rules. Avoid women. No physical contact. No holding hands. No talking. Don't look them in the eye for more than 3 seconds. Don't stand in the same room for more than 3 minutes. No breathing the same air. Jill is speechless. Bertona continues, you must dedicate every ounce of love and attention to the faith. Jill and his 4 guards stare, completely petrified. Just do this for 30 years, and you are set. Bertona is still beaming, lost in his sermon surely. 30 years is a very short time in the eyes of the faith. Just follow these steps, and you shall receive the blessing. He looks at the prince with shining, expectant eyes. Conclusion reached simple enough. J.K. sighs and turns to leave. Leaving the stunned archbishop behind, J.K. commands the 4 attendants to begin treatment. Inside the royal chamber, he carefully lifts the emperor. His mind races through methods to prevent reperfusion injury. The goal is to slow the metabolic rate. He signals the mage genetis, analyzing every variable. By doing this, sudden cellular shifts are reduced and tissue damage is minimized. The most effective way is lowering the body temperature safely. The court mage raises a staff to channel magic. A blue aura spreads, cooling the room. According to his analysis, this is hypothermic therapy. J.K. observes every detail, monitoring the situation. The body's metabolic speed begins to crawl as temperatures drop. The emperor's body turns ice cold, heart rate and breathing slowing down. Seeing this, J.K. prepares his hands. J.K. signals the mage to hold the state. As the mage focuses on magical control, he turns to prepare. Beside the royal bed, a cart holds the spine of a spine tail and a golden medicinal bowl. The previously prepared pill is diluted. He recalls the sedative from Minoto bile is ready. He feeds the emperor carefully. This will help dissolve blood clots. From here on, not a single millimeter of error is allowed. Through the system's vision, he feels the blood clots beginning to break apart. Focusing intensely, he tells himself move fast or other side effects will trigger. J.K. swiftly grabs the acupuncture needles, following the mental roadmap to restore circulation first. He pierces a point on the cheek, right below the eye. Life energy flows through the acupuncture channel, spreading across the stomach meridian. Seeing the prince's unconventional methods, the 4 attendants panic. J.K. ignores their reactions. He holds his focus waiting until the entire meridian system is ready. He activates the system's auxiliary scan. After scanning the emperor, he confirms the energy has spread evenly. Now J.K. begins the procedure, channeling energy into points in sequence Sibai, Juliao, Jiajia, Dekang, and Daying. He must control blood flow to the cerebellar artery precisely. J.K. calculates calmly if too much blood rushes in at once, it will trigger reperfusion injury and rupture the damaged blood-brain barrier. This process demands extreme caution. He works seriously, hands moving with speed and precision. Needles continue to find their marks at Tuwei and Xiaguan points. He feels a mana reaction, a tiny ripple spreading out. Mage Genetis is already sweating, showing signs of exhaustion. Knight Roberto frowns in worry, whispering, Your Majesty. Treatment is still underway, and the tension between prince and mage is absolute. The attendants can only stand back, watching and praying in silence. J.K. senses the emperor's condition blood flow has dropped 20%. There is still hope. Finishing the acupuncture, he clenches his fist and prays. The rest must be left to fate and the emperor's own vitality. Whatever happens, please let it be different this time. He slips into memories of the hospital. He remembers sitting by a bedside, the electrocardiogram showing failing signs. He whispers, Please, wake up. His hand trembles, gripping the blanket. If you wake up, he says with teary eyes, I promise to be a good son. And then, before he can finish, the monitor goes flat. The patient is passed. His hand falls, despite all prayers. J.K. collapses by the bed, weeping, but the eyes never open again. During the funeral, tears feel like rain, hands turning ice cold, in contrast to the warm urn. He wishes he could hold that warm hand again, for just one moment. Returning to reality, a soft whisper breaks the silence. He has fallen asleep. JK wakes up, eyes blurring, feeling warmth in his hand. He snaps to total alertness. He is awake. On the bed, the Emperor has opened his eyes. He smiles gently. Is that you, my son? Looking at the water basin, he says, my son JK, thank you. JK bites his lip, thinking, but I am not your son. He instructs the Emperor, it is okay, do not try to speak, just rest. The Emperor nods and closes his eyes. JK darkens, turning away, unable to control his feelings. I cannot take this anymore. He says I will be outside for a moment. He leaves in silence, walking down the palace corridor as painful memories flood back. JK recalls that rainy day, plagued by guilt if only he had received word sooner. He paces the quiet palace corridor, lost in endless what-ifs. Rain suddenly lashes against the glass, and JK pauses by the window. He watches the downpour, thinking of that day. He grips his fist, pressing it against the wall, head bowed low. But this time, he wasn't late. The dam breaks, and all that pent-up emotion finally floods out. Tears fall like the rain outside. He sobs, apologizing again and again, then sinks to the floor by the window, listening to the relentless drumming of the storm. He shakes his head, forcing himself to focus. No, not now. He has to stay sharp. This isn't the time to fall apart. If he loses his cool now, everything falls to pieces. He's cleared the first hurdle, but the road ahead is treacherous. Gilles closes his eyes, fingers pressed to his chin, mapping out the recovery. He needs a rehabilitation plan, tailored exactly to the residual damage. Just one more month of steady care, and he can use his blessing magic to finish the healing. Suddenly, the system pings with an update. Patient treated with hypothermia therapy, precise acupuncture, minor bile sedatives, and dedicated care. JK stares at the notification in shock. Adria Magentano has passed the danger zone and is recovering. A medical miracle, the likes of which history has never seen. As the treating physician, you are the first on the Leia continent to identify the concept of reperfusion injury. You have left an indelible mark on Leia medical history. The system confirms your reperfusion theory will be required reading for generations of students. Future medical students are going to be weeping, clutching their heads, and cursing his name during exam season. Imagine who discovered this. Students will hate him for expanding the curriculum this much. System alerts ring out non-stop. Medical experience points, accumulated skill, it is all stacking up. A free lie ticket, 121 GDP. Current balance, 222. Number of usable lie tickets, 2. He smiles, satisfied. 2 tickets, a pretty sweet surprise. The captain of the Imperial Guard approaches, stepping forward to speak. Your Highness, you saved the Emperor and even this humble servant. The royal physician, Pissarro, bows his head in deep shame. Because of this, I realize how utterly incompetent I truly was as a healer. I was blinded by my own arrogance. Gilles responds with a cold, detached tone, so you finally realize it. The physician looks even more mortified. Yes, Your Highness. He stands up, his voice ice cold. Then you should be fully aware of your responsibilities as well. The physician flinches. Gilles claps a hand on Pissarro's shoulder when the Emperor was at death's door. You couldn't even determine the cause, let alone find a cure. He turns his back, cutting the man off. Am I wrong? The physician stammers in fear as Gilles walks away. So what do you intend to do? You must take responsibility. The physician panics, calling out Your Highness. Gilles doesn't bother looking back, just raising a hand save the excuses. Reflect on your own failures. From today, I am taking over the Emperor's care personally. Pissarro's face turns deathly, pale, sweat beading on his brow. Honestly, the guy is just hopeless. A few steps later, he glances back, Captain. Ensure that word of the Emperor's health doesn't leak outside these walls. Everyone, clear out. He needs total rest. The guard and physician answer in unison at once. Your Highness. Watching them leave, he thinks I can't trust him. Not with his skills, not with anything. By morning, warm light filters through the window, bathing the room. Jalan had spent the entire night watching over the Emperor's bed, exhausted to the point of collapse, when a voice calls out. The captain enters, whispering, Your Highness. The Crown Prince wakes, rubbing his eyes. What is it? The captain holds a hand to his chest, bowing low about the matter you instructed yesterday. The prince lifts his head. Did you silence everyone in the palace? The captain nods. Of course, sir. You ordered that the outside world be told the Emperor has a bad cold and is resting. JK stretches. How many know the truth? The captain replies, only you, myself, and those present at the time. The prince nods. Good, you've worked hard. But it looks like you have more to report. The captain scratches his head. The Angoma Kingdom envoy arrived at dawn, demanding an audience. At that, G bolts upright, so fast and hard that his chair topples over with a crash. He remembers the snake from the story. That man's image flashes in his mind. He's anxious, heart racing, asking about the envoy. The Angoma Kingdom is a short-lived state, only 150 years old, but it is rising as a major power. In a few years, they will launch a war that wipes out the Magentano royal family, ending the kingdom itself. Gilles stands before Asterian's bed, the chair lying overturned behind him, speaking to the guard captain. Why does the Angoma envoy want to meet the emperor right now? The head guard clutches his chest, voice tense. The emperor already summoned the envoy 5 days ago. Gilles feels a cold dread, thinking back to Guinness. Could his sudden, intense anxiety really be tied to that man? The head guard explains the envoy wants to blame him for failing to control Minoto. Gilles asks, stirring up immediate chaos. The guard continues, leaving Gilles to wince and grit his teeth in frustration. Yes, Your Highness, that is correct. The emperor was furious upon hearing the news and officially summoned the Angoma envoy to demand answers. Gilles' expression darkens, his voice turning ice cold. Today is the day of the meeting. The guard hesitates, looking visibly worried. Perhaps we should apologize to the envoy and send him back. Gilles' eyes widen in shock. Send him back. The guard sweats. Visibly flustered, we could just tell him the emperor is resting due to a cold, as previously announced. Gilles listens, his eyes flicking toward the sickbed. After all the trouble of summoning the envoy, just send him away. Gilles kicks his chair back, mind racing. If he leaves today, it will be nearly impossible to bring him back. Besides, if the meeting is cancelled for a simple cold, the other side will surely grow suspicious. He sits in silence, lost in thought. They might guess the emperor is having serious health issues, and we are talking about a potential enemy who could declare war. He taps his fingers against the chair, deep in contemplation. Absolutely not, he declares. Shattering the silence, I will meet him. The head guard covers his mouth, staring in disbelief. Understood. Gilles speaks with a serious gaze. I will attend the meeting in his stead, in my own way. Benjamin sits before a table piled with thick documents, some cookies, and a teapot. He grips a hot teacup in his hand. He raises the cup to his lips, slowly sipping the steaming tea. His expression softens as he enjoys the flavor, still clutching the cup near his face. Count Benjamin, envoy of the Angoma kingdom. His face suddenly turns sour, teeth gritting. That shameless merchant made me travel all the way here for nothing. He frowns, recalling an explosion, and slams his cup onto the table. If the crown prince had died then, war would already be raging. This meeting won't be easy. Benjamin reaches into his robes to pull something out. But who do I think I am? I am Benjamin, the diplomatic expert. He draws cards from his pocket, one hand holding a card showing a shield with a rose crest. His face is full of smug satisfaction. No matter how difficult Emperor Magentano makes this, I have my cards ready to handle it. He wears a comical, self-satisfied look, boasting internally. I truly am so charming. Benjamin's eyes spark with confidence, lips curling into a grin. Welcome, Emperor Magentano. Gilles walks in. I am a little late. Have you been waiting long? Benjamin bows deeply. No. He looks up toward the door where Gilles confidently enters. He thinks, confused, where is the crown prince and the emperor? Benjamin's face stiffens. He forces a smile, hands over his chest, speaks up. Oh, Count Benjamin, envoy of Angoma. I am honored to meet the crown prince. Gilles' stern gaze forces Benjamin to be cautious. Meanwhile, Gilles reminds himself as someone who knows nothing about diplomacy. I only have 2 options. First, never act arrogant in front of an expert. Gilles reaches out. Benjamin bows his head slightly. Please, have a seat. Gilles thinks second. He reaches out to shake Benjamin's hand, saying, It is a pleasure to meet you. He continues, thinking, I must pull him into my area of expertise and seize the initiative. Gilles stares at him with an intense, sincere gaze, leaving the envoy speechless while he keeps reminding himself, I cannot let a war happen, not if I want my royal lifestyle and a peaceful old age. Benjamin pretends to cough to break the awkward silence. He looks away regarding this meeting, Crown Prince. Before Benjamin can finish, Gilles cuts him off, face smiling as he claps his hands. Our envoy's health is not very good, is it? Benjamin stares back, completely bewildered. Pardon. Gilles keeps smiling, pointing a finger. Could you please extend your left hand forward? Benjamin reaches out, confused like this. Gilles says no, further out toward me. Benjamin still doesn't understand, asking but why? Immediately, Gilles grabs Benjamin's hand and a blue vortex appears. He looks at Benjamin's hand, rubbing his chin. You must often feel your head is heavy when you wake up in the morning, right? Benjamin stammers. Yes, but what do you mean? He continues. Your shoulder and neck muscles are often tense, and you suffer from headaches, right? Benjamin trembles uncontrollably, making the very table shake along with him. Right, but first let go of me. Gilles keeps talking. And you have quite the habit of drinking and smoking, don't you? A system window pops up over JK, showing people whispering and laughing, while his expression turns somber. The corners of his eyes droop. Benjamin speaks up. Now is not the time to worry about such things. Gilles continues, his fingertips trembling nonstop. Benjamin panics, sensing something wrong. His gut screams that this is bad. Benjamin pulls his hand back, face pale with fear, mouth hanging open as he thinks. I am getting dragged into the Crown Prince's game. I need to see the Emperor immediately, he calls out. Crown Prince. He grinds his teeth. I had so many bargaining chips ready, but he stares at Gilles, who keeps rambling, feeling completely powerless. Gilles won't stop talking, so Benjamin slams his hands on the table. Crown Prince, I am here today to meet Emperor Magentano. Gilles smirks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You want to take the initiative from me? Not a chance. Gilles stands up abruptly, making Benjamin stare in shock. As an envoy, you are a precious guest authorized by the Kingdom of Angoma to visit our empire. He walks behind Benjamin's chair. The Count frowns. In other words, you represent the Kingdom of Angoma. Gilles goes on, however, I cannot simply ignore it when a precious guest shows signs of such poor health. Should I just turn a blind eye? Gilles continues, voice dropping low. If an envoy falls ill and collapses here, imagine how heavily our royal family would be criticized. Gilles suddenly grabs Benjamin's shoulder. He raises his other hand to his forehead, shaking his head as if this is unacceptable. Oh, this will not do. It absolutely cannot happen, he says. Tell me. He leans in, face darkening, his tone chilling, leaving Benjamin terrified as he looks up at him. Can you do it or not? He stammers, trembling with fear. No, I cannot. Benjamin breaks into a cold sweat, biting his lip in total confusion. Complete failure. Gilles turns and walks forward, adding a piece of advice. I suggest you cut back on alcohol and cigarettes and exercise at least 30 minutes a day. He reaches for the back of the chair to push it aside. Then he clears his throat, imitating the Emperor. Benjamin jumps, looking up. Yes, he thinks, the Emperor. Gilles says with a serious look, indeed, the Emperor has been ill since yesterday. Benjamin asks, what happened to him? Benjamin is stunned. The Emperor is sick? Gilles explains he has a bad cold. He pauses, then adds he has been overworking and stressed lately, leading to excessive drinking and smoking. That is likely why he fell ill. He cups his chin, frowning as he looks at the thought of the Emperor suffering, exhausted and losing his appetite from a cold. Gilles picks up a teacup. The Emperor regrets it deeply and wishes to invite you to a luncheon for another occasion. Benjamin winces, sweating, thinking to himself, even if it is true, I never expected him to admit it so bluntly. To apologize so directly and even offer a luncheon as a gesture of peace. He clenches his fist. He is so straightforward that I cannot find a way to strike back. The Crown Prince has personally come here to explain everything so transparently. If I keep pushing, I will lose my footing. Benjamin bites his lip. Has he really dismantled one of my trump cards just like that? He narrows his eyes at JK, who is busy smirking, silently realizing this Crown Prince is no ordinary opponent. Gilles suddenly leans toward Benjamin and whispers, and there is one more thing I need to tell you. Outside, the atmosphere is a world away from the tension in the room. Benjamin looks cheerful, walking beside Gilles. He says, I did not expect the Crown Prince to have such good intentions. Gilles puts one hand on his hip, the other on his head, laughing, right? Benjamin holds up a paper, smiling brightly while Gilles stands behind him with his arms crossed. He says, I will deliver this letter and the Crown Prince's message. Damien suddenly appears so. How did it go? Did the meeting go smoothly? Gilles replies it went well enough. They both watch Benjamin jumping and singing in the distance. Damien asks, it seems like everything went well, right? Gilles says, luckily, he understood my sincerity. Damien frowns. Hesitant your sincerity? What are you thinking? Maybe I just reeled in a clueless golden deer. Gilles laughs. Damien, I have a job for you. Damien bows his head, closing his eyes. What task is it? Gilles looks resolute, placing a hand on Damien's shoulder. A top-secret mission. Damien looks at JK, frowning. A top-secret mission? Gilles explains solemnly, a very important patient is being admitted to the royal clinic today. Damien looks confused. I see. Gilles brings a finger to his lips, frowning as he leans in closer. Damien whispers, keep it down. Do not let anyone hear. Damien wonders who could it be that he has to keep it a secret. Gilles turns away and answers the Emperor, so you should return to the clinic first. Damien asks if he should ready the special forces, and Gilles just smiles exactly. Looking back, Gilles says he knows Damien has been training hard, hates to interrupt. Damien reassures him training is nothing. Protecting the important figures is the priority. Gilles remembers the scene, the dummies scattered across the ground after Damien's brutal training session. Damien realizes his limits against Jim as he slashes through the last of the practice targets. Gilles sees that monster as a wall. Damien stands there, panting amid the stone debris. Gilles muses silently. It seems the time has finally come. Once he realizes his true nature, Damien will be the strongest, but not yet. He bows to Gilles. Damien asks permission to head back to the infirmary, and they split up, going separate ways. Suddenly, Damien stops mid-stride, brow furrowed. Even with all this extra training, it's not enough. He stares at his scarred, calloused hands, no formal sword training. Can he really break his limits? His face hardens. What does he have to do to get truly strong? Late at night, Gilles wheels Asterion out of the room. The Emperor cannot stay in the palace. He pushes the chair, calculating he doesn't know who among the inner circle is a snake. Besides, the Emperor is still in critical condition. Yiel stays close until he can use the Archbishop's blessing spell. In a month, he watches the servants whispering. If they stay locked up in the palace, the rumors will grow that the Emperor isn't just catching a cold, but is deathly ill. Better to avoid that, he pushes the chair toward a door, thinking about the VIP guest arriving. A chilling smile forms. Surely the effects are starting to take hold by now. Early morning, a voice echoes through the grand castle. Benjamin is back. The servant reports to Marovich. Already, Marovich thinks, teeth-gritting Emperor Magentano is not an easy opponent to handle. His face twists in rage, hands trembling, eyes radiating pure killing intent. King Marovich of Angoma sits there as the door swings open and Benjamin enters to bow. Your Majesty, I have returned, Benjamin says, and Marovich rubs his chin with a dark look. How did it go? He asks, and Benjamin stiffens. I failed to meet Emperor Magentano. Benjamin continues with a bright, sparkly smile on his face. He gives a thumbs up. I met the Crown Prince instead, he says, recalling his talk with Yiel. Yiel starts rambling. Let me summarize the main point of today's meeting. I trust the Angoma royal family understands the situation in Jim, and Marovich nods, confused. Of course, Marovich replies, and Yiel continues. So I have a request, Benjamin asks nervously. What request? Yiel beams radiating light. Princess Adeline Boa of Angoma must stay in the capital for 6 months. It hits Benjamin like a bolt of lightning. He gasps in shock. What? Taking my daughter hostage, he thinks. Is this guy completely insane? He frowns, looking away. Fists clenched. Angoma is an independent nation, not a colony of Magentano. Benjamin's face turns red with fury. This is an absolute insult, and he yells, no. Yiel smirks. The system window appears, and he activates a free lie ticket. Benjamin starts falling for the lie, so Yiel says he truly wants to build a friendly, constructive peace with Angoma. He puts a hand to his chest, acting sincere actually. I want to forge a real connection with you. The system confirms it. Count Benjamin will trust this one lie absolutely and forever. Benjamin rubs his chin, thinking a connection, and asks excitedly, may I know the reason? A thought flashes in Benjamin's head. He eyes Yiel. Does the Crown Prince have designs on my daughter? He imagines Yiel proposing to her. If she stays for 6 months and falls for the prince, he freezes in place. A powerful alliance through marriage, he dreams a great, unprecedented empire is about to be born. Perhaps my name will be carved into history forever, he murmurs to himself. This meeting sets the stage for a grand empire. Benjamin imagines the crowds cheering, picturing the great diplomat who navigated this tense encounter. A hand slams onto the table. A shout breaks his trance. What? Marov points a shaking finger at Benjamin. He wants Adeline to stay for 6 months. Marov bellows in rage. Does he think our kingdom is a colony? Keeping my daughter as a hostage? Does he want war? Benjamin, you heard that insulting demand and stayed silent. Facing the Emperor's wrath, he stammers out a response. Your Majesty. Benjamin trembles as he tries to explain it is just a reasonable request to foster friendship between our two nations. Marov stares him down. What did you say? Still bowing, Benjamin persists. Crown Prince Magentano hopes this exchange will build a closer bond and connect with the princess. Connect, Benjamin continues. Trembling, if the future leaders of both nations connect, the future peace will be far more secure. Marov roars enough. He stands up abruptly, arms sweeping through the air, face twisted in fury. The negotiation with Magentano has failed. Benjamin reaches into his pocket. Your Majesty, please calm down and read the letter the Crown Prince sent. Marov glares, thinking what has happened to you. Marov steps down toward Benjamin, wondering to himself, you have always been the one to stand your ground. How could the Crown Prince have mesmerized you like this? Marov stops before Benjamin, who holds out the letter with trembling hands. I beg you, Your Majesty. Marov snatches the letter with a sharp huff. Fine, I will read it. He slowly unfolds the parchment. Pale blue light flickers around Marov as his eyes scan the words. He grips the paper tight, voice dropping to a low hum. Count, it seems I have underestimated him. After some thought, Marov's expression finally softens. He lets out a hearty laugh. Crown Prince Magentano is a man who sees far into the future. I like him. Let us settle this matter as quickly as possible. Benjamin beams with relief while Marov folds the letter, pointing elsewhere with a wide grin. Call Adeline here at once. The guards around them fall silent, staring at Marov in disbelief, all thinking the same thing. What in the world is wrong with him? Marov turns toward the throne, thinking he assumed the Crown Prince was weak. He sits down, but it turns out he is quite masculine. Marov reconsiders the letter, Rakiel Adria Magentano. Suddenly, a system window flickers into view. The free lie voucher has been applied successfully. Marov rubs his chin, staring at the letter with a goofy smile. My future son-in-law. Inside the castle, Princess Adeline stands before the Emperor. She presses a hand to her chest, voice tight with confusion. Father, I really do not understand. The princess makes her displeasure clear. Why would you so easily accept such a demand from the Magentano Empire? Adeline of Angoma, the first in line for the throne of the Angoma kingdom. She glances to her side as Yiel flinches. The princess speaks up. This decision is unfair, it is completely wrong. The emperor grips the scroll tight. Adeline, my only daughter, she replies. Yes, father. He glares at her. Do you think I made this choice just because I fear the power of Magentano? The question catches her off guard, leaving her stuttering. Seeing her reaction, the emperor snaps. That is exactly what you think, is it not? Seeing his rage, she wonders. What exactly did that letter say? Do they have some hold over us? The princess worries, is it some terrifying threat? The curiosity is eating her alive. The emperor looks at Adeline. It must be hard for you to accept. I understand your feelings, but a time will come when you understand and thank me for this. I have not made a single mistake, my daughter. Hearing this, the princess feels only unrest. But your majesty, she tries to protest further, but he cuts her off with a shout. Enough. Inside the castle, the emperor's voice booms. I do not want to hear another word of protest. Prepare to depart immediately. He points toward the princess. She is to stay there for 6 months. She calls out in surprise. Father, she is known as the Smiling Angel of Angoma. The royal knights rush forward to grab her. Still, the princess keeps calling out, Father, please. She is known by that beautiful title, the Angel of Smiles. Is it because she is kind-hearted? The knights cannot hold the princess back. She is too strong. Is that why she is called that, because of her gentle, warm nature? That is not the real reason. No, she struggles free. How is this possible? She is incredibly strong, a master-level swordswoman, a top-tier warrior. The princess has a strange habit when she fights. With a single blow, she takes out every knight, all while flashing a radiant, beautiful smile. She hurls the knight against the wall. That little habit is exactly why the princess earned the title of Smiling Angel. The emperor is beyond furious, his gaze snapping instantly toward the court mages. In a blink, they swarm the princess, chanting fast. She tries to bolt, shouting what? Magical chains erupt, binding her tight. She can't break free, cursing, damn it, this thing. She struggles against the restraints, snarling, let go. Soon, she is shoved into the carriage, chains still wrapped around her. She cries out for her father, but the emperor barely flinches, clearly used to this. He just says, travel safely, my daughter. The carriage takes off at lightning speed, tearing right past the stunned gate guards. One guard stammers, isn't that the VIP Dawn delivery service from Angoma? As the carriage vanishes from sight, his partner nods. That is right. It guarantees arrival by dawn, just as the sun starts to peak. 10 days later at dawn, the princess steps out. The head knight notes the time. 10 days have passed, and she asks, is this the capital of Magentano? Her eyes burn with intensity, but the knight warns Princess, from now on you must show true dignity. You are the face of Angoma. She flashes a mocking smile. I get it. She marches forward with pure confidence. I cannot show weakness. A figure approaches, and she narrows her eyes, thinking I have seen this person somewhere before. A breeze kicks up, and he speaks welcome to the capital, Princess of Angoma. Rakiel offers a bright smile. You have worked hard. He bows. Seeing the crown prince, she thinks in a rage, I remember now. The crown prince of Magentano. She props her chin on her hand, eyeing Rakiel's frame, thinking he looks nothing like that sickly portrait. Rakiel introduces himself with a cheerful wave. I am Rakiel Adria Magentano, the crown prince. She shoots him a look of pure contempt, Adeline Boa of Angoma. He keeps his hand extended, but she ignores him completely. I am the princess of Angoma. Rakiel looks at his hand and smirks, thinking a cold girl? I have dealt with plenty of those. Remembering his past life, Rakiel thinks of Korea. It was always like this, whether blind dates or social calls. He feels like crying inside. He thinks, is this a test of my own strength? I can feel the pure dislike radiating off her. To break the silence, he claps. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Rakiel gestures for the princess to follow. Please, this way. He leads her to the dining hall. Eat something first. Rakiel watches her after that. I will take you to your residence. The princess ignores the prince, staying silent. He feels a spike of anxiety. Adeline is the key to preventing the Great War. Watching her arrogant attitude, Rakiel notes that while Adeline is competitive and war-hungry, she ignores Rakiel entirely and turns to the head knight. Aren't you hungry? The knight replies, I am fine. Rakiel keeps thinking, yet she actually prefers peace over war. Rakiel clasps his hands, deep in thought, and she is known for being brilliant. He knows how strong she is, incredibly fit and powerful. Sadly, she died suddenly before taking the throne. Someone else took her place. A distant relative eventually became the king of Angoma. The country was soon destroyed because the new king was a radical militarist, the total opposite of Adeline, sparking a disastrous war with Magentano. He sighs, thinking she acts as if she were born for battle. Looking at the princess, Rakiel makes a choice. I cannot let that happen. I must save Adeline and put her on the throne. The princess jumps, staring at Rakiel. What? What are you talking about? Recalling what he read, Rakiel thinks based on the symptoms in the novel, she likely has biliary obstruction from gallstones. I actually knew someone with similar symptoms. He recalls a web novel author he knew through his friends, Wo and Yusu. I think his name was Baeyoung. He starts plotting ways to help the princess. Regardless, if stones have formed, I must remove them and take measures to prevent them from coming back. Suddenly, the princess drops her fork. Rakiel worries she is exhausted from the long trip. He speaks up. Oh, my apologies. You must be struggling to digest your meal after such a long trek. He snaps his fingers. I prepared a tonic for you. As he snaps, Gardin appears, and the princess looks genuinely surprised. Rakiel continues, I prepared this tonic especially for you. She eyes the cup. Shocked medicine? She looks furious. Thinking poison? She raises a fist, and the head knight panics. She slams a fist down the table, shatters. Everyone flinches. She stares them down, declaring this a formal display. She clenches her fist, face twisted in fury. What kind of insult is this? It seems there is a massive misunderstanding. The impact cracks the entire table, sending dinner plates flying. Gio looks on, stunned. An insult? She glares at him as if dragging her here and forcing her to sit still was not enough. He doesn't follow her logic, quickly asking what she means. She grips her hand tight. She came here under orders, a difficult choice for both her and Angoma. She raises her voice, demanding to know if he is truly that ignorant. He looks genuinely surprised by the accusation. She pinches the bridge of her nose, sighing. She will stay the 6 months promised to the crown prince, she says, pointing at Gilles, but do not expect a single thing more. Gilles tries to play peacemaker, suggesting there must be some sort of mistake. She bolts upright, insisting there is no misunderstanding. He rests his chin on his palm. Is the princess actually afraid of something? The question hits her hard. She is speechless, trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. She demands to know what he just said. Gilles just crosses his arms. He hasn't done anything. He thinks back to the meal he was only inviting her to eat. Thinking of the tonic on the table, he presses on, asking why she would be afraid of a health supplement. He questions her, baffled by her attempt to avoid it. She scowls. She is not afraid. Gilles nervously continues, asking if she thinks the medicine is poisoned. She is beyond furious, cursing under her breath. Gilles orders the night garden to bring the tonic over. Garden bows, agrees, and carefully places the vial on the table. He picks up the vial, gives it a light shake, and drinks the whole thing down in one go. He sets the empty glass down, looking at her. Is he not the crown prince of the empire? He stares at her, cold and detached. Would he really poison his own guest at an official meeting? This is clearly a misunderstanding. She panics, trying to backtrack, but he brushes it off. It is fine, he says. He starts acting, faking a sad expression while dabbing at his eyes. He understands she clearly doesn't trust him and is trying to humiliate him in public. She refuses to drink, choosing to threaten him instead. She watches him, thinking to herself, Adeline always did hate cowards and weaklings. The princess scoffs, a bitter, angry smile forming. He actually thinks she is a coward? She wants to punch him right in the face. She pulls out her chair. She was never afraid. She demands the tonic, adding that she has one condition. This is the first and last time she drinks this. Gilles smiles, nodding to Garden. She stares at the liquid, worried it won't be nutritious. Then, a dark thought creeps in. What if it actually is poison? Whatever. She tosses the thought aside and downs it in one gulp. She immediately feels something strange. The taste is vile, like licking an elephant's armpit. Gilles suddenly leans in close after bitter medicine. One must have a candy. She is sweating from that lingering, awful taste. Good grief, she mutters. He holds out a candy in his palm. Try this, he says. It will make the aftertaste disappear. Plum flavor. She is tempted, practically drooling. She wants to grab it, but her pride won't allow it. She finally loses the battle with herself. The princess of Angoma snatches the candy and eats it. Gilles holds out another, offering a green grape flavor. She is surprised this actually tastes amazing. She suddenly remembers Gilles is standing right there. She stands up, offering a curt thank you for the medicine and the treat. Gilles steps forward as she tries to leave. Is she really going now? She turns back, asking if there is any reason for her to stay. Gilles places a hand over his heart, beaming, of course not. The head of the guard will show her to her quarters to rest. She walks away, thinking it is best to avoid that man for the next 6 months. She clenches her fists in frustration, itching to punch him at any given moment. The knights are training under a brutal sun. She trains alongside them, trying to calm down Adeline. Remember, this place is crawling with enemies. She looks at her shoulder muscles, feeling a surge of confidence. Her back feels stronger, and her body feels strangely light. It is more than just strength. She feels like she is floating. She turns to the knight captain, asking if he is exhausted. He replies, Yes, princess. He has been sparring and looks tired from the 10-day carriage ride. A small thing like that is nothing to him. She watches him, thinking he looks drained. She looks down at her own hands, wondering why she feels so energized. She remembers the disgusting tonic. Could it be because of the medicine she drank yesterday? Better stop thinking about it. Suddenly, loud footsteps echo nearby. She turns around, eyes wide, confused. What on earth is that? Elderly folks and children in the royal villa? These aren't servants. They look sick, frail, a clinic, tucked right inside the prince's quarters. Princess Adeline hesitates. She hides behind the door, whispering to herself, I must have followed them without even realizing it. She peeks inside, dying of curiosity. What are they actually doing in there? A voice cuts through the air. JK speaks up, your liver is suffering from heat. She freezes. It is the prince. JK examines a patient, calm and collected. First, cut out the alcohol and greasy food. The patient bows, understood. Your Highness. JK continues, take your medicine regularly and we will get you through this. Please, this way. He glances toward the door. She jumps, pressing herself back into the shadows, heart hammering. Suddenly, he is right there. What are you doing here? She stammers, startled. Oh. He looks at her, genuinely puzzled. Oh? This is a medical clinic. Have you even registered for an appointment yet? She stares, baffled. Registered for what? He leans in. Have you stood in line properly? Princess Adeline laughs it off. No, I mean, she thinks he must be joking. He looks dead serious. Do you think I am playing games? He gestures around the room. This is a place for healing, where every patient is treated as an equal. Aside from the emperor himself, status, gender, and age do not matter here. He points to the door if you want in. Register first. He emphasizes every word, stand in line properly. Understand? She stands there, humiliated in front of everyone. She storms off. But 2 hours later, JK calls for the next patient. Adeline appears before him. She shoves a paper forward. I followed the process. I stood in line just like you asked. JK thinks I knew she would. She adds, you see, I am not that kind of royal. I do not abuse my power or my status. He takes the paper, looking her over. Trying to prove a point? She remembers the earlier scene, eyes sharp. That was humiliating what happened before. He smiles faintly. Welcome then. He turns away. I have wanted a serious meeting with the princess in this clinic for a long time. She is lost. Excuse me? What is that supposed to mean? He pulls out a chair. Do you even know why I wanted you in the capital for 6 months? He watches her closely. Are you not curious about the real reason? Adeline rests a hand on the back of the chair, brow furrowed. Why did he really call her here? She sits down, lost in thought. This isn't just to mock me for the gym incident, is it? What is he planning? JK smiles, half his face in shadow. Perfect. I was racking my brain, wondering how to get the princess here. He sits across from her, pulling a document from his pocket. No way he is missing this chance. They sit face to face. JK knows to treat the gallstones, she has to recognize the danger. Awareness is everything. He recalls a doctor speaking to a patient. You have a severe case of money addiction, the doctor says. You have 3 months left. The patient stares, what syndrome? I am perfectly healthy. JK knows that first step is the hardest, accepting the diagnosis. The doctor shouts, if you want to live, start treatment now. The patient snaps back, I am not sick. Why would I treat anything? He reflects the patient must acknowledge the truth to cooperate. The patient collapses, spirit broken, if only I had listened. JK concludes that is the foundation of every cure. He watches Adeline, eyes closed, thinking hard. She does not see it yet, because gallstones often have no clear symptoms. He licks his lips, hand near his mouth. If I just push treatment, she will never cooperate. He breaks the heavy, suffocating silence. First, I have an announcement, Princess. His next words land like a hammer. Adeline will die within 2 years. Adeline snaps her eyes open, disbelief written all over her face. He says, I am not joking. She rests her head on her hand, furious. That is not a joke. That is a curse. He does not back down. Call it a curse if you like, but it is the truth. His nose stretches toward her as he speaks. These are the results from royal intelligence. His nose is practically touching her, forcing her to lean back in pure horror. What did you just say? He explains our intelligence agency has eyes everywhere. The Angoma royalty is no exception. We analyzed your health and found a disease even you did not know existed. Adeline curls her lip, a cynical smile appearing. So you are telling me I will die of an illness in 2 years? She struggles to believe it. Only 2 years left to live. Adeline's veins pulse with pure, heated rage. She took him for a serious man, not someone playing sick jokes. It is deeply disappointing. Her fan trembles against her lap. Gilles masks his expression with a hand, feigning sympathy. Truth can be a sharp, cruel blade. Adeline springs to her feet, voice tight with annoyance. Is this some pathetic attempt to mock her? Gilles remains seated, eyes tracing her fury. I am not mocking you. I am trying to heal you, he insists. Adeline just shakes her head, refusing to believe a single word. Then I will show you the proof, he replies. He lets out a sharp call that leaves Adeline completely bewildered. Bobuk, a sudden movement ripples through Gilles' left pocket. A golden creature bursts out, wings beating in the air. It flutters into the open space, leaving the others stunned and breathless. Bobuk dances through the air, clearly in high spirits. Yil looks up. You must be bored, he mutters. Well, finally, here is some real work for you. Bobuk swoops down, landing right in Jill's waiting hands. No, not a feeding time today, he tells the creature. Adeline watches them, utterly panicked. That is a legendary beast, isn't it? He hands Bobuk over to Adeline. Let us start with a proper introduction. This is Princess Adeline, my patient for today. Adeline swallows hard, still reeling from the sight of Jill's mythical companion. He gestures toward the creature, and this is Bobuk, the lead analyst for the Royal Clinic's medicinal compounds. Adeline hesitantly reaches out to greet Bobuk. Hello, she murmurs. But today, the creature has a very different role to play. Jill raises a hand toward the ceiling. Bobuk, time to begin. The creature chirps back, seemingly in total agreement. A status window blurs into existence as Bobuk puffs up, his form shifting. Feature-enabled meridian scanning. Bobuk flares his fins, casting a golden glow. The shimmering light drifts from the creature, washing over Adeline. A few days prior, Jill lay exhausted on his bed, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Insomnia is a persistent ghost. A system window pops up. Your organs are complaining about your erratic sleep schedule. Another window appears. The organs are in heated debate. Jill stares at the system board with dead, hollow eyes. What are you lot doing? He thinks. Suddenly, the board flashes red. Your organs are condemning your lifestyle. The display expands, showing his internal organs throwing a tantrum. Jill jerks upright, throwing his hands in the air. A strike. Really, what is happening now? Jill glances away. I just received word back from Angoma. What word, exactly? They finally agreed to send the princess here, just as I requested. He continues. Voice tight, she arrives in 3 days, and I am terrified. A siren wails, the red-haired boy shouting in urgent distress. An internal meeting erupts, the red-haired boy crying out they agreed to send her. Does that mean the future father-in-law already approved of this? The curly-haired boy cheers finally. It is time for a proposal. A dark-haired boy chimes in, be a man and just confess already. The system window dings. Your organs have gifted you 1,000 health points. Current health sits at 2,500. Jill grimaces, no, not a proposal. I have to cure the princess to stop this war. The window displays his organs looking dejected, staring back at him with his own dead fish eyes. The organs demand a refund of the gifted health points. Jill has lost a refund for what? He scratches his head. I have to make her understand her own condition so she actually cooperates with the treatment. If you want to sleep, help me. His organs form a circle, debating, then sigh in unison, no way. Damn it, I thought I was finally escaping the single life. Jill bristles with irritation. You do not want to sleep then. The system window flashes. Maybe I should upgrade the pulse reading skill, he mutters. The system window appears. You need her to see the truth of her illness. Then the best way is letting her see it with her own eyes instead of just explaining it. Jill's eyes widen. You mean I can display the pulse reading skill directly to her? The system window brings up the skill details. Skill name, level 6 pulse diagnosis. Evaluates the subject's health status through direct pulse analysis. Results can be viewed in detail within the comprehensive diagnosis board. Also, your internal organs can communicate with the patients to reach a more accurate diagnosis. Health is at 2,500. Eel presses the level up button. Feature-enabled meridian scanning. Health points required for the next level 300. A notification window appears. Health points required for the next level 350. He frowns. I cannot upgrade it all at once, can I? His gaze hardens, teeth gritted as he taps the system repeatedly. Keep going. Windows flicker in rapid succession, golden rings spinning around the skill. Pulse diagnosis level 7, pulse diagnosis level 8, pulse diagnosis level 9, pulse diagnosis level 10, skill reached level 11. The skill level has upgraded from beginner level 10 to intermediate level 1. You have mastered pulse reading, gaining experience and skill points. Now he can see straight through a patient with his pulse reading skill, and show them too. A new feature unlocks. He stares, eyes wide at the system display. He can project the meridian scan onto a screen for the patient to see. The screen flickers to life. A scan of Adeline's gallbladder hangs in the air. He speaks, Princess, this is a CT scan of your gallbladder. Adeline stammers, confused. What? She asks, bewildered. Is this really mine? Jill explains, if you doubt it, press your abdomen, right below the ribs. Adeline hesitates, then presses her side. The system image ripples in sync with her touch. She stares, hands still pressed to her skin, struggling to believe it. Truly? Jill thinks, satisfied she is starting to trust me. He steps closer. You must be shocked. I understand. Seeing your own organs like this is a terrifying experience for anyone. Adeline frowns, voice trembling. Is this really the reason I am going to die? Jill nods. These gallstones will block your bile duct one day. The bile will back up into the liver, then spread to the spleen and pancreas, causing massive damage. He stands before her, firm. If you do not treat this right now, you will die. Adeline ponders this. I do not understand. Even if I am sick, Why would the crown prince want to save me? Jiel speaks of peace, his tone earnest. I want you healthy so you can become the queen of Angoma. I believe it will bring peace to our royal family and your kingdom. He reaches out, determined. That is why I summoned you here. Adeline places a hand over her heart, looking worried. If I agree to this treatment, how exactly do you intend to cure me? He clenches his fist, turning slightly. It is simple, I will show you right now. Suddenly, he extends his hand and closes it into a tight fist. Jiel lunges forward, aiming the punch toward Adeline. She flinches, stunned. Adeline of Angoma clutches her chest, panic etched across her face as she asks him, If I agree to work with you, how do you plan to treat me? He replies to the Princess of Angoma immediately. It is very simple, I will show you right now. Jiel closes his hand, lunging toward the princess. He ducks, the fist flying straight at her. She is stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. She manages to block the strike, but the blow hits her. She screams in pain. Jiel winces, tears welling in his eyes, hands shaking in pain. He says, I only wanted to show you the treatment method. He shouts at the princess. Why did you hit me back? The princess is not having it. Who introduces a medical treatment like that? Jiel holds his chin. I will explain it again. 1, 2. He raises his hand, shouting. After punching himself, Jiel is trembling in pain, but flashes a thumb up. Just punch your chest with your own fist. See? It is easy. The Princess of Angoma stares at Jiel in disbelief. What did you just say? Though skeptical, a seed of doubt remains. Could this actually work? She clenches her hand slightly, wondering can gallstones really be cured by punching one's own chest? A thought strikes her, eyes widening. Is this some kind of new assassination technique? Jiel raises a hand. By the way, princess, can you fire mana from your fist? She stands with arms crossed. It is passable, she admits. He starts rattling off this medical method he just invented. Jiel looks her straight in the eye. I can use extracorporeal shockwave therapy. The princess looks lost. What is a shockwave? Sunlight streams into the room as they talk. I will combine the mana you fire with my Asrahan mental method to guide the shockwave. The princess of Angoma is caught off guard, thinking what is he even talking about? He explains, you already know the Asrahan method can absorb and guide mana. Jiel recalls the past, connecting the dots. Because of that, when you fire mana into your own chest, I will redirect it. Damien and Jiel exchange a glance. The princess asks, redirect it where? Jiel points toward a plate on the table, his expression turning grave. Damien reaches for the sword at his side. Suddenly, he slashes at a piece of meat while weaving a spell to block the strike. Jiel reaches out, tracking the stone hovering near Princess Angoma's gallbladder. The princess stares at the shimmering light, confused by what she sees. Jiel cheers up, we can actually shatter this stone without needing level 10 healing skills. He taps his chin, mapping out the treatment we are trying, extracorporeal shockwave therapy. Angoma sets her terms immediately if she agrees to this. The crown prince must too. Her gaze sharpens, turning serious as she adds, you must grant me one request. Jiel pauses, listening closely to what the princess wants once the stone is gone. She asks to return home before her 6 months are up and he happily agrees. Angoma blinks in surprise. That was far too easy, she notes. Jiel explains with a grin, once you are healed, there is no reason to keep you here. She nods, though a flicker of doubt remains in her eyes. I have a feeling I am being tricked, she mutters, but he just beams at her. It is way too crowded here, let us move to a different room. She looks annoyed by the noisy crowd, but Jiel is unfazed. Just turn around, he instructs. He places a hand on her back, warning her not to move and to hold her breath. He channels his magic, murmuring that he must pinpoint the exact size and position. Once finished, he tells her to relax, exhale, clench your right fist and place it on your stomach. They work in sync to locate the target. Is it right here? She asks. A little lower, just a bit more. Slide to the left, Jiel laughs, though she looks ready to snap. Now, punch yourself in the chest, he drops the smile, his expression turning sharp and professional. Remember to focus all your mana into a single point, like a sharp, hard needle. Angoma throws a punch, and a violent burst of light converges on one tiny spot. Can you do it? He asks. She clenches her fist, fully confident, and promises she can. He applies a subtle force to her back, causing sparks to fly as she lets out a breath. Since it is your first time, let us start light. She raises her fist and slams it into her own stomach. Something shifts deep inside, her eyes go wide, stunned that there is absolutely no pain at all. The mana hit my chest, she thinks, but it vanished without leaving a scratch. Jiel cheers, praising her performance. Look at the readout. The stone is already cracking. You hit it with pinpoint accuracy, he adds, beaming at the results. He winks, suggesting they do it one more time. She agrees to the deal without hesitation. I can do it, she gathers her strength, winding up for another heavy strike. That punch looks brutal, but her smile is wide, almost terrifying. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rocks the mansion, sending birds scattering into the sky. Urus jolts awake in a panic, and Benjamin drops his spoon, food splattering everywhere. Talion wakes up, startled in bed, while his attendant cowers at the sheer volume of the noise. The Emperor barely manages to wake up before collapsing back into a deep, exhausted sleep. Bob Book displays the final analysis. The stone is completely pulverized, but Jill is slumped behind the princess. "You did great for a first-timer," he says, and she glows with the success of it. He points to the screen. The fragments will pass naturally, so there is nothing to fear. That wraps up today's treatment already. The princess asks if they can go again. Jill looks pale and shaken, his lips trembling as he wonders why he feels so drained. He lifts his shaking hands, realizing someone has been absorbing the backlash of his magic. "The shockwaves I thought vanished, was it really you?" he wonders, as she asks if he is okay. He forces a weak smile. "I am fine," he lies. His mind spins, realizing her mana is far more intense than he ever calculated. The crown prince looks stunned as Princess Angoma shakes him. What was that about him being her patient? Angoma asks again with pure confusion, "What did you just say?" Jekyll stares straight at her, completely serious once he decides to treat someone. They are his patient. Angoma blushes. Ju is unsteady, turning his back to her while his strength fades fast. His vision blurs from pure exhaustion. He suddenly collapses to the floor, needing rest. Angoma screams in a panic. Crown Prince. Back in the bedroom, Garden examines Jekyll. He is stable now. Angoma asks the doctor, concerned really, is he actually going to be okay? The doctor explains calmly no fever, pulse, and breathing are normal. Angoma presses him, then why hasn't he woken up yet? The doctor sits nearby. He probably just pushed himself way too hard in a short time. He reassures the princess that Jekyll is just letting his body recover in a deep sleep. Garden bows his head, looking sad. The prince has always had a weak constitution. Angoma feels guilty. Did I cause this mess? Garden pats her shoulder to comfort her. It is fine, Princess Angoma. He stands up from his chair. Actually, the prince left some specific instructions for me. He tucks the blanket around Jekyll. The treatment would be painful and might cause him to pass out, so do not be surprised. Angoma is bewildered. What do you mean? Garden sighs. The prince is always like this, putting his patients before himself. Angoma remembers his words, because you are my patient. The doctor explains his constant worry as the prince's personal physician. I see this all the time. Angoma watches him sleep, her mind filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. This crown prince, every action he takes seems so genuine. A system message pops up. Your dedication has touched a heart. No, you idiot. Angoma tears up, thinking back to her past doubts. I feel so small for doubting someone this incredible. She wipes away her tears, heart aching for Jekyll. In truth, his actions were just a means to a goal, but his heart, even without him knowing, is sincere. The system message continues. This sincerity will bring major positive changes ahead. Angoma moves her fingers, gently taking Jekyll's hand as she offers a soft smile. You have built the highest level of medical trust with Adeline. She lifts his hand. She will never question your medical methods again. In the system interface, voices scream, a warning, you are being tricked, you fool. Jekyll just keeps snoring, completely oblivious. Your own organs are cheering you on for the effort. He is a total con artist, but hey, at least he tried his best. The system grants you 1,500 health points, current total, 2,500. The doctor notices something strange. He stares at Angoma, holding Jekyll's hand, jaw dropping in disbelief. Wait, no way. He covers his mouth in shock. What on earth is going on here? Outside the window, everything is quiet. Angoma looks at Jekyll and asks if he is feeling better. He crosses his arms, staring right back. I am always fine. But what did I say before I passed out? Angoma covers her mouth. So cheesy. Do you not remember? Jekyll looks confused. No, I do not. Angoma laughs, teasing him. No way. You looked right into my eyes and said, once you decide to treat me, I am your patient. Jekyll turns bright red and shouts, stop it. He clears his throat, struggling to hide his embarrassment anyway. It is good that you are okay. The room is spotless, and they keep talking. That is just an unavoidable part of the treatment process. He stares at her, dead serious, because I plan to spend the whole afternoon treating you. He digs his nails into his leg, promising himself, I will not pass out today. Absolutely not. Angoma is about to say something. She smiles gently and admits, I have decided to trust you. Jekyll looks stunned. Wait, what? She continues, I saw how hard you worked to save me and how much you had to endure. Angoma touches her stomach, putting all her faith in him. I believe that if I remove this gallstone, I can finally live. Outside, sunlight filters through the trees. Jekyll is overjoyed. Really? Yes, I am ready. Angoma places a hand on her chest, showing complete trust. Thank you. They lock eyes, and she speaks again. I have wanted to say this for a long time. Jekyll lowers his head, feeling a flicker of bashfulness deep down. But this is for his own goals. He suddenly flashes a wicked, twisted grin. Time to keep the treatment moving, Jekyll says, leaping excitedly off his chair toward Princess Angoma. Let's get right to it. Angoma follows his lead obediently, radiating raw power instantly. Like this, she asks. Jekyll nods, clearly satisfied. The scene shifts to a massive building as a booming sound echoes out. A notification flares you are absorbing continuous, violent mana shocks from outside using the Astrahan mental method. A solid punch lands squarely in Princess Angoma's stomach. Behind her, Gil is busy channeling his own energy to heal her. The system prompt repeats you are absorbing continuous, violent mana shocks from outside using the Azrahan mental method. Gil's face tightens, clearly straining under the pressure. A burst of light erupts. Gil stares in shock at the pebbles. He beams as he checks the system window. This sequence of actions has become valuable experience for your Azrahan interaction. The Azrahan mental method level has increased. Skill: Azrahan mental method, single circle B grade, mana amplification rate at 170%. Blood required for next level, 1800. Current blood, 2500. Gil seems to have pulled off the impossible. As the Azrahan method evolves, the number of circle slots you possess is also affected. The storage capacity of the circle slots has expanded. His heart is now encased in a pulsing green energy. Slot 1 has expanded. Maximum capacity of Slot 1 increased from 12 liters to 13 liters. Days pass, and Gil pants heavily as he says, the 15th gallstone has finally shattered. After all that time spent healing the princess, his appearance has wasted away, looking like an old man. Azrahan mental method, single circle grade 6, maximum capacity of Slot 1, 15 liters. Angoma, on the other hand, is bursting with vitality as she happily asks, only one more left now, right? Gil collapses to his knees, flashing a thumbs up, thanks to the princess for her active cooperation. Though he looks like a withered 80-year-old with hollowed cheeks, his spirits are high. The shockwaves you released were incredibly heavy and strong. Suddenly, Gil retches. Witnessing this leaves the princess anxious. Oh, you are making me feel guilty. Gil forces a weak reply. Why not thank me for it? The princess steps closer, challenging him. That sounds like you are expecting me to pay you back. Gil answers bluntly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Angoma gets serious, grabbing her hands tight as she asks, so what must I do? The crown prince is pleased. Gil tells her with desperate hope, I only ask that you do not wage war against Magentano, ever. Angoma stammers, finding it hard to believe. What? What was that? She seems rather dissatisfied with Gil's request. Do you even know what you just said? Gil thinks to himself, confused. Why is the princess so surprised? Angoma nervously touches her fingers together. Crown prince, what kind of person are you? She hides her hands behind her back, swaying her body in shy confusion. It is so strange. I have never met anyone like you. Gil watches her, puzzled. What is she talking about? What does that mean? He stretches tiredly. Well, let's stop here for today. Gil turns to walk away. Cheerful, I have another patient to discharge today. Archbishop Bertona, Imperial Knight Roberto, and Gil stand before Astian's bed, along with a butler. The Archbishop looks toward the Emperor and says, Very well, Your Majesty, let's begin. The Emperor lies on the bed, eyes shut, face twisted in discomfort. The Archbishop conjures a golden glow. Suddenly, the Emperor sits bolt upright. Roberto and the butler cry out in stunned joy. Your Majesty. The Emperor's hands tremble as he whispers, Shaky, I have no strength left to speak. Bring me a pen. The butler rushes to hand paper and a quill to Emperor Astian. Yes, right away. The Emperor scrawls something down. Gil suddenly shouts, Father, what are you saying? The text written on the page reads, I heard you did something quite bold. On the bedside table lie letters that were pre-written, seemingly to inform the Emperor while he was bedridden. The Emperor's face turns red with embarrassment as he happily hands the paper over. So, which date did you choose? Gil stares blankly, utterly lost, not knowing what the Emperor is going on about. Choose what date? Father, what are you talking about? He remains in a cheerful daze. Emperor Astian muses deeply. He is talking about Princess Angoma. Everyone in the room freezes in panic. Huh? He continues slowly. I will not ask how you managed to charm the envoy from Angoma. Everyone's eyes light up, and I will not ask how you managed to seduce that old fox either. You are the one who will shoulder the imperial family and the people of the empire in the future. The Emperor points a finger directly at the crown prince, scolding him, and yet you decided on your own marriage without discussing it with me at all. Gil thinks to himself, does he think I am flirting with the princess? Surely not. He recalls the moment the maid saw them together, but come to think of it, he sees the logic. Everyone is clearly shocked. He realizes that even if he tries to explain about the Great War, the Emperor will not believe a word of it. Seeing his silence, the Emperor demands, why is the crown prince so quiet? Gil breaks into a cold sweat, thinking constantly explaining all this long-winded nonsense is going to be such a pain. Then he speaks up. Honestly, he confesses he was rejected. The Emperor's eyes widen. What? And my daughter? Inside, he thinks perfect, it's working. Gil bows his head. You are right, Your Majesty. I took advantage of your illness to pursue my own selfish desires. I succeeded in bringing the princess to the capital, but his eyes well with tears as he continues things didn't go as planned, and I was turned away. The emperor is stunned. Could it be? As tears fall, the emperor keeps pressing him. You confessed? Yes. And the result? Yes. Everyone in the room panics. Your Highness, he looks like he's going to faint again. The emperor ignores them, shouting for the Grand Archbishop to heal him. He huffs, glaring at Gio, his hands balled into tight fists. If you had even half of my resolve, you wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. Gio thinks to himself better leave before he keeps nagging. The crown prince turns to leave. If you'll excuse me, I have urgent business. Before he can finish, the emperor erupts in anger. Where do you think you're going? I'm not done teaching you. Gio stands still, ignoring the lecture. What about your younger brother? Why must you be so tactless? Bystanders whisper as they watch the emperor scold the crown prince. You see that? Yes, I see. They watch the emperor's furious face and conclude his majesty's left nostril is flaring. He must be incredibly proud of the prince. Gio thinks so, that's what that reaction actually means. He remains stoic, thinking, but I am not your biological son. He wonders if he even deserves such genuine concern. He tells the emperor, I understand your worries, but the patient is waiting. The emperor snaps, go then. Gio reminds him of his previous warning as he exits. The emperor grumbles, telling him to leave. Gio keeps his composure as he strides out of the room. It's a shame I still haven't found who tried to assassinate the emperor. I have to stay alert for now. The emperor knows the truth, so he'll be more careful. A guard gallops toward the palace, screaming for more speed. Clutching a letter, he is determined to reach the princess. In the palace the next morning, the crown prince trembles, raising a finger. After 16 days and over 500 hits, only one left. The princess asks in surprise, you said treatment, but now you call it a beating? What is this? He looks grim, counting on his fingers. That's the number of times I was knocked unconscious, and this is the final blow. The princess flexes her muscles, ready to end it. Gio braces himself against her immense power. A massive explosion of blue mana erupts. He barely stands his ground against the strongest strike yet. Surrounded by a pink and blue aura, he thinks this is it. The system notifies him that he has successfully endured 501 mana strikes. A new bonus skill for the Azrahan technique is unlocked. He collapses, gasping for air. She turns back, asking if he is all right. The system chimes again, bonus feature 2. Feign immunity, 1 use per day, lasting 5 minutes. He realizes immunity means for 5 minutes a day, he won't pass out. He reflects on his survival proof that he is truly getting stronger. The system adds your internal organs are celebrating the new bonus. He chuckles at his hard work. Your organs have gifted you 2,200 health for a total of 4,700. He tells the princess the news. She is stunned. Really? I am cured? They keep talking, though the treatment isn't quite over yet. The princess asks if he means more treatment is required. He replies, yes, we must continue to monitor and care for you. He secretly diagnoses Adeline, noting her predisposition to gallstones. The crown prince calls out, Gadin! He instructs him to give her the herbal tea for 15 days and track if it suits her condition. They must ensure bile circulation and excretion are normal. The princess drinks it with a grimace. The system alerts him secondary payment skill activated. Adeline's lifespan extended by 67 months thanks to your treatment. You receive 13 days of life force. Total lifespan gained is 13 days, with 176 days projected. He clenches his fist. Incredible. He realizes that if she keeps taking the medicine, the risk of death from gallstones is gone. The princess glares at Gadin, making him panic if she becomes the queen of Angoma. The war that destroys the Magentano royal family will never happen. Are you happy? Just like that, his luxury and comfort vanish. A sudden pounding at the door interrupts everything as a voice echoes from the hall. Princess, are you in there? Urgent news from home. The massive doors swing open and everyone inside stares in shock as the guard shouts out. It is a catastrophe. He continues his report, explaining that Gabilong, a royal family member from the west, has launched a rebellion. The princess freezes, breathless. She demands to know the reason and the motive behind his betrayal. The guard replies that he intends to overthrow the current royal family for Angoma. She presses further, do they have any real reason to criticize the crown? The captain of the guard hesitates before answering that they despise the royal family's weak diplomacy and how easily they bowed to the absurd demands of Crown Prince Magentano. Yale falls into deep thought. He worked so hard just to save her life, and this is what he gets? A rebellion. He can barely process the words. Rebellion? The princess hurriedly asks about the current situation. The captain continues, stating that messengers have confirmed multiple large-scale skirmishes. He hands a scroll to the princess. Central forces have retreated to Valo Fortress to set up a defensive line, but casualties are already far higher than anyone expected. Gil thinks to himself, wait, so the main Angoma army is suffering heavy losses? He smirks to himself. If he heals those wounded soldiers, he will rack up a massive amount of life bonus points. Suddenly, the system notifies him that his internal organs have granted him 100 health for such a wild idea. Current health is 4,800. He is brimming with confidence. What is done, no matter how tragic. He gave it his all. He tells himself it is better to do what he can and turn it to his own advantage. He wipes sweat from his forehead and turns to the princess. Princess, I am truly sorry to hear the news about Angoma. It is heartbreaking. You must be desperate to return home immediately, right? He continues, adding that he has one condition. He proposes they take him along to Angoma. The princess looks suspicious. What could he mean? He replies firmly. Exactly that. He wants to serve as a military doctor and treat the wounded Angoma soldiers. He just wants to save as many lives as possible. The system remarks that his body is truly incredible. The princess is stunned. He grabs her hand, thinking to himself, just be quiet and do as you are told. The princess bows, showing her deep gratitude. Jill feels a bit shy, responding to her with a bashful expression. Princess, please prepare to return home right now. He orders everyone to move quickly. They have to leave at once. She agrees. In the countryside, supply wagons suddenly come to a halt. Lai Han, one of Jekyll's incarnations, steps off the wagon and asks what is going on. He exclaims in shock, why is this place so run down? Everything here is so messy and chaotic. He stretches out, complaining that he is exhausted and misses his first-class carriage. Damien remarks that he cannot get used to this at all. Garden stands by and suggests they should just return to Magentano. Li Han hears Garden's words and feels a flash of anger. Return? What? He sternly instructs him to call him Master Lai Han Belkin, a descendant of the fallen Belkin family. Back in the past, a few days prior, the princess had told everyone to pack their luggage. They were ready when Master Lai Han stepped inside and called out to her. Let us depart, princess. She startles and answers that she is ready. As she steps forward, she is blocked by someone who suspiciously asks who he is. He explains he is the crown prince. The princess suspiciously calls for Night Day. She points at him angrily and orders the guards to arrest him for impersonating the crown prince. He frantically tries to defend himself. No, he really is the crown prince. He suffered 500 hits just to break 16 gallstones for her. Tears fall onto his hands as he grips the scroll and loudly cries out his innocence. He even gave her honey candy and grape candy after the medicine. Only then does the princess look shocked, finally believing his words. Could you really be the crown prince? Garden steps forward to verify his identity. This is indeed the crown prince. He speaks to the princess of Angoma. He explains sheepishly, but Lai Han looks absolutely furious. Even though it is hard to believe based on his appearance, the princess curiously pokes at him and asks how he ended up in this state. He explains while she keeps poking his round belly, revealing it is thanks to the fake identity granted by the emperor. Before leaving, he went to report the situation to the emperor. He cautiously explains that civil war has broken out, and the emperor asks in disbelief what. He gloomily reports that they should expect many wounded soldiers due to the fighting. The emperor asks what he wants, and he bluntly offers his own opinion. What is it you want? The prince replies that he wants to go to Angoma and serve as a military doctor with the princess's help. The emperor asks what he stands to gain. He convinces the emperor that he will serve in the relatively safe rear guard. The objective was clear: observe the military chain of command. See the battlefield reality firsthand. The emperor turns away, silent. I ask one more time, let me go, please. Long watches, sensing the old man is just testing my resolve. I turn to the princess once I got the green light. I had the royal mage cast a transformation spell. She stares, completely stunned. Is that why you look so round? I pat my stomach. It is just a magical disguise. A hard impact could break the spell. The princess unfolds the letter, reading carefully. What is this file? A fallen noble who somehow aced the public health training course. I explain just a fake identity, nothing more. So, we head out? In the carriage, Damien asks Garden will the clinic really be fine. Garden just nods. Honest is there, it will be perfectly safe. He sounds incredibly confident. She can diagnose common illnesses just by scent alone. I even left her the specific formulas for every sickness, so even if I am gone for months, the clinic keeps running. In the carriage, he keeps talking. I am telling everyone I am off for medical treatment, avoiding all contact with outsiders. He glances at Damien. Suspicious, you seem anxious. And you are the captain of my special task force. Damien just grunts. What about Annis? He asks something that makes Garden freeze. She is getting a special bonus for this, right? Garden looks like he might cry. Poor Annis. He puts on a confident face. Though his heart sinks as a doctor, I should be running to help patients, but I feel so inadequate. Damien keeps his thoughts hidden, a faint smile on his face. The carriage keeps moving for days, through city after city, past military fortresses, through countless long days and nights. We finally reach the Angoma army, where Adeline helps get us assigned to a safe rearguard infirmary. After handing over the wormwood formula, I count my soldiers, 10 of us, finally arrive at the infirmary camp. I stand before the gates, heart dropping. Can it really be true? Is there not a single nurse here? The three of us look around. I walk up to a tent and pull back the curtain. I cannot believe what I am seeing. What on earth is this? We all stare at the piles of corpses. A soldier calls out, "Who are you?" I turn around, facing him before asking who I am. "You should introduce yourself first." He replies, "I am the infirmary manager." "Are you the officer sent from headquarters?" I step out, calm. "I am the military doctor." He looks at me, doubting a doctor. "I heard nothing about one coming here. I need to know the situation. Do you have any idea what is happening inside that tent?" His answer confirms my worst fears. "Yes, they are probably all dead." I ask, "Is anyone even left alive in there?" I gasp, "What?" He sighs, "That is a problem. We will not have room for the next batch of wounded soldiers." I stare at him in disbelief. "What exactly do you mean by that?" He turns away, explaining, "You must be a new doctor. You do not know how this camp works." He waves a hand. As if he is brushing off dirt, we only have space for new wounded once the people inside finish dying. So many flies inside. Cleaning up these bodies is such a hassle. I storm straight into the camp. Life is something else. I came all this way, only to find this mess. How am I supposed to earn my bonus lifespan points here? I shout back, "Who is responsible for this place?" He turns, answering it is Viscount Proven, the battalion commander. I roar, "Take me to him right now." Inside the Viscount's tent, everything is pure luxury. He sits back, enjoying a glass of red wine. He speaks good. Viscount Proven, battalion commander of Angoma. A sudden noise outside puts him on edge. A blade flashes, slicing through the air near him. He barely dodges. Proven screams in a rage, "Who is there?" He stumbles out, sword in hand, shouting, "What the hell is this?" I tell Damien just attack him first. He asks, worried, "Just how hard should I hit him?" I give him a target, "Treat it like you are losing 2 months of pay." Damien says nothing. He draws his blade, thinking of those 2 months. He sheathes it again, but I cannot kill him. He leaps up, raising his sword high. Proven screams in terror as the strikes rain down. 1 day, 2, 3, 4 days of this. He finally tries to bargain through the pain stop. "Just stop. Do you even know who I am?" "I am the person in charge here." I stare him down and he finally looks back, terrified. "I know exactly who you are, and I am here to arrest you." I shove the file in his face. "You corrupt piece of trash." Tutuak breaks into a cold sweat. He clutches his wounded arm and drops to his knees, a pathetic sight. Lihan shouts out, "I am the royal physician sent here to deal with you." Damien stands by, asking if this is what justice looks like. But why is he the one facing judgment? Lihan continues, "Because I am being paid." The other man just stares, silent. He shoves documents right into Tutuak's face. "Read this." Tutuak stares at the pages, then reads the contents out loud. "Princess Adeline Boa of Angomo, first in line for the throne, has handed full control of the camp over to Lean Belkin." He grips the paper, voice shaking with rage. "What did I do wrong to deserve this?" Lihan snaps. He lets out a roar so fierce that Tutuak just freezes in shock. "You still dare ask what you did wrong?" Lihan is furious. "You call this managing wounded soldiers and still claim responsibility?" He shoves Tutuak hard against the ground and calls for Damien. Coldly, he orders him dragged away. Damien obeys instantly. "Yes, young master." Once that is handled, he approaches Lihan to report back. Lihan asks if the captain put up a fight. Damien answers calmly he was quite obedient, just kept muttering about how his military career was ruined. Damien's expression flickers a hint of worry. "But we might have been a bit too rough with him. Will there be trouble?" "Sometimes. A heavy hand is the only way." Lihan is still seething. The man just let things rot, no matter how bad the situation got. With a commander like that, the wounded are as good as dead. It is disgusting. This is not a medical camp. Lihan concludes it is a morgue. Damien's gaze drops, watching him intently. Lihan feels the stare and snaps. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Damien's face turns stony. "Nothing." "But what is your next?" Lihan turns and walks away from Damien. First, we find Garden. Inside a tent, the three of them sit. Lihan is lost in thought, calculating his next move. He compares the current era to Earth's history. It feels like the 17th or 18th century. This cannot go on. He turns to call for Garden. He gives clear orders. "We must sort the wounded by priority, replace these tents, and focus strictly on hygiene and medical supplies." Garden agrees immediately. "As you wish." Suddenly, someone rushes in, interrupting the doctor. A camp worker drags in a soldier, badly wounded and crying out in agony, "Please, save me." The shouting echoes as they move him inside. Garden questions the worker while checking the man's state. "How bad is the injury?" The worker replies, 2 arrows in the arm, 1 in the ribs." Lihan sees the state of the man and his heart sinks. It looks like these wounds have been festering for days. The moldy bandages are a dead giveaway. No one has been caring for him at all. Lihan examines the injuries. The wounds themselves are not fatal, but the infection is severe. The man is biting his lip, struggling against the pain. If this keeps up, men who could have been saved will just die. Lihan asks Knight Garden, "What do you think?" Garden concludes we need to operate immediately. Lihan startles, looking at Garden. He thinks to himself bringing this surgery expert along was the right call. I learned surgery in medical school, but I have zero real-world experience. With Garden's support, I can cover my biggest weakness. The patient is suffering right before them. My range of treatment is about to grow. Garden turns to leave, and Lihan calls after him, "Can you operate right now?" Garden doesn't even flinch. "Of course I can." He reaches for his kit and pulls out a short blade. The others are confused. "What is that for?" Garden lifts the blade to show them. Lihan can barely believe his eyes. This is a scalpel, used for cutting skin and muscle during amputations. Lihan breaks into a cold sweat. Then he pulls out a bone saw. Human bone is tough, so you need this to finish the amputation as fast as possible. He lines up the blade speed means less pain and less blood loss. The other two stare, speechless. Lihan asks coldly, "And what about anesthesia?" Garden looks confused. "What is anesthesia?" Garden pauses. "Remembering a remedy, you mean a way to dull the pain? We usually give them strong moonshine mixed with opium. They pass out from that, which is better than feeling the agony of surgery." He looks quite proud of it. "I use peach liquor instead of moonshine. It tastes better." The tools are laid out on the tray. Lihan asks, "So, what is the plan?" Garden replies, "Amputation. I think we should cut off the arm with the arrow first." Lihan grabs Garden's shoulder, his voice dropping. "All right, get to it." Garden looks suspicious. "Are you not going to perform the surgery?" With a mocking smirk, he scoffs. It is not that he will not do it, but he cannot kill a patient. Garden looks on, stunned, as he leans in to check the soldier. The wound is infected, and the fever is spiking. Stamina and resistance have clearly bottomed out. He presses his hand to the soldier's forehead, gauging the heat. If he operates now, the risk of death is massive. They need anesthesia, and they need it now. He recalls the neural disruption technique he used on Honest. That trick barely scratched the surface of the pain. Teeth gritted, he runs through the options. Kuzma paralysis venom is far too dangerous to risk here. Suddenly, the system pings his own organs are eavesdropping and finding this amusing. They start bickering, and the heart pipes up first. "Just cut him open." The heart urges it is only a little pain. He can just bite down and endure it. The lungs agree, chanting to cut, while the intestines chime in with their own chatter. If you cannot avoid it, you might as well enjoy the process. The liver jumps in too, insisting that it is perfectly doable. The stomach calls out to Lihan, "If you are scared, just scream it out to feel better. Why hoard all that blood anyway?" The system sends a notification, the organs cheering him on, gifting him 100 blood points. Current total is 4,900. He takes a moment, then decides to commit. He wants to save as much blood as possible, but this is the only viable path. A system light flares, leaving him slack-jawed. He wonders, eyes wide at the notification, could this skill actually be this broken? The system informs him that every time he masters a new talent, skill, or piece of knowledge, a candidate skill can be added to the list. The healing hands skill, it reduces pain for the patient effectively. He realizes this is the one. He lets out a private laugh, leaving everyone around him confused. They are likely wondering if he has lost his mind. The soldiers stare, completely bewildered. Seeing this side of him for the first time, he clears his throat, acting as if nothing unusual happened. With a sinister grin, he prepares to hit confirm. He chooses the skill. The details materialize in front of him. Skill name, Healing Hands Level 1. It numbs the subject by gently massaging their body. It can provide local anesthesia. Intensity, range, and duration will scale with his level. A soft blue glow hums over his palms. Just massaging can act as an anesthetic. "Is this a game hack?" he calls out to Sir Garden, telling him to disregard what he said earlier. Garden looks doubtful, unsure of his plan, but he turns back, eyes burning with confidence, and speaks with a grave expression. He has found a way to anesthetize the patient, so prep for surgery. Garden's eyes light up as he snaps to attention. "Yes." Lihan looks down at the man on the table and asks for his name. The soldier responds in a daze. Barely holding on, he leans in, voice full of energy, and asks if he is ready to be treated. Trembling, the soldier asks in disbelief if he is going to amputate his arm. He moves to reassure him. "Don't worry," he says, and the man gasps for air. He keeps talking, insisting he will not cut it off. The soldier continues, claiming he is a man of optimism. His face is a mask of pain, tinged with a sad, resigned sorrow. He does not think losing an arm is the end of his life. He loses patience, shouting to make himself heard. "I already told you I am not cutting it off." The man just keeps rambling in a delirium, saying losing an arm is better than a leg, just a minor inconvenience. He snaps back. No, he is not treating the arm, he is fixing the wound on his side. Ignoring Lihan, the man keeps babbling about needing a cane if he loses a leg, and how both arms are vital. It is his dream to be a violinist, even if he can no longer play. He struggles for words to comfort him. It is truly a tragic sight. Eyes welling up with tears, he feels the weight of it, but tries to keep his composure. You see, I am an optimist, the man insists. He glares, a sharp warning, telling him to be quiet. Before I cut your tongue out, the man goes completely rigid, trembling. He turns to Garden, hesitant, and signals the start of the anesthesia. He stands in deep thought, placing his hands on the soldier's abdomen, looking slightly embarrassed as he begins to whisper healing hands. His voice rises in song. The healing hands skill kicks in, leaving everyone around him skeptical and wide-eyed. He keeps chanting, healing hands, healing hands. A soft, melodic tune begins to emanate from him, and the soldier seems to react, his intense pain beginning to ebb away. The system displays the skill, noting the condition for activation. One must sing the healing hands mantra accurately and without stopping. He keeps to the rhythm. He sings out with total confidence, the lyrics flowing in his head. He is actually impressed by how good his voice sounds today. Suddenly, a red warning flashes lack of sincerity in the lyrics. Healing Hands Level 1 activation failed. He fumes. Cursing his own internal organs, he grits his teeth as they keep pushing him to perform. Sing it already, they urge. A karaoke screen pops up in his vision. He leans in, fully committed, and belts out, my hands are healing hands. My hands are healing hands. He is completely lost in the melody, caught up in the rhythm. My hands are healing hands. Garden stands nearby, hand over his mouth in shock, while the others stare, completely speechless, watching him sing while touching the soldier. My hands are healing hands. The system pings healing hand skill level 1 activated. Pain vanishes. The soldier lifts his head to check his stomach, eyes widening in shock. It is actually gone. Yeel keeps singing, his voice steady. He asks the soldier how that spot feels now. The soldier shakes his head, still bewildered. Just a dull ache left, nothing more. He is absolutely ecstatic. Jeel keeps the song going to maintain the anesthesia. It is all about the rhythm of the healing hands. Testing the limits, Jeel slaps the bandaged stomach hard. Can you feel that? The soldier shakes his head. Nothing. Jeel smirks to himself. This skill is legit. He turns to Garden. The anesthesia is set. Time to start the surgery. Start with the flank wound, he commands. Clean it. Stitch it up. Garden nods. Right away, young master. They work fast. Soiled gauze is tossed aside, and surgical tools are laid out, organized, and ready. Garden reports the flank is clear and debris removed. Jeel pivots to the next task, saving the soldier's arm. The soldier stares between them, voice trembling. Do we really not have to amputate? He is pale with nerves. Even without the pain, that fear is eating him alive. Jeel keeps singing, hand held over the limb to keep the numbness deep. No one is losing an arm today. The system notification pops up, catching Jeel off guard. He reads the prompt while adjusting the soldier's arm. Level 2, healing hands unlocked. Pain reduction in anesthetized areas boosted by 20%. Everything is getting stronger. Without hesitation, Jeel pinches the skin right by the wound. The soldier doesn't even blink. Jeel watches closely. He is pressing hard, and there is zero reaction. The efficiency is insane. He gives Garden the signal. Get to work. Garden picks up the suture needle, hands moving with practiced, cold precision. He picks up the scalpel, focus locked. Jeel watches, genuinely impressed. The man is a master. Compared to his own modern medical knowledge, Garden is a total outlier. Eel studies the stitching technique, recognizing the skill involved. It is a vertical mattress stitch. Jeel realizes the old man is an absolute pro. No wonder he was the royal physician at such a young age. Jeel keeps singing to maintain the spell. The red-haired soldier behind them whispers to his comrade. Did you see that? The blonde soldier nods. Yeah. He actually made the pain disappear with his bare hands. The blonde soldier looks dazed. Seems like it. They watch the surgery, needles piercing skin, yet the man on the bed doesn't flinch. Is that even possible? This chubby medic, is he actually a miracle worker? One singing, one sewing. The tent is quiet now. Surgery complete. Dirty bandages cleared away. Tools are packed. Eel checks in on the patient. Not as bad as you thought, is it, Diff? Diff blinks, dazed. Wait, we are already done? Jeel tells him to stay still. The real recovery starts now. In 2 days, when supplies arrive, I have medicine for you. Drink every drop. Diff stares, confused. Why would a noble be this kind to him? He is just a broken soldier now, a waste of rations. Everyone else treats him that way. Jeel shakes his head, tone sharp. Since when do you need a reason to save a life? You are a wounded soldier. I am the medic. I save people, that is it. Diff starts crying real, happy tears. Thank you so much. Jeel hides a smirk. Just farming points, but hey, it worked. The soldiers behind them are crying too. The song was cheesy, but somehow it hits different. Jeel waves them off. Rest up. The soldiers are still wiping their eyes, completely moved. He steps out of the tent. System ping, your internal organs are singing your praises. The sky darkens as a new notification flickers to life. The soldiers watch in stunned silence, touched by his words. That night, flickering torches cast long shadows across the camp as the notification glows. His status matters little now. Stories spread through the camp like a warm fairy tale. They look at him as if he were a divine being. Men line up outside the infirmary. The system chirps again. His dedication on the battlefield earns him a place in medical history. More wounded men arrive. He gains 5,000 blood points for reaching a medical milestone. Total points hit 5,400. 2 days later, he and Garden have stabilized the critical cases. Jekyll stares at the system display, eyes gleaming. Thanks to their awe, his mythology rating hits 98. The system signals that his healing hand skill reached level 3. He can now perform a brachial plexus block for shoulder surgery. Jekyll is thrilled. He begins numbing spinal nerves. It is absolute madness. He hums a tune while he works. My hands are healing hands. He concludes that he can even numb an entire arm now. Back in the modern world, a simple ointment or antibiotic would fix these injuries easily. Here, however, untreated infections mean only one thing: amputation. They work together on a soldier suffering from a rotting leg infection. Garden warns that they must cut it off or it will rot away. Jekyll disagrees. It will not come to that. Jekyll analyzes the situation. To save their limbs from cellulitis, he must stop the infection and teach better treatment methods. He hums again, directing Garden. My hands are healing hands. He has a plan. Clean it, then close the wound. A thought strikes him. He suddenly recalls a unique healing method from the fairy tale legends near the end of the book. Garden nods and picks up his tools. He understands, while Jekyll remains lost in his own wild ideas. By applying their methods, he manages to craft an antibiotic. Once finished, Jekyll steps outside and calls for Garden. Damien, let us speak outside for a moment. He turns to the knight. Jekyll crosses his arms. While I am away, I need you to improve the camp conditions. Replace all tents, beds, and clothes for the wounded. Garden replies calmly. I understand, but what do you mean by away? Jekyll flashes a bright grin. I will be gone for a while, and Damien will come with me. The knight is stunned. What about me? A thick, gloomy mist shrouds the forest where 6 royal knights and a guide travel. They push deeper into the woods. Jekyll asks the guide, Your name is Tim, right? He answers, Yes, my home is nearby. I know this area well. I will lead you by the shortest path. Damien does not fully trust his master. He asks, Are you sure you know the way? Jekyll is annoyed. Come on now, I read it in a book. The knight probes further. What book? Jekyll brushes him off. Who remembers? Do you memorize the title of every book you ever read? Damien stops asking. Fine. He glances at Jekyll, thinking his young master acts strange sometimes. Damien warns him. Young master, I believe we are going too deep into the forest. The group keeps moving forward. Damien voices his concern about encountering monsters here. In such a remote area, they might even wander into Apollos territory. Jekyll replies carelessly. Oh, is that right? He spots a strange creature on a tree and wonders. What is that? Someone cries out. Wait, do not tell me we are actually heading to the Apollos nest. The scouts freeze. Jekyll waves a hand. Everyone stay calm. What Apollos nest? They are terrified by his nonchalant attitude. True, in such an isolated area, stumbling into their territory is far too easy. But all of you know this, right? They strain to hear his words. As long as you do not provoke them, the Apollos are completely harmless. Jekyll crosses his arms in disdain. Is that not common knowledge? The platinum-haired knight exhales, thinking no one would be insane enough to provoke them. The blue-haired knight thinks, he truly is wise. Tim, the guide, sighs in relief, thinking he nearly had a heart attack, assuming they were walking straight into the nest. Then Jekyll follows up with a comment that grabs everyone's attention again. He crosses his arms and announces his plan with excitement. Damien freezes for 2 seconds as Jekyll suggests they just go and kidnap their queen instead. It hits the others like a lightning bolt. Deep inside, the system speaks. Is that not just common sense? It crosses its arms. Right or wrong? Am I wrong? The inner organs chorus back, absolutely not. They agree to kidnap without causing any real harm. The surrounding organs tremble, trying to hold it in, but they finally burst out laughing. Look at how he trains his own people. Hart laughs until he is gasping for air. He stayed quiet the whole way just to drop this now. Truly a scoundrel. The system mocks his character, tossing him 100 health like it is throwing crumbs to an enemy. Current health sits at 5,500. EL waves a hand dismissively, wondering what they even want. He turns to the group, calculating quietly. If I told them sooner, they would have refused to come or demanded to turn back. Watching their hesitant reactions, Yeel knows it is expected, but the queen larva is non-negotiable. It is essential to save the soldiers without leaving them crippled, because the secretion from the queen larva has incredibly potent antibiotic properties. With that extract, he can save countless wounded from infection and stop the brutal amputations. Someone steps forward to block him. Wait a moment. Yeel turns to see the group shrinking back in fear. What is wrong, he asks. Is there a problem? Damien steps up. Of course there is a problem. Does he not know that Fearos, though mild, are still dangerously powerful monsters? He replies calmly, Yes, of course I do. Damien continues. No matter how gentle they are, does he not realize how vicious they become when their nests or larvae are threatened? Jill replies calmly. Yes. Damien looks grim but keeps pressing. Then he must also realize how suicidal it is to kidnap the queen larva. Still the same answer. He just replies casually. Yes. Damien reaches for his sword, frustrated, and asks, Then why are you still doing it? He watches the blade cautiously and replies, Well, I want to. Damien sighs. I know he does reckless things that defy belief. I have seen it many times, he says, but this is different. You have crossed the line. Jill asks innocently, Have I crossed my own line? Damien replies irritably, Yes, who are you planning to send on this mission? His voice echoes through the forest. Whoever takes this task will be swarmed by the entire Feroz pack. Are you planning to send one of us? Jill replies, That is right. Damien asks bluntly if he has lost his mind. He stays indifferent, yes. The knights behind them whisper in fear. Not me, right? Could it be me? A thought flashes through Damien's mind. He grabs his sword hilt and asks directly, Are you planning to do this crazy thing yourself? Jill turns and smiles. Of course not. You are going to do it. Damien grinds his teeth in anger. What, me? He laughs. Do not worry. You will not get hurt. You will not die. I have a way to do this safely. Do not worry. Damien is irritated. Safe. Easy for you to say. Jill begins to summon his beast. Spinetail. A porcupine appears. Damien asks, You mean this thing? Holding the creature in his hands, he says confidently, Let me tell you my plan. Damien must approach the nest, then strike the side hard to enrage the Feroz. As Damien attacks, the swarm appears. Next, the spinetail will eat the red sunflower seeds and grow to massive size. When Damien is under fire, send the beast into the fray. He instructs, Just hide under the spinetail. Its spines are rock hard. The Feroz cannot pierce them. The giant creature stretches out before the pack. Jill is proud of his strategy. While you and the beast hold them off, I will sneak into the nest and steal the larva. The spinetail gives a thumbs up. Damien analyzes the situation seriously. But even if we steal the larva, the Feroz will not let me or the beast go. Jill nods in agreement. True, they will never quit, unless their nest burns. He pauses. Burn? He asks. Jill waves him off. You get it now? Let us go. Behind him, Damien looks miserable, thinking to himself that his master is truly a cruel man. He says, Burning, I understand the plan. Damien looks grim, thinking of the danger, so Jill shouts, I will pay you a bonus, so stay quiet. Hearing that, Damien turns to Jill and offers a faint smile. He glances back at him and smiles too. The knights whisper among themselves. One says, He is the crown prince of Magentano. He would not do anything too crazy, right? The other is not so sure. Just stay on the path. Damien keeps a wary eye on Jill, wondering if the rumors about that army doctor performing miracles are actually true. Damien counts on his fingers, but Jill just ignores the talk of extra pay. Forget it, he thinks. Maybe he can use those miracles to save us after all. High in the gloomy sky, birds take flight amidst all the uncertainty. That is why they are headed for the Feroz nest. Grass rustles as the group moves through the tall field. Damien takes point, he parts the stalks, eyes fixed ahead. A massive golden beehive dominates the sky above. Worker bees swarm out for pollen. Damien scratches his head, glancing at the shivering tailthorn creature on his shoulder. The bounty alone isn't worth this. The group hides nearby, some look deathly pale, others whispering in awe. It is bigger than expected. JK smells the wildflowers on his clothes and breathes a sigh of relief. Without this scent mask, they would be dead already. JK narrows his eyes, watching the Feroz bees circle. They are huge. The tension in his chest turns into a cold, serious focus. He needs to time his strike for maximum impact. Damien, I am leaving the tailthorn to you. A sudden, heavy flapping sound echoes overhead. JK dives flat into the grass, heart pounding. What is happening? The Feroz swarm is panicking, erupting from the hive. He crawls toward Damien. Seeing Jell, the creature scampers back to his shoulder. Damien turns, his voice sharp. What just happened? JK asks anxiously, Did your scent mask fail? Did you get them riled up? Damien snaps back, My concealment was perfect. Anyway, what is the plan now? Jell throws a rock at him. What do you mean, what is the plan? Just hit them hard and run. Damien grits his teeth, thinking of the paycheck. Damien stands up slowly. It has come to this time to use the technique he has been grinding for. Purple mana surges, veins glowing beneath his skin. He draws his sword and steps forward. JK watches, cold sweat trickling down his neck, that mana. Why does it look so unstable? It is too violent. If the mana backfires, he is finished. JK scrambles forward, shouting Damien, Stop! He does not hear a word. The mana courses through Damien, bulging his veins until he looks truly terrifying. As the veins hit his temples, he swings his blade toward the heavens. Jell screams out, but a thunderous roar from above stops them both cold. They look up in shock. A massive swarm is diving down. JK gasps, what the hell? Looking at those vicious, hornet-like creatures, he is speechless. What are these things? They are even bigger than the Fearos. These giant hornets descend, cutting the swarm to ribbons. Their stingers pierce the smaller bees, turning the sky into a slaughterhouse. Jel and Damien stand frozen. Why are they tearing each other apart? A sudden sound behind them snaps their attention back to reality. A giant hornet is charging straight for them. Jel and Damien are paralyzed, eyes wide with terror. A strange thought crosses JK's mind. Why does that sound like a helicopter? A colossal Vesperos, eyes burning with hunger and rage, lunges toward them. It has clearly been starving. It streaks toward them, but they dodge just in time. It bites into a Fearos instead. Damien throws himself over JK, acting as a shield. JK catches his breath. Damn it, that was too close. Watching it crush the Fearos, JK realizes this isn't hunting, it is a massacre. It tears through the prey, a terrifying sight. Suddenly, a flash of golden light, an explosion, and the swarm blacks out the sky. Jel turns to the map. Shocked, what is that? It is bigger than a Fearos. Is that a Vesparos? Then, it clicks. That is exactly what it is. The map explains a hornet-type monster that feeds on Fearos. One Vesparos can easily slaughter hundreds of them. But the real problem is here. JK stands up, shouting at the group, everyone, get up now. They look at him, confused what is wrong. JK says it plainly, we have been found. The group screams as the giant Vesparos emerge. Spotted. A massive Vesparos charges, and the whole group scatters in panic. JK bellows at them, run now. They scramble for their lives, Jel shouting as he sprints. Damien runs right beside him, taking command. The young master tears up, what do we do? Can we actually get away? Damien snaps with bitterness, I told you, why did we even come to this place? To cause all this trouble. JK gives his only reason, I have to get the queen larva to save the wounded soldiers. He shouts his resolve, I cannot just leave them there to die. The system screen flashes level 10 speech-based alchemy skill. Deep in the forest, everyone is running for their lives. Damien calculates a quick play, I have to buy time. He pivots, a flash of purple light igniting. He slashes forward, then immediately pivots to chase the others. JK watches from behind, stunned, but keeps moving. He points at a boulder ahead, get behind that rock. Everyone makes it across. Even with that round build, Team-Up helps him scramble over the rocks. He collapses behind the boulder, gasping for air. Team-Up is breathless and turns to JK. Medical officer, there is something I failed to mention. JK stares at him, suspicious. What is it? Team-Up looks uneasy as he speaks. Vespar have a habit of cleaning up after a hunt. Cleaning up, JK repeats. Team-Up confirms they gather the Fearos' remains into one spot. He explains they search the area, hunting down every surviving Fearos hiding in the brush. Once the slaughter is over, they scour the entire region. They leave no one behind. That includes us. JK realizes the danger immediately. They need to run, as far and fast as possible. He stares at the bloodthirsty Vesparos, his mind racing. They have to move, but what about the queen larvae? The Vesparos are already swarming the Fearos nest. That hive is finished, he thinks. Nothing survives that, not even the queen larvae. Jeel tenses up, eyes wide, staring ahead. Retrieving the larvae is impossible now. The Vesparos are charging straight for him. Luckily, Damien and Team-Up drag him behind a boulder. All three hold their breath, terrified of making a sound. The Vesparos halt, sensing something nearby. They spot the group cowering behind the massive rock. One creature slams a claw down, shattering the boulder in two. Panic breaks out as they scramble to escape. Damien draws his sword, voice tight with worry. Your Highness, are you hurt? JK turns to shout, but Damien grabs him by the collar, throwing him through the air with incredible force. Damien turns to face the Vesparos alone. The toss sends Jeel safely deep into the woods. He grips a tree trunk, seething with resentment. First he kicks me, now he throws me. Jeel thinks, spiteful as ever. Just wait, Damien. That is 1 month of salary gone. He looks down, curious to see Team-Up there, and calls out, Hey Team-Up, how are you running this fast? Team-Up carries him, explaining he grew up in the forest, so he is quick on his feet. Jeel asks, where are Damien and the Ango Knights? Team-Up points into the distance, where Damien and the others are locked in combat with the swarm. Damien is face to face with a Vesparos. He strikes, but the creature counters with its sharp pincers. Damien blocks the blow, uses the momentum, and slashes back. The Vesparos is sent flying with a deafening blast. It stays fierce, metal clashing against armor. The wounded wasp is knocked back once more. Team-Up carries Jeel on his shoulders as he asks why they found them so easily. Team-Up bears the weight, answering heavily, it must be the scent of pollen and tree sap. They peek from behind a tree, Jeel thinking about how the scent he used to stop Fearos aggression made the Vesparos mistake them for prey. Team-Up asks what they should do. Jeel thinks, fight, no way. Even with Damien and the Knights giving everything, they can only hold back 10. Damien gets thrown aside as the defense line wavers. Think, he tells himself, think harder. Then it hits him. Gilles spots the bag Timap is carrying and demands to borrow it. He rummages through, Timap watching with intense confusion. Suddenly, he shouts, "Found it." Timap eyes the canteen, asking what he intends to do with that. Gilles holds it up. This, he says, popping the cap to reveal the strong alcohol he brought for disinfection. Gilles winds up, aiming at the swarm. "You are wasps. You must love your booze." He throws the bottle with all his might, screaming, "Please, just love it." The bottle shatters, alcohol splashing everywhere. He recalls the difference between honeybees and wasps. Everyone watches in shock as the Vesperos are instantly drawn to the scent. Honeybees hate it, but wasps are obsessed. The fighting group pauses as the swarm suddenly shifts focus. Damien stops, bewildered. They stopped attacking. Why? The creatures are diving for the spilled alcohol, fighting to get a taste. Gilles and Timap look on, thrilled by the result. The soldiers approach, urging him to flee. "Medical officer, this is our last chance. We have to go." Gilles shakes his head. "If we run now, we are all dead." Timap turns, shocked. "What do you mean?" Gilles is firm. Timap asks if they can escape while the wasps are distracted by the drink. Gilles explains to the group that with such a small amount of alcohol, the scent will vanish quickly. "Do you honestly think you can reach safety in such a short time?" he asks, looking visibly anxious. "What else are we supposed to do?" Gilles shoots back, cold as ice, while grabbing the torches. Damien stands there, unsure how to react, while Timap clearly disapproves of the plan. "What if we get scolded for this?" "Hurry up. There is no time left," Gilles urges him. Damien obeys, while Damien sighs in total resignation. They trust he has a plan. Torches are lit, and Gilles checks if everyone is ready while Damien reports back to Gilles. "Everything is oiled and lit, sir." Gilles stares ahead with cold resolve, barking the order to throw them. Flames explode across the forest. The fire consumes the woods, spreading rapidly. The giant wasps panic, trapped with nowhere left to run. The swarm takes flight, but it is already too late. They realize the Feros are burning to a crisp. As they descend to check the chaos, the fire swallows them whole. Gilles screams at the others, "Run, unless you want to be roasted alive." Everyone scrambles to escape the burning inferno of the forest. Gilles runs, thinking his lungs are about to give out, when he trips over a stone. He sprawls onto the dirt, and Timop screams in terror. Damien stops, waiting for Gilles, who is coughing violently. He asks with genuine concern, "Are you all right, military doctor?" A notification blinks in Gilles' vision, vital organs sensing extreme danger, predicting a high probability of death. The system offers encouragement and a 500 health point boost. Health is at 6,000 now. Gilles barely registers anything around him. Voices blur together, calling out for the military doctor and the young master. Gilles wonders to himself, "What am I missing here?" Damien snaps him back to reality, "Young master. If you faint here, you are dead. Stay focused." Gilles gasps for air. "Right, I know." Damien discards his cloak and insists on carrying him. He straps Gilles securely to his back with the cloth. Gilles feels a bit embarrassed, while the soldiers whisper behind them, unsure if it is appropriate for the crown prince to be treated this way. Exhausted, Gilles whispers to him, "Damien, just get us out of here and we will be safe." The soldier obeys, but a massive explosion abruptly blocks their path forward. A giant Vesparos queen emerges, screeching with pure fury. Timap covers his head, trembling in absolute fear. "It is the Vesparos queen. We are done for." Gilles turns, shocked. "What? Queen?" He calls out to Damien, eyes wide. Gilles wonders why he is so shaken. He has never seen Damien act this terrified before. "What are we supposed to do?" "Damien is our sharpest blade and our strongest shield. If Damien loses his nerve now, they are finished." Gilles decides he must calm him down. He needs to check Damien's energy flow and use acupuncture to kill the stress. As Gilles moves on his back, Damien is filled with curiosity. The system alerts him auxiliary skill. 1. Pressure point lock is active. The system searches for a target to lock onto and quickly finds it the giant queen wasp directly ahead. Locked. Gilles stares in shock. Wait, why is it locked onto that monster? He realizes that because he is on Damien's back, the monster is the only thing in his line of sight. Insects are living beings too. They must have pressure points. If he can see the energy flow of the Vesparos queen like he did with the Bull Demon King, he will not just survive, he might even be able to make wasp wine out of it. His eyes light up. I see it now. Gilles sees everything inside the queen, from the flow of the main meridians to the exact location of every pressure point. A confident smirk forms on his face. Gilles leans in and acts a bit cute. "Damien, I have a brilliant idea." Damien turns, clearly frustrated. "How can you make jokes in a situation like this? What kind of idea?" Gilles gives the order, "From now on, you follow every instruction I give. Move, run, attack, or defend, you listen to me." Damien looks confused. "What do you mean?" Gilles replies firmly, "If you want to survive, do exactly as I say. I will predict its every move and guide you." Damien asks, skeptical guide me. Its movements? But how? Damien asks in a panic. But Jill suddenly screams, sit down! The queen wasp rockets toward them, but thanks to the warning, everyone drops to the ground and narrowly avoids the strike. Jill sees it preparing another dive and yells, it is coming back. Stay down and move 5 steps forward. The queen misses them entirely. Jill is stunned. Wait, did that actually work? Timap is still sobbing, begging for his life. The creature stares at them coldly before flying high again. Jill orders the soldiers pull back everyone. Damien and I will handle this. Yes, sir. Jill points forward. Go, Damien. Damien remains silent, focused. Jill continues, just do exactly what I tell you. Damien moves. The bee lunges, but Jill's precise guidance saves them a sharp roll to the 2 o'clock position. Into the gap between its front and middle legs, Damien lunges. Jill bellows orders, leaping forward with frantic precision. Every word sounds like a gamble with their lives as Jill leaps, shouting commands that cut through the chaos. Jill screams at the top of his lungs, spinning to slash upward. A massive thud follows the queen bee falls. Soldiers watching from the tree line whisper. No need to intervene, they agree. The kid has this handled perfectly. Timap stands there, eyes wide, struggling to process the scene. He nods, finally convinced. The enraged queen strikes again. Damien parries and rolls, his killing intent pushing Jill to exhaustion. Jill keeps the instructions coming, sharp and relentless. Forget imitating me, just focus, he says. Damien tracks the mandibles, sidesteps, and uses the sword's spine to deflect. Jill yells, leaping as Damien charges. They move in perfect sync, dancing around the monster's lethal reach. The massive bee is strong, but it cannot touch them. They land on its back, blade driving into the wing base. Vertical slash. Damien, move fast, Jill shouts. They dodge the incoming wing, leaping onto it instead. They spring off the monster's back. Jill is dizzy, gasping as they land back in the trees. Damien moves with lethal grace. Though Jill looks like he might pass out, they stick the landing. Damien breathes hard, asking how Jill sees every movement, but warns this style won't finish the fight. Jill smiles. It is working. The queen charges, and he starts the countdown. 1. It lunges at Damien. Damien jumps to a branch, dropping down as he hits 2. They dodge the strike at the final second. Damien pulls himself up. We have 3 seconds, Jill says. Wait for it. Jill screams the signal. Damien lets go of the branch, and they plummet, driving the sword home. A burst of power erupts as the blade strikes. The soldiers watch, completely stunned. Jill asks if it is over, but the beast rises. No, keep dodging, find the next opening, he commands. Damien pauses, wondering if he heard correctly. Jill orders him to hold his position and just wait. The queen's eyes glow with pure malice, pounding its mandibles into the earth. Damien snaps, how long? Jill calms him, grinning wildly. Just a little longer, he says, grabbing Damien's hair and screaming, now! Do it! Hit it! The queen charges, and Jill points half a thumb below the left compound eye. Damien grips his sword, trusting the boy's judgment. He throws the blade with perfect aim. The steel pierces the weak spot. The queen shrieks in pure agony while Jill hangs on for dear life. Its gaze dims and shuts. The giant carcass crashes to the ground, and Jill cheers at their victory. Damien is speechless. Watching the queen twitch in the dirt, Jill thinks it looks like a bug hit with spray. He scans the body joints, underbelly, the final point beneath the eyes. Think of it as hitting the primary pressure points on a human body. He admits to himself that he is not 100% sure, but this was the only way. Damien asks what is happening to the twitching beast. Jill claims it is just his precise strike taking effect. Damien wonders if Jill saw these weaknesses all along. Jill puffs out his chest. Naturally, he boasts. Damien presses for details, so Jill fakes it. I just saw it, that is all. I thought hitting there would hurt it, he adds, then insists. No, I really saw it. You are a swordsman, Damien, how can you not see it? It is strange. Keep trying. The queen's entire body convulses while the forest fire creeps closer. Surviving Vesparos swarm above, horrified to see their queen motionless, frantic to defend the body. Suddenly, they all turn their gaze toward the 2 who caused this. Damien goes on high alert. The swarm dives, desperate to avenge their fallen queen. Screams ring out, but the soldiers watch in awe as the insects fly straight past them. Instead, the swarm dives into the burning carcass, biting down and getting consumed by the flames themselves. Everyone stands paralyzed until Timap steps forward, breathless and amazed. Monsters are truly terrifying, he mutters. But then, cool rain starts to fall on Jill's head. Everyone shouts. It is finally raining. Jill holds out a hand to catch the drops. Alive. He is actually alive. He survived, but at a cost. Catching the Vesparos queen means nothing without the Pheros larva. His expression darkens with worry. He had planned to take the larva, use antibiotics to heal the wounded soldiers, and collect a massive pile of bonus lifespan. Gilles spins around suddenly. Damien looks surprised, while the rest of the group remains oblivious and cheerful. He has already wasted too much time hunting for a new nest. If he delays any longer, the wounded will die. Gilles calls out to Damien. They have to reach the hive. They arrive, but the flames have already consumed everything. Kono's corpses are scattered everywhere as they push deeper. Inside, both Gilles and Damien stay on high alert. The hive is littered with dead Feros. It is strange their bodies are all torn apart piece by piece. They keep moving forward. Damien surveys the wreckage and speaks to Gilles. It looks like they are all dead. Should they just head back? Gilles turns to him, his voice firm. They came all this way, so they have to get something out of it. Damien asks curiously, do you mean to salvage what remains? Gilles looks back and points out, is there not still honey left? Damien feels a surge of resentment. This devil, even in a situation like this, he is only thinking about that. Honey drips from above onto the scattered corpses. They reach the nesting ground of the Feros queen and discover she is already dead. Gilles sounds frustrated and flustered. It is ruined. Everything is ruined. Damien agrees, and Gilles mutters that they have gained nothing. Just as he stands there, bored and exhausted, he catches a faint sound. Gilles looks around and taps Damien on the shoulder. It sounds like something survived. Young master, Damien offers. Let me go check first. Damien moves slowly, step by step, probing the darkness with Gilles right behind him. Damien seems to spot something and asks what it is. What is that? Gilles notices it too, a Phyros queen, lying there, trembling and barely clinging to life. They approach together. Damien steps forward, trusted by everyone, and draws his sword to gently prod her and check for signs of life. Damien sheathes his sword and turns to address the group. She is definitely dead. Gilles notices a movement near her midsection. Damien, help me push her stomach aside. Damien obeys immediately. As you wish, young master. Gilles shouts in a hurry. It could be something rare and expensive. Come on, Damien. Damien agrees. Yes. A light flashes from underneath, shooting upward. Gilles gasps in amazement. Look, something is coming out. Damien tenses, gripping his sword hilt tightly. Be careful, young master. A tiny, adorable Feros crawls out and takes flight. It lets out a cry, leaving both Gilles and Damien stunned. Gilles starts to speak, but it falls straight onto his face. Damien calls out in alarm. Gilles lifts his hand, grabs the creature, and holds it up to inspect it with a skeptical look. Its eyes are sparkling and cute as it stares at him. Gilles asks aloud, this is the Feros queen larva, right? It seems to answer him. Gilles silently marvels at how much it looks like a banana bread. He stares at it intently. Really? The creature cries out in agreement. Damien suggests that since it is a monster, maybe they should just knock it unconscious. It cries out in sudden protest. Gilles freezes. What was that? Does it actually understand human speech? It makes a pitiful sound, as if asking if he really intends to hit it. Gilles realizes the truth. It understands them. Gilles shouts in excitement. Can you understand what I am saying? It turns left, then turns right. He lifts it high, yelling in triumph. It is real. It is the queen larva. It cries out again, seemingly agreeing. Gilles thinks to himself that they finally secured the larva, so this is a success. He hugs it tightly, looking incredibly happy. He remembers that the Emperor of the Magic Sword mentioned Phyros queens and their larvae can communicate with elves. Do they have high intelligence? It speaks shyly to Gilles, leaving him shocked. He cannot believe his eyes. Huh? It can really communicate just like the spiky tail? Gilles asks the larva. So, was your mother strange? It responds. Gilles understands and continues. What? After fighting it, your mother fell into a deep sleep? He turns his eyes toward the Vesperos queen lying next to the Feros queen and asks if that is what it meant. The little one answers. That is when he realizes they fought each other to the death, and only this little one remains. Gilles senses its feelings and asks softly, do you want your mother to wake up soon? He makes up an excuse to tell it. Your mother said she was tired from fighting that big, bad thing, so she needs to sleep a lot longer. The little one agrees, and Gilles pats its head. Stay with me until your mother wakes up. It happily agrees. He feels a pang of guilt for the lie. But the Feros swarm is gone, so if he leaves this little one here, it will surely die. The baby looks very happy. Ready to leave, he lies to it once more. If we stay here talking, your mother will have a hard time sleeping. Let us go outside to play. The little one agrees. Everyone around them stares in total shock. JK rubs its belly, feels surprisingly soft and warm for a mere larva. A system alert pops up, confirming its touch feels comforting. As it gets a name, JK looks down. He seems a bit caught off guard, a Feros queen larva. The system dings again, praising his quick thinking to protect the creature's innocent heart and granting 500 health. HP hits 6,500. Lifting it up, he beams with joy. From now on, your name is Cuckoo. His eyes shine bright. If you want to play outside, you have to help me with something. Can you do that? It chirps in agreement. He lets out a happy cheer, hoisting the little bee high. Time to head back to camp, everyone. Cheers erupt, but the scene shifts to a scorched forest. Trees wither to ash, and a lone spirit sits amidst the ruins, broken. A spirit claws at the dirt, clutching blackened soot, raging they dared to burn the forest. Back in my day, this never happened. Not a single soul would have even dared to think of such things. She screams in fury. The youth today have explosive, reckless power. She vows to hunt them down and make them pay. Dust clouds churn in the air, swirling thick. Through the haze, the silhouette of an army appears. The winds kick up dust, clearing the way to reveal pristine mountains and a beautiful sky. The haze thins away. The army marches forward with burning intensity. They set up camp on the flat plains. Garden dashes over the moment he spots them. JK hops off the hedgehog and tells Damien Sir Garden is as reliable as ever, isn't he? The spiky tail kit seems just as excited to see him. Garden greets JK with a respectful bow. You have arrived. JK calmly asks about the camp status. Has anything happened here? How are the wounded? Garden replies. Though his eyes linger curiously on the small creature beside JK, they are resting well. Seeing the knight's confusion, JK explains this little guy is Cuckoo, a Pheros queen larva. JK speaks to Cuckoo. Say hello, this is Sir Garden. Cuckoo understands and greets him. Kuka? Garden looks completely lost. You mean a queen larva? JK turns back to Cuckoo. We have arrived, Cuckoo. This is the infirmary camp I mentioned. Cuckoo keeps letting out that familiar chirping sound. Garden strokes his chin, stunned. A Pheros queen. JK steps forward to give orders from now on. You must help me prevent infections and heal the wounded. Damien listens closely. Sir, prepare yourself. Garden looks puzzled. What do you mean? Yes. What do you mean? JK looks to his friend. Those spikes are heavy, aren't they? Hand him over to me. The spiky kit cries out. Garden gasps in sheer terror that massive wasp. JK wears a satisfied grin. He stares at the giant wasp tied to the cart. It is a Vesparos queen, Garden stammers. Where on earth did you get that? He replies with a playful smirk. I just picked it up on the way. The knight stares at the insect, completely baffled. You picked it up? Why? JK rests a hand on his chin, answering with a grin to make alcohol. Garden is left reeling again. Alcohol. JK's answer leaves the entire atmosphere feeling incredibly surreal. Back in JK's tent, he gazes at the queen larva and says, now, how should I put this? Cuckoo watches him. JK talks as if explaining a lesson once a month. You need to throw up that substance from your belly. JK thinks to himself. That substance, when mixed with ointment, creates a powerful antibiotic salve for burns and skin recovery. He continues, I will use it to treat the wounded out there. Cuckoo responds in its own language. JK listens and analyzes the meaning. It says it will cooperate, but since this is the first time, it has no idea how to do it. JK looks at it, a bit skeptical. Cuckoo looks deeply saddened by the stare. He wonders I did not expect it to be this clueless. I thought it would be easier, but here we are. Is there any way to force it? A sudden idea lights up his face. Aha, acupoint scanning. Cuckoo is startled. JK eyes the larva to trigger his skill. Stay still, Cuckoo. A system alert appears auxiliary skill, acupoint scan. JK's eyes focus, and the system confirms the target is locked. Now, every single acupoint on Cuckoo's body is visible to him. Lock successful. Once set, JK grabs a needle and speaks Cuckoo. Want to try acupuncture? After this, you will be able to throw up. The larva stares at the needle in his hand, terrified. A terrified shriek echoes from deep inside the tent. JK drives the needle into the acupoint, applying the principles of inducing vomit. He is completely focused. Jekyll drives the needles deep into the pressure points, triggering a sharp, precise reaction. Cuckoo trembles in his grip, eyes wide and pale with terror. Focus, he mutters, piercing deeper. If he hits the exact spot the nausea trigger should hold. A sharp, pained cry echoes through the tent. Cuckoo vomits up a glowing blue orb and promptly passes out. Jekyll stares, genuinely intrigued by the turn of events. He thought it would be simple fluid, but a gem that is a different story entirely. He leans closer to the stone. It smells like peppermint and chocolate. Just then, Garden enters the tent to report. My lord, the ingredients from the princess have arrived. Garden freezes, shocked by the sight of the unconscious Cuckoo slumped on the table. Jekyll inhales the scent of the orb. Interesting, he muses. Standing up with Cuckoo slung over one shoulder and the gem in his hand, he moves. It is time. Garden bows, answering the call with a firm, yes, my lord. They head outside to join Damien by the cooking pot. Jekyll calls for the solution. Garden steps forward, handing over the vial with a sharp, yes, my lord. Jekyll grips the vial tightly. Just add the ingredients from Adeline and this gem from Cuckoo, and it will be complete. He pours the liquid into the boiling pot. An intense, brilliant light and a sweet aroma burst forth. Jekyll immediately barks an order. Damien now. Damien lunges forward, heaving the pot off the fire. The others hang back, watching intensely. Jekyll charges forward with pure determination. Cuckoo, shaken awake by the intensity, watches on in a daze. Jekyll puts his entire weight into stirring the concoction. Garden and Damien watch, uneasy, until Garden speaks up. "My lord, let me do that." Jekyll continues to stir, straining every muscle to hold his ground. "No, I must do this myself." Jekyll watches, anxious. This cannot fail. Cuckoo only produces this gem once a month. Failure here means waiting another 30 days. Visions of a blood-soaked battlefield fill his mind. Thousands of wounded men, dying slow, agonizing deaths from infection. As Jekyll stirs, Damien and Garden trade glances. Damien speaks, "I will take the night watch." Suddenly, Jekyll shouts in triumph. "Success!" The sky clears, and his own cheers echo in his ears. "Come on, it is done." Cuckoo lets out a cry, joining in the relief. It is finally over. The soldiers, curious, peek out from the shadows to watch the three men. Jekyll clutches his face, laughing in pure relief. "Success," he breaths, his hands shaking violently from the exhaustion. Garden asks, "Have you named this ointment yet?" Jekyll grins, "Of course I have." "You want to know?" Jekyll raises the blue vial high, bursting with pride. "Since I created it, I shall call it Laidcon." He shows off his hard work with pride, while the soldiers look on in awe. Garden applauds enthusiastically, but Damien just stands there, speechless. System notifications pop up before his eyes. "You have successfully crafted Laidcon. It is the first antibiotic in the history of the Larazor continent. Laidcon will be the catalyst, bringing universal treatment to the masses. You will be recorded in medical texts as the father of antibiotic treatment." The system congratulates him on the achievement, but adds a sharp warning. "Be more careful next time." Reluctantly, the system gifts him 800 health points. Current health, 7,300. Yale turns pale, completely spent. He gasps for air. Someone in the crowd screams, "Medic, he is collapsing!" The soldiers form a line before the tent. They look weary, covered in deep wounds. Yet, as they step out of the tent later, their faces show pure relief and satisfaction. Soldiers enter looking miserable, but leave with hope. Jekyll smiles, Cuckoo resting on his shoulder, his gloved hands stained blue. "Now, time for your medicine. Keep still." The blue salve flies directly onto the soldier's deep wound. Jekyll moves with impossible speed, touching every soldier in line with the healing blue paste. The men gasp in amazement. The pain is vanishing. The deep gashes are actually knitting together. A chant erupts. "Long live the medic! Long live the medic!" Jekyll thinks to himself. "Laidcon, keep cheering. All those bonus life points." The cheering continues. Long live Cuckoo, the miraculous medic. 10 days later, at Fort Valoa, a war council is in session. I present the status report. The officer begins. He points a wooden staff at the white markers on the map. Aside from minor skirmishes in the northeast, there is no major conflict. The reason is simple. The rebel main force is converging on Fort Valoa. Marov remarks. "It seems they have no intention of avoiding a direct clash." The general replies, "Perhaps so." He seethes inwardly. "I kept you by my side, despite the opposition of my lords, because of your ambition, and this is how you repay me? You traitorous Jabillan." He rubs his brow. "Any further reports?" The general strokes his chin, thoughtful. "There is a field hospital that has been showing suspiciously excellent results lately. Over the past 2 months, their survival rate has exceeded 70%. The superior gasps in total shock. "What? 70%? The general says, continuing his report. "Rumors about that field hospital are spreading like wildfire through every unit of the Royal Army," the general adds, resting his chin on his hand. To his utter shock, soldiers believe that no matter how lethal their wounds, reaching the 21st Company's camp means survival. That faith is catching on, and the troops have even given the place a specific nickname. When asked what that name is, the general answers, and Gilles, standing nearby, looks completely stunned. A man grips his briefcase, his knuckles white, while Chandra and his group voice their open disdain for the recovery camp. Someone finally speaks up, explaining the reputation comes from the chubby army doctor they call the miracle healer. Chandra watches the soldiers' satisfied faces and grinds his teeth, muttering that the whole thing is absolutely ridiculous. He dismisses it as a mindless cult following, insisting there is no doctor superior to Chandra himself. Furious, Chandra cannot fathom why the crown would send them here to learn anything at all, determined to expose the fraud. Back in the tent, Gilles is fast asleep, snoring loudly and rambling about bonus life points. The thunderous snoring keeps the patients awake, prompting complaints about the overwhelming noise. Garden pulls back the tent flap and freezes, visibly startled by the sheer volume of Gilles' snoring. He quickly softens, feeling pity for the man who must be exhausted from treating patients all night, and gently reaches out to wake him. Gilles jolts awake, still dazed, and asks the knight what he needs. Garden explains that the king is pleased with the camp's performance and has sent active-duty army doctors to train under them. Yiel snaps to attention, eyes scanning the area, thrilled at the prospect of getting the extra hands he desperately needs. He bolts out of the tent like a whirlwind, eager to greet the new arrivals standing outside. Overjoyed, Jeel introduces himself as Dr. Lihan, but the group led by Chandra comes to a screeching halt. Caught off guard by their cold reception, Jeel scratches his head, feeling suddenly awkward. Apologizing for his overeagerness, Jeel asks for their names, to which Chandra curtly introduces himself. Ignoring the tension, Jeel moves past Chandra, noting they must be exhausted from the long march. He tells them to follow him immediately, as he needs to assess the condition of the wounded. Jeel starts walking, but when he realizes no one is following, he stops and looks back in confusion. Chandra demands that Dr. Lihan show them to their quarters for a proper rest first. Jeel snaps, his tone sharpening, as he points out the dying soldiers lying all around them. They lock eyes as Chandra fires back, claiming they are on a sacred mission direct from the king. Chandra complains that after 6 days of forced marching, being denied rest immediately upon arrival is completely unreasonable. Jeel asks for his name again, and Chandra sneers it back at him, clearly irritated. Jeel challenges him, asking if he truly thinks it is heartless to prioritize patients over their own comfort. Chandra lets out a smug laugh, confirming that yes, he does, while Jeel boils over with professional rage. Jeel demands to know how they can possibly justify prioritizing sleep when lives are hanging in the balance. With a look of pure arrogance, Chandra asks if any of the dying soldiers are even nobles. Jeel stares in disbelief, but Chandra continues, dismissing the wounded because they lack high-ranking officers. Chandra even has the audacity to ask if Jeel doesn't categorize them by social status. Jeel's face goes dark, his fists clenching tight as he tries to keep his explosive temper in check. Chandra continues to lecture, openly disappointed that Jeel failed to perform the most basic duty of separating noble patients from commoners. He insists that nobility must be saved first to secure rewards and prestige, his logic sickening. That level of arrogant ignorance is simply too much to endure. Jeel snaps, hurling a heavy fist straight into Chandra's face and sending him flying, screaming for him to shut his mouth. Chandra stumbles back, outraged, stuttering about how a doctor would dare use violence against another. As the briefcase bursts open, spilling supplies, Jeel roars that even back in Korea, he knew one thing: violence is wrong. He steps forward, adding that for scum like Chandra, it is the only language they understand. One of Chandra's subordinates steps in, threatening to report Jeel to the higher-ups for this unprovoked attack. Garden steps out of the tent with a soldier, completely frozen by the chaos unfolding before them. He demands to know why they would report him for violence. The answer comes back sharp for assaulting an officer. Violence, he snaps back. What about your own insubordination? Insubordination, he counters. You were sent here by the king to learn, yet you ignore every instruction and spout nothing but nonsense. He crosses his arms with a confident smirk. Is that not the very definition of insubordination? The man falls silent, finally seeming to grasp the point. Meanwhile, Chandra, knocked unconscious, is carried to a bed as his attendants hover in a panic. Chandra lies on the wooden cot, his face bruised from the blow. His eyes slowly flutter open. He sits up, rubbing his head, and demanding to know where he is and what happened. They tell him he fainted after the scuffle, so they brought him to the tent to rest. Chandra is shaking with pure rage. He thinks he dares look down on us. That freak made me, the finest military surgeon, look like a second-rate amateur. His closest attendant leans in to whisper, "While you were unconscious, I heard rumors about Lai Han from the soldiers. They claim he saved countless wounded men without a single amputation." Chandra scoffs at the thought. No amputations, yet a 70% survival rate. The attendant says it is supposedly some ointment he applies, something called Lono, and he continues with a disturbing report. They say he pierces their skin with needles or sings bizarre songs while operating without any anesthesia at all. Chandra lets out a hollow, mocking laugh. He stands up, convinced. He smirks. Just as I thought, dark magic. The others watch him, confused. They all seem convinced he is a genius, but Chandra knows they have been deceived from the start. His attendant smiles in relief, noting that not only the soldiers, but even the king seems impressed. Chandra grabs his medical kit, his bruised face twisted with resolve. He waves a hand and declares he will expose this filthy fraud. The attendant asks where he intends to go, but in the silence of the night, Chandra is already stalking through the camp. Chandra slips into the tent quietly, thinking that the charlatan must surely be asleep by now. He spots the patient on the bed and scoffs, noting that the man clearly has no idea how to perform basic post-surgical care. Chandra stares down at the soldier with a terrifying expression, certain that this is proof of dark arts. He draws a surgical blade with a twisted smile. He mutters that he was taught how illness and injury cause the body to fill with filthy blood. Chandra grabs the patient's arm, ready to use the blade, convinced that draining the bad blood will ensure a quick recovery. The soldier wakes up and stares at him in terror. The soldier asks what is happening and who he is. Chandra barks at him to stay still, claiming he is the new surgeon and should not be disturbed. The soldier panics, explaining that Lai Han already operated on him during the day and ordered him to rest. Chandra looks down at the soldier with utter disdain, asking if a lowly grunt really dares to question his medical methods. The soldier trembles, thinking this man is nothing like the kind, gentle Lai Han. Chandra raises his blade, telling the soldier he should be honored, as he would never normally get the chance to be treated by him. Blood drips from the soldier's arm into a bucket. Chandra sneers, refusing to let anyone compare him to that charlatan, for he is the finest surgeon in the camp. His face contorts into a mask of pure malice. The air grows heavy and thick. The patient trembles, his vision blurring as the scent of blood fills the room. He struggles to get a word out. He manages to whisper that he feels dizzy. Chandra, lost in a fit of madness, ignores him. He insists he is draining the bad blood so the new blood can circulate, promising a swift recovery. The soldier goes limp, barely able to breathe. Lai Han shouts at someone to wake up. He snaps awake, disoriented. He had a strange dream and realizes he cannot fall back asleep. He throws off his blanket and decides to step outside to take in the night sky. The night is silent, but Lai Han walks with a scowl, thinking that the medical staff are far worse than he ever imagined. He clenches his fist, telling himself to stop obsessing over such useless people and just let their term run out before kicking them to the curb. He decides it is better to just focus on accumulating more bonus lifespan. Lai Han opens his system window with a satisfied grin. He notes that for the first time, he has accumulated over 200 days of extra life. If this keeps up, maybe he can reach over a year. Feeling a wave of relief, he skips along, humming a tune, finally shedding some of the pressure of his short life. He is still humming when he hears a strange noise from one of the tents. He stops, confused. He turns toward the sound, realizing that is the private ward. Inside the tent, Chandra is screaming while brandishing a blood-stained knife. Lai Han pulls the tent flap open and sees the scene inside. He immediately locks eyes on the knife. He spots the bucket of blood on the floor and realizes what is happening, bloodletting therapy. His face turns to pure rage. That bastard is using needles. Chandra spins around at the sudden noise. Who is there? He lunges forward, shoving the man aside. Move. Rage boils in his eyes as the man shouts back. What the hell do you think you are doing? Jeel snaps at Chandra. You are ruining my precious lifespan restoration. The commotion draws a crowd of soldiers. What is going on? Hearing the shouting, he came to investigate. The man tries to justify it. What are you talking about? I am in the middle of treating him. GL fumes, you call that treatment. The man argues back. This is none of your concern. Just then, a close attendant steps in. Medical Lieutenant Chandra. The attendant questions him while helping Chandra up. What is this game now? Medical Lieutenant Rihan. GL ignores them and rushes to the wounded soldier. Rank, are you all right? The soldier answers weakly. Medical Lieutenant Rihan. GL examines the wound, eyes narrowing. The vein is severed. We need to stop the bleeding immediately. He raids the medical kit, pulling out a clean cloth. He uses the fabric to press against the wound. Seeing the soldier so frail, anger surges. Damn it. GL stares at the blood-soaked arm, heart filled with fury. He never expected to witness such insane therapy methods here. The idea of draining bad blood to force recovery. Chandra approaches with an arrogant, confident smirk. It is clear the treatment is progressing smoothly, so why interfere like this? He rubs his forehead, dismissing such a successful method while using force to suppress a rival. GL cannot listen to this anymore. Shut your mouth! GL roars. This is not treatment, this is murder. He turns, pointing at the crowd behind. Take a look at this soldier. Does he look like he is recovering to any of you? The soldier is fading fast from blood loss. GL exposes their fatal mistake, and the group can only hang their heads. You call this treatment? His voice trembles with pure rage. Even if you call it that, you must feel it too. Something is fundamentally wrong. Why refuse to admit the truth? Is your precious reputation really worth more than a life? The man tries to talk back. Hey, you. GL screams, if you do not want to get beaten, get lost right now. The man shuts up. The wounded soldier groans faintly. Medical Lieutenant, I cannot take it anymore. GL looks down, his expression shifts to pure panic. GL shouts, hey, RS, stay with me. The noise brings Garden and Damien running into the tent. Garden calls out young master, what happened? GL, frantic, orders them to hurry up. Damien, lift his legs so the remaining blood can flow to his vital organs and brain. He nods, I understand. GL continues, Garden, the vein is severed. Stitch it immediately. The older man salutes understood. All three work frantically to save him. The system window pops up, checking pulse. GL watches as the red interface appears. Expert analysis complete. The patient is in critical condition due to severe blood loss. Approximately 30% of his total blood volume is gone. Oxygen deprivation has caused a loss of consciousness. Red warnings flash. Blood pressure dropping to dangerous levels. Peripheral circulatory shock confirmed, evidenced by cold extremities and restricted blood flow. GL grinds his teeth, staring at the notification. Damn it, this is a real mess. I need to perform a transfusion now. But there are no IV needles, no blood tubing. Absolutely nothing he needs. Gil grabs a scalpel. Is this the only way left? He slices his own palm. Garden watches in shock as blood begins to drip. Good heavens! Gil orders him stitch it up. Fast. He complies. Gil bites down, suppressing the pain as the system updates. Your internal organs are terrified by this insane gamble. The messages keep scrolling. Are you out of your mind? Seriously, he has completely lost it. Is he really going to make the soldier drink his blood? You call that a transfusion, and here I thought people transferred data via Wi-Fi. Gil thinks, be quiet, I need to focus. The system pops up again. Your internal organs are exploding with a million questions at your reckless actions. They worry for your mental health, yet send 100 blood points as encouragement. Current blood total, 7,400. Gil activates the magic circle slot. He stares at the holographic display activating storage function within the magic circle slot. Slot status empty and ready for storage. Absorbing substance human chain linkage. Host detected magic circle storage catalyst ISN. Gil thinks the answer is obviously IS. System notifying that it is storing the catalyst into slot 1. A microcircuit board appears. System status slot 1. Human blood Rh positive, 0.06 liters out of 10. He turns to Damien. It is done. Step aside. Gil thinks if I transfer the blood by combining it with mana, he presses his hand against the pressure point under the soldier's foot. The soul point is considered the body's second heart, the perfect choice. Gil counts down, starting with 0.01 liters. The system displays heart rate and blood volume as a red light pulses. JK channels power through the acupoints beneath the soldier's feet. It is working. He keeps the blood flow steady, never letting the connection break. The soldier's hand twitches. A notification window flashes the patient has successfully survived the critical stage of hemorrhagic shock. JK beams at the screen. It really worked. He actually pulled it off. More windows pop up in sequence, praising him for a selfless act, sacrificing his own blood to save a life. Word spreads fast, and many witnesses saw a man dragged back from death's door by his healing hands. The surrounding soldiers are ecstatic, calling him the lieutenant of military medicine, while a new message appears. To those who don't know the Astrahan technique or the circle shot magic, his actions look nothing short of a divine miracle. Chandra's retinue stands there, stunned. How could something so impossible actually happen? JK lets out a long breath, finally finished, while the crowd whispers in awe the rumors were true, an actual miracle. Garden shouts in excitement, it is amazing, young master, but JK's vision suddenly begins to blur. He has pushed himself too far again. This weak body cannot handle it, and the tent fills with chaotic noise as Chandra's aide steps out. The aide asks if he is okay, begging to be taken as his disciple, right as JK passes out from exhaustion. The aide wears a sinister smirk, a simple touch saving a life. Truly, that is a miracle. Looking up at the starry sky, a crow lands on his hand, scattering feathers everywhere as he vows to relay the full message. In a hidden room somewhere else, a voice echoes a miracle, really. Back at the military camp for the wounded, a soldier bows low to deliver the report. He explains that according to the pigeon message, a military medic saved a dying man just by touching Chandra's body. The mysterious master questions if he used any tools, and the soldier remains bowed in reverence. He confirms that Chandra saved the soldier's life with nothing but his bare hands, drawing a look of pure contempt from his master. The master wonders if the rumor is just exaggerated, but the soldier insists that spies in the royal army saw it with their own eyes. As the master sketches on parchment, the idea of a man who can heal the dying with a touch takes hold. This man clearly deserves to be called a saint capable of miracles. The master speaks again, startling the soldier, a monarch supported by such a saint. If he could bring that man under his command, it would be a massive boost for the rebel army, he muses while admiring his work. A mask of unreadable intent settles over his face as he declares that he wants him. Within the room, he orders his subordinates to secure the medic at any cost, regardless of the price. The subordinate bows and leaves, but the master stays behind, still finding it hard to believe someone can heal just by touch. He thinks to himself that rumors are almost always blown out of proportion. He picks up his brush, knowing the most important thing is that people already admire this saintly figure. He paints, calculating that keeping such a man by his side will win the people's support and turn the tide of the war toward victory. His brush moves faster now. After that slight conflict with the Magentano Empire, they bowed down in submission and even offered up royalty as hostages. He burns with rage at the disgrace to his nation, believing the weak Moringer bloodline should not be allowed to weaken the country any longer. Looking at his work with sharp, golden eyes, he vows to drag that man down from the throne. Inside a tent, a conversation is underway, so he promises the best treatment just to get him to join the rebels. A voice confirms it, and JK questions if they have lost their minds, but the reply comes back as a formal proposal. Gil looks at the situation, thinking it is incredibly bold for a rebel spy to walk right into their camp, especially when that spy is posing as a military medic. The spy claims that loyalty to his master will bring glory, but Yil challenges him, naming his master, Jia Bilong, is a reckless move. He asks what the spy would do if he just shouted about a rebel agent being here, but the man remains unfazed. He insists it does not matter, for he is not the only spy. If he dies, another will come to repeat the offer. JK rubs his temples, wondering why exactly Jeban wants him so badly. He recalls recent events, realizing it must be the rumors of his healing touch, and decides that maybe this offer is not actually that bad. Things are stable here, and his life expectancy is increasing far too slowly. Jay pulls an abacus from his pocket and slams it onto the table. The spy freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. What is that thing doing here? Jay's eyes gleam with excitement. Time to crunch some real numbers. He starts clicking the beads with rapid precision. Numbers blur through his mind. He has already squeezed everything useful out of the kingdom's army. His brain is working at full capacity. Skill bonuses, extra lifespan, massive blood reserves, plus that healing touch ability, it is all starting to add up nicely. Maybe he stays with the rebel army for a month to farm more longevity rewards, then bolts straight back to the capital. His fingers fly across the abacus at a blur. Once he adds that lifespan and returns to the palace, he can just drop the disguise. No one will even remember the saintly military doctor. If he joins the rebels, the benefits are huge double longevity, skill points, and unlocks. He bows his head, a cunning smirk spreading across his face. He really is getting smarter every day. Gil tells the spy he will do it. The man jumps, completely caught off guard. This military doctor, he expected hesitation, maybe a long debate. Gil pushes himself up, hands planted firmly on the desk. Gil leans in with a terrifying, twisted grin. He demands to know what exactly the rebels are offering in return. The spy stammers, clearly lost. The guy backtracks, panicking. It is obvious he came here totally unprepared. Gil just paces back and forth, looming over him with an intimidating aura. Yale mocks him. Did he not come here begging for Yale to join, promising the best treatment possible? He presses his face right against the spy's. Does the man have any idea how to run a real negotiation? The spy is left speechless. Gil keeps the pressure on, tearing the man's plan apart. The poor guy looks like he wants to disappear. The spy is shaking. Gil doesn't let up. He calls the man out for being a pathetic negotiator. If you want to talk business, do not show up empty-handed. Gil dominates the room, bring a gift or some real terms next time. Finally, Gil lets him go. Get back to your commander and bring back some actual concrete conditions. The spy is still reeling, confused and terrified. Gil raises a hand, and the man shuts his mouth instantly, too scared to argue. Stop stalling. The pressure of betraying his current side is already enough, and Gil has no patience for amateurs. The spy scrambles toward the exit. Gil keeps the threats coming. The man doesn't even dare to object, just stutters his agreement. Gil kicks his feet up on the desk and waves goodbye. Make it fast, or don't bother coming back. The spy escapes, finally feeling a wave of relief. A safe distance away, the spy stops and looks back at the tent. Is that guy actually a saint or just a complete lunatic? That night, Gil gathers Damien and Garden. He has something important to share with them. Gil sits them down, his expression stone cold, leaving both men speechless. He tells them he is thinking of joining the rebels. Garden rushes over, checking his forehead. Is he running a fever? Damien looks equally horrified. They ask if he has finally lost his mind. Gil stays perfectly calm, insisting he has never been more serious. The rebel spies have been coming by every single day. He lays out the massive benefits he has been promised. Houses, land, and enough money to last a lifetime. Damien speaks up, desperate to talk some sense into him. Gil asks why. Damien says it is a matter of basic ethics. This just feels wrong. He reminds Gil that he came here to help Angboa, showing genuine kindness by tending to the kingdom's wounded soldiers. Damien asks how defecting to the rebels could possibly make sense. Gil pauses, actually considering the words. Damien stands up, losing his cool. Why is Gil acting like this? Gil stares back, his resolve unshaken. Are the rebel soldiers not also citizens of Angboa? As a prince of Magentano, Gil owes no loyalty to this kingdom's army. To him, both sides are just foreign forces fighting over scraps. Damien thinks it sounds absurd, yet he cannot deny the logic. Gil writes something on a paper and explains, silencing their doubts. The treatment tent has been quiet lately. Hardly any new wounded are coming in. Both sides are just posturing near the fortress for now. Gil keeps talking, laying out his plan. Their camp has survived the worst of it and is finally stabilizing. The work here is basically done. He just needs to head over there, heal the abandoned soldiers, and then head home to Magentano. Gil glances at Damien, his expression detached, almost cold. Just go with it, he understands the plan now. Damien sighs, defeated. Life as a mercenary means following orders. He looks at Gil with total reluctance, while Gil smiles and rolls up the paper. Good, now they are finally on the same page. Garden is practically weeping with joy. He is deeply moved. his spirit ignited. He starts scribbling notes with newfound passion. He agrees that a patient is just a patient, regardless of their uniform. Gilles hands him the scroll. Send this to the princess immediately. The old man immediately lets his imagination run wild. Could it really be a love letter? Damien smacks him in frustration. A love letter? He hands the real letter over. Tell the princess I am returning to Magentano. I cannot just vanish into thin air here. And while you are at it, have them send royal jelly to the capital. Use the pink horse courier service. Dongle, relay the order. I want this done fast before the wounded soldiers notice. A strong wind sweeps past as the carriage rolls onto the trail. The soldiers read the note he left behind, tears welling up. Lord Medic, we never even got to thank you. JK looks back from the carriage, offering a faint smile. Live well. Kingdom Army rewards. 3 days later, on a patch of scorched, stifling earth, the base looms ahead. The three arrive, met by a soldier. The commander is inside. He ordered that only the medic be allowed in, so you go alone. Damien whispers in a panic, Your Highness, that is the leader of the rebels after all. Are you really sure about going in alone? Keel shows no fear, only intense curiosity. It is fine. They want me, so would they dare harm me? Besides, I have my secret weapon. Do not worry. He enters the tent alone. A voice calls out from within, a pleasure to meet you. Keel stiffens at the sound. You are Jabalon, the patriot who went mad trying to revive Angbo. The figure inside steps toward Keel, thanking him for coming. Jabalon welcomes him. The medic known as a saint, face to face with Jabilian Flamber, the rebel leader of Anga. He reaches out with a dangerously sweet smile. A crushing pressure fills the space. JK swallows hard. It is suffocating. The two shake hands. Keel speaks first. I am also honored to meet you, the very heart of the revolution. He replies, I am truly glad you are willing to join my cause. He continues, I have treated you with the utmost respect, so the saintly medic no longer needs to handle messy chores like dressing wounds. Keel looks up at him. That is fine. I am still capable, he says. Instead, there is a task only you can perform. Invisible tension hums between them. Keel wonders what it could be. JK and his men stand in the camp. Soldiers patrol nearby. Seeing his master eyeing the surroundings, Damien asks, Is something wrong? When he gets no answer, he starts to shout in frustration. Keel quickly reaches over, pressing a finger to his lips, a firm shush. He starts waving his arms in elaborate gestures, leaving his two subordinates looking completely baffled. Someone might be eavesdropping, so we use signs. Gadin finally catches on and starts using hand signals too. Wait, do they intend to hand over the wounded for you to treat? Realizing the danger, Damien urges, I told you, we should just head back to the capital. JK frowns angrily. I cannot even believe this. 2 streams of tears roll down his face, even in sign language. His dramatic flair is unmistakable. Who knew he would try to use me to spread his revolutionary propaganda? Patrols watch the 3 of them acting bizarrely, whispering in confusion. Keel recalls the earlier handshake with Jabilian. What must I do? I am about to entrust you with a vital mission. His eyes glow with the predatory look of an old fox, a declaration for the entire world to hear. Jabil looks at him with expectation. Someone as noble as you, supporting my revolution. He continues. While Keel breaks out into a cold sweat together, we will forge a new world. 10 days later, on the plains overlooking the fortress, just stand there and make a grand announcement as I instructed. Jabalon asks, beaming, well, isn't it wonderful? Conversely, Keel forces a smile while thinking to himself, wonderful my foot. He wears a strained expression, desperate to find a way out. This is a disaster. I never expected to be used like this. I have to escape right now. Keel pulls his hand back. I have something to tell you. Jabalon immediately gives the green light. Speak. He puts on a pathetic act, pulling out a handkerchief to dab his eyes. My lover said if I do not meet her before the weekend, she will break up with me. But JK is met with a brutally cold reality check. You do not even have a lover. The truth strikes like a dagger, leaving Keel devastated. I am single, he thinks. But Jabalon says, you want to go meet your lover? Yes, something like that. Keel nods frantically, heart pounding. Right, Jabalon says. Having anticipated everything, if it is an arranged marriage, you surely will not come back here. Keel starts, raising his hands in denial. Ah, no, but Jabalon insists. Medic, I know your heart. You want to fulfill your duty and care for the wounded. He turns his back, his expression turning cold and distrustful. I hope you understand. For now, I cannot let you do that. Before you declare your rebel ties, trouble will find you. Gilles asks if he thinks a public confession loses weight if his identity is exposed first. Jabaloni smiles, a cold, sharp expression. You guessed right. He turns around. Your statement needs to shake the revolutionary army to its core. Gilles asks why. Why not just make me declare support now? Jabaloni speaks plainly, the timing just is not right. Confused, Gilles asks about this timing. Gabalone remains calm and begins to explain. Laciello, I mean when you truly support me, I want your pledge to hold at least a shred of sincerity. Yes, real sincerity. His face twists into a devious, unsettling grin that is the only way to move the hearts of the people. Jill shudders. What are you saying? Jabuloni leans in close, his voice dripping with challenge. I will give you 10 days to truly feel what this rebellion is about. You will end up agreeing with my ideals and goals. By then, your pledge of support will be genuine. He keeps talking while Jill sweats in pure terror. Are you worried about failing your duties as a military doctor? That is not what is on my mind. These words leave Jill trembling. Seeing your unease, I will let you fulfill your duty. From now on, you are my personal physician. By my side, 24/7, Jill panics internally. This is it for me. The three of them huddle together, tears streaming. I have to share a room with that guy now. Living in the same room, what are we supposed to do? They scramble to plan, whispering amongst themselves. There is no other way they have to escape back to the capital. But there is a catch. The security on the way here was suffocating. Even in the dead of night, escaping unseen seems impossible. They need to be incredibly discreet, so they communicate by writing on paper. Plus, with him watching 24/7, there is no opening. Jill writes down his worries while imagining Jabuloni and Damien. One wants to harm him, the other intends to save him. The security here is absolutely suffocating. Unless Damien is a sword saint, sneaking out is impossible. Jill states this to the others with total seriousness. Just trust me, I will handle it. Damien responds with his usual teasing attitude. He holds up a note that makes Jill fume. I trust you, but look at the mess we are in. Jill turns away, still writing, leaving his two subordinates curious. What do you intend to do? He holds up a final note, leaving them stunned. Even if he wants to avoid it, he has to play the part. With a pale face, a forced smile, and teary eyes, Jill draws the curtain. It is late, I am going to sleep. He leaves them in the tent to wallow in despair. A night filled with stars and a full moon shines over a magnificent castle. A soldier rushes in holding a letter. Pedro bows quickly. Your wise majesty. The king answers from his throne. It is very late. Pedro knows he is at fault, but insists he had to collect and synthesize all the intel. I deserve death. A stallion waves it off and demands the report. Tell me quickly. Pedro responds immediately. Your Majesty, this is the 107th periodic report. 5 days ago, the prince left the Kingdom Army recovery camp. The recovery camp? The emperor asks, surprised. Why would he leave? Pedro holds the letter, head bowed in worry. At first, we could not determine the prince's goal. That is why it took time to collect and analyze further information. The emperor asks calmly if the prince will soon return to Magentano. Pedro continues. According to our moles in the camp, the prince sent a farewell letter to Princess Mboa. The emperor is shocked. A farewell letter? Report the details. Pedro opens the scroll to read. He told Princess Mboa he finished everything he needed to do there. He is returning to Magentano and asked her to forward a large barrel of wine. The emperor asks if that is all. The conversation ends and the emperor dismisses him. Yes, your majesty. That concludes today's report. Then you may leave. Pedro bows. I am deeply grateful. I will take my leave. Once he is gone, the emperor sits in deep thought. A satisfied smile spreads across his face before he bursts into laughter, throwing his hands up in excitement. Now my son is coming back. Come home quickly and show me you are safe and sound. His loud laughter echoes, startling those outside the door. Ha ha ha, little does he know, the prince is currently gaunt and wide-eyed with worry. At this rate, I will never make it back to the capital. Jill cries, hands clenched like a child pleading for rescue. Jilon chuckles low, grating. He is already sitting right there. JK flinches, ducking back under the covers in a cold sweat. Awake, are you? He sits bolt upright, forcing a strained smile. I will start your morning exam immediately. JK keeps his guard up. That guy is watching me every second of the day. Jill laughs, feigning a relaxed act. No need for that, you know. I am the sword saint. But inside, he is grinding his teeth in pure rage. Then why are you sleeping in my room? I have not been able to close my eyes all night. Jabulon asks, perfectly confident. After all, no one understands this body better than I do. Jay climbs out of bed, stuttering. Is that so? Jabulon watches him with a cheerful grin. Let us have breakfast first. The table is spread with food that looks almost too perfect. Jabulon lifts a wine glass. JK stares, pulse racing. Jabulon swirls the liquid. I am finished. Take your time. Jill nods obediently. Yes, of course. But every bite tastes like ash with that gaze burning into him. I cannot eat like this. Jabulon rests his chin on his hand. I am done. I was just waiting for you. Since you are finished, will you answer my question? Jill freezes, confused. Yes, what is the question? A smile plays on his lips. A simple one, he says. The weight of it hangs heavy in the air. Jill stares at him. This feeling so familiar. He has seen this exact scene somewhere before. Jabulon holds the glass up to the light, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Surgeon, you must choose between two paths. Which will it be? The memory clicks into place. Gilles feels his stomach drop. This is his question. The wine reflects Gilles' pale face. Jabalon's eyes turn cold. First choice, the surgeon sacrifices himself. He continues, watching JK struggle. Your family will bear the deepest shame, cursed and spat upon by the world for generations. Jabalon stands abruptly, slamming the glass down. Dark red wine spills across the table like a bad omen. The second choice, you sacrifice others. The wine pools like fresh blood. He lays out the terms. The surgeon faces no blame, hailed instead as a hero of legend. Jabalon grips the stem of the glass, knuckles turning white as he waits. That is my question. Think carefully before you speak. His face is a mask of malice. Both options are monstrous. Which do you choose? He shrugs. Why the silence? No need to ponder too long. Gilles is trapped, his face a hollow mask of forced calm. I know what happens if I do not give him the answer he wants. He touches his throat, imagining the blade. He forces himself to speak. You mean I must choose one of these two paths? One, sacrifice myself and endure total disgrace. Two, slaughter countless innocents to buy my own glory. Is that right? Jabalon replies with cold indifference. Correct. Everyone knows him as a heartless devil. Jabalon is a paranoid man who trusts no one, not even those closest to him. When he picks someone for his inner circle, he asks this. No one has ever answered it correctly. This is not the first time he has posed this test. Those who failed to provide the right answer paid with their lives. Even Jabalon does not know the true answer. A predatory satisfaction blooms on his face. He does not know the answer, but he knows the worst mistake: hesitation. Anyone who does not satisfy him is cut down, even those he intended to keep close. Any sign of indecision, and heads roll. This is the monster lurking behind a human face. Jabalon is still beaming, eyes bright with anticipation. Are you truly unable to decide? Gilles darkens. He knows the answer Jabalon craves. He slams the table, shouting, You bastard, that is completely twisted. Jabalon's eyes narrow in shock. What? He lunges up, hand already on his sword. Pure killing intent fills the room as he levels the blade at Gilles' throat. You gave an answer, not even on the menu. How insolent. Gilles realizes he poked the tiger and tries to salvage the situation. I just said what was on my mind. His heart is racing. Was that really what he meant to say? Strangely, Jabalon stands frozen. He should be furious, but he is not. The blade slowly lowers. Has anyone dared to speak to me like that to my face? He sheathes the sword, feeling an odd, unwelcome spark in his chest. Why is this happening? Just stay alive. Gilles bows his head, his mind spinning. He must be confused, hearing the answer he has chased his whole life in this moment of death from someone else's lips. It is actually shocking that Jabalon spared JK after that outburst. He just calmly pours a drink. Fine, he says. You can leave now, but don't let me see you around today. JK gasps, lungs finally filling with air again. He steps out of the tent, heart racing, desperately searching for a way out. This is too close to death. How do I even escape? A man suddenly appears and points the way. The army doctor Rakiel went that way. JK is still reeling. Go where? He glances back at the tent in pure panic. That monster told him to stay out of sight, yet his own tent is sitting right next door. One look and he is exposed. Terrified, he internally begs for help. Garden, Damien, please save me. Inside, Jabalon swirls his wine, lost in thought. He used to believe that real change only came from blood. Strange thoughts keep invading his mind, things he cannot even explain to himself. And now, he feels disgusted. Was that truly what he believed in? His eyes turn cold as ice, and the wine glass in his grip snaps into shards. The realization hits him hard. How pathetic. He crushes the glass, wine, and jagged pieces spilling across his hand. Outside, the camp remains under watch. Garden rises from the bushes, staring intently at Damien. Should we not get His Highness out of here? He has been in that tent for 3 days now. He paces. Restless and deeply troubled, the idea of the prince serving a man like that is just unbearable. Damien stands firm, offering a grim reply. We have no other choice now. He says we have to put our faith in His Highness. He looks at Garden, seeing the man crying like a child out of pure worry for the prince. A guard patrolling with a torch hears a rustle in the grass and shouts out, "Who is there?" He peers into the dark, but sees nothing. Confused, the guard shakes it off and walks away. Just a stray cat, perhaps? Behind the bushes, Garden and Damien hold their breath, terrified to move. Damn it, he mutters to himself. To think it has come to this, crawling around in the dirt. Morning light begins to break. JK peeks out from his tent, watching the guards with hopeful eyes. If they are still out here, that man must still be inside. 2 days have passed without him stepping out. If there is a chance to escape, it is right now. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. I feel like taking a walk today. JK curses under his breath, then looks up at the man, forcing a compliant face. Of course, my lord. Jabalon gestures for his men to fall back. You stay here, he orders, and the guard obeys instantly. Jabalon crosses his arms, looking at Rakiel with a menacing gaze. Exactly how long do you intend to keep this up? JK shivers, fear spiking. I will get ready right away, he stammers. Soon, they arrive at a quiet, scenic spot. JK is gasping for air, barely able to keep up. He called this a walk, this is mountain climbing. Jabalon calls out, and JK jumps, snapping back to reality. Yes? Jabalon looks strangely distant, speaking in a low tone. I have been thinking about your insolent answer, and I have finally reached a conclusion. Jabalon looks at him with a strange tenderness. I accept your answer. JK is caught off guard by this shift. You do? He searches the man's eyes, noting how chaotic and unsettled they look. With a bandaged hand pressed to his chest, Jabalon speaks his thoughts aloud. Every sacrifice is noble, he says, whether it is desired or forced upon us. JK stares at the man's tightly clenched hand. The more blood we spill in sacrifice, the greater we become. JK finds himself thinking it clearly that is nothing but a twisted excuse. Right. It is pathetic he did not even realize it himself. He just needed to hear the answer he had been seeking all his life from someone else. Truly sad. But this is his only opening to bolt. Escape is the only goal if he can just catch Jabalon in a moment of distraction. He is gone. He clears his throat to ask, but how did you hurt your hand? Jabalon brushes it off, just a small mistake during training, nothing more. JK is skeptical. Swordsmanship mistakes do not happen to him. Let me take a look at it, he insists. Who would even believe that? Please, let me examine the wound. Jabalon turns away, shutting him down completely. No need. It is minor and will heal on its own. You do not need to worry about it. JK feels awkward, scratching his cheek. Even if I am your private physician, watching him, JK feels a strange, frustrating wave of uselessness. What is the point of having a doctor if he refuses to be treated? It is so awkward he has to say something. He looks around, trying to force a normal vibe. Ah, what a nice breeze. Jabalon stares blankly, making it even more awkward, and JK lets out a quiet sigh. There is no wind. JK tries again, forced and overly cheery. Wow, such refreshing air, is it not? Jabalon ignores him entirely, but the effort backfires when JK catches a face full of dust and starts coughing. Ugh, where did all this dirt come from? Jabalon glances back, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Rakiel, you are completely unlike me. The way he treats Jaban is reckless, totally lacking any restraint. It hits Jaban differently than the usual bootlicking guards, especially since they have only been together for a few days. When was the last time his guard was this low? Maybe this is a first. Jaban snaps his head around, eyes searching. Could the answer he just heard actually be what he has been hunting for? He wants to deny it, but the thought is already taking root, his sharp, judgmental gaze locked tight on the boy. If that is true, what kind of connection is this? A close confidant? A trusted right hand? Thoughts flood Jaban's mind, but every label feels wrong. Not quite. Jaban smiles faintly, defenses dropping entirely. He starts talking about his old dream of being a painter, leaving the other confused. Did this guy suddenly lose his mind? Why is he getting so personal? Jaban just stares out toward the fields and mountains, finally voicing his own truth. I love to paint from the time I was a kid. You might not believe it, but I am actually quite good at it. Yil asks the obvious, then why pick up a sword to become a master swordsman? Jaban just keeps going, spilling his guts about the past. It sounds a lot like abuse. Yil is taken aback. Abuse? A breeze drifts past as Jaban continues his confession. Every night my father would beat me with a whip to stop me from painting, but I would not back down. My father was just as stubborn. I must have been 12 when I made that bet with him. Jaban recalls that childhood glimpse of his own talent. If I passed the art school entrance exam, I would follow my dreams. If I failed, I would do as he said and pick up the sword. Yil is blunt, so you failed. Jaban remembers the moment, holding the acceptance letter, his eyes sparkling with pure joy. No, I passed. But the twist in his memory is chilling. My father rigged the results. He abused his power in secret, and my admission to the art school was erased for good. Jaban remembers standing over his father's body, his blade run through him, and 10 days later, the man was dead. Yil asks in horror if he really killed him. Jaban offers no clear answer, just a cold, thin smile. Think what you want. Yil bows his head, his face pale with raw fear. He has no idea what Jaban is planning with this confession. All he wants is a way out. Jaban turns, questioning his lack of interest. Yil rushes to explain, no, that is not it at all. Jaban is not angry. I get it, he says. Who really cares about some stranger's miserable childhood anyway? He holds out his bandaged hand. Anyway, just check this wound for me. It feels like it is getting worse. Yil is confused. He said he did not need help earlier. He starts unwrapping the bandages, then lets out a sharp gasp. Jaban stares him down. What is it? Yil looks at the inflamed skin and suspects a serious infection is setting in. Yil's eyes glow as he begins his analysis. He locks onto the exact location of the injury. Let me take a closer look. A system window pops up, pulse scanning initiated. Jaban's medical data flashes across the screen in a concise summary. Subject Jaban Flamba, human, male, 37 years old, height 193 centimeters, weight 92 kilograms, blood type AB positive. GL is stunned. He is younger than me and built like this? Then, a realization hits. A golden chance to escape finally appears before his eyes. The system warning flashes red, signaling a severe case of chronic migraines. He needs absolute rest to lower his mental stress. GL's eyes widen as he stares at the glowing text. Chronic? Severe migraines? That was never even mentioned in the novel. A hardened militarist and a fanatic like Jaban suffering from chronic migraines? It is impossible to imagine. But GL trusts his pulse reading skills. The system continues to report, showing that even Jaban's internal organs seem to be at war with one another. Inside the projection, the organs stare at the outside world, their mouths hanging open. Their eyes are glowing, mesmerized. They look at the massive, powerful muscles below and stare in awe. Wow, look at that build. Look at that body. We are so jealous, maybe we should swap bodies. But then, the lungs and stomach catch sight of something truly terrifying. Jaban's own brain is screaming at the other organs. You idiots, are you not moving fast enough? Stomach, you want a beating? If I collapse from this migraine, you all go down with me. Got it? The brain stomps its foot with crushing force. The stomach flinches and turns away, terrified. I am not jealous anymore. That thing turns away, stomach churning. No envy left here, none at all. Living like him for a day, anyone would run. Even his organs seem jealous of Japalan. The internal organs want to speak up, but hold back. Gil sees them trembling in fear. Migraines often trigger nervous indigestion. It puts serious pressure on the stomach. Gil wonders, does Jaban suffer from headaches? Jaban stares back at Gil, eyes wide with genuine shock. He admits it. It hurts constantly because he is always planning how to break the fortress. Gil pushes for the truth. Jaban lowers his head, voice turning cold. Do you actually know about it? Gil breaks into a sweat and nods. Jaban shows his arm. He always wondered why Gil was called a saint. Now he understands. He never expected Gil to pinpoint the pain so fast. Jaban touches his head. It hurts every single day. How could you possibly know that? He never told a soul. Gil just awkwardly scratches his head, feeling it somehow. Jaban seems stunned. He cannot believe Gil just sensed it like that. Jaban opens up. It is not just simple pain. Breathing feels like daggers in his skull. It feels like his head might split open. Gil asks how long this has been happening. Jaban doesn't know it has been there since he was a child. He looks at his scarred palm. That constant irritation led him to art. Painting was his only path to peace. That is why he wanted to be an artist. Jaban reaches for his sword hilt. Everything changed when he picked up a blade. He draws it, eyes cold. Swords are useful for causing pain. Gil asks if that brings any comfort. Jaban speaks low. It does not. Even becoming powerful, it brought no comfort at all. Still, that twisted, ruthless nature brought him to this level. Gil asks if he tried treatment. Jaban scoffs. He tried every medicine deemed good for his condition, yet here he is. Gil asks if they all failed. Jaban nods grimly. Every single one. Plus, the doctors who prescribed them are all dead now. Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. Gil tears up. That is a relief, thank you, my lord. He stares at the monster before him. He cannot die here. He has to think of a way to survive. A wild idea sparks in Gil's mind. What if he is the medicine? He offers to cure the headache. Jaban turns, radiating pure killing intent. I told you, no drug or method can touch this pain. How could you possibly fix it? Gil keeps his calm. There is always a way. Jaban notes that every arrogant doctor who said that is already buried. Gil stares back, dead serious. Then I will say it with zero confidence. Jaban narrows his eyes. You seem plenty confident to me. Gil begs him to try and please, don't kill me if it fails. Jaban asks the real question. Why are you so desperate to heal me? Gil answers honestly, because I do not want to die. Jaban stares him down. He realizes Jaban has no plan to kill him right now. If this fails, he might just walk away. Jaban finally agrees. Gil thanks him and steps forward to take charge. They move to a quiet spot. Gil prepares. He closes his eyes, hoping this actually works. He places a hand on Jaban's head. Jaban looks offended, ready to lash out. Gil silences him. This is the important part. He chants that his hand is a healing hand. Jaban is livid, eyes dark. What do you think you are doing? The system triggers. Healing hand level 1 is active. A soft glow shines over Jaban's head. Gil recites the mantra. Jaban is confused, but perhaps a bit intrigued. He looks dazed, so refreshed. When was the last time he felt this way? He asks how this is even possible. Gil whispers for him to stay focused. He asks how it feels. The headache is fading, is it not? Jaban stays quiet, finally letting Gil heal him. Gil stares at Jaban, empty. He finally whispers, I do not know what else to say. It feels strange. Is this even right? Tears trail down Jeel's cheeks. I do not know why I am crying. You really managed to remove the headache seeds? Jeel's tone turns heavy and cold. You are celebrating far too soon, he says. Fear flashes across Jabon's face. What? My method only lasts for 1 day, Jeel explains. Jabon recoils. Does that mean the pain returns by tomorrow? Jeel reassures him quickly. Do not be disappointed. As long as I treat you every morning, it will be fine. Jabon presses him so I will not feel any pain until tomorrow morning. Of course, Jeel answers as long as you do not oversleep and skip the session. Jabon beams with relief. Thank you. Count on me for tomorrow. Jeel smiles internally. Just keep trusting me. Soon, Jabon will be completely addicted to this fake treatment. Escape is finally within reach. Jeel puts on a serious professional mask and turns to Jabon. It is a promise. Every morning, I will use my healing touch, Jeel says. I will soothe your head and blow the pain away. Jabon is ecstatic, truly a holy military doctor. The treatment is over for today, Jeel says, bowing low. Jabon is satisfied. Good. I never want to face that agony again. Seeing Jabon's relief, Jeel feels a dark thrill. Jabon is hooked now. He cannot survive without this healing. Without Jeel, that headache will surely crush him. Jeel wears a cunning smirk. Time to set the trap. I have something vital to tell you, he says. Important? Jabon asks, curious. What is it? Jeel answers tonight. I must perform a sacred prayer. A prayer? Jabon gasps. Jeel adopts a grave expression to keep treating you every morning. This ritual tonight is mandatory. Jabon urges him, explain yourself. Jeel keeps the lie going. My treatment is not free. I am using heaven's own blessing to heal you. Once a month, I must draw cold water, kneel, and pray to the moon from dusk until it sets. If I fail this ritual, Jabon asks in a panic, will I lose the ability to be cured? At least for a month, until the next full moon, Jeel says. Jabon pales. Is that true? Jeel nods. I swear it on my honor. Jeel turns away, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. And while I pray, no one must witness it. If someone sees me, Jabon finishes the thought, will the healing power vanish? Jeel nods exactly, so I need a place where no one can watch me pray in peace. I have picked a spot. Please, make sure it is fully prepared for the ritual. Jabon breaks into a cold sweat. If this is true, he risks returning to that endless, crushing pain. He refuses to endure those nightmare days ever again. He has no other choice. Jabon sighs in defeat. Fine, tell me the location, and I will have it ready. Jeel bows. Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me. You have done me a favor, Jabon replies. He orders his soldiers not to turn back under any circumstances. The soldiers obey. Jabon tells Jeel he will wait below with the troops. See you in the morning. Jeel says, do not worry about me running away. I find your treatment quite rewarding myself. Jabon lingers for a long moment, then shakes Jeel's hand. Thank you. He turns away, leaving Jeel alone. The fake incantations begin meaningless words whispered into the night. Moonlight, you look so bleak tonight, oh gods. Under the pale glow, Jeel keeps up the act. As dawn finally breaks, the soldiers watch the horizon in horror. No, it cannot be. They rush to tell Jabon the holy doctor has vanished. The news hits Jabon like a physical blow. He stands frozen, devastated. Flashback to Jeel chanting in the dark. Keep chanting the names. Jeel thinks the time is ripe. It is time to move. Goodbye, you fools. But as Jeel crawls into the cave, he slips, falling straight into a hidden pit. He plummets into the darkness, screaming for help. He hits the ground and finds Garden and Damien waiting. Jeel groans in pain. Garden cries out, worried sick for him. Damien steps forward. Are you hurt? Garden cheers, Your Highness. I only found this place because Annis gave me the note. Jeel remembers his brilliant plan with pride. With Jabon away, he had to coordinate the escape with Garden and Damien. Jeel quietly hands the message to the Thorntail imp. He pins all his hopes on Annis. The Golden Bee completes its mission, dropping the secret letter for Jell. Damien stares in disbelief. Annis Garden unfolds the paper, revealing a squiggly, rough map drawn by Jell. Meet at dawn, behind the mountain ridge. Damien frowns at the messy sketch. Is this really what he drew? Damien can't help but ask, how did you even know about a cave under the hill? Jell plays it cool. I was always around Jabon, so I picked up terrain details I never even wanted. Damien is stunned. Jell forces a laugh, masking the truth. It's just a lie I only know because I read it in the novel when Jabon and the Empire clashed. Jell turns serious. Time to move. He points into the distance, stick toward the kingdom's forces, then head for that rock formation. Tucked inside the massive boulder, Garden looks around nervously. Your Highness, is this place actually safe? Jell explains this area is under constant surveillance by both the kingdom and the rebels. Damien protests, then we need to leave. Jell taps the map near the boulder, not quite. Precisely because it is contested, it is the safest place to be. Neither side wants to waste time checking a spot they both assume the other is watching. Gel settles invisibility is too high during the day, so get some sleep while you can. By dawn, the sun begins to peek over the canyon. Geel, Damien, and Garden are huddled low under the stone. A booming voice echoes, making Geel jump out of his skin. Jaban calls out, "I know you are hiding nearby. I see no horses missing from this side of the line." Geel pulls Damien and Garden close in a panic. "He found us." The voice keeps ringing out, "You cannot run forever with those two lackeys in tow. You cannot escape the eyes of our legion." Jekyll breaks into a cold sweat. He knows me too well. Jabin continues. "You were the one who betrayed me first, yet I still want to treat you well. I will forgive you this time. I promise." Jaban is clearly losing it. Veins bulge on his face as he bellows with pure, unadulterated rage. "I absolutely will not kill you for this." Jaban begs through gritted teeth, "Please, just show yourself. I am counting to 3. Come out." Nearby, Marovich is startled. Is that really Jabin? Jaban begins to count. Geel hides behind the rock, trembling. "If I go out, will he really break my legs and drag me away?" Gardin looks terrified. "My legs?" Gel tries to steady his nerves. "It is fine. If he attacks, the kingdom's army will react immediately. Torches ignite, burning like the hatred inside Jabon. Jabon keeps counting, keeping Jekyll in suspense. Gel holds his breath, hiding deep within the stone. After a moment, silence falls. Gel is relieved. "See, I told you we were fine." Suddenly, a fire arrow streaks through the air. Garden barely manages to snuff it out. Gel panics. "What are you doing?" Gel peeks out, eyes wide. What is actually happening? A squad with fire arrows lines up, ready to fire. A volley of flames rains down directly where Jekyll is hiding. Tall grass bursts into a wall of fire. Jekyll breaks out in a sweat. "They found us." Damien shouts, "We cannot stay here any longer." Garden screams, "Your Highness." Geel scowls, "Damn it, what now?" The system notifications are going haywire, reflecting the sheer terror surging through his body. His nerves are frayed, heart hammering against his ribs. What do we do now? Geel bows his head. "Focus. Run. Northeast." Damien looks confused. "Really?" Garden hesitates toward the royal camp. "Do you want 500 lashes?" "I lied to the princess to get this far. If I get caught now, I am dead." Gel sprints away, shouting instructions. The wind is pushing the flames from west to east, moving faster than any of us. Running against the wind is suicide move perpendicular to the blaze, now. Seeing the grass rustle, Jabon spots the movement. Jabon is devastated. "I treated Jekyll so well, and this is how he repays me?" He orders the guards to move. Jabon draws his sword, leading his vanguard with a face twisted in rage. Jabon charges straight into the fire he started, hacking through the flames with violent swings. He snarls with killing intent, "I will shatter your legs so you can never run away again." Back at the castle, Marovich looks out in bewilderment. Who could have pushed Jabon into such a burning, vengeful rage? The royal guard reports the thick smoke makes it hard to see a thing. "It looks like 3 men out there." Marov brushes his face, anxious, wondering how to explain this mess. He asks if that man Javiole shouted anything before launching the attack, but the guard heard nothing. Everything was too chaotic to catch any words, the guard admits. Marov figures they are trying to break morale, and his guard agrees, bowing his head. They cannot let the rebels run wild, so the guard urges him to send a rescue team. Marov shakes his head when asked if he can go himself. He refuses. The guard must stay by his side, so he will send the elite unit instead, creating a powerful symbol of protection. Troops are deployed, and Princess Adeline takes the lead. She radiates confidence, ordering the charge toward the northeast. Adeline silently promises to save their people, and soon, 3 figures emerge through the haze. She spots them, wondering if the crown prince can see her fighting back against the rebels, all thanks to his inspiration. She hopes he is watching, swearing to work even harder to be worthy of his influence. As she closes in, something about the man's physique feels strangely familiar, like she has seen him before. Meanwhile, Geel is panicking, fleeing from Jabbaloni, and shouts for Damien Garden to follow close behind. Adeline shouts, recognizing the crown prince, though her call leaves Geel looking completely frazzled. She stares daggers at him, face tight and cold, while Geel breaks into a nervous, cold sweat. Adeline bows her head, voice dropping to a low, icy tone. "Why are you here?" as she signals the troops to halt. Geel tries to laugh it off, offering a polite greeting, but Adeline snaps back, demanding to know why he lied. He starts to explain, but she cuts him off, her voice trembling with barely contained anger. She reminds him how he left only a letter without a proper goodbye, wondering why he is being hunted by rebels. Adeline glances at his chest, suspicion dawning on her, and asks if he is hiding some sort of mark. She is furious, demanding to know if he has joined the rebels and why he keeps on lying. Geel admits he has been embedded within the rebel command, insisting these past few days held a deeper meaning. He claims his infiltration was a necessary sacrifice, leaving Adeline stunned as he tries to maintain a brave face. He talks about sneaking into the enemy center with eyes sharp as a blade, risking everything. It was all done, he insists, in hopes of helping the kingdom's military in some small way. He laments that she never knew the true burden he carried. But Gadon warns that now is not the time for this. Jabberloni is already closing the distance, his rebel forces charging through the flames. Gilles jumps onto Adeline's horse, barking orders for Damien to take Garden and clear the path ahead. Damien obeys, and Gilles tells Adeline he will deal with her scolding later, but for now, she must run. She smirks with total confidence, refusing to flee because their numbers are superior to the enemy. She has decided to stand her ground and wipe the rebels out right here. This is her chance. She thinks a perfect victory would boost her soldiers' morale to new heights, but Gilles screams in terror, warning that confronting them means certain death. He reveals that Jabberloni is hunting him personally, and at the name, Adeline breaks into a cold sweat. Gilles is just as baffled, wondering why he became such a high-priority target for someone like that. She looks at the roaring fire ahead, realizing they have run out of time to hesitate. If the master swordsman Jabberloni is leading the cavalry, they have to stop him now, so she draws her blade. The horses dig into the earth, ready to charge, as the soldiers stand frozen, waiting for her command. Gilles frantically tugs at her arm, begging her to just run away before it is too late. Adeline ignores him, sword swinging down to signal the rear ranks to ready their crossbows. A forest of sharp, lethal bolts aims straight at Jabberloni, and she screams the order to fire. The volley rains down, and the enemy horses, sensing the danger, buck in panic and throw their riders. As the rebel line collapses, Adeline yanks the reins, wheeling her horse around to issue the next command. The order rings out retreat. Adeline scrambles, desperate. "Protect us," she cries out, and the troops answer in a unified roar. Adeline turns to the boy. "We bought time with the archers. She says we can escape safely now." Something stops her cold. She spins around, face pale, eyes wide with pure dread. Jabberlon. He tore through every obstacle, catching up to Adeline and Jekyll in a heartbeat. Jekyll freezes, face drained of color. The madman just grins. A chilling sight. Jekyll's brows knit tight in sheer panic. But wait. The figure on the horse Jabberlon is fading, shifting like a mirage. Gone. Jekyll shouts a warning. Jabberlon vanished. Adeline stares, completely lost. What? Stunned, they freeze. Jabberlon reappears right in front of them, his crushing pressure forcing their horses to the ground. Jekyll and Adeline scramble up, but Jabberlon closes in, reeking of bloodlust. "You must have had fun tricking me, right?" He levels his blade at Jekyll. "I am going to make sure you never even think about running again." Jabberlon lunges like a bolt of lightning. Jekyll flinches, cowering and shielding his eyes. "Save me," he whispers. But before the strike lands, Damien appears. A massive surge of power erupts, blasting Jabberlon back. Damien stands his ground, shielding Jekyll. "You." He taunts just a palace guard, "Aren't you?" Jabberlon sneers in contempt. "Is that really all you have? Barely an intermediate-level swordsman." Jabberlon leaps back, then dives in with a flurry of heavy blows. Damien parries, barely hanging on. Damien is no match for that raw speed and strength. He takes a hit. From afar, Jekyll gasps, breathless. "Damien, stop fighting. Run away." Then Jekyll catches himself. "No, this isn't the time to worry about others." Adeline rushes over, pulling Jekyll up. "Your Highness," she pleads, "please, you have to wake up." She drags him towards safety, urging him to wake while their guard buys them time to escape. Jekyll shakes his head. "I cannot leave him. If I abandon him here, everyone is going to be in danger." Jekyll bows his head, thinking this isn't just about Damien being the story's hero, or some future legend. He cannot explain it. To speak the truth is to reveal the world's secrets. If he does, the entity that left Damien here will step in. Gathering his resolve, Jekyll speaks. "Princess," she turns. "You," he says, "you are the only one who can save everyone." Adeline gasps. "What?" Jekyll is dead serious. "You must follow exactly what I say from now on." He stares into her eyes, intense. "Can you do it?" Jekyll leans in to whisper the plan. He tells her exactly what must be done. Adeline gasps. Horrified, is that even possible? Jekyll grabs her hands, determined. "You can do it. Hang in there." Adeline looks at him, overwhelmed. Some things in life are truly better left unsaid. Sometimes, growth isn't a gift. To build, you must destroy. To be reborn, you must perish. The story of the magic sword emperor is one of ruin and creation, with Damien at the center. Rain starts to fall. Order shatters. Damien grows amidst the rubble of a collapsing empire. He grows, only to destroy the world once more, triggering a rebirth. It is the fate Damien must shoulder, the path he must walk. Jekyll thinks of him. "Damien, if you are left here, you will be pushed to the brink and awaken your true nature. That entity will intervene, and the world will meet its end." That is why Jekyll invented every excuse to pull him from the arena and keep him close. After everything they went through, he thought keeping Damien by his side would spare him from that tragic destiny. And yet, here they are. Damien, he thinks, now is not the time to tremble. The moment of truth arrives. Jekyll turns to the princess. "Are you ready?" Give me a moment, she replies. Moments later, she signals. Done. Back in the chaos, the clash continues. Steel screams against steel as Damien trades blows with Jabalon. Damien is clearly struggling under the weight of those strikes. Jabalon laughs, confident, getting tired already. Jabalon rains down more attacks. Damien desperately deflects them, but then Jabalon pauses. Wait. Jabalon thought the boy was just defending, but every time Damien uses that technique, the attacks just melt away. Jabalon stands there, baffled. How is Damien actually pulling this off? Yeah, there are always guys like that. He sneers upstarts who keep growing, but they're still just bugs waiting to be crushed. Jabalon steps up with a threat. I will let you taste this. He lunges forward, fast as a hungry ghost. Damien can't keep up with Jabalon's movements, but he relies on pure survival instinct to dodge the strike. That was dangerously close. Jabalon pulls back and maintains his distance. You actually dodged that, not bad at all. He starts pumping power into his body. You have lasted quite long, but it is time for me to end this. Damien grips his sword to stand his ground. I can still fight. Jabalon scoffs, you are talking pretty big for someone on the brink. The pressure makes Damien freeze, trembling in place. Jabalon attacks again, and Damien struggles to block the crushing blow. His sword snaps in half. Jabalon seizes the opening, closing in to finish him off. He sends Damien flying, crashing hard against a rock. Jabalon approaches slowly, radiating an overwhelming energy. This boring game ends now. Damien can't even speak, just lying there gasping for air. Jabalon advances, aiming his blade at Damien for the killing blow. It is over. Damien has no strength left to resist, staring at the incoming strike. He never expected to end up in a place like this. Damien lets his guard down, head hanging low in total defeat. Damn it. Damien closes his eyes, bracing for the end, but something is surging inside him. Damien stares ahead, his vision blurring. What is this? Something feels wrong. It is as if time itself has come to a stop. Damien looks down, shocked. The sword is pointed right at his heart, yet Damien feels no fear. A mysterious power ripples out from within him. It leaves Jabalon confused. What is this? Damien clutches his chest and falls to his knees. Jabalon watches, baffled his mana flow is completely abnormal. Just then, Jeel's voice echoes out. Your Highness, throw it now. Jabalon turns, alert. Adeline holds a heavy rock, ready to go. I am on it. She focuses hard, takes a deep breath, and hurls the rock at Jabalon. He looks at it with pure disdain. Does she really think this junk will work on me? Jabalon slashes at the stone, shattering it. As the debris clears, Jekyll flies in like a superhero. He screams, Jabalon. Jabalon looks up, stunned. Wait, he realizes something is wrong, but it is already too late. It is medicine. Jabalon glares at Jekyll as he drops from above and hits the dirt. He is furious. You dare to pull this? Jekyll coughs violently from the impact, while Damien watches in total shock. The system notification confirms skill-activated level 3 medicine. Jabalon's headache begins to fade. He feels heaven once again. Yes, this is exactly the feeling. Jeel beams, seeing Jabalon frozen like a statue. It worked. Jabalon mutters in disbelief. The aura, it is gone. What just happened? Jekyll knows exactly what is going on inside Jabalon's head. That headache was almost a lifelong habit, stuck with him since he was young. Jekyll smirks he has solved it now. The moment he checked Jabalon's pulse, Jekyll realized the migraine triggered whenever Jabalon drew his sword. It was a pain that clung to him from birth, one he had to grit his teeth through every single day. He had spent years training while enduring that agonizing pain all on his own. He used to force himself through it, and that mindset became second nature even the moment he reached the level of Sword Saint, always in pain, always enduring. That very pain had become a core component of Jabalon's sword and mana arts. Now that it is gone, he cannot help but panic. While Jabalon stands there paralyzed, Jeel rushes to check on his companion. Damien, wake up. He gasps, his heart throbbing with sharp, relentless pain. Your Highness. Jekyll asks Damien, how did you end up like this? Damien replies, I thought I was a goner, but then time just seemed to stop. He describes the strange stillness he felt. It was so quiet, like he was about to drift into an eternal sleep. Damien slowly loses consciousness. But through the haze, he hears Jeel and the enemy shouting, Jabalon, my hand. Damien's eyes snap open at the familiar voice. He recognizes the tone of the medicine. Your Highness. Damien reaches out, trembling. That is right, he hasn't finished his fight with that bastard yet. As he recounts it, Damien picks up his broken sword. I do not even know what happened. When I woke up and heard your voice, I was already in this state. Jekyll grinds his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Damien is getting one step closer to the truth. Jabalon cuts in, startling them both. Are you two done talking yet? He does not hesitate to send a sword strike flying toward them. Jabalon stares silently through the smoke and debris. Something moves behind him, making him glance back in a flash. Damien closes the gap. He lunges at Jabalon with lethal intent, but Jabalon reacts, barely dodging the strike. Damien presses the attack, sword driving forward. His blade carves a line across Jabalon's cheek, forcing the monster to stagger back. The fight intensifies, they slam into each other, locked in a brutal, desperate exchange of strength. Damien is reeling now. He loses a chunk of hair to a stray blow. It's clear he's barely holding the line. Damien screams at Jekyll, "Run! Get out of here while I buy you time, it's now or never!" But Jekyll just stands there, frozen like a statue. It's maddening. Damien yells again, "Move! You stubborn prince! Get moving!" Jabalon smirks, reading the room perfectly. "You think he's just going to leave, don't you?" Damien trembles, bracing his blade against Jabalon's crushing assault. Yeah, he knows it too well. Suddenly, Jeal steps in, hand on his shoulder. "You really don't trust your master at all, do you?" Jeal unleashes a hidden move, releasing a wave of toxic gas from his gear. He grins, watching the poison cloud spread. All that preparation finally pays off. The gas hits Jabalon's face. He's bound to inhale at least some of it. Then, Jeal signals Adeline. Plan 119 is go the princess and her troops move into position to save the prince. The soldiers shout back in unison. Jeal glances at Damien 5 seconds. "That's all the time we have. Get ready to ride." Damien nods, then Jabalon lunges, planting himself between them like an unstoppable wall. "You really think you're leaving?" He swings his blade. Damien is sent flying, totally caught off guard. With a brutal motion, Jabalon smashes his sword hilt into Jekyll's head. Both of them collapse defeated. Jeal trembles, blood dripping from his nose. He stares up. Jabalon looms over him, vision blurring into nothing. He can barely take one hit from that blade. If he blacks out now, it's game over for Jeal. Flashing back to earlier Jekyll, the transformation spell starts now. Jeal blinks, still doubtful. "Are you sure this spell is actually stable?" Janitas laughs. "It's me we're talking about. Don't you remember, Your Highness?" He dances around. Smug, "I'm the one who shocked you. I'm the one who froze you. Are you really doubting my skills over this tiny little transformation trick?" Jeal cuts him off. All right, I get it." Janitas turns serious. There's one edge case where the spell breaks. Jeal asks what that could possibly be. Janitas explains a physical impact strong enough to knock you out. Mana normally shields you. The transformation absorbs the shock to prevent you from fainting, but it only works once. Watch yourself. GL grips those words. Facing Jabalon, Jeal's body begins to shift back to his true form. His chubby hands vanish, gone, replaced by slender, pale fingers. That soft frame dissolves. Jabalon gasps, sweat dripping. He stammers, "Royal Prince Jeal, you are the Prince of Magentano?" At that moment, the arriving army cries out, "Your Highness!" Jabalon sneers, "If you don't want to see your prince die, stay back." He unleashes a massive shockwave, driving the troops away. Adeline tumbles from her horse, crashing into the dirt. Jeal is panicked, brain firing on all cylinders. How do I escape this? Does my identity even mean anything to this freak? No, it won't stop him. In the worst-case scenario, Jeal becomes a hostage and the rebels win. The Magentano royal house won't be able to interfere, and Jeal will be branded a failure by the Emperor. He has to stand up and find an opening. The system pings you have successfully survived a strike from a sword saint. The Asura Heart technique is reacting, analyzing, and learning from this special skill. Your Asura Heart has absorbed a massive surge of external power, unlocking a new defensive skill. A new HP conversion option is now available in the Asura Heart menu. Jekyll stares in disbelief. The system keeps flashing warnings. Skill option 3, HP conversion. You can now trade your accumulated organ-backed HP for pure life force. You can customize how much HP to spend, and the conversion rate will skyrocket as your Asura Heart levels up. Current rate 10 HP for 1 life force. Your current life force is 200 out of 300. Jeal stares at the text, completely lost. Jabalon looks genuinely disappointed. Why? Why lie to me? He frowns, deeply annoyed. I treated you like a real friend, and you just played me for a fool. Jeal smirks. Eyes cold, friend, my foot. Jeal steps forward, a rebel leader from a fallen kingdom. He scoffs. You think being nice to a prince gets you anywhere? Friendship? Really? Do you still see me as some toy? Why Lachi Chiel? Jeal demands. You act like a clingy nightmare, following me 24/7. You even wanted to cut off my legs just to keep me trapped. You are obsessed, unstable, a total joke. Back off while I am still being polite. Stop pretending we are friends. Jabalon speaks, and a chill runs down JK's spine. I hoped for a different ending, he whispers. But now, no one will even notice you are gone. Jabalon turns his gaze. Princess Adeline, guardian of the kingdom. She lies broken, severely wounded from Jabalon's last blast. Princess, are you all right? If I wipe everyone out, there will be no witnesses, Jabalon says. JK glares back, so this is it? You are still going to maim me to keep me close? Jealon doesn't blink. I am confident I can hide you away for the rest of your life. Not just this kingdom, he adds. I could crush the entire empire if I wanted. Jeal retorts, you have lost your mind. Jaban raises his blade, preparing to end it all. Do you really think I cannot do it? Sudden energy erupts. Jabin freezes as a glowing shield, manifested by Jekyll, deflects the strike. Invincible, Jeal declares. He activates Astrahan skill option 2. Total invincibility. A mana barrier floods his system for 5 minutes. No matter the damage, he cannot pass out or lose consciousness. 4 minutes and 59 seconds remain. Jeal endured 500 shockwaves from Adeline just to earn this. Skill option 2, invincibility, limited to once a day. For these 5 minutes, Jeal will not fall. He smirks, feeling the pressure. Jabalon, unable to believe his strike failed, goes into a berserker rage. JK stands firm behind his barrier. Come on then. Jabalon keeps hammering away at the light. Even with the shield, the sheer force sends JK skidding back. The system flashes red vitality at 130 out of 300. His heart races. One hit and that much is gone? A monster, truly. Without that shield, he would be unconscious already. JKL refuses to quit. He shifts tactics. HP conversion, he commands. The system signals skill option 3. HP conversion. The ratio is 10 to 1. He inputs the transfer amount, pulling from his 7,400 HP. JKL converts 1,700. The system complies, granting him an instant surge of 170 vitality. Vitality is back to full. JK looks at his steady hands. It is unbelievable the power of the Chi Lord. A sly, confident smile spreads across his face. Time for a test. He tilts his head, mocking his opponent. Is that it? Is this all the Sword Saint has? My legs are still attached, see? Jabalon stares, stunned. No damage? He is confused. That strange technique Prince Magentano. JK blocked 2 direct strikes, and there is not a scratch on him. He goads Jabalon further, pushing him toward a boiling rage. Is that the best you can do, Jabon? He taunts the monster, acting like it is nothing. Call yourself a Sword Saint? Despite the mocking front, JK knows he is just buying time for his HP to recover. Don't disappoint me now, he yells. Jeal laughs, reckless and bold. Come on, keep it coming. Jabon snaps. He lunges, a blur of motion. I am not the type to be fooled by cheap taunts, Jabin growls. The barrage is relentless. JK's vitality bleeds away. The system blinks red 190 out of 300, HP dropping fast. JKL presses on, unfazed. Seems like you are actually getting better. He converts another 1,100 HP. Vitality hits 300 again, a full, steady stream. As Jabalon beats on him like a punching bag, Jekyll thinks to himself a man has to stay topped off. JK feels a sharp pang of dread as a hairline crack forms on his shield. Wait, not now just when he gains the upper hand. The Eternal Frost kicks in. He recalls the Lesson Channel mana. Trigger the Frost Shield, the Heart of Astrahan. Jekyll realizes he must focus his mana using the Astrahan technique. He channels that energy to amplify the Eternal Frost, draining mana from everything around him. He pulls it from the grass, the earth, the trees. Then from the horses nearby. Mana pulses through his muscles, his nervous system, every fiber of his being. His senses sharpen to their limit. Jabalon, frustrated, refuses to give up. Suddenly, Jabalon vanishes right before JK's eyes. Jel's heart skips. He senses the strike coming, his eyes snapping upward. A fatal blow, but Jekyll predicts the arc, shifting his shield just in time. The impact is massive, a shockwave that rocks the area. Dust and debris explode into the air. Jel keeps his eyes locked on Jabon. Smoke swirls, blinding him, then clears. He keeps his guard up, triggering his first skill lock onto the pressure point. Target locked. Jel snaps his head to the right. There. Jel realizes the downward swing is a feint. The real strike is coming up. He raises his shield just in time, parrying Jabin's blade. Caught again. Feeling the momentum, Jel taunts him. That is all you have? What a pathetic sword saint. I have already read your every move. The system chimes you are optimizing the Astrahan technique perfectly in this brutal fight. Astrahan technique leveled up. Single loop skill is now level 7. The system reports the body is adapting. Mana loops are growing stronger. His internal organs rally, boosting him with 1,000 health, as the Astrahan technique shatters its previous limits. Caught between life and death, his body feels like it is burning. This is no game. Die here, and it is over. The system reports minor health drains. Jel feels a rush of relief. His lungs scream for endurance, while his stomach and liver panic, crying out for him to hold on. Even his gut is doing its part to keep him alive. The system updates. Mana loop delay reduced. Invincibility duration increased by 1 minute. HP conversion rate rising. Astrahan technique is level 8 now. Mana efficiency is at 230%. He has 3 options: active mana loop, invincibility, and HP conversion. Level 9 requires 3,000 points. He has 7,000, both Jel and Jabalon charge. Jel shields up while Jabalon swings his sword. Jel asks, is it not time to let go of that obsession? Jel calculates quickly. Taunting and guarding is his only play, but he is reaching his limit. His only strategy is to keep defending so Damien can counter. If Gel tanks Jabalon's hits, Damien will not need to awaken his true nature. He can just focus on the strike. To last longer, he needs to simplify his attacks. It feels wrong to dig into his childhood trauma, but he has no choice. Why do you live in such a lie? You say your father is lost. That is no simple tragedy. Jabalon goes silent. Gel digs deeper, attacking his pride. You hate your father, but you never wanted to kill him, did you? Jabalon snaps, you are too loud. He drives a fist straight into Gel's shield. Gel is shocked by the force. The provocation worked. He recalls Jabin muttering in his sleep when they shared a room. He wondered if the man was dreaming. Looking at his reaction now, it is obvious. Gel speaks up. I guessed right. A clumsy strike could kill your father. Neither of you ever understood your true potential. Jabalon reaches his breaking point. Stop, he screams in agony. A massive surge of power erupts from deep within him. Gel's system alerts him that the invincibility window just ended. He goes numb. This is not right. A massive explosion ripples out from Jabalon's fury. Gel has no choice but to brace himself behind his shield. Smoke clears, and a figure stands before Gel. Damien has arrived to protect his master. That man really does not know how to quit. Gel gasps in shock. Damien is back, standing on the battlefield he once suffered in, finally finding himself again. He looks up. Did I just pass out? Damien scans the area, spotting Adeline wounded and the princess in pain. Nearby, Gel is still holding the line against Jabalon with his shield. Damien notices Jabalon's aura returning. He knows he must act before the enemy fully recovers. He tries to dash forward, but his body locks up. How? He calms his mind, remembering his old training. He refuses to repeat the tragedy at Jimo. Driven by that thought, Damien returns to his intense practice. Sharp, blinding sword strikes slice through wooden pillars. A single spin sends the debris flying. He turns his back as the wood shatters into dust. Damien grips his sword tight, ready to defend the princess. He is determined to grow stronger. He pushes his mana to the absolute limit. As he focuses, his body nears its breaking point, triggering a new well of energy. Black blood spurts from his mouth. He recalls his master's warning from back then. Rookie, reversing your mana is suicide. Do you want to die? If you die here, who will bury you? Is this mana reversal? Damien clutches his chest. His heart is pounding. He must stop this. But there are no side effects. On the contrary, the reversed mana seems to be pushing him past his limits. He tries shifting the mana flow, a totally new direction, just a half turn. This way feels smoother. Damien closes his eyes, feeling the rich mana coursing through his veins. He opens his eyes, a new, raw power flowing from his masterful control of the mana. Damien slams his blade into the ground, a strike far more powerful than anything he has done before. Even with all that practice, he only managed a half turn. Damien has never tried a full reversal as he looks toward Gel, struggling to hold off Jabalon. No more hesitation. Protecting the prince is everything. If he falls, they all perish. It's time to test the limits. Damien decides right now to break his own threshold. A dark power surges, twisting and spiraling out of control. Mana flows in reverse, forced by Damien's command. You are the seed I planted in this world. That seed grows into a wildfire, hungry to consume every living thing on this land. One day, I will brandish you while laughing. A voice echoes, then cuts out. Damien is already locked in combat with Jabalon. Two massive forces collide in a deafening blast. Gel shields his eyes, watching Damien stand his ground. Jabalon sneers at a man who refuses to quit. Gel is stunned. He actually made it in time. Damien stands tall, saving Gel from certain defeat. Gel gasps, unable to believe his eyes, the Labursa technique. Jabalon is reeling. How could he block that blade? A Sword Saint's aura should only be countered by another aura. Is he actually afraid of this guy? No, that is impossible. It cannot be. While Jabalon falters, Damien strikes toward him. Jabalon screams in a blind, arrogant rage, I will kill you. But Jabalon's strikes find only air as Damien effortlessly dodges, not a single hit grazing him. Jabalon howls in frustration. He stares at Damien, who remains calm and unbothered, while every single attack is gracefully avoided. Damien counters, and Jabalon freezes mid-scream my aura. He is stunned, his power shattered by a single blow. Gel watches closely from behind, analyzing the fight. It is hard to believe, right? Damien is using the primary trait of the demon sword technique. It is not the most evil, but the strongest and absurd power that keeps him one step above any opponent. Even a sword saint cannot win. Jabalon trembles, refusing to accept this. He cannot lose to someone like this. Driven by desperation, Jabalon lunges forward. Do not think this is his limit. Jabalon intends to use his own hand to trigger the final technique. A hand reaches out, wait. That belongs to Gel. Jabalon gasps. The prince is shaking. Damn it, it cannot be stopped once it is activated. At this rate, Jabalon will accidentally kill himself. Jabalon demands to know what he thinks he is doing. Jill answers, I know exactly what you are doing. You are using the Eli formation, right? I do not want to trigger this, so leave it to me. The Eli formation is a brutal, primitive technique that absorbs all pure mana from both the caster and the target. In a battle of pure mana, even the Labursa technique is useless. Damien is smaller than Jabalon, so he would surely lose. Jill sneers the rebel leader is more petty than I thought, only knowing how to bully those smaller than you. Jabalon sneers you plan to die in place of your comrade? Jill corrects him, not dying, I am about to crush you. He activates the Kuzman skill. The system flashes a red warning. You have unauthorized use of the red sunflower seed meant for mystical beasts. You are a human, not a beast. Effect duration is limited to 3 minutes. The red sunflower seed carries severe side effects. Please consult a doctor or a herbalist. Once the effect wears off, you will fall into a coma for 5 days. Yiel slowly grows to a massive size. In the midst of the tension, Maravich asks, What on earth am I looking at? His guard replies, I have no idea. Jiel flexes his arm and, hey, am I not a herbalist myself? He smiles, confident now. Even if he absorbs the Eli formation, it does not matter. By overcoming this, he can prevent Damien from reaching his final awakening state. That way, everyone survives. Jiel calls out to him, Jabalon, this fight is clearly decided. Just surrender. Drop the sword and end it. But Jabalon's massive ego refuses to let go. Veins bulge. The pure mana in his body is being crushed by the prince. Jiel shouts, Are you not listening? Jabalon is powerless. He has climbed over countless rivals to reach this spot. It feels so meaningless. Is this how his life ends? Seeing Jabalon is still stubborn, Jiel asks again, Huh? What is it? Why will you not go down? The system reports only 56 seconds remaining. Seeing this, Yiel looks at Jabalon. So, Yiel starts shaking Jabalon like a toy. He is tossed around in Yiel's grip until he cannot say another word. Yiel keeps shaking him, knowing that for a monster like this, even this is not enough. While shaking him, Yiel pleads fall down already. Just fall. He mutters that time is running out. Jiel wonders why he is so stubborn. It seems even steel has a limit. Jabalon sweats, crying out in helplessness. Damn it! Jiel reaches out, ready to flick Jabalon. Jiel shouts, Fly! Jabalon is sent soaring through the air. He lands hard against a distant rock. Jiel looks on, feeling proud. A new record. Adeline finally wakes up. Am I seeing this right? The soldiers confirm it. Yes, you are. Adeline stares, shocked at the massive Jiel. It seems everything has finally come to an end. The blades drop. Silence falls. The Angoma Civil War is finally over. Mana boost duration is nearly gone. Jel lets out a sigh of relief. He really pushed Damien to the edge during that fight. Is Damien all right? Jel stumbles forward, trembling. He collapses right into Damien's arms, searching for his face. Are you hurt? Damien looks down, visibly moved by the sight. He pulls Jel in tight, my prince. The scene fades as Jel is rushed to safety. Then, a loud voice shatters his sleep. Your Highness, wake up! The Crown Prince blinks, dazed. Wait, what is this? He's standing there, arm in arm with Adeline, both dressed for a wedding. What is going on here? Jel stares at her. Princess? Why are you dressed like that? Adeline smiles. The Crown Prince, please take the stage. Jel is completely lost. Stage? What stage? The MC booms over the speakers. Everyone, let's welcome our guest of honor. Our pride of Magentano, celebrating the Crown Prince's dual circle breakthrough. Mana amplification at 400%. Azrahan skill upgraded. Slot circle strengthened. Access to unique options granted. Slot circle enhanced. Slot 2 unlocked. This function is officially active. Let's hear it for him. Jel panics. He just keeps stuttering. Below the stage, a crowd is cheering his name, clapping wildly. Congratulations, they chant. The host beams. We are honored to celebrate this dual circle milestone. Jel is stunned. Dual circle? He looks up, staring at the system window hovering in the air. Slot 2? Slot integration? The host smiles. Let me explain how this works. Jel quickly finds his advisor, Garden. The old man explains that slot integration allows him to mix materials from different slots. Garden clinks 2 mixing glasses together. He stirs the concoction with a flourish, looking effortlessly elegant. It feels natural, doesn't it? Jel just stands there, completely baffled by the entire performance. What in the world is happening? He wonders if this is still a dream. The scene shifts to darkness. Suddenly, Jel is standing face to face with Damien. Damien stares back. Who did this to me? I did nothing, Jel stammers. Damien narrows his eyes. I mean, what did you cause in this world? You knew from the start, right, that I only wanted to protect you. Damien radiates pure killing intent. Tell me, did you know? It is not like that, Jel tries to shout, but invisible tape seals his mouth shut. Jel realizes this isn't the real Damien. This is something else, hiding inside his psyche. He looks at the sword in Damien's grip and pales. Wait, stop. Is this really the end? The real Damien must have woken up. Gel bolts upright, gasping for air, thrashing in his bed. Damien watches him, confused. Did you do that on purpose? Gel freezes, realizing it's really him. Gel wonders, is this guy still in a state of awakening? Damien points to his own head. I am talking about that headbutt earlier. That better count as danger pay. Gel stares. Instead of attacking, he is worried about his paycheck. Damien keeps grumbling about risking his life for him. Damn it, a guard needs a decent salary and hazard pay. Gel smiles. It is really him. He moves closer to Damien, heart finally slowing down. You really are something else. Even Damien seems different, calm in a strange way. Gel reaches out. Give me your hand. Damien blinks. You want to check my pulse? Gel nods. He needs to see how far the Labursa mental cultivation has progressed. Just give it here. It is for your own benefit. Gel asks, you reached the top Desper level, right? Damien looks shocked. How did you know that? Gel explains. I saw the signs the very first time we met. Have you forgotten? If this keeps up, your insomnia will get worse and your nerves will be frayed. Damien lets out a long, weary breath. I understand. The system begins the scan. Subject Damien Ken, male, 3,912 years old, height 186 centimeters, weight 79 kilos. Gel scans the data. It is completely different from their first encounter. The awakening is working. He is peak physical condition. However, the system reports severe insomnia caused by a hyperactive nervous system. Residual damage from the mana backlash is still lingering deep within him. Rest and meditation are recommended to soothe his nerves. Also, the scan detects strange foreign tissue in his blood. It seems to have undergone a sudden dual process. But it stopped for some unknown reason. Gel looks closer, it stopped. Luckily, the awakening stalled. It must be because you took the hit for Jabin. As long as it doesn't progress further, we're good. Jakiel warns him absolutely no more mana retrograde from now on. Damien looks confused, saying my body feels perfectly fine. Jakiel snaps back. Don't be naive. No means no. What's with that look? One more time and you're cut off. Damien realizes, wait, isn't that illegal dismissal? Jakiel, reaching his limit, snaps, if you're so smart, you be the crown prince. Jakiel stretches, exam over. He wants a report on everything that happened while he was out. How's Jaban now? Damien starts to explain, but a voice cuts in. Startling them both, let me handle the explanation. Jakiel and Damien bow instantly. The king of Angoma. They bow low. The king speaks, I wish to speak with the crown prince alone. King Maravik speaks. First, regarding your punishment of the rebels who brought such suffering to my people, I sincerely offer my gratitude on behalf of the royal family. And welcome, Crown Prince. Jakiel feels awkward me? The system alerts him, your selfless sacrifice in the Angoma Civil War will be recorded in the Laser Continent history books. The Angoma royal family officially expresses gratitude for your achievements. Jakiel is stunned. What? What is this? While the system screen glows, the king keeps calling Crown Prince, Crown Prince. Jakiel snaps back and bows quickly. Crown Prince, I am honored to contribute to your nation in my own small way. Maravich smiles, satisfied. Well said. Now, I will tell you what you want to know. He explains after Jalen fell unconscious, the rebels surrendered. The conspirators are already in military court. Jaban is detained for treason. Jakiel asks, what about the others? And all the rebel soldiers? Maravich replies, I don't intend to punish the soldiers. They were just forced into the battlefield. Jakiel asks out of curiosity, what about Jabon? Maravich answers he will be used as test material, a rare third-tier swordmaster. A traitor deserves neither mercy nor a glorious death, right? There is no need to pity the pathetic. This tragic ending suits him perfectly. Do you understand? Jakiel offers an awkward smile. Well, the issue is what goes in. Yes. Maravich pauses, then asks, is there something else? Jakiel looks at him, puzzled, is there more? Maravich speaks. Earlier I mentioned the father-in-law role. Jakiel panics, oh right. The lie, I almost forgot. Jakiel cries out, please let me marry the princess. I am sorry, your majesty. Jakiel jumps up and bows deeply. I was too rash and disrespectful. I was sincere at the time, but after spending time with the princess, I realized staying friends is better. Maravich listens, pondering for a moment. So delaying her return to the capital was all for nothing. Jakiel bows at a perfect 90 degrees. I am truly ashamed. Seeing this, the king laughs heartily. Youth is truly wonderful. This leaves Jakiel confused. Why? The king replies, I was the same. Easy to ignite, easy to burn out. Youth is like that, so I won't blame you. I only feared my daughter might be rude to you. Rude? Like her being impulsive? I don't know if she hit you? Jakiel answers she did. About 500 hits. Adeline, listening outside, trembles in fear. Hit him 500 times? Why did he call it treatment? What else? Silly kid. Outside, the king's guard blocks her path. Princess, please stay calm. Adeline charges in, furious. This crown prince is loud, drawing the attention of the king and Rakiel. Adeline yells out, bitter. Crown prince. 3 days later, Rakiel bows to the king. I am honored. Adeline asks, so you're really heading back to Magentano now? He answers, really leaving. Adeline is still fuming. I heard the conversation between father and you two. Such a creative excuse, wasn't it? Saying I hit you 500 times, my strength isn't that great, and calling me a silly kid is a huge mistake. Yes. Garden listens to this, smiling brightly. Young love. Truly. Adeline keeps criticizing after meeting. It's clear we should only be friends. Oh my god, I didn't do anything. I was just standing there. Rakiel thinks in terror. Run. He doesn't forget to say goodbye to the king. May your country be glorious and prosperous. I take my leave. Before he can escape, Adeline grabs his hand. Where do you think you're going? Rakiel glances back, panicked. Adeline whispers into Rakiel's ear, remember to give me another chance next time. He blushes, waving goodbye. Bye, goodbye. Adeline waves back. Travel safely then. Rakiel sighs with relief inside. Almost got hit again. Scene shifts to the carriage. Your Highness, we are almost at the capital. Rakiel continues to panic. The Emperor will definitely be furious. He must have heard all kinds of rumors. Clearing up this mess is going to be tough. And negotiating with Angoma. Another lecture coming. What can you do? It's all your arm's fault. Arriving. Rakiel is panicked. What is that? Garden explains. Your Highness. It looks like at the gate. His Majesty is waiting there in person. He steps off the carriage. Dejected, is he so angry he had to come out here himself? Rakiel approaches and bows to the Emperor of the Empire. He is strangely gentle. You have returned safely, have you? Astalion hugs Rakiel tight, making him lose his breath. Ayan looks at Rakiel in shock. Wait, has this kid already reached the double circle realm? Is this speed even real? It took me 25 years to hit the double ring. Jiel bows his head low. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Astarion answers simply, yeah. Jiel is stunned, huh? Just that? No scolding? Is he actually in a good mood? The Emperor speaks up just now. I showed some joy and you were already in pain. Is that really it? How can you carry the burden of a prince if you are this weak? Indeed. Astarion hands Jiel a stack of letters. Jiel is confused. The Emperor tells him, this is your answer. Marriage proposals from royal families and top nobles all over. They are all for you. Jiel holds them, his shout echoing to the heavens. Wait, what? At the Frontera Plaza, a fruit seller leans in close to whisper, hey, have you heard the news yet? He asks curiously, what news? The old man covers his mouth. Whispering word is, His Highness the Crown Prince achieved 9 great feats at the base. He gasps out loud. Is that for real? The old man nods, slowly recounting it is true. They say he infiltrated the rebel army and knocked out their leader with just one finger. Hearing this, he stumbles back in a panic, retorting, there is no way that is true. The old man frowns and shouts, it is true, I heard it with my own ears. He gets a headache from the yelling, wincing as he replies, okay, I get it now. The old man straightens his posture, strokes his beard, and continues the story. After that, they say princesses from other countries and noble ladies have been flooding His Highness with marriage proposals. His eyes go wide. He thought the crown prince was too sickly to ever get married. The old man bluntly cuts him off, proving his worries were useless. Instead of worrying about royalty, you should worry about yourself. He grinds his teeth in anger. What did you just say? The old man stands with his back turned, sharing, is it not true? You need a real job to get married. He is furious at being called out, especially since he still has not found a stable job. He shouts at the stall, I never asked you to worry about me. You always talk like this. Just apologize for your outdated views already. Hearing that, the old man turns around, cold-faced, then you apologize for the unpaid rent first. Once those words land, he bows low, expressing how reckless he has been. The scene shifts to a grand, luxurious castle. Inside, Rakiel lies flat on the sofa, sighing about how tired he is. A voice calls out, Your Highness. He takes the paper off his face, turning to ask, what is it? Is there something you need to say? Damien bows his head respectfully to report all of these are marriage proposals. He admits it flatly, yeah, everyone says they want to marry me. He asks cautiously, did they send these to the wrong place? Rakiel lifts his chin, sharing confidently, how could it be a mistake? This level of popularity is clearly impossible to hide now. You only hang around the underground arena, so you have probably never loved anyone, right? Damien answers without expression, I have loved someone before. He jumps up in a panic, shouting, what? Damien continues with his reasoning. The underground arena is not just full of men, after all. Rakiel tears up, putting on a pitiful face to question you, traitor. That must be the protagonist effect. Rakiel lets out a sigh either way. It is not exactly a good thing, and it really makes me think. Garden asks in surprise, are you struggling? Not sure who to pick? He suddenly leans in, laughing loudly. If it is about that, I am an expert. Based on my extensive romantic experience, I will help you out seriously. It is the secret to finding true love. Garden grabs Rakiel's hand, teaching him intently first. You have to hold their hand. Then, you look into their eyes, he helplessly interrupts. Okay, that is enough. However, the old man does not stop, suddenly leaning in so close that Rakiel turns pale, and Garden gets way too close that is basically a crime. He cannot take it anymore, pushing Garden's face away and shouting, I will reject them all. Damien is a bit confused. Why is that? Rakiel calmly explains, these people sending proposals now are sending them to me, and you will be the emperor in the future. In terms of status or prospects, I am the #1 candidate for the throne now, right? Damien nods in agreement, of course, Your Highness. He rests his hands in front of him, his eyes sharp as he confirms. That is it. But why did they not send me proposals before? Garden hesitates, that is. Rakiel grows thoughtful. He continues the story back then. Everyone probably thought I was useless. They must have thought I would die young. The next thing he says makes the old man jump, so they were secretly sending proposals to Theode, were they not? Garden exclaims, you knew? Rakiel puts his hand to his ear, explaining calmly, I have ears to listen after all, but I heard that guy rejected all of them, saying I had to be taken first. He pulls out a letter, showing it to Garden with confidence anyway. After that whole incident, I became the #1 husband candidate. The old man is a bit confused, his voice dropping low. Now everyone acknowledges your ability and prospects, Your Highness. So why do you intend to reject the proposals? Rakiel shakes his head, I will not say. Hearing this, both Garden and Damien are frozen in surprise. What? He turns to look at his own reflection in the glass, because Rakiel grins, showing his teeth in excitement. I have zero desire to be emperor. A peaceful royal life and a long, easy existence, that is my only goal, my sole reason for being. Rakiel thinks this to himself, fingers tightening around the letter. I can already guess the hidden motive behind the emperor's marriage proposal. Well, since there is something to gain here, I might as well play along. Time to make a move. Rakiel points forward and gives the order head to the second prince's palace. Gadden looks stunned and shouts out at this hour. Damien follows up immediately. I will be sure to file for overtime pay for this. A cold, sharp voice cuts through the air, making the whole carriage entourage tense up. Turn the carriage around. Rakiel glances at the scenery outside, mind racing with thoughts. Is this the first time we have met since the duel? I have been swamped lately. I should have dropped by to see him when I visited the Emperor. Sending flowers and letters, honestly, that felt way too sweet for my taste. Is it strange to feel that way? After all, I am not the real Rakiel. Rakiel rests his chin on his hand, falling deep into thought. Not actually family either. Finally, he lowers his eyes with a sigh. But really, what happened to the real Rakiel anyway? Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Seriously, why are you only curious now? You have been here for a while and this is the first time you thought of it? This kid is something else. He looks up in a daze, asking with genuine confusion, you guys knew I was not the original owner of this body? The system replies, of course, we are the ones managing this vessel. Why would we not know? Rakiel lowers his head, looking somber. He continues then, where is the real Rakiel? He presses his lips together, bracing for the answer. That side is just as tense as you are. At that moment, Rakiel seems to hold his breath, straining to hear every last detail. He stares blankly as the system displays the text we do not know either. Rakiel grinds his teeth in frustration, muttering that this sounds serious. What does that even mean? Immediately, a reminder comes through, Your Highness, we have arrived. He steps out, peering inside as he mutters, so this is what the second prince's palace looks like. The palace steward appears out of nowhere, bowing deeply in respect. The elder in charge of the second prince's residence humbly greets the crown prince, the rightful heir to the empire. Rakiel holds out a hand as if to greet him. Sorry for the sudden visit. I have business here. Please lead the way. He looks back at Damien and his group. My brother and I need to speak privately. You two wait here. They nod in unison as you command. Rakiel follows the steward, asking casually, Are you still dining at this late hour? Yes, Your Highness. The steward explains while leading him lately, the second prince spends a great deal of his time focused on meals. He stops in his tracks and turns around to suggest something. I will lead the crown prince to the reception room first, then invite the second prince to join you. Rakiel refuses, no need. I will go see him myself. Rakiel thinks to himself, I must leave the handling of these marriage proposals to the second prince, then host a massive banquet right here. Invite every noble lady and show them the second prince's true appearance. Theode enters the hall, radiating a dazzling, charismatic glow. The ladies present at the party shriek in excitement. The second prince! Theodore's handsome face flashes in Rakiel's mind. He evaluates the image: tall, muscular, handsome, good at sports, hardworking, no drinking, no smoking, absolute perfection. Rakiel is certain, how could they not fall for him? Rakiel gets excited, sporting a devious grin. I am a genius. This is the level of a top-tier graduate from South Korea, the perfect plan to get these proposals accepted. For some reason, Rakiel's face is suddenly streaming with tears. He forces a smile, looking incredibly strained. Why on earth do I feel like crying? After moving through the halls, the steward speaks up, Your Highness. This is the room. Rakiel stares at the door, thinking this is it? Without a moment of hesitation, he swings the door wide open and calls out cheerfully, "Long time no see." As the heavy door creaks open, Rakiel freezes in place. He stares, stunned, into a room bathed in a blinding, ethereal light that seems to wrap around the blurry figures inside. Theode, with a bloated, overweight face, is caught mid-meal and goes stiff at the noise. He looks petrified, unable to believe what is happening, muttering to himself, "That is not Theode. Ah, I must have the wrong room." Just as he starts to pull the door shut again, a familiar voice rings out. "Brother, it is me, Theode." Rakiel lowers his eyes, refusing to believe it, and keeps pulling the door. "No, you are not Theode." Theode rubs his head and explains, "Brother, it really is me." Rakiel finally lets out a shocked shout, "What did you say?" He rushes inside. He frantically checks Theode over from every angle, his expression full of worry. How in the world did things end up like this? Rakiel goes pale, thinking this is a total disaster. The marriage proposal plan is ruined. He surveys the mountain of food on the table and asks curiously, "Why have you let yourself go like this? Are you okay?" Theode nods and shares seriously, "Yes. People say men are supposed to have a sturdy, healthy build anyway." Rakiel scans the massive frame and asks again, "Really? Do you actually think this look is fine?" Theode does not seem to care at all, tearing into a chicken leg with one bite. He eats while explaining honestly, "After I lost to you, I just did not want to do anything anymore. No swordsmanship, no studying, just eating it is the only thing that actually keeps my soul at peace." Rakiel presses his lips together. The kid is clearly stress eating, and this has to stop. He taps Theodore on the shoulder with a sly, calculated grin. "Why don't you try losing some weight?" Theodore looks genuinely curious. "Losing weight? It is just part of the plan to push away the marriage proposals." Rakiel presses again, patient but firm. "I am asking if you want to try slimming down. I am genuinely worried about you." Theodore does not seem to care. He stays focused on his meal. "But brother, I am perfectly happy just the way I am." Rakiel leans in close, acting like a sweet angel. "I know you are happy with it." But as soon as he says the next part, Theodore shoves him away hard. Still, this is not healthy at all. Theodore loses his patience, explaining his stance. "I know it is not good, but I am not hurting anyone, so I am fine with it." He turns to the butler, "Prepare dessert." The butler bows respectfully. "Very well." Rakiel, standing to the side, grinds his teeth in frustration. The guy has zero motivation, not a shred of willpower to lose weight. A massive bowl of ice cream is set right in front of Theodore. Rakiel calculates the odds with this mindset. Even forced dieting is bound to fail. Rakiel stares at the dessert, eyes wide with helplessness. What now? Should he change his approach? Theodore asks innocently. "Would you like some, brother?" Rakiel bites his teeth, struggling internally. Think, Rakiel, for a healthy royal life and longevity. This kid is responsible, hardworking, and kind. Seriously, way too kind. His eyes light up suddenly. Rakiel smirks. A new scheme forming. That is it, that is the move. He shifts his expression instantly, leaning in like a sympathetic older brother. "I was wrong to be so casual about your feelings." Theodore keeps his eyes on the ice cream, barely responding. "It is fine, brother." Rakiel grabs Theodore by the shoulders. "But I cannot keep this to myself anymore." Theodore looks back, bewildered. "What is it?" Rakiel leans into his ear, voice chilling. "Honestly, I do not think I will live for another year. It is the ultimate plan to deal with the marriage proposals." Theodore is stunned, jumping to his feet. "What did you say?" Rakiel is caught off guard, sent stumbling backward by the sheer force. He lands hard on the ground, his face pale as he stares up. Is that really true? Seeing Theodore take the bait, Rakiel flashes a triumphant smile from the floor. After a moment, Theodore regains his senses and rushes over to help Rakiel up. "Brother, is it really true?" He nods to confirm. "Yes, it is true." Rakiel smiles internally at his own brilliance. Even his own organs should be amazed by this level of acting. Theodore refuses to believe it, worried sick. "You are strong, you defeated me. You are the hero of the Civil War." Rakiel lowers his gaze, sighing deeply. "You must be confused, right? I am sorry to bring this up so suddenly, but if it is the truth, it is better to say it now." Rakiel puts on a frail face, shaking as he speaks. "The truth is, I have less than a year left." Theodore's concern spikes. "Brother?" Rakiel raises a hand, signaling him to stop. It all makes sense now. Old memories resurface as he speaks in a low, heavy voice. "The reason I cared for patients and treated the wounded at the palace, it was all for this. Every good deed I did was based on the vague hope that one day I could help the person replacing me, you." Theodore's eyes fill with tears, hand over his mouth. "You saved and healed so many people just for my sake?" Rakiel sighs, looking exhausted. "Yes, I am truly sorry. I had no idea you had to carry such a heavy sense of loss." He grips his own hand, feigning self-reproach. "If only I had not fought you. If only I had just yielded the crown to you." Rakiel slaps his own face hard, then shouts, "You selfish idiot!" He pulls at his hair, screaming, "I am such a fool." He rushes toward the window, declaring his intent. I am nothing but trash. I should just die right now. Theodore chases after him, gripping Rakiel's arm, desperate to stop him. It is not your fault, brother. It is because I am weak. I did not know you were suffering alone just because you lost. I have lived so miserably. Theodore buries his face in Rakiel's chest, taking the blame. Brother, that is my fault. Rakiel shakes his head, refusing. It is not your fault. He taps his own chest hard. It is yours. He takes a barrage of Theodore's punches, face grimacing as he argues back. No, you have no idea. He wails loudly. It is my fault. After a while, Rakiel glances down, a triumphant smile hidden on his lips. Fine, he says, placing a hand on Theodore's shoulder and pushing him back. Rakiel looks serious. If you really feel guilty, you need to show your resolve to make up for it. Theodore does not argue, nodding immediately. Yes, brother. Rakiel keeps a straight face. Fine. Then what are you going to do? Theodore shouts with newfound determination. Lose weight. The campaign to handle the marriage applications restarts. Under the sweltering sun, Theodore runs with everything he has. His legs move like a machine wound up to its absolute limit. Rakiel sits on Yu's lap, watching the entire process from the sidelines. He figures the weight loss is off to a strong start, but shedding that much fat safely will take months. Rakiel tugs at his hair in frustration, unable to dodge the upcoming marriage proposal. Just as he's spiraling, a guard arrives to report that the princess's package has finally arrived at the annex. A light bulb goes off. Rakiel jumps down and claps his hands in sudden excitement. He bolts toward the annex, shouting for everyone to move as he lunges for the delivery. Faint light spills through the wooden door, but Rakiel ignores it, throwing the entrance wide open. Where is it? The royal jelly. His expression locks up instantly. A massive barrel sits there, complete with a ladder propped against it. It is that big. Before he can process it, a voice cuts through the silence. Your Highness. Garden emerges from behind the barrel, trembling and breathless from the effort. The guards and I nearly collapsed dragging this oak barrel all the way here, he gasps. Rakiel nods. Take a break, you have all earned it. As soon as he speaks, Garden hits the floor, completely spent. Rakiel scrambles up the barrel. Staring in awe at the glowing liquid inside, he scoops up a sample with a grin. Color and scent are solid. He muses looks drinkable enough, though I still need to run a full analysis. He unbuttons his shirt and whispers to Bob Book inside, telling the creature that it deserves the first taste of this liquid gold. Because we are best friends, he adds, which immediately gets Bob Book's attention. And trust me, this stuff is incredibly expensive. Without a second thought, Bob Book leaps out of his pocket, eyes glowing with greed. The creature gulps down a massive mouthful, only to go tumbling down the side of the barrel in a chaotic spin. The system pings with notifications. Immortal Moonfish Bob Book, activated Dying Skill Level 1, activating Resurrection Skill Level 1. Gained 1 point in size enhancement, activating Journal Writing Skill Level 1. Rakiel breaks into a cold sweat and yells for it to stop. Hold on, he shouts, confused by the sudden change. Why are you getting so big? Bob Book just wipes sweat from its scales. Rakiel drops to his knees to inspect a stack of heart-shaped papers, while the fish looks clearly annoyed. The diary entry complains that it has been ages since its last meal, and this supposed luxury gift was a total scam. It claims the drink is trash, thick, sour, salty, and giving it a massive stomachache. It whines that the carnitine is burning its fat, crying out to have its chubby belly returned. Rakiel just strokes his chin, lost in thought. Carnitine that is just the standard supplement for weight loss. Right. The fish keeps ranting, arguing that this dosage has absolutely no limits. If it burns fat without any side effects, isn't that just a total cheat code? Rakiel picks up a heart-shaped note, watching Bob Book zip around as a realization hits him. If we refine this, we could turn it into the ultimate weight loss supplement. This could be more profitable than any treasure in the Imperial City, he declares, his voice echoing through the room. Time to burn some more fat, he shouts, while Theodore grit his teeth and downs another glass. No time to rest, Rakiel insists, dragging him straight into the next round of training. Theodore gasps for air, barely able to keep moving. Drink the supplement, train, repeat, Rakiel chants like a machine. 2 months pass in a blur of endless cycles, until heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo across the floor. Theodore stands there now, lean and muscular, finally stopping before Rakiel. Rakiel rests his hands on his hips, impressed. You really pulled it off, he admits. Theodore just greets him with a tired smile. He wipes sweat from his brow, tilting his head in curiosity. Is there something else you need? Rakiel stares at him, stunned. It has only been 2 months. He finally snaps back to reality. Sit down, let me check your vitals. They move to the fountain, and Rakiel checks the pulse at Theodore's wrist while the system displays the data. Subject Theodore Paletmo Magentano. Height 1.83 meters, weight down from 151 to 88 kilograms. The report warns that the rapid weight loss has severely disrupted his metabolism. Liver and kidneys are showing signs of extreme stress, the system notes. Rakiel reads the report and sighs. You really did push yourself too hard, he mutters, annoyed as his own internal organs start chiming in with their own complaints. Silence. Rakiel snaps, only for his kidney to cross its arms and glare back at him. If I pushed my body that hard, I would surely develop kidney stones and collapse on the spot. Rakiel stares, eyes wide. Who even are you? Then, as if remembering, he quickly blurts outright, the kidney in Mboa has awakened. My apologies. I have been so distracted, mostly because the king of Mboa is standing right in front of me. Thodo keeps calling out, but receives no response. Losing patience, he finally shouts, Brother, were the test results that bad? Rakiel snaps out of it. He blinks, snapping back to reality. No, the results are great. That is why I am surprised. You have worked hard. Thodo looks puzzled, so I do not need to keep losing weight? Rakiel speaks seriously. Since your liver and kidneys are exhausted, you must rest for at least a month. Thodo looks anxious. Is my body in some serious trouble? Rakiel explains nothing major. Rest is fine, but this is a much healthier way to slim down. Thodo clenches his fists, revealing bulging muscles. He shows off with confidence. My body feels lighter, my spirit is much better, but I never want to drink that medicine again. Thodo says with pure disgust. It tasted like goblin earwax. Rakiel lowers his gaze. I thought it was drinkable. Stop complaining. The results were excellent, were they not? Thodo stands before him and bows his head in gratitude. Thank you. Rakiel folds his arms, head tilted with a smirk. See that? You should be grateful. But is that all? Thodo looks blank, confused by what Rakiel wants. What do you mean? Rakiel leans in close to whisper, do you not know basic social etiquette? Have you never heard of give and take? Thodo jumps in surprise. I have not had a chance yet. Rakiel drops the cunning act. He reassures him, it is fine. You are still young, mistakes happen, so I will give you a chance. Thodo nods frantically. Thank you for the opportunity. Is that really all? Finally, Rakiel decides to speak. Just do me one favor. It is not difficult. Thodo replies eagerly. Whatever it is, just tell me. Rakiel does not beat around the bush. Marry in my place. Thodo breaks into a cold sweat, freezing up in total disbelief. Seeing his reaction, Rakiel asks, did you not say you would do anything? Thodo hesitates, clearly conflicted. Rakiel lets out a heavy, weary sigh, so I just asked for something you cannot actually do. I understand your sincerity. Across from him, Thodo is already tearing up. Rakiel cries out, wait, why are you crying? Forget it, I will ask for something else. Thodo flushes red, cutting him off. No, it was just so sudden, I am a bit confused. Rakiel remains calm, his blue eyes shifting. Yes, that reaction is understandable. He makes such extreme requests only because he is living his final days. If that is the case, why not just tell the truth? Every word hits Thodo like an arrow straight to the chest. It is impossible. The truth about my lifespan must be kept hidden as long as possible, especially from His Majesty. He has not fully recovered. You know how critical his condition was. Even with a miraculous recovery, the after effects remain and the risk is still real. What if His Majesty heard that without any mental preparation? Thodo loses his composure, shouting in panic that cannot happen. Without hesitation, Thodo makes a decision. If I have to marry in your place, then so be it. Rakiel turns and replies simply easy. He flashes a cunning grin, just make them want to marry you. Rakiel claps his hands loudly. Garden and Damien move like lightning, rushing behind him. They pull back the covers, revealing snow-white pigeons inside. Thodo recoils at the sight. You made me lose weight just for this, did you not? Rakiel confirms naturally. He opens the cages, releasing the pigeons into the sky. Now, the party begins. A white pigeon with a pink ribbon tied to a letter soars through the sky. A massive flock follows behind. After a moment, they scatter in different directions toward the majestic castle. It is the same elsewhere. White wings flutter against the clear blue sky, creating a dreamlike scene. Finally, a pigeon lands gently on a windowsill. Lona hears the sound and reaches for the message. Anna holds a letter. Looking surprised, a reply from Magentano? Really? Somewhere else, Flora screams in shock. What? Only the first 50 people get into the banquet? The air is filled with desperate shouts. Prepare the carriage. The letter says the spots are limited to the first 50 arrivals. To the second prince's palace, get the fastest carriage. Countless noblewomen are burning with the fire of ambition. The carriage speeds down the road. Lona yells to go faster, standing up through the carriage roof, shouting with excitement. We must make the top 50. She scans the surroundings, confidently sighing as she checks their speed. We are in the lead. Suddenly, the carriage jolts from a violent collision. She grinds her teeth in anger. What jerk did that? Flora flashes past them, calling back with a smirk. Oh, my bad. Flora smirks, her carriage looks a bit dated anyway. She chuckles, announcing she's heading out first. She finishes, and that carriage of hers takes off like a rocket, vanishing in a heartbeat. Lona has a line of competitors behind her, all restless. Anna loses her patience, shoves her servant aside, and grabs the reins herself. Move. As she speeds past, Lona watches, blankly realizing this chariot race is destined to become the Imperial Merch Rally, a major contest for women every 5 years. Lona's face darkens as she barks orders at her men. Faster. If we're late, you're fired. Who knew this would eventually evolve into the prestigious Imperial Merch Rally? The butler stands before the closed gates, delivering his announcement with a stern face. The late arrivals panic, begging to let 10 more through. Misa sighs in relief, nearly late. Mary stands beside her, breathless. So close. A mysterious figure watches the scene unfold from high above. Spotting the perfect moment, the figure leaps down. Inside the hall, the crystal chandelier casts a warm, golden glow over everything. Anna cups her cheek, blushing as she wonders what the crown prince is actually like. Nearby, Flora shares that same look of curiosity. I'm dying to know, too. Those rumors about him being weak must be fake, right? Mary leans in, sharing what she knows. They say he actually recruited a sword saint on the Mboa battlefield. Lona nods firmly at that looks like the rumors about him being frail were completely wrong after all. Clara stands by Lona and adds that she heard he even opened a free hospital in the capital, treating every patient without any prejudice. She sighs in genuine awe. How could anyone be that kind? Their conversation is suddenly cut short by a booming announcement. His Highness Rakiel Adria Magentano has arrived. The grand doors creak open, revealing a brilliant, majestic aura that feels like the entrance to a fantasy world. A wheelchair rattles into the hall. The man's hands are shaking, gripping the handles tightly just to keep his body upright. The noble ladies watch the scene, their eyes and mouths wide open in pure shock. Whispers fill the air. What is that look? Is that really the prince? Am I dreaming? This has to be a joke, right? What is this? Can he even walk without that thing? I came all this way just to catch the eye of someone like that? Rakiel inwardly celebrates the transformation magic by Lady Janetis is incredible. He glances back, signaling Damien to play the final card. Instantly, a strong arm scoops Rakiel up. He lies in the man's arms, looking incredibly fragile. The ladies are hit with a second wave of disbelief. Rakiel speaks up, thanking Damien, who lets out a sigh of relief behind him. It's fine. He thinks I've been stared at like this plenty of times during my matchmaking sessions. They're disappointed, so it's time to give them hope. Rakiel clears his throat, offering a polite greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Rakiel Adria Magentano, and I am honored to host this banquet today. Thank you all for coming and making this evening so bright. Still, the sight of Rakiel's frail appearance makes the other princesses turn away in disappointment. After coming all this way, I'm just going home. Ignoring the whispers, Rakiel continues his speech. Now, I would like to introduce the person who helped provide the venue for tonight's banquet. My proud brother, the second prince of the Magentano imperial family. As he finishes, Theodore enters the hall, wearing a gentle smile with eyes as deep as the blue ocean. Rakiel calls out, Theodore Paletmo Magentano. The ladies catch sight of him and immediately start swooning. Without a second thought, they all dash forward, surrounding Theodore in a sea of girls. They swarm him with invitations, asking for a dance or a single drink. Rakiel turns back to address them, but no one seems to be paying any attention. Flora turns to compete with Lona. I asked first. Lona fires back, refusing to give in. I was the one who asked first. Damien watches the chaos and notes the success. Looks like His Highness doesn't care about any of them. The plan to handle the marriage proposals was a total success. With everything settled, Rakiel turns to leave. Now, they'll all be aiming for him instead. I just need to slip away quietly. Seeing him try to leave, Theodore calls out, asking where he's going. Rakiel stops and says he's just heading to the restroom and asks Theodore to get him a drink. Under the silent night sky, he leans against the castle balcony, gazing into the distance. Rakiel reaches into his pocket, searching for something. He pulls out a small bottle, wastes no time, and downs the entire thing in one go. A wave of mystical energy washes over his body. Rakiel checks his reflection. Finally, I'm back. He rests his arms on the railing, letting out an exhausted sigh. It's been so long since I've had a quiet moment to myself. 3 months since I returned, and not a single day of rest. A mysterious shadow suddenly lunges, covering his mouth with a sharp blade pressed tight against his throat. Sylvia commands silence in a harsh whisper. Rakiel stands frozen, completely caught off guard. He wonders how an elf could slip past the guards undetected. Even Damien missed them. She leans in close to his ear, demanding to know if he has been burning fires lately. Rakiel stammers in confusion. Recently, he asks. She snaps at him to just answer already. Sylvia fumes, calling him a liar 6 months ago. He torched the forest near the Irahan base. Unfazed, Rakiel counters that is hardly recent, though he admits the fire was his doing. She stares in disbelief. He calmly explains that no one calls 6 months ago recent. Sylvia seems taken aback. She spent a long time weighing her options before coming here. Rakiel grabs her wrist and pulls back, insisting she drop the blade so they can talk business. She hesitates as he calls her bluff. Sylvia admits she is here for one thing, compensation. Rakiel questions if this is really about the forest he burned down half a year ago. Sylvia nods, stating he cruelly incinerated their beautiful woods and killed everything inside. Rakiel remains stone-faced. He apologizes, knowing he has no excuse for that fire. Elves are obsessed with plants to an extreme. They love greenery so much, they only eat meat. Watching her face twist in fury, Rakiel labels her the ultimate carnivorous predator. He offers to pay for the damage properly if she just states what she wants. Sylvia demands he go to the forest himself and restore it to its former state. He nods, but pauses when she adds he must personally plant every single tree. Just how much would he need to replant, he asks. She demands it look exactly as before. She adds he must tend to it personally until every sprout returns to its original form. Sylvia glares coldly. That is the only way true restoration can happen. Rakiel worries out loud that kind of full recovery would take at least 20 years. Sylvia just scoffs. Not bothered at all, 20 years is nothing to her. Rage boils inside him, but he stays calm. He only has so much time. Is she joking? Her kin lives for millennia, but for him, 20 years is a massive chunk of his life. She growls, asking if he refuses. Rakiel tries to suggest another way to settle the debt. He offers to cover the full cost of restoration. Sylvia scoffs at the idea of using money. She points the blade right at his pupil again. Gold is worthless to her kind. He does not panic, clarifying that it would be a vast sum of gold. He offers even more if she wants. Sylvia falters, muttering the massive number he quoted. Rakiel notices her resolve wavering and carefully tests the waters. So what price would she accept? He just wants a practical, efficient solution. He points out that hiring professional gardeners would restore the forest much faster than him. Sylvia stands there speechless. He is despicable, yet his logic is hard to deny. She grits her teeth, but Rakiel smiles. She is clearly still doubting herself. He suggests she take some time to really think it over. He insists it is an important decision, so there is no harm in waiting. She eventually agrees that he makes sense and decides to take a moment. As she brushes past him to leave, she warns him that she will be back. Rakiel waits until she vanishes to finally exhale and drop his guard. He lets out a long breath, then grins, time to get ready for what comes next. A voice echoes through the grand castle, calling out for the second prince. Theod wakes up with a start, still messy from last night. His butler looks worried. He wipes his mouth, asking about his brother. The butler warns him he drank too much. The butler bows low. He is back at the palace as of this morning. Rakiel wipes his mouth and jumps up. Back at the palace already. He sits back, thinking it is time. Damien glances over. Curious, who are you waiting for, Highness? An uninvited guest, he replies. Rakiel wonders if Damien, a master of the sword, cannot sense her, then her power far exceeds his. A green leaf drifts through the air, gliding over the splashing fountain in the sunlit garden. Sylvia stands in the shade, her face veiled in mystery. Somehow, she is perched atop the fountain, hands on her hips, before leaping down. Damien moves to shield Rakiel, but gets stopped. Is this the uninvited guest? He asks coldly. Rakiel nods. Exactly, so no need to draw your sword. Seeing her swirling energy, Damien is shaken, unable to gauge her true strength. Rakiel stands up and speaks. Here for negotiations? Rakiel puts a hand on his shoulder. If we are negotiating, we should start with names. Sylvia crosses her arms. Sylvia, that is my name. Rakiel claps, walking toward her with a grin. You are early. I was worried you would not show up until tomorrow. Sylvia remains stoic. I figured more time would not help me find an answer, so I came early. Rakiel leans in, suggesting that money alone will not satisfy her. Right? Rakiel circles her, making Sylvia visibly uncomfortable. Yet the offer seems increasingly tempting. Then he drops the next line, and Sylvia starts to tremble with rage. But she feels like something is missing. Rakiel wears a crafty smile. Am I wrong? Sylvia is fuming, veins popping, but she has no retort. Seeing her silence, he presses on. Then, let me add to yesterday's proposal. Sylvia turns, intrigued. Rakiel meets her eyes. I will save your life. Sylvia looks stunned. What did you say? Rakiel explains before she can panic. This is not a threat to kill you if you refuse. You do not have much time left anyway. Even without my interference, I sensed it last night. There is an odd sound in your breath, a faint scent of inflammation. Did you not cough up dark green phlegm this morning? Sylvia is hit where it hurts and shouts in anger. What if I did? If you accept the money, I will cure you. Rakiel looks cold, such arrogance for a human so small. Sylvia grinds her teeth. Fine, I had phlegm, but a few years of rest in clean air will fix it. It is just a minor symptom. Rakiel shakes his head. It is not minor at all. He smirks and calls for Bob Book. It leaps from his pocket, leaving Sylvia wide-eyed. An illusion beast? Rakiel points toward her, telling the creature to show the scan results from his pulse check. At his word, the small creature puffs up like a balloon. It concentrates, projecting a perfect illusion of Sylvia before her. Rakiel points to a red spot on the chest. This is inside your lungs. This parasite is coiled right there. If you leave it be, your condition will only spiral further. Sylvia looks away, thinking a lie. I cannot trust this human. She watches the creature again, torn, but the elders said illusion beasts never lie. She bites her lip. Is this real? She points forward and shouts, just what is that parasite? Rakiel turns serious. It is a lung fluke. It is latched onto your lungs, using your body as its host. Sylvia looks lost. Something like that is inside me. She asks why she has never been cursed or hit by dark magic. Rakiel explains she must have swallowed the larvae by mistake. She looks even more confused. Swallowed? How? Rakiel remains calm. It comes down to your eating habits. All those raw dishes you enjoyed, that is how the larvae entered and latched onto your lungs. The scent is from inflammation, and the sound is a warning sign of a collapsed lung. Right now, your lungs have already formed cysts and fibrous tissue. Sylvia's eyes go wide. A tapeworm. He nods. Exactly what it sounds like. She looks uneasy. Is it that serious? Rakiel gestures slowly, explaining the reality. First come the chills, fevers that won't quit, violent coughing, blood, exhaustion, and nerve decay. You felt it, right? Sylvia recalls the last few days and offers a sharp nod. Rakiel warns her plainly, leave it untreated, and the complications will kill you. She looks down. I thought it was just overwork. He leans in. So, my proposal? Sylvia keeps a straight face. What if I say no? Rakiel turns to leave. I just won't treat you. She panics, gripping his shoulder hard. Wait. She does the math. If I take the settlement money, the elders will lecture me, but I don't want to die. 200 years of training to be an enforcer wasted. Elders, forgive me. She bites her lip, voice shaking. What exactly is your cure? I smell herbs all over you. That feels suspicious. Don't tell me you're using rare plants again. Rakiel reassures her with a grin. No plants in the prescription, at least not in the liquid. Sylvia perks up. Really? He nods again. I promise. He points the way. You will drink coffee brewed from the excrement of a minotaur. She stares, stunned. Come again? That is the new menu for the villa, he says. Uruwak coffee. Sylvia covers her mouth, cursing under her breath. She grabs him by the collar. Uruwak? You mean cow dung? He doesn't even try to hide it, just nods. I know, drinking cow dung to cure a disease sounds like a total quack move. But this works, and this is no ordinary manure. It is from a minotaur that feeds on lacquer trees. Isn't that incredible? She collapses. But dung is still dung. Rakiel watches her, thinking her reaction is perfectly natural. I wouldn't drink it either. But this isn't just some wild guess. Back to last night. Standing on the balcony, the system pings. Your organs are talking. The heart teases. My lungs have that kind of talent? The lungs chuckle. Rakiel stands there, dazed. The stomach chimes in. Did the lungs actually trap the parasite? The heart is shocked. Imagine the lungs actively chatting up a tapeworm. The stomach adds, who knew a parasite had such specific tastes? Then, a figure zips by. How did you do it? The lungs lean in. For the sake of your kidneys, watch closely. Inside Sylvia, it is like a neon-lit bar. The tapeworm is dancing away. It is having the time of its life. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Are you here alone? The tapeworm is annoyed. I am just dancing. Stop bothering me. It is the lungs. We are a pair, actually. Do you want to dance with us? The tapeworm is hooked. It drifts toward them. Why not? The lungs slide an arm around its waist. Do you like meat? It stays silent. Fish, then? They lean in close, curious. What do you hate most? It whispers back. I hate lacquer tree resin, the parasite admits. The lungs pull away. Mission accomplished. Good to know. We are heading out. The tapeworm follows, disappointed. Wait, I am coming too. No more nice act, the lungs snarl. Where do you think you are going? Time to move. Back in the present, Rakiel looks at Sylvia. Urushiol is the key component. The most potent urushiol comes from animals with ironclad digestion. It is delicious, right? Sylvia looks like she might faint. Is there honestly no other way? Rakiel shakes his head. You really cannot stomach the idea of medicinal dung? She looks ghost white. He tries one last time. I get it. I didn't tell you sooner because I knew you would panic. Lung flukes don't just stay in the lungs. Sylvia asks where else they could go. Rakiel points to his own head. That's right, the brain. They crawl along the optic nerve into the eyeball. Sylvia looks terrified. So what happens then? Rakiel is blunt about it. Seizures, headaches, vomiting, muscle weakness, and then death. That is the reality. Sylvia is shaking, eyes welling up. No. She grabs his collar, desperate. I will drink it. I promise I will drink the medicine. Her voice echoes in the quiet room. Anything. Just save me. Rakiel stands by a roaring fireplace, inspecting his work. He mutters under his breath, that should be enough. Damien steps forward, asking what this is all about. Rakiel remains calm. It is a guard's duty to protect. Rakiel insists this counts as protection too. Damien remembers scooping that foul-smelling stuff earlier. The stench is unbearable. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Why is he the one carrying this? Damien resists, shouting that he won't touch it. Rakiel turns, mask off, and tells him it is because he still cannot defeat Sivia. Damien clenches his fist but backs down. He apologizes. Then Rakiel drops the real reason. If he saves Sivia with this, he stays alive. Making this medicine is part of protecting the prince. Damien seems to finally understand the logic. He stops arguing and tells the prince to just drink it already. Damien salutes and stands ready. Damien grips his sword, channels his energy, and slams his fist down. Everything scatters across the table. The cow dung flies into the air. Damien strikes with his blade. A sharp slash. In one swift move, it is all sliced into pieces. He sheathes his blade, face dead serious. He asks if this is enough. Rakiel nods, satisfied with the powder. It has been boiled into a liquid. Rakiel warns that it must be taken warm or it loses all effectiveness. They move to the clinic to introduce this new Uruwak coffee. Sivia struggles with herself, then pushes the cup away. She cannot bring herself to do it. Rakiel just smiles and slides it back. She pushes it away again, absolutely refusing. She will not touch it. Rakiel holds the cup right in front of her face. She promised to do anything for a cure, didn't she? She realizes he is right. Sivia takes the cup, hands trembling, still fighting the urge to run. It is not dung, she tells herself. She takes a deep breath and downs the first sip, forcing herself through the torture. It is too much to swallow. The smell is disgusting. Rakiel is suddenly right behind her. He covers her mouth, telling her she can do it. She has no choice but to swallow it down. She is panting, exhausted. She drops the empty cup and asks if the lung flukes are really gone. Rakiel hesitates. Suddenly, she clutches her chest and stands up. What is happening? Sivia is in agony, coughing violently. The chair topples over as she falls. She collapses to the floor, shivering. Is this poison? She imagines Rakiel grinning at her. She curses herself for being tricked by that idiot. She wants to kill him. In her head, she swears vengeance against him. She bends over and vomits everything up. Rakiel stands there, looking strangely excited. Did it come out? Sivia wipes her mouth and glares at him. What kind of trick is this? Rakiel tells her to calm down and look at what she just threw up. They both lean in to check. Rakiel points it out the lung fluke she was carrying. Sivia gasps. Is it really true? She asks if he is lying. He waves it off, saying he never jokes about medicine. Sivia feels guilty for blaming him. She asks if she is finally cured. Rakiel answers coldly, not yet. Her eyes go wide. What? He holds up a knife and tells her to stop making that face. He covers his nose, mocking her for having just eaten dung. He tells her she needs to drink this every morning and night until the flukes are gone. Simple, right? A single hot tear rolls down her cheek. Sivia breaks down in tears. In the morning light, the cup lies abandoned next to the basin of her own vomit. Rakiel pats her back, telling her she did well. The system notification pops up. Patient Sivia has consumed the Uruwak coffee prepared by the user. Thanks to the level 5 medicine creation skill, efficacy has increased by 14%. Rakiel reads the text with a dark satisfaction. Success. The system keeps running. A severe case of lung fluke infection left untreated. The patient wouldn't last 3 years. But with the Ura coffee Rakiel brewed, the parasites are gone. Dead. Level 2 treatment fee activated. Sylvia's lifespan just jumped by 732 years and 6 months. Since Sylvia isn't human, the system slashes that gain by half. 67.7 days added. The minimum increment is 1 day. It rounds up. 68 days total. 376 days total expected. Rakiel smirks satisfaction, hitting hard. Of course, the elves never disappoint. Rakiel clears his throat. Congratulations, you are completely cured. Sylvia looks stunned. Really? Rakiel turns serious. You can stop the Uru coffee now. Her face flushes with relief. Thank goodness, that stuff was truly horrific. A thought strikes Rakiel. Any chance others around her are showing the same symptoms? Sylvia gives him a confused look. Why would you ask that? Old memories surface, she huffs internally. As if he needs to ask. The system pings with another 60-day bonus. Sylvia reaches her own conclusion. He's trying to squeeze every drop of life force out to double his commission. She bluntly lies, I do not know. Rakiel looks genuinely gutted. Why not? Sylvia admits it freely. It has been over 30 years since I last returned home. Rakiel panics. Did you run away? She shakes her head. Not exactly. I work abroad as an operative. Rakiel listens intently. I never go back to the village while on duty. Her hands weave together, fingers dancing like floating reeds. She explains how the High Elder sends orders via dandelion seeds. I just receive them. Rakiel glances away, sighing with genuine regret. A shame. Guess I will have to wait for next time. This elf owes massive damages for burning down the forest. But giving it away for free, it physically hurts. That money was pure sweat and blood. He needs to squeeze every coin he can get. Rakiel drops his voice. So, about that medical bill. Sylvia breaks into a cold sweat. Wait, it was not free? I heard it was free. Rakiel slams his hand on the table, a sharp, loud crack. He leans in, voice dripping with threat. Who told you that? She stammers. The people who got treated here. Why only charge me? You never said it would be free. Rakiel reaches into his robes, fumbling for something. I only said I would cure you, not that it was a charity. I am simply demanding what is fair. He shoves a paper in front of her. See the form below? Those who fill out the registration get free treatment. You never filled one out. Sylvia is baffled. A registration form? Rakiel snaps his fingers. That is right, so pay up. Outside, heavy footsteps pound down the hallway. Urus peers inside, eyes glinting with intensity. Rakiel stands tall before the crowd. Trying to skip out on the bill? I expected better from the elf race. When you asked for compensation, did I complain? I agreed instantly. I even gave you the best treatment. And this is how you repay me? Sylvia catches the crowd, watching she scrambles to her feet. How much? He tosses out a number. 100,000 main. She turns to stone, then pleads. Can I pay in installments? Rakiel tilts his head, calling her bluff. You have no money, do you? Sylvia slumps not a single coin. Rakiel nods to his butler. This is a problem. The pine needles for Uros the horse cost a fortune. Plus the tools, the coffee brewing. The butler catches on, whispering to the crowd. A complete loss. I might have to sell the house at this rate. Sylvia suggests asking the royal family for a subsidy. Rakiel snaps back. You do not understand the emperor. He demands I be independent, so I get zero funding. Sylvia goes pale. Is there any way to pay besides money? Rakiel's expression shifts instantly. In that case, you can pay with your body. The chaos vanishes as quickly as it started. The hall falls into a heavy, lingering silence. Rakiel stares at the piles of gold and jewels filling the room. Pure joy, he sold everything in a single night. Suddenly, the door flies open. Sylvia storms in, eyes blazing with fury. You scammer. Rakiel breaks into a practiced smile. The model has arrived? She fumes, you said I only had to stand still. Sylvia gets right in his face, finger pointing at his nose. You dared pull me into this fraud? You are not the crown prince. You are just a common con artist. Rakiel keeps his voice perfectly flat. Why say such hurtful things? Yet, a flash of something sharp dances in his eyes. I am no scammer, I am a career changer. Last night, in the grand ballroom, the violin music swelled into the air. Soft music curls through the air, blending with the dazzling crystal lights for an atmosphere of pure, extravagant luxury. All around the hall, noble men and women in shimmering formal wear show off their distinct styles and poise. Right in the center, Theode stands surrounded by a circle of beautiful young women. One woman speaks with a gentle tone. Second prince, your highness, please have another drink with me. He rushes to refuse. I have been drinking for days. Any more and I will lose all my muscle. Lona cuts in immediately, her voice playful but carrying a sharp edge of demand. The party is still going. You have to drink more. Halai interrupts, her voice laced with clear irritation. I already said he is not drinking, so why are you still bothering our second prince? She folds her arms, eyes icy, her words blunt and dripping with mockery. Are you talking about us now? It seems you have a serious misunderstanding here. Or maybe eating too much dessert has pushed the fat straight to your brain. Holly hides behind her fan with a smirk. I think you are the one putting on weight. Lona clenches her hands into fists, voice hissing through her teeth. I am not gaining weight. I am just bloated. The other girl shoots back without a shred of hesitation. Bloated? Drinking as much as you do, princess. Even a vineyard would run dry. Lona's eyes blaze with fury. Say what you want. The second prince is still mine. Halai grinds her teeth, glaring with open threats. The second prince belongs to me. I will leave the crown prince to you. Just then, a sudden voice cuts through their heated argument. No, I will be the one yielding. It is fine. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming to liven up the party today. The atmosphere in the hall drops into silence, every gaze turning toward the source of the sound. Before them, Rakiel appears in the arms of Damien, his frail body so thin it looks like nothing but bones hauntingly fragile. He sighs, stepping down the stairs, one agonizing step at a time. His gaze stays locked on the trembling, frail figure in his arms. Halai and Lona grind their teeth in pure frustration, eyes burning with murderous intent as the same thought echoes in their heads. Why did he have to come again? The mood was perfect. Seeing their expressions, Rakiel can only laugh bitterly to himself. I am the crown prince after all, but that look is terrifying. Once he safely reaches the bottom step, Damien quickly places the wheelchair down. Rakiel sits immediately, adjusting his collar. His composure returns in an instant today. I want to offer everyone here a special favor and a golden opportunity. Up ahead, Lona continues the bickering. I will yield the crown prince to you, princess. Lai sighs, defeated and helpless. I already said I am yielding. Rakiel's face darkens, lips pressed thin as he mutters to himself. I hear all of this, but he quickly steadies his emotions. Fine, time to get to work. Let us see if they can sit still after hearing this. Rakiel declares. Loud and clear, the revolution in weight control that I have invented. Those words instantly seized the attention of both women. They whipped their heads around to stare at him, eyes wide with shock, their minds echoing only two words: weight control, revolution. The moment Rakiel stops speaking, a line of people emerges from the hall above, filing down in order. Miracle weight loss drug. Sylvia walks with a steady, graceful pace, each footfall ringing out clearly through the pin-drop silence of the hall. He continues to speak. I would like to introduce this to you all. Rakiel suddenly raises his voice, echoing across the room. The Slim, he begins. As for this drug, it is refined from concentrated carnitine in Vesparos royal jelly. Once absorbed, it burns fat like a nuclear power plant. Rakiel gestures towards Sylvia. If you take this medicine, everyone can become exactly like this. She is so furious that the veins on her forehead are pulsing, teeth locked tight, her mind fixed on only one name, the Crown Prince. He ignores her completely, continuing to shout out the pitch. Lady Sylvia, please strike a few more poses. Rakiel mouths the words, emphasizing each one so she can read his lips. You have to pay off your debt. The sight that follows leaves him stunned. His pupils contract, widening in absolute shock. Seconds ago, Sylvia was biting her lip, sweat rolling down her temples as she fought back her humiliation. Yet, in the end, she lifts her arms. She slowly strikes a powerful pose, showing off those solid, rippling muscles. Lona freezes, blurting out, "Oh my God." Even Holly cannot help but gasp, "Look at those muscles." Witnessing this spectacle, Theode stands frozen in place, his cheeks flushing a faint pink. The wineglass in his hand hangs suspended in midair in the blink of an eye. The hall erupts into loud chatter. Some cannot hide their skepticism. Drink that, and you end up like this? Another person rubs their own soft belly, muttering, I did eat a bit too much when I got here. Others reach up to touch their own chubby cheeks, sighing softly. Their faces look noticeably fuller, too. Looking at the pile of miracle drugs, one woman asks hesitantly, what do you think? Are you planning to buy any? I have been trying to lose weight my whole life. Rakiel strains his ears, hanging on every word of the hushed whispers drifting up from below. A voice cuts through the chatter, absolute and firm no matter the cost. I have to buy it. That seems to spark a decision in the woman standing there. I will take it too. Rakiel speaks up suddenly, and the crowd below jerks around in surprise. You think just standing in line guarantees a purchase. Rakiel continues. T-Slim is only available as a special package today, and stock is strictly limited. The room explodes. A collective gasp turns into an uproar. Everyone shouting at once, what? The crowd loses it, bodies slamming into each other in a frantic rush to the front, those in the back shoving whoever is in their way. Get out of the way. I am buying it first. Someone else pushes back. Desperate, I told you. I was first. The air turns into pure chaos. Shouting matches erupt everywhere, not a soul willing to back down. I will take everything. Sell it all to me. Faced with the madness, Rakiel waves his hand, trying to keep things under control. Line up, everyone. Just line up. Right on cue, a system notification blares. Your internal organs are heckling you while begrudgingly praising your sales pitch. His large intestine lets out a snort, mocking him. This guy is not just a merchant, he is a full-blown bloodsucker. Rakiel freezes, a dark thought crossing his mind, while his stomach starts laughing so hard it is practically weeping. Isn't it false advertising for a doctor to sell weight loss pills? Rakiel retorts. So what? A man has to make money. The system pulses with new text. Your organs are marveling at your crafty, deceptive little schemes. A reward of 100 health points pops up, like tossing a biscuit to someone you despise, bringing his total to 2,900. Back in reality, Rakiel sets the T-Slim box on the table, voice calm. I know, I look like a total con artist peddling fake cures, but the effects are entirely real. He leans in to emphasize the point. I made the second prince test them out, after all. Rakiel insists the second prince dropped a significant amount of weight. Sylvia stares, stunned. The second prince. Her eyes turn thoughtful, as if the realization is hitting her. Could it be? A mental image flashes in Sylvia's mind of that handsome man surrounded by girls at the banquet. Catching her intense gaze, Theode suddenly looks flustered, turning his head away to avoid the burning intensity of her stare. She asks slowly, you mean the man standing among all those women? Rakiel nods. Yes, exactly. But of course, just taking the pills is not enough to shed the pounds. He pops the lid, showing the vials lined up beside a stack of dense documents. Rakiel explains that a full instruction manual and a list of precautions are included. He promises with total confidence that if they follow the diet and take the pills properly, they get a full refund if there are no results. Sylvia furrows her brow, eyes full of doubt. How on earth can you verify they actually followed the diet? Rakiel stays calm, setting her mind at ease. You have to be prepared when you are the one taking the risk. Seeing the worry etched on her face, he assures her that even if she is skeptical, the refund will be paid out in full. Thanks to you, Sylvia, I made a killing last night. Rakiel adds, noting they were all extremely wealthy people. His eyes light up with a sharp, calculating glint. That is why I sold the special packages at a premium. A thought flickers through his mind. Whatever is left after the refunds, I will put toward the next phase. Sylvia keeps her eyes locked on him, her lips curling into a strange, knowing smile. Beneath that look lies a secret agenda. All of that money is just my consultation fee, you little swindler. Rakiel suggests she rest in the guest palace, telling her she is welcome to stay as long as she needs. He snaps the box shut. I have to go deal with His Majesty now. She blurts out in surprise, the Emperor? Rakiel pushes himself up, steadying his hands. Yes, he has been calling for me since this morning, and he is definitely going to yell at me. Sylvia crosses her arms, tone dripping with sarcasm. You know that, and you are not even a little bit worried? He starts throwing on his coat. I have to get yelled at today. Before walking out, Rakiel glances back with a cryptic smile. It is the only way to keep the plan moving forward. Inside the Emperor's chambers, a roar of pure fury echoes through the vast space. How dare you treat the marriage I arranged like some pathetic joke? The Emperor's hand clenches into a fist, his voice turning ice cold. It is laughable, truly laughable. Do you think I am blind to the stunts you have been pulling lately? Rakiel stands perfectly still, thinking to himself exactly as I predicted. He bows low, feigning an apology, but his mind is occupied by entirely different thoughts. This control freak is something else, but fine, if it means passing the test, I can endure a little bit of this. Suddenly, Astalion softens his tone, though the disappointment behind it is impossible to hide. I had hoped you would show some wisdom, but instead, you turn a royal wedding into a circus and dump it on the second prince. He is shaking with rage now. They say you were even hawking medicine to guests at the banquet, signing contracts right in the middle of it all. His fury spikes again, and Astalion slams his hand onto the armrest with a deafening crash. Why would I do such a thing? Rakiel answers calmly, his tone steady. He has never once taken the royal marriage lightly. Your Majesty, he says, raising his head to meet the Emperor's gaze without a hint of fear. You already know the truth. Astalion furrows his brows, clearly struggling to believe what he is hearing. Alien glares, wondering if his son has truly grasped his intentions. Rakiel replies directly, without a second of hesitation. It is true, Your Majesty. Astalion snaps back coldly. Since when? Rakiel speaks with total composure. From the moment you flooded me with those marriage proposals. He pauses, his gaze never once wavering. You never had any intention of accepting those offers, did you? Astalion questions, looking genuinely surprised. What makes you so sure of that? Rakiel explains his reasoning clearly because the Emperor had not married him off sooner. If you had truly wanted it, you would have had a grandson by now. You set aside a weak son like me to focus on a successor who could stabilize the throne. Yet, you never once intended to discard me. Rakiel's next words leave Astalion stunned. You considered the possibility of my early death from the start. If I were to collapse while the successor was still young, Rakiel continues, and the Empress came from a powerful house, her family would easily place a puppet prince on the throne. She would seize control of the royal power. You surely did not want such a future to unfold. Rakiel's voice remained steady. That is why I assumed no one was a real candidate for marriage, and I simply acted according to your own calculations. Astalion falls silent for a moment before realizing the intent behind those words. He narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with cold intensity. So you rejected those letters while manufacturing the perfect event to avoid criticism. Astalion's face darkens at the blunt response. Yes, Your Majesty. Astalion growls, his gaze sharp enough to cut. I must say, your tongue is anything but ordinary. Rakiel bows low, his tone filled with respect. I am grateful for your grace. Deep down, Astalion is shaken by a wave of shock. To think you understand my heart this well. It is truly astonishing. He still finds it hard to accept. His eyes flicker with hesitation. That frail child who broke my heart when he was born, has he really grown this much? Astalion waves a hand as if brushing aside 1,000 chaotic thoughts, weary of the endless rumors. He rests his chin on his hand, staring directly at his son, his voice dropping low. Enough, tell me. What do you want? Calling me here like this, you must have something in mind. Rakiel feels a spark of hope. If he has already guessed my intent, he will surely grant my request, right? After a beat, Rakiel slowly lays it out, relying on the accomplishments he has built up until now. He bows deeply, his attitude completely sincere. Please grant me the title of honorary professor at the Magenta Royal Medical University. But the moment the plea leaves his lips, a wave of anxiety washes over him. If the annex clinic becomes even more famous, things will get much harder than they are now. Rakiel thinks to himself that the number of patients he and Garden can treat each day is limited. Thoughts cycle endlessly through his mind. We need more doctors with different specialties, but I still lack a formal license. To be precise, the annex clinic is currently an unlicensed medical facility. Rakiel understands this perfectly. Under imperial medical law, unlicensed facilities cannot even hire certified doctors. Suddenly, images of elite physicians sneering at him flash in his mind. Just a quack without a license. Rakiel silently confirms that qualified doctors will never work for an illegal clinic. His gaze turns resolute. He must obtain a license. Once recognized, famous doctors will flock here. Everyone will be fighting for a position. I want to work here. Rakiel's resolve hardens. I must get that honorary professor title. It is the equivalent of a medical license. He has mapped out every step of the plan ahead. If he can hire doctors from various fields to open a multi-specialty hospital, the mere thought of the Annex Hospital's grand opening makes Rakiel giddy. It would mean accumulating much more lifespan. But Astalion's response hits him like a bucket of ice water. No. Stunned by the unexpected refusal, Rakiel furrows his brow, frustration coloring his face as confusion rises within him. Why? He stands up straight immediately. Your Majesty, I have achieved so much already. Do you believe I am not worthy of the honorary professor title? Astalion remains calm, answering slowly. I know your worth, but I want to see you suffer a little more. Rakiel steps forward, his gaze hardening as a new thought flashes through his mind. This will not do. I have to convince him. Suddenly, he drops to his knees, his shins hitting the floor with a sharp, hollow thud. Rakiel pours out his heart, desperate to be heard. I only want to save more people, Your Majesty. Astalion looks surprised at the words. His eyes widen, then his lips curl into a slow, satisfied smile. Astalion lowers his voice. If that is what you think, it is ordered. Rakiel is overjoyed, his voice barely hiding his rush. Yes, Your Majesty. But suddenly, the Emperor suggests the Crown Prince enroll in the medical university graduating class instead of just accepting an honorary professor title. Astalion speaks with an even tone and take the graduation exam too. Rakiel wilts slightly, answering in a small voice, yes. The Emperor frowns, not happy? Rakiel waves his hand quickly. No, not at all, but inside, he mutters in frustration. Here we go again. Without hesitation, Rakiel heads to the medical university. As soon as he sits down, his inner thoughts explode. Oh my God. Rakiel bites his nail, his mind a tangled mess. Something that could have been fixed in one step will now take months. It is annoying, but he has to do it. Frustration is written all over his face, but a moment later, Rakiel's eyes spark with calculation. This is the only way to build the general hospital, and it will bring in some decent side income, right? Just then, the door bursts open, and both he and Damien jump, looking up in surprise. A man in a sharp suit walks in, bowing deeply to introduce himself. Headmaster of Belverdy Medical University, I greet the Crown Prince, the legal heir to the Empire. Belverdy quickly takes the blame. There was a critical patient, so I could not greet you properly. Please forgive my rudeness. Rakiel speaks calmly. It is fine as a doctor. Sick patients must come first. The headmaster stands tall, his eyes darting away in visible discomfort. I thank you for your understanding. Seeing the man sigh with such clear dismay, Rakiel instantly knows why. Looking at him, they must think I am using my status and power to take a shortcut. That thought only makes Rakiel more determined. Besides, in this medical school, they surely think I have no foundation in medicine. I have to prove it with pure skill. He stands up from his seat, voice steady. Now, please show me around. Belverdy glances at him. Does your highness intend to tour the medical school? Rakiel firmly rejects this. No, first I want to hear about the graduation exam I will be taking. Hearing this, the headmaster's annoyed look softens just a bit. Understood. A flash of pride rises in Rakiel's heart. I am actually quite confident about this graduation exam. Rakiel turns back and whispers, Damien, you can go back now. His thoughts keep running. Who do you think I am? A proud smile tugs at his lips. I am a top graduate in Oriental Medicine from the National University. Soon, they arrive at the research lab. The door opens, soft footsteps echoing on the floor. Rakiel is hit by the sight of rows of intricate lab equipment. A diagram of the human skeleton hangs on the side wall. Looking at the people inside, he cannot help but wonder, are they all final year students? Belverdy speaks up quickly, breaking the room's heavy silence. Everyone, pay attention. Hearing his voice, they all turn around. I would like to introduce this person to you all. As he finishes, all eyes lock onto Rakiel, but their faces show only unconcealed disdain. Seeing this, he thinks to himself, same reaction as the headmaster. Huh? Rakiel awkwardly raises a hand in greeting, a forced smile on his face, while his mind keeps repeating one thought, this atmosphere is cold. So cold. Belverdy continues the introduction. This is the Crown Prince of the Empire, Rakiel Adria Magentano. He pauses for a beat. His Highness will join you in the graduation process. I hope you will help him. Rakiel is shaking with anger, muttering, I am the Crown Prince. At least give me a round of applause. Suddenly, an arm shoots up. Headmaster, I have a question. Keelot stares at Rakiel, his voice filled with open defiance. Will His Highness take the exam without finishing the prerequisite courses? Immediately, the crowd cheers, one student shouting, great question. Keelot. Belverdy keeps his cool, responding slowly, His Highness will surely find our curriculum quite unfamiliar. He pauses, so helping each other to graduate is a meaningful goal, is it not? Immediately, the student shouts again, but Headmaster, Keylot frowns in anger. What you are saying seems to go against the code we have studied and practiced all this time. Belverdy looks annoyed, his voice dropping. Are you implying that to shoulder responsibility, one must first possess the proper qualifications? He does not hesitate. Yes, that is right. The scene makes Rakiel extremely uncomfortable. Look at them, they did not even mention the Begu clinic when introducing me. He sighs, feeling deeply dissatisfied. Did they really just say that to my face? Rakiel stands still, deep in thought. I actually like them. That is right, if you are a doctor, you need this level of belief and conviction. Belverd steps forward to announce the final exam, grouping the students for the practical test. 6 students to a patient, the goal is simple. Teamwork to cure them completely. Belverd gestures toward the drawing box, telling the prince it is time to form their groups. Rakiel looks surprised at the method, asking if they are really just drawing lots. Belverd nods, explaining the color-coded balls inside, as everyone lines up to draw. After the prince is invited to draw first, a student whispers nervously to Keylot nearby. Avoid the prince at all costs, he mutters. He has not attended a single class. Being in his group guarantees failure. He sighs, as Rakiel reaches into the box. Rakiel swirls the balls, everyone watching his every move with bated breath and intense nerves. As he pulls his hand out, Belverd immediately shouts out the color green. Keylot steps up next, sweating profusely, praying to anything that he avoids green. The drawing concludes quickly, and the room erupts into a buzz of mixed reactions. Rakiel holds his green ball, scanning the room to see who he ended up with. Those who drew green look absolutely devastated, like they are on the verge of tears. Rakiel clicks his tongue, noting the messy-haired doctor is also in his group. Belverd clears his throat, moving to the first group, the one containing the prince. He pulls back a white curtain and greets the patient, Mizu, asking how he feels. Mizu replies with a weary, tired voice that his legs still refuse to move. Belverd closes the curtain again, shutting the patient away from the group once more. He turns around to explain, noting that since the prince is new, he needs context. His next words make Rakiel widen his eyes in pure shock. The patient suffers from paralysis of the lower limbs, yet shows no signs of injury. Belverd notes that before the paralysis, the patient suffered from enteritis and diarrhea. Then, his toes grew numb, and 6 days ago, he completely lost all leg movement. The group nods in silence, clearly overwhelmed by the diagnosis. Rakiel notices his teammates looking pale and shaky, realizing the gravity of the exam. He turns to them, noting the atmosphere of total despair hanging over the group. Belverd presses them further, saying the patient's future rests entirely in their hands. They must find the cause and cure him, he demands, before bowing deeply to Rakiel. Belverd exits the room, the door slamming shut with a sharp, final sound. Keylot suddenly speaks up, demanding to have a word with the prince. He turns, frustration clear on his face, telling Rakiel not to use his rank. Do not use power to force a win, he pleads, leaving Rakiel confused. Keylot adjusts his glasses, convinced they have no hope of finding the cause. Even the headmaster failed, he says, his voice heavy with complete helplessness. He clenches his fists, insisting he would rather fail fairly than rely on cheap tricks. Rakiel exhales in relief, seeing they just want a fair assessment for everyone. The others agree in unison, leaving Rakiel feeling strangely impressed by their resolve. He finds himself liking their honesty, though he knows something they do not. He tells them he already knows the cause, leaving Keylot completely stunned. Rakiel nods, explaining he figured it out the moment the headmaster finished speaking. The group's eyes light up, hanging on every single word he is about to say. He smiles mischievously and reaches for his hair, but says he won't share for free. Rakiel leans back casually, making it clear he expects something in return. Keylot frowns, clearly losing his patience, begging to know the answer already. Are you playing games with us? Rakiel spins around, eyes cold. Why should I share my work for free? Keylot steps forward, yet Prince Rakiel keeps his face stone set, voice dropping low. This is about the patient's future, he says. Rakiel stares at them, mind racing behind those sharp eyes. Take a good look at yourselves, Rakiel adds, his voice like ice. If I find the cause and fix it, do I get all the credit? The group freezes, stunned and silent. You still have not found the cause of the paralysis, have you? Keylot stiffens, pupils shrinking as Rakiel raises a single finger with a smug, knowing smile. You are all failures. His expression twists in an instant, bitter resentment flooding his mind. Just another royal pushing his weight around, using parlor tricks to feed his own ego. Keylot shakes with rage, hands balling into fists, but then a hand lands on his shoulder, making him whip around, eyes wide in total shock. The others look resolute, but Keylot is torn inner conflict, raging, paralyzed by indecision. After a long moment, Keylot nods, turning back to Rakiel with a grim final tone. I accept, Prince. Rakiel narrows his eyes, pressing for total clarity. Regardless of Mizu's recovery, we must wait another year to graduate, are we agreed? Keylot answers without hesitation, voice ringing out, of course. It is what we were taught, he says, hand over his heart. Patient recovery comes before our own graduation, he vows. Just to be sure we understand your terms, Keolat continues, we want to examine Mizu one more time. Rakiel rests his chin on his hand. Looking bored, will that even help you understand? He wonders, as they beg for the chance. A small, satisfied smirk touches Rakiel's lips right then. They head back to the ward, Keolat stepping up to start his examination again. Have you suffered any other shock lately? He asks, and Mizu quietly shakes his head no. The patient rasps out a reply, no, nothing, and Keolat nods, thoughtful. Watching from the side, Rakiel gives a silent nod, not bad, he thinks. Showing no panic is essential for a doctor. A doctor showing fear is a death sentence for the patient. Rakiel narrows his eyes. It is time to move. He walks over, voice calm and steady. May I take over now? Rakiel offers a friendly greeting Mizu. It is a pleasure, but the patient scrambles to sit up in alarm. Rakiel holds out a hand, tone gentle, stay down, he says, helping him settle back onto the bed. I am here as a healer, not as the prince, he reassures, and Mizu nods, though he looks nervous. The prince asks about the symptoms you were suffering from enteritis right before the paralysis began, correct? The patient confirms it, yes, your highness. And then your toes went numb, leading to full paralysis. Tell me, have you had any major neck or back injuries? I only thought it was exhaustion at first, the patient replies, voice strained. He bites his lip to hold back tears. Rakiel leans in, voice soft. When exactly did the paralysis start? About 6 days ago, the man chokes out. Rakiel stares at the immobile feet, murmuring to himself. I will begin now, Rakiel says. May I hold your wrist? The moment his fingers touch the patient, the familiar chime of the system rings out, diagnosis starting. Data floods his vision instantly, pulse results are in. Check the medical report below. General assessment shows the patient is mostly healthy, but the myelin sheaths of his motor nerves are damaged from inflammation. It is acute, inflammatory, demyelinating polyneuropathy. That must be incredibly painful, the system notes. Rakiel closes his eyes. Just as I thought. After a long moment, he carefully sets Mizu's hand down. That is enough for today. Rakiel stands, pulling the white curtain aside as he walks out. Follow me to the next room, he tells the group. In the next room, a frantic voice breaks the silence. Please, your highness, what is causing this? Rakiel answers calmly. It is Guillain-Barré syndrome, an autoimmune attack on the peripheral nerves. One person gasps in disbelief. Another can't help but echo the shock. Keolat asks the question on everyone's mind, what is the cause? Rakiel pauses, then speaks slowly. I do not know the exact trigger. Perhaps no one does. The leading theories point to viral infections or autoimmune disorders. Rakiel continues, leaving the room stunned sometimes. It even happens after a vaccination. The group murmurs in confusion. Rakiel explains the culprits, often Campylobacter, Mycoplasma, pneumonia, Epstein-Barr virus, influenza, various others, or even the most troublesome one, COVID-19. His voice remains steady in the heavy silence. These can throw the immune system into chaos. He continues, the body mistakenly identifies nerve cells as enemies and launches an attack. In everyone's minds, an image forms, nerve cells waving and smiling at the immune system. What about my myelin? But the immune cells just stare back, completely confused. One cell whispers with suspicion, is that a bacterium? The neighbor shakes its head, no idea. Then it suggests an attack strike first. The other agrees, sounds good. Rakiel presses on. When nerve cells are destroyed, the result is paralysis. In their collective imagination, the scene plays out. A nerve cell, caught off guard, cries while holding its head. Why are you hitting me? Rakiel emphasizes. I must repeat, this is not a confirmed conclusion. It is merely a theory with some basis. Keolat adjusts his glasses, eyeing Rakiel with sharp doubt. So, even the prince does not know the definite cause? Rakiel stays calm, trying to reassure them. Do not worry, I know how to cure this paralysis. Keolat sneers, you claim ignorance of the cause, yet you have a cure? Is this not just deception? Rakiel grows annoyed. Deception? Do you think I am boasting? Keolat frowns, pressing further. Where did you even get this knowledge? Can you tell us? Rakiel narrows his eyes, his gaze turning cold. That is not difficult. He answers sharply. I read it in ancient texts stored in the royal archives, records containing the wisdom of fallen super-civilizations and medical arts long forgotten. The room falls silent, the others wearing looks of utter disbelief, each thinking the same thing, we are not even allowed in there. Rakiel stands up, his voice dropping, belief matters less than the reality now. He points directly at the patient, his tone turning grave. The patient is showing signs of respiratory distress. Keolat stares in shock. Respiratory distress? Rakiel explains some patients in this condition suffer acute failure due to diaphragm paralysis. A clear thought crosses Rakiel's mind. During the organ consultation, the patient's lungs and diaphragm cried out in dull pain. It is a warning sign of respiratory paralysis. If it worsens, they will need a ventilator. He places a hand on the man's shoulder, watch over the patient. I am going to retrieve a ventilator. As he finishes, the room erupts in suspicious whispers. What is he talking about? The man in front stares, echoing the word ventilator. Seeing them still frozen, Rakiel glares back and snaps, "What are you standing there for? Check on the patient." They flinch and bow hurriedly. "We are going." The door slams shut, the sound echoing through the space. Rakiel stands with hands on his hips, eyes fixed on the closed door. Moments later, he crouches, beginning a cautious search of every corner. He hunches over, checking every crevice, missing nothing. Inside, a bed sits covered in pristine, shiny linens. Rakiel sits down slowly, eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, sensing something, he whips his head toward the window. But beyond the glass, only green leaves sway in the breeze. No one is there. He opens his jacket slightly and whispers to his small companions, "Hey, time to meet a new friend." Outside, a dark shadow lurks behind a tree. The man scribbles down his observations, breathing a sigh of relief that was close, almost caught. He is Agent 3 from the Imperial Valentino Intelligence Bureau. Agent 3's eyes show confusion. It is happening again, staring at nothing while talking to himself. His thoughts race uncontrollably. 10 years bedridden, and now the prince will not rest for a single moment. Agent 3 sighs. "You should really get some sleep so I can finally get home." He suppresses his frustration, muttering in despair, "End of shift, please." Thinking of that, he bursts into tears over the daily grind. "My children, your father is working overtime again." Watching Rakiel's strange behavior, he cannot help but wonder, is the prince really talking to spirits? Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts from inside the room. Agent 3 jumps, nearly screaming, "Light?" He composes himself in a rush while keeping a steady, observant gaze. A strange beast suddenly lunges into view. Agent 3 freezes. Another illusion beast? Where are these things even coming from? Inside the room, Rakiel struggles, body trembling as he claws the creature off his face. After a frantic tug of war, Rakiel finally pries it loose. He stares at the tiny creature, stunned. It blinks those glistening eyes, looking utterly adorable, and lets out a soft, distinctive squeak. Right then, a system interface flashes directly in front of Rakiel. He selects the third draw. Cost, 2700 HP. Current HP, 200. The creature keeps chirping that familiar sound. The beast looks up with a worried, drooping face. Rakiel blinks in. "Surprise, are you okay? What is it?" Rakiel feels something leak from his nose and jolts upright. "Wait, a nosebleed?" He stares at the bright red streaks on his hands in pure disbelief. "Seriously?" Meanwhile, the creature flaps its ears frantically. In a split second, Rakiel's nosebleed surges, coiling into strange streams as if guided by an invisible force. The blood doesn't hit the floor, instead flowing straight into the creature until its belly swells. Rakiel gasps, left completely speechless. What on earth is happening? He checks his fingers bone dry, as if the blood never existed. He didn't even touch his nose, yet it drained him. His eyes lock onto the creature. Its nose suddenly balloons, as if holding back a massive pressure. Rakiel narrows his eyes in curiosity. There is more to this. In a heartbeat, a burst of spiritual energy shoots from its nose, slamming into his face. Rakiel recoils, startled, but the next moment he feels a bizarre, refreshing change. Rakiel inhales deeply. His nose is clear, and it feels like he is breathing fresh forest air. The system pings. His lungs are enjoying this surprise burst of clean air and dancing in pure joy. His lungs are practically celebrating, one side whispering in awe, "How long has it been since we breathed air this pure?" The other side chimes in, hyped and ready to dance. A new line of text appears. "Lungs have sponsored you 100 HP. Total HP, 300. He starts getting familiar with his new pet. "Is your name Komong?" Rakiel reaches out with both hands. "Komong, you just drained my nosebleed and blew air into my lungs, right?" He stares intently at the creature, cheeks flushing with genuine excitement, draining blood and performing wireless CPR at the same time. "This is wild. I have to know its full potential." Rakiel gently strokes its cheek, waiting expectantly. "Komong, do you have a manual?" As it scrambles to search its body, Rakiel's face lights up. Komong spits a soggy, saliva-covered paper right onto Rakiel's face. He freezes, forcing himself to swallow the rising annoyance, his mouth twitching. "Thanks, really." Rakiel quickly unfolds the paper, muttering through the creature's skill list as the system screen updates. Passive COS mode, those giant sensitive ears can sense a patient's condition by tracking their breathing in real time. It lists powerful suction level 1, capable of remotely extracting fluid from a patient's trachea and nasal cavity. The system displays fresh breath level 1, sending remote air support to stabilize a patient's respiration. Link to the COS mode to monitor patients instantly, automatically adjusting the breathing pattern for optimal results. He reads the lines over and over. The room falls into a heavy, suffocating silence. Rakiel finally speaks, his voice thick with shock. It can even adjust settings in real time. A grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming. This draw was a massive win. Over in the patient's room, the students huddle in a corner, faces etched with exhaustion and helplessness. Keolat pulls back the curtain, eyeing the patient suspiciously. He was lying there peacefully, but they claim his respiratory system is failing? Remembering Rakiel's smug grin, he grinds his teeth in disbelief. Just then, the patient's eyes flutter open, still a bit groggy. Mizu begins to wake up. Seeing Keolat, he looks surprised. Sir Keolat, he startles. Mizu, did I wake you? Sorry. Mizu gasps for air, forcing a weak smile. I am fine. Please, go get some rest. Keolat pulls the blanket up, his tone firm, no need. This is my job. Mizu struggles to breathe, sweat dripping down his cheeks. He reaches out with a trembling hand, voice stuttering, Sir Keolat, you are doing great. Keolat calls out, a sinking feeling of dread rising in his chest. Mizu. Mizu tries to answer with his last bit of strength. So today, before he can finish, he breaks into a violent coughing fit, clutching his throat, gasping desperately for air. Breathe. Just breathe. The panicked shouting makes everyone rush over. Mizu. Keolat's face turns deathly pale, heart racing, mind spinning. It really is respiratory failure. What do I do? Keolat spins around and barks out orders, elevate the upper body 30 to 45 degrees to open the airway right now. The group scrambles to help, but nothing changes. San panics they still cannot breathe any better. Keolat stares, confused. The airway is clear, so why? In the crushing pressure, he falters, should they try herbal medicine? Jika asks with a shaky voice, is that dangerous? Sa stays somewhat composed, we still don't know the cause. Shouldn't we call Hospital Director H. Cherry? Keolat is tearing himself apart. He feels useless. His teammates call out to him desperately, Keolat, what do we do? His vision blurs from the sheer stress. Did all his medical training lead to this? Every ragged breath from his teammate cuts deep. Sunlight pours into the room, feeling like a cruel spotlight on a failing career. Keolat bows his head, his voice tightening. As he lets out a desperate shout, Rakiel stands at the door, unsure of what to do. Rakiel snaps, stop yelling in front of the patient. Keolat looks up, startled, Your Highness. Then he pivots back, urgent. Mizu is struggling to breathe. Keolat reports the pain and the difficulty. Rakiel blinks, what? Without a second thought, Rakiel rushes to the bedside and barks everyone. Get out. Watching Mizu gasp, a realization hits Rakiel, this acute respiratory failure is moving way too fast. Rakiel calls his mythical beast, Komong. Immediately, the creature jumps onto the patient, ears perked up to catch every faint breath. The system chime sounds Komose mode activated. Komong's long nose twists like a spring, gathering power to release pure vital energy. In a heartbeat, fresh air floods into Mizu's lungs. A soft red glow washes over the room, and for a moment, time seems to hold its breath. Soon, Mizu's breathing levels out. Shuya watches. Wide-eyed, the breathing has stabilized. Naz can't hide his curiosity. Is that the legendary mythical beast from the rumors? Jika answers vaguely. Still dazed, I think so. A beast that helps humans breathe. Keolat stands frozen, mind spinning. He thought it was all just a cheap trick to fake medical skill. But Rakiel predicted the condition and acted so calmly. Keolat looks at his own trembling hands. He's just a statue in front of a patient. Keolat lets out a weary, shameful sigh. A heavy feeling settles in his chest. No real skill, yet he acted so arrogant before the prince it's pathetic. He clenches his fist and speaks up, Your Highness, how should we proceed with the treatment? Rakiel turns. Thinking so, he puts the patient above his own pride. I like that. Rakiel says firmly, don't just rely on me, share your own thoughts. Keolat fumbles, his hands twisting together. To be honest, I am not sure. He hesitates, then speaks his mind. I thought of herbal medicine, but I was afraid of making it worse without knowing the cause. Rakiel smirks, a touch of mockery in his tone, quite a different attitude from before, isn't it? Keolat admits it directly because you were the one who diagnosed it and acted so fast. Rakiel asks calmly, so, no more doubts? Keolat stands his ground, I still do not trust you 100%. Rakiel walks toward Keolat, his calm gaze heavy with pressure. That is up to you, but there are other ways to treat this. Rakiel continues, we cannot use intravenous immunoglobulin or plasma exchange, so I will apply the nerve-blocking acupuncture technique used on the werewolf nurses. Keolat gasps, nerve-blocking acupuncture? Rakiel confirms exactly, but before that, I need to rest. We need to wait for the patient to recover while the breathing stays stable. Rakiel walks toward the door. I am exhausted. Keolat calls after him, frantic, but Your Highness, what if something happens? Rakiel spins around, eyes flashing with sudden intensity. I said I am resting. Komong is handling the breathing. Do not worry if something happens. Call me immediately. The others cower, bowing quickly. Yes. Soon, Rakiel reaches the lounge. He collapses onto the soft cushion with a sigh. I have not had a single moment of peace since returning from Ambroa. He glances at the thorntail, speaking lazily. Hey, Diem, lend me some thorns. I am so tired. I need to pull them for some relief. Seeing the creature whine, Rakiel softens his voice. You look tired too. Let me pull them out for you, okay? The thorntail crawls closer, and Rakiel nods, thank you. Rakiel settles in, remembering the moment he first possessed this body. Let us begin. He reaches out and pulls a thorn. Rakiel carefully drives the thorn into the Daden point on his big toe, then the gap between the big and second toe. Next is the Xingjian point. The moment the needle pierces through, a flood of system notifications erupts. Liver function slightly boosted. His liver is shaking in pure joy. It has been ages since a real acupuncture session. Inside, his liver is literally dancing. It has been a long time since feeling this good, right? More text scrolls across the screen. The liver has sponsored 100 HP. Total is now 400. Seeing the reward, Rakiel goes wild, jabbing his feet rapidly. Now for the Taichung point. Suddenly, Rakiel freezes. His body feels completely off. What is this? Why does it burn so much? He stares at his feet, turning bright red. It is getting hotter by the second. Rakiel eyes the thorn stuck in his skin. His pupils dilate. Once he actually sees the shape, he screams in pure panic. A Vika thorn. Agonizing, bone-deep pain explodes, tearing through his foot and racing up his entire body. He crashes backward, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. The system pulses red. Self-inflicted Vika thorn strike confirmed exceeding hellish pain. You have triggered the true effect of Vika. The Vika thorn effect is now active. Your metabolism accelerates to the max in 8282 mode. Rakiel collapses, head spinning, pure panic setting in. 8282 mode. What the hell is that? His heart hammer kicks his ribs like it wants to shatter them. His chest tightens, total suffocation. The pain is a living nightmare, paralyzing every muscle. He convulses on the bed, tendons bulging under his skin like a beast is tearing its way out from within. The system alerts him internal organs are losing all control due to the sudden metabolic spike. Inside Rakiel, it is chaos. Like a train with no brakes, his heart is cheering with manic glee. Full speed ahead, the runaway train. It keeps shoveling coal into the furnace, screaming to go faster, faster. In the middle of the madness, a weak voice calls out, "Hey heart, the organs are jammed at the door," one of them complaining. "Isn't this too fast? I am getting dizzy. The lungs are feeling just as bad." Exactly. But even with the organs crying out, the heart ignores them. Forget it, I have not been this hyped in forever. Tears of joy well up, his body trembling with excitement. Now, go even faster. Everyone hold on tight. The runaway train plunges ahead, thick black smoke billowing as it swallows every desperate scream inside. The system spits out another stream of data. All internal organs are extremely excited to experience a metabolic acceleration for the first time. Rakiel clutches his chest, face ghost white from the sheer agony it feels like slamming 100 energy drinks at once. He halts, pupils shrinking. What is this now? A tiny gnat is buzzing around the room, but strangely, he can track every single detail. From the vibration of its thin wings to the microscopic hairs on its body, Rakiel stares, stunned. How is his vision this sharp? He bolts upright, gasping for air, eyes wide with pure disbelief. Time feels like it is moving in slow motion. Rakiel waves a hand in front of Bob Book. Wait, is he moving faster than everyone else? Finally, the system pings Vika Thorn effect over. 8282 mode ends. He hugs his chest, letting out a shaky breath as his body finally relaxes. Rakiel whispers, "Are you guys still alive?" The system shows his internal organs are completely dazed from the aftershocks. Deep inside, after the dust settles, one organ leans against the wall, face pale. That was almost the end. Seeing the heart sprawled on the floor, drooling in exhaustion, the organ screams in alarm. "Brother, are you okay?" The heart wheezes back, "I am fine." Behind them, two lungs are flushed with excitement. One suggests, "Hey heart, do it again, the rush was better than I thought." The other agrees, "Almost got motion sickness, but it was fun." The heart eyes light up, and even though its body is still trembling from the drain, it looks totally pumped. "If you say so, we will do it again." The system chimes in. Organs gain a bonus after 8282 mode, 100 HP. Total HP is 500. Rakiel twitches. This is insane. Judging by their reaction, there are no side effects. His gaze locks back onto the thorns. But seriously, what are these things? I thought they would just be painfully useless. Rakiel gently pulls a black thorn out, holding it up to the light. Neural acceleration and metabolic boosting incredibly effective, but the pain is too much to use casually. He mumbles, "This is only for a life or death fight against monsters like Jabon. Cannot use this blindly." Right then, the system screen flashes your acupuncture experience has surpassed the limit. Rakiel freezes. What is this now? It explains slowly you have treated countless patients, performing thousands of needles in the process. The system confirms these experiences have hardened into muscle memory as it drives a new type of spike into your body, forcing your skills to evolve. That condensed acupuncture experience has now fully unlocked the acupuncture skill. Level 31 acupuncture skill 15% efficiency boost. Seeing that reward, Rakiel can barely contain himself. 15%. If he pours HP into this, the results will be insane. He immediately makes his choice. Skill specialization, simulation mode, 500 HP required for the next upgrade. Want to use it? Rakiel doesn't hesitate. He hits the Z key to start the acupuncture simulation. In a blink, a brilliant light erupts from the system, flooding the entire space. Data streams scroll past, making his heart race. It links with the diagnostic scan, allowing him to upload Mizu's patient data directly into the simulation. Rakiel stands up abruptly, shock clear in his voice. What a quality reward for today. He issues the command to load Mizu's acupuncture data. The system responds instantly, loading patient Mu. A flash of blue light swirls, stacking together like digital flowing water. As the system chimes, Mizu's form manifests in the room. Patient data successfully rendered. Watching the dense analysis screen, Rakiel frowns, a flicker of worry rising in his chest. Today's data differs from tomorrow's. He needs to run the experiments before the drift becomes too great. Without hesitation, he reaches for a needle. He could take the long way, but the system confirms the needle is generated. His face turns icy, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips, not on his watch. Rakiel grips the needle tight and begins. He lets out a roar, pushing full speed. The moment his needle touches Mu's pressure points, the system fires back failures. He hits the knee point, still nothing. Failed, failed. No matter how many times he tries, the cold, robotic voice keeps repeating the same judgment. Failed, failed. Rakiel is gasping for air now, doubled over, his breaths coming in heavy, ragged gasps. But he stays stubborn. He knows that at this speed, he will crack it by tonight. His body is shattered, sweat soaking through his clothes, but finally, the result he wanted flashes on screen. Gill-associated syndrome 3 fully corrected. Early the next morning, students huddle near the window, whispering over a report. A pained gasp suddenly cuts through the air, making Kalot spin around. What is that? In the distance, a dark figure clings to a pillar, fingers white-knuckled as if holding on to life itself. As the form becomes clearer, it's Rakiel. He looks hollow, skin pale as ash, trembling so hard he can barely stand. Seeing the group, Rakiel wheezes, his voice barely a whisper, "Catch me." Kalot lunges forward in a panic. What happened to him all night? Seeing the rows of pinpricks on Rakiel's legs, Kalot stares wide-eyed. What are these needle marks? Rakiel flashes a tired, playful grin. These? You could call them the scars of a very intense night. Images of the past night flashed through his mind. He had tried every single method, hundreds of high-speed simulations. It felt like watching a movie on double speed for hours. Failed. The sedative wore off faster than he thought, leaving him drained. Every time it wore off, he had to needle himself again and again and again. It was agonizing. Seeing tears roll down Rakiel's face, Kalot asks anxiously, "Your Highness, why are you crying?" Rakiel replies, "Because I finally found the cure for Mu." Kalot gasps. Stunned, truly? Rakiel nods. "How is Mu doing?" Kalot reports quickly. "He slept all day. His breathing is stabilized." Rakiel makes his call. "Then let the treatment begin." Kalot looks uneasy. "Are you sure?" Rakiel glances at his aide with a half-joking look. "You worried I'll collapse?" Kalot answers without a second thought. "Yes." Rakiel laughs. "It is okay. I am not going to die." Outside the ward, the students watch every movement through the glass. Rakiel holds 3 acupuncture needles. Before he starts, he gives precise orders. "Kosum, handle the spikes for me." The spirit chirps in response. He turns to his aide, voice turning serious, monitor Mu's breathing and vitals. They might fluctuate during the procedure. Rakiel warns the others firmly. "I am focusing now, so unless it is an emergency, do not interrupt. Don't you dare talk or interfere with these needles." Rakiel's eyes narrowed, flickering with a cold, sharp edge. "Time to start." Focusing on the meridians, Rakiel gently placed a hand on Mizu's body as a soft blue light slowly seeped deep within. Instantly, the entire network of meridians flared to life beneath the skin, glowing like bright, luminous threads. Rakiel lowered a needle toward the ear, targeting the Than Hoi point on the gallbladder meridian first. Replaying every step from the night before, Rakiel perfectly mimicked the simulation in real time. Every move had to be precise. A single mistake in timing would ruin everything. Suddenly, the door burst open. Rakiel jolted as the headmaster and students rushed in, desperately scrambling to block Beldia. Beldia's gaze had already locked onto the bed, seeing Mizu's face riddled with needles. He shouted in panic, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Rakiel grit his teeth, frustration bubbling over. Damn it. Following the meridians in real time meant he couldn't afford a single slip. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If the headmaster interrupted now, it was game over. Xia and Nasi held Beldia back, struggling and shouting. In the heat of the moment, Kielot suddenly clamped both hands over the headmaster's mouth. "Please, just stay quiet." Headmaster Belverdy struggled, shouting angrily, "What are you doing?" Kielot's voice turned firm, eyes unwavering. "You cannot interrupt the treatment." Belverdy was shaking with rage. "You call these thorns treatment? Is that what I taught you?" Kielot didn't blink. staring straight into Belverde's eyes. Just look, the treatment is already going well. The headmaster tilted his head, glancing past him. Rakiel's hand never stopped moving, needles landing precisely on Mizu's pressure points, not off by even a millimeter. A flicker of realization dawned on Belverde, and just then, Mizu's toes twitched. Belverde's pupils constricted in pure shock. It moved. How is this even possible? Still stunned, his eyes remained glued to Mizu's body. How can this be? He asked. The patient hadn't moved at all before. Belverde turned to the students, voice dropping low. You all knew the prince's treatment was effective? Kielot replied, speaking slowly. We didn't expect it to go this well. He continued, we just thought it was worth trusting him for once, so we kept watch. The headmaster curled his lip in mockery. Trusting him? Without any basis at all? That doesn't sound like you. Kielot shook his head firmly. That is not it. My comrades and I saw the prince agonizing over this treatment plan all night long. Kielot spoke, his resolve stronger than ever.